Chapter 1 An Unfamiliar Classmate. In the Hidden Leaf Village, at Ninja Academy. You gazy do taffu and dow 8 fluttering leaves. Hasig hedenwoodly reflecting 12 air shave past sun psycher meto this world in ever imagined time cold flyber so swiftly. You was a traveller, having encountered the house of 9 tails attack from the moment of his birth. His parents perished in that turmoil. 6 years later, her success for Lion Row lead in the Ninja Academy. You was just like an Eotha student. Upon entering the academy, hem and tainy davary gegre de sander nun remarkable ranking thean lithing commender blee by thim wash his decent appearance. With eye sword and performance, he became some muatto fashadow waming his classmates, going unnoticed. He was neither that harp student like Hutchis Asuk, ho consistent lyre keyed first, nor the hetract tart and tine like who's a mark in Naruto, who perpetually lingered at the bottom. You had no extraordinary experience escher past this 12 years in our mundane fashion. Failing to exhibit an remarkable trace the twud caveat and tie of third hokajudanzo. There were no invitations for tea from root. Idle system, activation successful. Binding host EU. EU Weister Kanaback. A system. Idle system, 80 or service. EU furrow wet his brow moment relies suspecting huge underage in jutsu. Heavy the back efficient, and the sharp pain confirming to him that he was not ensnared in an illusion. System, Uret will vaislate. You spoke without any emotional fluctuation. After 12 years, he hard come met ho terms with the situation. Ho cold have predicted that a system would appear now. Their idle system offered no response to Yus remark. Water cold system, hem used. Unaware that idle system possessed no emotions or intelligence, you cosa not oppress further. Coldio enlighten me about your functions. Idle system. The systems and idle systems imply a main idle for a certain period, and you shall receive rewards. You chuckled softly. That sounds quite simple. Then how do you say it? Idle system you recurrent lie singit idle system is actively serving you. You were somewhat surprised im already asingit. I wonder what it's await. After 12 years, you have become quite familiar with this world. Whether or not the idle system existed was of little concern to him. If it did, Hew'ld liver bit Marie free life no Hew'ld continue at her drift talon gasper for. Shifting his focus from the mental space, he observed Erica speaking with Epodium, thinking, is graduation finally upanas? I wonder which class it will be signeto. The graduation exam ways approaching testing the students' sans and shadow clone technique. Although Yiyo's performance had been average over the past 6 years. Graduation was not an issue for him. He had already mastered her technique. In fact, apart from Naruto, how was affected by 9 tails, all the other students in the class had grasped the technique by this burnt. Iruka Calardite, now when I announce your name please acometo thesidurum. The first is Sasuk. Iruka called Sasuk first ho hard consistent libby and the top students in enrollment. His name waste first on the list. Saju castu jupe expressionlessly, coldly, and walked to the side room with the Shansen who spoke it. Many Femarly classmates gazed at Sasuk with starikes. Sasukai so handsome. Go Sasuk. Elovayer, Sasuk. The Segos were infatuated with Sasuk, akin to fervent fans. Naruto, sitting below, glared at the cold Sasuke on stage, gritting his teeth. Damn it, that bastard Sasuk. What's so great about them? Shikamaru, seated not far from Naruto, replied wearily, Sasuke's Thito puff theckless, after all, and has been for years. Shikamaru, I will surpass a moni dame destined to become Hokage. Shikamaru led his ECS at Naruto and lay Shidon and Thetis to sleep. In the class, only Shikamaru and Inazuka Kiba would associate with Naruto. The others kept their distance, influenced by their families, while Iyus imply wished to avoid trouble. A few minutes later, Sasuke returned, having parsed smoothly. Iruka even considered ulting him skip the exam. Sasuke had mastered the shadow clone technique wherein his first year at the academy. In Iruka's eyes, Seju Quaij undoubtedly the strongest of his cohort. As both the rest of the exams, as you had anticipated, everyone passed smoothly except for Naruto. The third Hokage Athena appeared to deliver a speech to the graduating students, filling them with unrealistic fantasies about their upcoming ninja careers. Naruto sat dejectedly on her swing under a tree, enviously watching his classmate Hohar graduate successfully. Before long, Naruto disappeared from under that tree. You thought, Hamas der Webienel das Strebe Mizuki. You had no intention of participating in Naruto Shemta stealth scroll. On his way home from the academy, Hapist be Chirarkaraman. Not wanting to cook for himself, he decided to have dinner there. However, as soon as she entered Ramen shop, he saw her repatriating Naruto to Ramen. Having lived in these world for 12 years, Yu had long forgotten many plot details. He hadn't expected Iru Kato tree at Naruto at this moment. As Yu contemplated leaving the shop owner, Tucci called out to him. Yu, what would you like today? Yu frequented Ichiraku-ramen more than even Naruto, and over the years, he had become quite familiar with Tucci. Chuka's words caught Iruka's and Naruto's attention. With Nakoi's Yu walked in. Hello, Iruka-sensei, Naruto, Yuri Harafaruman too. Yu's parents were both ninjas, and the money they left him was sufficient for him to live comfortably until adulthood. Usually, Yu would avoid coming here when Naruto was around. Over the years, he had never encountered Naruto at his shop. Iruka smiled upon seeing Yu, saying you performed well today. Naruto, however, wasn't familiar with Yu. Yu's presence in class was akin to Tataf Shino Aburame. Naruto didn't even recognize him, having no collection whatsoever. Once seated, Yu smiled lightly, it's all thanks to arrogance. Yu spoke with ascertained sophistication. Naruto, frowningish looked at Yu, pondered for a long time but couldn't recall who he was. Yu paid no mind. Unably remember, Naruto Leonid closer to her account whispered, Iruka-sensei, woish, ishemi classmate. Iruka hoa sabato sesame thing to Yu, was rendered speechless by Naruto's question. He looked at Naruto with a twitching mouth. Naruto, vices Yu, don't you recognize him? Naruto or Quidly Lord, har Iruka-sensei, it really have no impression. Naruto replied honestly. Chapter 2 Lifting Chakra Restrictions. Irakar Quidly addressed Yu, don't Akito heard Naruto just this upomari. After saying this, Irukar felt the excuse was rather flimsy. No matter how poor in his memory was, it wasn't likely to forget her classmate they had known for 6 years. To Irukar's surprise, Yu showed no sense of anger. He smiled and replied, it's fine at frigadat socializing. Don't say that it's just that Naruto has a terrible memory. Iruka sighed honestly. It was then that Naruto first noticed Yu. Iruka-sensei, did you pass the graduation exam? Iruka turned his head, forcing as Militia replied, of course Yarithianly knew how hasn't passed, what have I been learning these years? Naruto cratched his sheet sheepishly. Iruka-sensei, I just struggle with shadow clone technique, me sexy jutsu is excellent. At the mention of the sexijutsu, Iruka's face turned red with anguish. She shouted, don't bring up that lewd technique. Naruto shrank back, muttering, Bucho bled fro mayonoso inio's out. Shut up, stop talking. Iruka was embarrassed after being exposed. Yu wasn't phased. He smiled at Tucci, uncle, I'll have a bowl of tonkatsu ramen. As Tucci prepared the ramen, Hedgefulayamact, you present the ninja academic say my are going to be a ninja now. Today, it works for you. Chai had a good relationship with Yu. Yu replied with a smile, thank you, uncle. At that moment, I am placed a bowl of beef ramen in front of Yu, smiling, I'm very happy for you, Yu. Tweto Yu's good looks and polite manner, I held him in high regard. After Irukar finished speaking with Naruto, Yu was nearly done with this meal. With Iruka and Naruto present, Yu ate a mug faster than usual. After finishing, Yu stowed Japan said, Iruka-sensei, Naruto, take your time, ill believing no. Iruka was taken aback. He hadn't expected Yu to eat so quickly. Looking at Naruto, he understood. Butha didn't blame Yu after all. Yu's parents shattered during the Nine-Tails incident. It wasn't natural for him at all like Naruto. Unaware of the underlying reasons, Naruto laughed heartily and bid Yu farewell. Goodbye, Yu, let's get some time. Yu smiled slightly, saying nothing as Yu walked away, maintaining a polite distance. Naruto was oblivious, but irrecognized. Has already McButut and Theothis at least is new vertistain for Naruto in Highseas. What Eureka did know was that Yu was more like keeping his distance to avoid trouble. Yu returned home. Lying in his bed, closing his eyes, and pondering when thoughts will derive. Waste idle system real? He waited until the of the morning. Nearly drifting off to sleep when suddenly, the voice of the idle system echoed in his mind. You have been at for a day. Congratulations, you have lifted head chakra restrictions. Yu frowned, unsure what his word meant. Suddenly, he felt a faint blue light emanating from his body. Having already extracted chakra, Yu recognized that his blue glow represented chakra. He was astonished, for the concentration of his chakra was extraordinarily high. If a doctrine materialized. What word chakra, the Zarmant must be 100 times what I had before. Is this my word? In the next instant, this chakra surged into Yu's body like a torrent. At that moment, Yu felt an overwhelming sense of comfort, so pleasurable that he nearly cried out. Had he not been down in his pillow, he might have caused his neighbors to misinterpret his actions. After a long while, Yu finally absorbed all the chakra. That was incredible. I can absorb chakra from the outside world. Ninja chakra is typically extracted from the cells within his body. Yu had always done it this way before. Previously, he had worried at extracting chakra would weaken his body. In reality, he had overthought it. This whaled operated under different rules than the Yu was familiar with. Many principles from his original world did not apply. In this world, extracting chakra did not harm the body unless done excessively. The amount of chakra extracted from the body was significantly limited beyond a constitution. In simple terms, individuals from ninja clans often had superior physiques, resulting in a greater quantity of chakra. Yu's previous chakra level had been quite ordinary. His parents were both common ninja. Yu's chakra was not even comparable to Sasuke's. The disparity was about tenfold. Compared to Naruto, the difference was even more staggering, not even accounting for the Nine-Tails chakra. If we consider that chakra derived from Naruto's Uzumaki lineage. As Naruto aged, his chakra would increase, widening the gap between him and Yu. In this world, bloodlines were of paramount importance. Without a bloodline, one couldn't achieve a fleeting moments of brilliance like guy. Now, Yu felt this chakra weighs 100 times that of before. Roughly a Velafaginan. Moreover, he could draw chakra from the outside world. This meant he could extract chakra anytime, anywhere or fit men and ninjas could not accomplish. The energy nature farther parset had chakra than Yu. Now Yu see an endless stream of energy flow into him from the outside. The quality was exceptionally high. Unbeknownst to Yu, that chakra absorbed from the outside was natural energy. Its quality was far superior to ordinary chakra. Natural energy could be used not only for combat but also to nourish the body. Yu's body was not in the best condition. It was precisely his physique that limited his ability to absorb more chakra. Had he possessed Naruto's physical attributes, his chakra would have been over 100 times greater than Naruto's. Now, Yu felt incredibly comfortable in his body. Even Mariso Tanso acting in Arhobeth. This is the most astonishing it has given Mezo Kajaprizi in the first day. Unfortunately, aside from the shadow clone technique, I don't know one in ninjutsu. Yu's parents should have Tim in ninjutsu scrolls. They were no their ranking ninjas, both were merely average genin. Slowly but surely perhaps idol system will provide white ninjutsu in the future. Having Micro Crane creasy 100-fold is already fantastic. No Mike Aquaserpus even say six by a great margin. Sajukul sa harda considerably mentafshakra, farmari than thato fordan students. It was just that, compared to Naruto, it was significant lilas. But then again, everyone ishakra was else than Naruto's. The Okaihe clan was renowned for Thelaja Chakresovs, but his still fell short compared to the Uzumaki and Senja clans. After all, without sufficient chakra, it's challenging to wield held he sharingen. Let alone eat manjaki sharingen. Chapter 3, an unforgettable scene. The following day, Yu arrived at school. As he entered the classroom, he noticed that Naruto was already there. Yesterday, Naruto had remembered Yu. Unlike Shino, Yu did not shroud himself in isolation. Previously, people overlooked him, primarily because he refrained from participating in various activities and did not engage with his classmates. He would leave for home the moment class ended. When Naruto saw Yu, he stood up and enthusiastically waved, "Hey, Yu." Yu was somewhat taken aback but managed to smile and nodded in acknowledgement. He casually found a seat and sat down. Naruto's actions drew the attention of many students in the class. Although he had always been at the bottom of the class, he had a remarkable ability to attract the notice of his peers. Many turned their gazes towards Yu. Some female classmates were momentarily stunned upon seeing Yu, having not realized there was such an attractive boy in their class. He looks no less handsome than Sasuke. I didn't even know he existed before. What are you talking about? Sasuke is the best, no one compares to him, but this guy is indeed quite good looking. The female students debated who was more handsome, Yu or Sasuke. While many favored Sasuke, it was not solely due to looks but rather his overall prowess. A number of female classmates had already approached Yu, eager to make their move, such as Ino. She was naturally drawn to attractive boys, and her fondness for Sasuke stemmed solely from his looks. Now that she had discovered a classmate who was equally handsome as Sasuke, she certainly wouldn't let the opportunity slip away. Ino leaned close to Yu, her cheeks flushed, and said, "Hello, I'm Yamanaka Ino, how come I've never seen you before?" Yu furrowed his brow, self-doubt creeping in as he thought, have I truly been so inconspicuous? Although I didn't want to stand out, not having been noticed at all is rather absurd, isn't it? Yu found himself at a loss. He simply wished to avoid trouble, not to be reclusive, yet he never anticipated that his classmates genuinely had no impression of him. They had been in the same class for 6 years, and all he received in return was the statement, "How come I've never seen you before?" Looking at the shy and embarrassed Ino, Yu could only smile and say, "I'm Yu, pleased to meet you." His teasing remark left Ino feeling flustered, and she awkwardly replied, "I'm sorry, Yu." Yu was merely jesting with Ino and had no intention of holding it against her. Besides, the situation was ultimately his own doing. "It's all right, let us consider this our first meeting," Yu said with a gentle smile. Ino, upon witnessing Yu's smile, felt her heart race, nearly fainting. The girls in this world could be somewhat dramatic. When they felt a flutter in their hearts, it could genuinely lead to dizziness from a racing heartbeat. At that moment, Shikamaru sauntered over, languidly stating, "It's quite normal not to notice Yu when your gaze is fixated on Sasuke." Shikamaru took a seat beside Yu. "Hello, I've seen you leave right after class before. We never really got to know each other. I'm Shikamaru." He offered his hand. Yu had not expected Shikamaru to have been paying attention to him. "Yes, I'm Yu," he replied, shaking Shikamaru's hand. It was reasonable for Shikamaru to notice him. After all, with his intellect, he would certainly be aware of Yu's presence. Even in terms of looks, there was only Sasuke who could compare in their class. After exchanging a few casual remarks, Sasuke entered. The moment he did, all the girls in the class turned their attention to him. "Ah, Sasuke, so handsome." Many girls rushed towards Sasuke. Shikamaru slumped over his desk, exasperatedly muttering, "Girls are such a hassle." Just as he finished speaking, Ino shot him a glare over Yu. "Shikamaru, what did you say?" Turning to face Ino, Shikamaru realized she had not joined the throng of girls rushing towards Sasuke. I wasn't he talking about you." Ino rolled her eyes at him, HMPH. Although Ino had glanced at Sasuke a few times, her attention was predominantly on Yu. Previously, Sasuke had always captivated her gaze, making her oblivious to Yu's presence. Upon finally noticing Yu, she realized he was quite alone, and his looks were by no means inferior to Sasuke's. She certainly understood how to make her choice. While Sasuke was appealing, he was surrounded by too many girls, including Sakura, her rival. In an instant, Ino arrived at her conclusion and made her choice. Meanwhile, Naruto watched Sakura fawn over Sasuke, his teeth clenched in frustration. Damn it, Sakura only has eyes for Sasuke, that jerk Sasuke, I will never let Sakura go to you. With that, Naruto marched towards Sasuke's position. His actions drew the attention of many, even Yu turned to look. Naruto leaped onto Sasuke's desk, crouching there and glaring at him. Sasuke, not one to back down, fixed an intense glare on Naruto. The nearby girls were incensed by Naruto's antics. Idiot Naruto, don't glare at Sasuke like that. Naruto, get down, how dare you stare at Sasuke. Yu observed the scene, feeling an odd sense of familiarity. His memories were somewhat hazy, yet he had an inkling that something astonishing was about to unfold. Sure enough, in the next moment, someone inadvertently elbowed Naruto from behind, causing him to lose his balance and lunge towards Sasuke. What followed left Yu wide-eyed in astonishment. The nearby female classmates felt their hearts shatter. Idiot Naruto, what are you doing? How dare you? Sasuke's first kiss, gone. You jerk. Witnessing this, Yu was equally taken aback, his lips twitching, so, their relationship must be quite close. Shikamaru beside him sighed, what a fool, Naruto. Ino wore a similar expression to Yu's, they both must be first kisses, right? In the past, Ino would have been furious. However, now she felt no such emotions. Unlike Sakura, who genuinely adored Sasuke, Ino's affection for him stemmed partly from wanting to compete with Sakura and partly from his looks, thus, she could easily shift her affections elsewhere. The scene between Naruto and Sasuke was one Yu felt he would remember for a lifetime. Dark thoughts crept into his mind. Could it be that Naruto has some special feelings for Sasuke? The very notion made Yu feel uneasy. This is absurd. I should quickly dismiss such thoughts, it's terrifying to ponder. Both Sasuke and Naruto were left retching from the earlier incident. Sasuke glared at Naruto with disgust. Naruto, you idiot, what were you thinking? Naruto, equally defiant, retorted, what about you, you jerk? What were you trying to do? The two began to bicker. Sakura, feeling helpless, intervened to separate them. To prevent further arguments, she positioned herself between them. From that moment onward, Sakura became the mediator of their relationship. Chapter 4, Class Assignment. The scene was also witnessed by the esteemed Hokage and the various elite Jonin in the Hokage's office. Everyone gazed at the crystal ball with a mix of disbelief and concern. Assumer Sarutobi remarked, so, this is the top student of this cohort, Uchiha Sasuke. Based on his performance, he is exceptionally talented, rivaling the likes of Kakashi from years past. Kakashi, who had been silently observing the crystal ball, spoke in a calm demeanor. He may even surpass my abilities during my own time. In his heart, he mused, after all, he hails from the Uchiha clan. The Uchiha lineage held significant weight in Kakashi's mind, as many of his friends and former subordinates belonged to that esteemed clan. He had witnessed their formidable power firsthand. The third Hokage, observing this spectacle, found himself at a loss for words, contemplating, that Naruto boy, why does he always create such unpredictable scenarios? Sigh. Meanwhile, the others remained oblivious to the presence of Yu. Yu's academic performance over the years had been rather average, neither outstanding nor abysmal. Even the third Hokage held little recollection of him. This was hardly surprising, for Yu had always presented himself as an ordinary student, lacking any distinguishing characteristics and not originating from a prestigious ninja family, thus attracting little attention. After a brief wait, Iruka entered the room. With the anxious gazes of the students fixed upon him, he retrieved the class assignment list. In a quiet prayer, Ino, seated beside Yu, wished, I hope I get assigned to the same class as Yu. Little did she know that her fate had already been meticulously orchestrated by the third Hokage and the previous generation. The trio of Ino, Shikamaru, and Choji was destined to remain intact. In fact, The entire Team 10 had been predetermined long ago, leaving no room for others. As anticipated, Iruka read through several names without mentioning Yeyu. When he finally reached Class 10, he announced, "A Class 10 Naro Shikamaru, Akimichi Choji, Yamanaka Aino." True to Yeyu's expectations, despite forgetting many details, he had been living in Konoha for over a decade and was well aware of the general standings of the various clans. The trio of Aino, Shikamaru, and Choji could not possibly be separated. In disappointment, Aino slumped over her desk, exclaiming, What is this? This class assignment is terrible. How could they not place me in the same class as Yeyu?" Shikamaru sighed. Hey, could you not say that right in front of us? We are still teammates, after all." Aino huffed in response. When she glanced at Yeyu, she found him remarkably composed, as if he had anticipated this outcome long ago. Feeling dejected, she said, "Yeyu, I won't be in the same class as you." Yeyu smiled and replied, "The teachers must have their own considerations." Iruka continued, Class 11. Yamada Shuki, Jingwen Yeyu, and Hanyu Taiko. Yeyu thought to himself, as expected, my classmates are two unknown students. Class 11 consisted of 3 students from common backgrounds. Yeyu believed their instructor was likely not one of Konoha's renowned elite J-nin, but rather an ordinary J-nin, or perhaps even a CH-nin. The 2 classmates Yeyu had never heard of were currently searching the classroom for their teammates. Yamada Shuki was a boy with a personality akin to Naruto's, distinguished by his peculiar ponytail. In contrast, Hanyu Taiko was an attractive girl with waist-length golden hair, dressed in a pristine white top and a plain black skirt, exuding a quiet elegance. Yeyu had never paid much attention to either of them, and they, in turn, had no impression of him. However, the two seemed to share a good rapport. Once class assignments were completed, the respective J-nin instructors began arriving to escort their students. The first to enter was Asuma, who immediately addressed Shikamaru and the others, saying, "Students of Class 10, I am your instructor, follow me." As Aino prepared to leave, she glanced back at Yeyu, reluctance evident in her voice. "Yeyu, my family owns a flower shop on Commercial Street. I usually help out there, so please come visit me." Yeyu nodded slightly. He knew that if he did not respond, Aino would be unwilling to depart. Shikamaru added, "Yeyu, we'll be leaving now." Yeyu smiled. "Yes, you may go ahead." After the trio departed, Yamada Shuki and Hanyu Taiko took seats beside Yeyu. Shuki, with his cheerful disposition, turned to Yeyu and extended his hand, saying, "Hello, Yeyu, I am Yamada Shuki. From now on, we will be in the same class, so I look forward to working with you." Yeyu smiled back, "Hello, Shuki. I am Yeyu, and I look forward to collaborating with you as well." "Yeyu, I am Hanyu Taiko. I also look forward to working with you," she said, extending her hand graciously. Yeyu shook her hand lightly before releasing it, replying, "Taiko, I look forward to learning from you too." Thus, the 3 became acquainted. During their handshake, Yeyu sensed that the chakra levels of both individuals were rather modest, typical of a lower-ranked ninja. This sensitivity to energy was a natural trait, allowing him to perceive not only chakra but also potential threats with remarkable acuity. Now, Yeyu had formed a preliminary understanding of his 2 new partners. He bore no ill will towards them. Both had pleasant personalities. While Shuki's temperament bore similarities to Naruto's, he lacked Naruto's impulsiveness and was simply cheerful. Taiko's demeanor was akin to Hinata's, albeit less introverted. She was merely more reserved. In terms of appearance, Taiko was no less attractive than Hinata, but her sense of style surpassed Hinata's by a considerable margin. Yeyu could discern that, although Taiko did not come from a ninja lineage, her family was undoubtedly well off. Her clothing was evidently of high value. Most likely, Taiko was a little heiress. Both Taiko and Shuki were quite curious about Yeyu. It was surprising that they had no recollection of him. Unable to contain his curiosity, Shuki asked, "Yeyu, why do I not remember you at all? Were you a transfer student?" Taiko also looked at Yeyu, her curiosity piqued. Yeyu felt a tinge of helplessness. It seemed that few in this class recognized him. Aside from Shikamaru, despite having been in the same class for 6 years, he remained largely unnoticed. With patience, Yeyu responded, "I have been in this class for 6 years." Shuki was taken aback. You've been in this class for 6 years. He found it hard to believe that, over such a lengthy period, he had no recollection of Yu. Taiko covered her mouth in astonishment. Yu smiled wryly. Perhaps it's because I generally prefer not to engage in much conversation. Shuki nodded in agreement. Indeed, I have no memory of you. It's quite strange. However, now that we are teammates, we won't let you be alone anymore, Shuki said with a bright smile. Yu was somewhat surprised. It seems that it's not only the main characters who exhibit such qualities, these supporting characters are quite commendable as well, albeit their abilities fall short, relegating them to the background. The unfortunate ones may even meet their demise during the Fourth Great Ninja War, and the even more unfortunate may die on missions before the war even begins. Chapter 5. The Temptation. Just as Yamada Shuki and Hanyor Taiko finished their conversation, a formidable-looking ninja, seemingly in his 40s and possessing a physique far from that of a typical ninja, entered the classroom. His fierce aura instantly silenced the previously boisterous classroom. Approaching the podium, he cast a sweeping gaze over the students, quickly honing in on the trio of Yu. Class 11, follow me, he stated succinctly. This imposing figure was none other than the instructor for Yu and his companions. Without further ado, he exited the classroom, leaving Yamada Shuki and Hanyor Taiko visibly shaken. Why is our teacher such a terrifying person? Yamada Shuki lamented. Hanyor Taiko, filled with trepidation, added, it seems we are in for a rough time. However, Yu remained unfazed, contemplating. This man exudes a powerful presence, steeped in a heavy scent of blood. He must have emerged from the Anbu or a similar division. Nevertheless, this might be a blessing in disguise. His admission into the Anbu attests to his formidable prowess. The Anbu is not solely comprised of elite jonin. Even chunin can be part of it, but those who enter are invariably the cream of the crop among their ranks. Let us proceed. If we linger, we may lose track of where he is headed, Yu urged his companions. Once Yu and his friends departed, Naruto, who had been seated at the back, finally exhaled in relief. That was terrifying. Yu is doomed. His instructor seems incredibly formidable, he exclaimed. Let us observe a moment of silence for his future as a ninja. Sakura, seated nearby, echoed his sentiments. Who on earth is that teacher? He seems as if he could take a life without hesitation. Only Sasuke appeared contemplative. That ninja carries a presence reminiscent of that man. He likely hails from the Anbu as well. Compared to Naruto and Sakura, Sasuke possessed a broader perspective. He sensed a similarity between the instructor and his brother, Itachi Uchiha. After Yu and his companions exited the classroom and caught up with their instructor, they fell into a silent procession behind him. Yamada Shuki and Hanyor Taiko were apprehensive, intimidated by the instructor's aura, while Yu, a man of few words, remained silent. Their instructor, too, refrained from speaking. The four of them walked in silence out of the Ninja Academy and arrived at one of Konoha's training grounds. Konoha boasts numerous expansive training areas, with the Death Forest being particularly renowned, spanning a diameter of 20 kilometers. As they stood before their instructor, Yamada Shuki and Hanyor Taiko trembled, while Yu maintained his composure. The instructor glanced at the trio before fixing his gaze upon Yu. In that moment, Yu felt an overwhelming force bearing down upon him, an unsettling sensation he recognized all too well. Yet he had no intention of yielding, even though his mind wavered slightly under the instructor's oppressive aura. To his astonishment, Yu remained unfazed, appearing unaffected by the terrifying pressure that enveloped him. This intrigued the instructor. An interesting little brat, he mused. The pressure he exerted had failed to intimidate Yu, piquing the instructor's curiosity, especially considering Yu had merely graduated from the Ninja Academy. Har. You have truly surprised me, young one. I initially thought I was assigned a mere group of fledglings, yet here you stand, an intriguing individual. The instructor finally spoke. Meanwhile, the pressure that had previously gripped Yamada Shuki and Hanyor Taiko left them pale, trembling, and barely conscious. As a ninja from the Anbu, the instructor's aura carried a chilling intensity. Yu lifted his head to meet the instructor's gaze, stating, Sir, I do not believe it is necessary to employ such bloodthirsty tactics against a few aspiring ninjas. Although Yu had withstood the instructor's pressure, he was not entirely unaffected. His spirit had momentarily faltered had it not been for the rewards he received the previous night, which had significantly enhanced his mental and physical faculties. He would have crumbled like Yamato Shuki and Hanyu Taiko. The instructor was taken aback by Yeuyu's words, momentarily at a loss for response. Then, with a resigned wave of his hand, he said, Very well. Very well. I did mention that I was ill-suited to be a teacher for you youngsters. In the past, had you dared to speak to me in such a manner, I would have at least given you a sound thrashing. You must be Yeuyu, correct? It seems the evaluations from your previous instructors were gravely inaccurate. You are far from ordinary. A smile graced the instructor's face. With the oppressive aura dissipated, Yamato Shuki and Hanyu Taiko felt a bit more at ease, though they still regarded the instructor with trepidation. They had never encountered such a terrifying experience before. Both cast glances at Yeuyu, who had remained composed in the face of the instructor's overwhelming presence. Yeuyu, too, was taken aback. He had previously assumed he was on par with them, only to discover the vast chasm separating their abilities. Unbeknownst to them, the instructor's pressure had primarily targeted Yeuyu. Had they known, their astonishment would have only deepened. The residual effects alone had nearly caused them to lose consciousness, let alone the true burden that Yeuyu had borne. Yeuyu did not refute the instructor's assessment. Any explanation would have seemed somewhat contrived. The instructor, however, appeared unconcerned with this matter and instead felt elated. All right, allow me to introduce myself. I am Komoto Teichi. You may address me as Teichi-sensei. The instructor continued, What I just enacted was a minor test, and you performed admirably, particularly you, Yeuyu. Komoto Teichi was genuinely pleased, even surprised, by Yeuyu's composure. Now, it is your turn to introduce yourselves. Upon hearing Komoto Teichi's words, Yamato Shuki eagerly raised his hand, exclaiming, Sir, sir. I'm Yamato Shuki. My favorite food is grilled meat, and I despise green peppers. My dream is to become the most powerful ninja in the world and subsequently the strongest Hokage in Konoha. Yamato Shuki's aspirations bore a striking resemblance to Naruto's, with the ambition of becoming Hokage shared by many children in Konoha. Komoto Teichi smiled. You must strive hard. After all, there are many powerful ninjas in this world, and to become the strongest, one must exert effort beyond that of others. With the instructor's earlier intimidating aura now dispelled, he appeared quite amiable. However, Hanyu Taiko still seemed haunted by the fear he had instilled in her, her voice trembling as she stammered, I am Hanyu Taiko, and I'm 12 years old. Her voice was nearly inaudible, her delicate beauty accentuated by her waist-length golden hair, evoking a sense of endearment. Even Yeuyu found himself captivated for a fleeting moment. What a stunning girl, it's a pity she has yet to make her mark in the world. One wonders if she will perish on some mission, Yeuyu thought, frowning. Both Hanyu Taiko and Yamato Shuki had left a favorable impression on him. Despite their recent acquaintance, Yeuyu had already come to appreciate them. I wonder if my presence will alter the course of their destinies, Yeuyu pondered. When it was his turn to speak, he calmly stated, I am Jingwen Yeuyu, and my dream is to become an exceptional ninja. Yeuyu's ambition was rather ordinary, for he truly harbored no grand aspirations. Prior to acquiring the system, he had none, and even after, little had changed. Chapter 6, The Death Assessment. After the three introduced themselves, Mukomoto Tohichi smiled and said, Well, that will be all for today. Let us gather here tomorrow morning, and I shall escort you to receive your tasks. Without allowing the trio a moment to respond, he vanished from sight. Yamato Shumoku and Hanyu Taiko were left bewildered, staring blankly at the now empty space. Yeuyu shook his head in exasperation. It seems this teacher is rather unreliable. Yamada, Hanyu, then I shall see you tomorrow, said Mukomoto Tohichi as he departed, prompting Yeuyu's desire to leave as well. However, just as he was about to walk away, Yamada Shumoku called out to him. Wait a moment, Yeuyu, today marks our graduation, and it is also our first day as a team. Shouldn't we celebrate? Before Yeuyu could respond, Hanyu Taiko chimed in, Sure, let's go for barbecue, I'll treat. Yeuyu, we haven't had the chance to get to know you properly, Hanyu Taiko said, her beautiful eyes sparkling as she looked at him, making it difficult for Yeuyu to decline. Then I suppose I shall let Hanyu treat us. Although he surmised that Hanyor Taiko came from a wealthy background, he still felt a twinge of embarrassment at her generosity. After all, in Konoha, the cost of a barbecue meal was not trivial. Unlike ramen, Yamada Shumoku chuckled, "You needn't feel awkward. Yu Taiko's father is a renowned tycoon in Konoha. Her monthly allowance is equivalent to the reward of a B-rank mission." "Shumoku, if you keep saying that, I might just make you pay for your own meal," Hanyor Taiko replied, clearly displeased at the mention of her wealth. Yamada Shumoku laughed, "All right, I'll keep my mouth shut. So, what do you say, Yu, are you in?" Yu was somewhat taken aback by Hanyor Taiko's affluent background. He had suspected she was well off, but he never imagined it would be to such an extent. The reward for a B-rank mission ranged from 80,000 to 200,000 Rio, even at the lowest standard of 80,000 Rio. Hanyor Taiko's monthly allowance could afford over 1,000 bowls of ordinary Ichiraku ramen. Meanwhile, Yuyu's monthly living expenses only amounted to 5,000 Rio, which was already quite comfortable for him. The disparity in their financial statuses was striking, making Yuyu's mouth twitch as he contemplated. The gap between the rich and the poor is indeed vast. Since someone was treating for barbecue, Yuyu naturally did not decline. He smiled and said, "All right, let us go." They arrived at the most famous barbecue restaurant in Konoha, a popular gathering spot for ninjas. As soon as they entered, a voice called out from within, "Yu, over here." Yu turned towards the sound, discovering Aino and her companions were also present. He glanced at Hanyor Taiko, seeking her opinion. Hanyor Taiko smiled and remarked, "It seems Yu and Aino have a good relationship." Yu replied nonchalantly, "We just met today." Unbeknownst to Yu, Hanyor Taiko's inquiry carried a deeper meaning. Yet, Yamada Shumoku sensed an ominous chill in the air. Could it be that Taiko is feeling jealous? While Yu was oblivious to Hanyor Taiko's character, Yamada Shumoku was well aware. Although Hanyor Taiko was generally gentle, she often exhibited a subtle sarcasm. Hearing Yuyu's response, Hanyor Taiko merely smiled and said, "Then let us join them." Yu felt indifferent, but Yamada Shumoku sensed trouble brewing. "I hope this barbecue meal can proceed peacefully." Though that seems unlikely, he mused, already envisioning the potential chaos that might ensue. The three approached Aino's table. Indeed, Aino, Shikamaru, Choji, and their instructor Asuma were all present. As Yu settled beside Aino, Hanyor Taiko chose to sit directly between him and Aino, smiling as she greeted, "Aino, I didn't expect to see you here." Aino glanced at Hanyor Taiko. The two shared a decent rapport during their time in the ninja academy. Hanyor Taiko had been one of the few girls not infatuated with Sasuke, which had eliminated any sense of competition between them. Moreover, despite not belonging to a clan of ninjas, Hanyor Taiko hailed from a wealthy family in Konoha, thus, their relationship had generally been amicable. However, today Aino felt that Hanyor Taiko's demeanor was somewhat different from usual. This observation was not lost on Yamada Shumoku and Shikamaru. Yu, on the other hand, took a seat next to Yamada Shumoku. Shikamaru introduced, "Yu, this is our instructor, Tsurutobi Asuma." Yu, along with Yamada Shumoku and Hanyor Taiko, quickly stood up, "Asuma-sensei." The trio recognized Asuma's significance. Even without considering his lineage as the son of the third Hokage, his status as an elite jonin warranted their respect. Elite jonin were exceedingly powerful within the ninja villages, sometimes even capable of assuming the role of a village leader in smaller villages. In Konoha, there were not many ninjas who possessed elite jonin-level strength, making them a part of the top echelon of ninjas across any village. Noticing the trio's formality, Asuma waved his hand dismissively. "No need for such formality. Please, sit down." Once seated, Asuma looked at Shikamaru and his friends with a hint of exasperation. "Look how considerate these students are, you should learn from them." However, Shikamaru and his companions paid him little heed. After all, they hailed from ninja families, and while they respected Asuma, they did not feel the need to overly defer to him. The Inuzuka, Nara, and Akimichi clans were no less formidable than the Tsurutobi clan. Aino ignored Asuma entirely, her gaze fixed intently on Yu. "Yu, how did you finish so quickly? Didn't your teacher put you through an assessment?" Aino's direct address to Yu bypassing Hanyu Taiko, left the latter feeling somewhat displeased, though she kept her emotions in check. All eyes turned to Yu, eager to understand the situation. Though they had graduated and successfully become ninjas, they still needed to pass the assessment conducted by their guiding ninja. Failure to do so would grant the instructor the authority to send them back to the academy for re-training. Yu explained, "Our teacher's assessment was rather simple, thus it concluded swiftly." However, he refrained from mentioning the details, prompting Yamada Shumoku to interject, "That's not true. Our teacher's assessment was terrifying, Taiko and I nearly met our demise." The mere recollection of Mukimoto Tohichi's assessment sent shivers down Yamada Shumoku's spine. It was truly horrific, and at that moment, he felt it would have been better to perish than to endure such terror. Yamada Shumoku's comment piqued the curiosity of Shikamaru and the others. Asuma frowned, asking, "Who is your teacher?" Since Asuma had entered the classroom before Mukimoto Tohichi, he had missed him. "It's Mukimoto Tohichi," Yamada Shumoku replied. Asuma paused, furrowing his brows as he struggled to recall any jonin by that name in Konoha. Mukimoto Tohichi. I don't recall any ninja in Konoha by that name. Chapter 7. Asuma's concern. Yamada Shuki inquired with curiosity. Does even teacher Asuma not know? Is our teacher truly an obscure figure? A sense of despondency washed over him, for he believed that Makoto Tomoya possessed formidable strength, suggesting he must be an extraordinary ninja. Asuma, perceptive to Yamada's emotions, quickly replied, "That is unlikely. To my knowledge, all instructors of a graduating class are seasoned jonin. Your teacher must be among them. However, I am not acquainted with every ninja in Konohagakure," he continued. Upon hearing this, Yamada felt a little less disheartened. Despite his earlier trepidation during Makoto's assessment of them, he found solace in the fact that his teacher was indeed a powerful ninja. He believed that training under a formidable instructor would expedite his own growth into a strong ninja. At that moment, Nara Shikamaru asked, "What was all that about your instructor's assessment almost leading to your demise?" His curiosity piqued. It seemed excessive for merely an evaluation. Asuma turned his gaze towards Yamada Shuki, sharing his own disapproval of overly harsh methods employed on students. Even Kakashi refrained from placing his students in perilous situations. Asuma harbored concerns regarding Makoto's potentially cruel techniques towards his students. Such occurrences were not unheard of, yet they were strictly forbidden in Konohagakure. Yamada glanced at Hikari, elaborating, "It wasn't anything particularly special. It appeared our teacher employed a mental type ninjutsu that nearly shattered our psyche. Had it not been for Hikari, Tezuko and I might have truly perished," he added. Yamada's realization that Makoto's oppressive aura had primarily targeted Hikari dawned on him. Otherwise, Makoto would not have regarded her with such distinction. It seemed that Makoto's pressure had primarily weighed upon Hikari, with Yamada and Tezuko bearing only a fraction of it. Hikari, at that moment, was savoring a piece of grilled meat when suddenly Asuma, Shikamaru, and Aino all fixed their eyes upon her. Hikari paused, bewildered. What is going on? She had not been paying attention to the conversation among Yamada, Asuma, and Shikamaru, as the array of grilled meats on the table was far more enticing. Having lived in this world for 12 years with few friends, her life revolved around training and indulging in various delicacies. Perplexed by the gazes of the others, she turned to Asuma, who was equally intrigued. He recalled having reviewed Hikari's records, noting her unremarkable performance at the Ninja Academy. How could Yamada portray her as someone formidable? After a moment of contemplation, Asuma inquired, "When your teacher unleashed mental ninjutsu upon you, what sensations did you experience?" Yamada pondered before responding. "It felt as though I were ensnared in a sea of corpses, with countless ninjas surging towards me, as if I had been stabbed to death dozens of times, utterly unable to escape that environment." Upon hearing this, Tezuko instinctively shrank back, haunted by Makoto's oppressive presence, which had etched a lasting impression on her psyche. From Yamada's description, Asuma surmised the nature of Makoto's ninjutsu and gleaned insights into his identity. "No wonder I had never heard his name before," he mused. "He must have emerged from the Anbu." The Anbu? The others, excluding Hikari, looked at Asuma with confusion. Asuma took a drag from his cigarette and gradually explained. Yes, the Anbu.it is a clandestine division within Konohagakure, an organization that safeguards the village from the shadows, comprised of numerous powerful ninjas. This was the first time the group had heard of such an organization. Even Shikamaru and his companions, hailing from prestigious backgrounds, were unaware of the Anbu, perhaps due to their lack of interest in such matters. Shikamaru cast a deep glance at Hikari. From Asuma's description, he sensed the formidable energy of the Anbu. The fact that Hikari could withstand such mental oppression from a ninja of that caliber was remarkable. Asuma shared this sentiment, observing Hikari, who remained engrossed in her food while the others were too preoccupied with the conversation. The grilled meat seemed to hold a greater allure than their discussion. He understood all too well the potency of ninjas emerging from the Anbu, and given that all the instructors for this graduating class were jonin, it implied Hikari's teacher was also of that rank. Asuma was acutely aware of the strength possessed by jonin within the Anbu. The fact that Hikari could endure such mental pressure and appear unaffected afterward spoke volumes of her extraordinary nature. Meanwhile, Yamada, oblivious to the expressions of Shikamaru and Asuma, was utterly astounded by Asuma's earlier remarks. The Anbu, it sounds like Teacher Makoto, is truly formidable. No wonder he is our instructor, Yamada thought, primarily concerned with whether Makoto could impart powerful ninjutsu to him, enabling him to become a strong ninja. He believed that achieving these two goals required Makoto to possess substantial strength. Shikamaru glanced at Asuma, who shook his head in response. Although Shikamaru initially intended to inquire about Hikari's circumstances, Asuma's demeanor deterred him from speaking. Subsequently, Asuma refrained from further questioning Yamada and Tezuko about their assessment, instead committing the matter to memory, contemplating a discussion with Kakashi. The notion that a freshly graduated student could withstand the genjutsu of an Anbu jonin was bewildering, especially given Hikari's average performance at the Ninja Academy. How could she possess such remarkable strength? Was it merely an extraordinary capacity for mental energy? This warranted investigation. Hikari, however, remained unaware of Asuma's thoughts. Even if she had, she would not have paid them much mind. She did not perceive herself as excessively remarkable, merely possessing somewhat extraordinary mental strength. After their barbecue concluded, Hikari, along with the Inuzuka trio and Yamada and Tezuko, grew more familiar with one another. As they prepared to return home that evening, Yamada turned to Hikari, stating, "Hikari, my home is not on your way, please escort Tezuko back." Without allowing Hikari an opportunity to refuse, he dashed away. Hikari stood in surprise while Tezuko's fair complexion flushed crimson. Hikari furrowed her brow, pondering, what was that all about? She initially thought Yamada must have urgent matters to attend to. Feeling bashful, Tezuko lowered her gaze, her toes unconsciously tapping the ground in silence. Hikari turned to her with a smile, "Shall I walk you home?" Though Tezuko had graduated from the Ninja Academy and was now considered a ninja, she remained a girl from an affluent family, and Hikari felt a protective instinct. After all, one could never be too cautious about potential dangers. Tezuko shyly nodded in agreement. She had developed an admiration for Hikari since witnessing him withstand Makoto's oppressive aura without fear during the training grounds. Furthermore, Hikari's striking appearance did not go unnoticed, particularly as adolescence often brought budding feelings toward the opposite sex. However, Hikari regarded Tezuko as a child rather than a peer, as his mental age was that of an adult. Even if he found her beautiful for a fleeting moment, it was merely an appreciative glance, as he mused about how wonderful it would be to have such an adorable younger sister. As they strolled down the brightly lit streets, Tezuko and Hikari walked side by side, appearing to onlookers as a pair of star-crossed youths. Passers-by could not help but glance back at the duo, both possessing striking features, with some even mistaking them for a couple. In this world, both boys and girls often matured early, and it was not uncommon for those of their age to engage in romantic relationships. Tezuko's bashful demeanor and slightly flushed cheeks left little room for misinterpretation. Chapter 8, The Senju Clan. After walking for a while, Benyotanzi mustered the courage to speak to Yiyu. "Yiyu, what do you think of Ino?" Yiyu paused momentarily, gazing at Benyotanzi, curious as to why she posed such a question. "What do you mean by what do I think?" Benyotanzi's face flushed as if she were suffering from a fever. Nevertheless, she dared to voice the question that weighed heavily on her heart. "I mean, do you think she is beautiful? And she's from the Yamanaka clan, boys like you must surely be fond of girls like her." In truth, Benyotanzi was more attractive than Aino and possessed a gentle demeanor, traits that typically endeared her to young men. However, Yu was unaware of the underlying motives behind Benyotanzi's inquiry. He had always believed that Yamashita Shuki shared a special bond with Benyotanzi. The reason he was escorting her home today was that Yamashita had urgent matters to attend to. After pondering for a moment, Yu replied, "Aino is indeed quite beautiful." Upon hearing this, Benyotanzi grew anxious. She turned to Yu and asked, "So, do you like her?" Yu was taken aback and responded, "We're friends, of course I like her. I'm not talking about the kind of liking that exists between friends." "Do you have feelings for her, as in a romantic sense?" Benyotanzi asked nervously. "Certainly not, I only just met her today." "Why do you ask?" Yu inquired, intrigued. Upon hearing Yu's answer, Benyotanzi let out a sigh of relief and smiled, "Because I sensed that she treated you differently than the other boys." "I can see that she seems to have a fondness for you," Benyotanzi added. Yu chuckled, "You're overthinking it, Aino behaves that way with all handsome boys." Benyotanzi was momentarily stunned. She hadn't expected Yu to joke. She then playfully patted Yu's shoulder, saying, "So you think you're quite good-looking, huh?" Yu laughed, "Am I not?" "You are good-looking," Benyotanzi replied with a smile. They exchanged glances and erupted into laughter. Under the streetlight, their actions could easily be misinterpreted. At that moment, their relationship had undoubtedly grown closer. For Yu, Benyotanzi was someone he could joke with, while for her, she discovered another side of Yu. He was not as aloof and difficult to approach as he initially appeared. As they continued their banter, they quickly arrived at Benyotanzi's home. Observing the grand entrance, Yu teased, "What a lavish estate." It seems Shuki wasn't exaggerating. "Your family is indeed quite wealthy." In the heart of Konoha, where every inch of land is precious, a residence resembling a manor was extraordinary. This was beyond mere affluence. Aside from ninjas, Konoha was home to many ordinary citizens. As ninjas did not engage in productive labor, the village relied on regular people to sustain its various aspects. Additionally, some wealthy merchants or nobles from the Land of Fire chose to reside in Konoha for safety reasons. This also accounted for the abundance of low-level missions available in the village. Naturally, Konoha's primary source of income stemmed from military funding allocated by the Land of Fire. Upon hearing Yu's comment, Benyotanzi felt a pang of worry that Yu might distance himself from her due to her family's circumstances. In her anxiety, she disregarded her shyness and grasped Yu's hand, exclaiming, "Yu, you wouldn't dislike me because of my family status, would you?" Yu glanced at Benyotanzi's delicate hands, momentarily entranced by their smooth, fair complexion. He quickly replied, Why would you think that? Having a wealthy teammate is a good thing. Why would that make me dislike you?" Upon hearing Yu's words, Benyotanzi felt relieved. She shared, "In the past, many people were hesitant to play with me once they learned I was from the Benya clan. It became increasingly so as we grew older. They were always worried about hurting me. Since entering the ninja academy, only Shuki has been willing to play with me." Talking about this, Benyotanzi's mood soured. Yu gently patted her shoulder, reassuring her, "From today onwards, you have gained another friend. After all, we will be fighting side by side in the future, and I hope to entrust my back to you." Feeling the sincerity in Yu's words, Benyotanzi excitedly nodded, "Yu, I promise I will never hold you back." Benyotanzi was well aware of her limited talents. However, Yu appeared to be quite strong. She merely hoped to work harder and not become a burden to the team. Yu smiled. "That won't happen. Both you and Shuki are quite capable." "I should head back now, it's getting late, you should hurry inside." Benyotanzi nodded, already considering Yu an important person in her life. The hearts of children are such that they can easily develop affection for someone, and equally as easily harbor disdain. As of now, Yu still regarded Benyotanzi as merely a child. After Yu departed, Benyotanzi remained at the gate, watching until his figure disappeared from sight. "Is that your teammate from your new class?" Benyotanzi, lost in thought as she gazed in the direction Yu had gone, was startled by a voice beside her. Turning, she discovered it was her mother. "Mom, how did you walk so quietly? You scared me to death." Benyatan's mother, Senju Mai, bore a striking resemblance to her daughter, standing around 1.7 meters tall with waist-length golden hair tied in a ponytail. She appeared to be in her 20s despite nearing 40. With an elegant and dignified demeanor, she was exceptionally beautiful. Most astonishingly, she bore the Senju surname. Had Yu been present, he would undoubtedly have been astonished. In his experience, he had never encountered anyone with the Senju name in Konoha. However, he did not believe that the Senju clan had been annihilated. Such a powerful family, with such high standing in the village, could not have been wiped out in just a few decades. Moreover, if they had been, they would certainly be as frequently mentioned as the Uchiha clan, yet, Yu had never heard any mention of the Senju clan during his time in Konoha. Thus, he speculated that the Senju clan had merely integrated into Konoha. After all, Tsunade did not carry the Senju surname, suggesting that many members of the Senju clan had abandoned their lineage. This notion proved accurate. Many members of the Senju clan had indeed forsaken their surname in Konoha, though this was only a portion of them. However, it was true that after Hashirama and Tobirama Senju, the clan had not produced many exceptional talents like them. Besides those who had chosen to relinquish their surname and blend into Konoha, many still retained the Senju name. They could be found in various important departments throughout the village. It was simply that Yu had rarely interacted with others in Konoha, which accounted for his lack of awareness. This was not unusual. Yu had also seldom encountered anyone from the Sarutobi clan over the years. He had only met Asuma Sarutobi and the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. However, during the Fourth Great Ninja War, numerous members of the Sarutobi clan emerged. In everyday life, these families' ninjas did not make a point to appear. The characters that surfaced in the storyline were primarily those relevant to the plot. Other ninjas were occupied with their own affairs and thus not visible in the narrative. It is worth noting that Konoha's ninja population alone exceeded tens of thousands, and when combined with ordinary civilians, the total number reached several tens of thousands. The vast area of Konoha resembled more of a large city than a village. The training grounds alone spanned a diameter of 20 kilometers, illustrating how immense Konoha truly was. Benyatan's mother was indeed a member of the Senju clan. Although she retained the Senju surname, she was not a ninja. Chapter 9. He is a rather enigmatic individual. Beneath the dim glow of the streetlights, Benny-Chenzi gazed longingly at the spot where Yu had vanished. Qinsho Ming, perceptive to her daughter's sentiments, smiled and inquired, "It seems you harbor some unique feelings towards this companion of yours. What sort of person is he?" Upon hearing her mother's words, Benny-Chenzi's cheeks flushed with embarrassment. "What do you mean, Mom? There's nothing different." Qinsho Ming chuckled softly. "Oh, but you were fixated on that boy, and I've never seen you look at trees with such intensity." Benny-Chenzi turned her gaze to the road illuminated only by the streetlights, her voice a soft whisper. "I hardly know him. After all, we've only just met." Qinsho Ming raised an eyebrow in confusion. "You've only just met? Isn't he in your class?" She had assumed Yu was a transfer student, as Konoha village did indeed receive students from other small ninja villages within the Land of Fire. The Land of Fire was not exclusive to Konoha. It housed several smaller ninja villages, albeit Konoha was the largest and most formidable among them. Benny-Chenzi shook her head. "He is in our class, but I didn't notice him over the past 6 years, nor did I know him." "How is that possible? You were in the same class for 6 years and never spoke to each other." Qinsho Ming's disbelief was palpable. "Is he particularly reclusive?" Benny-Chenzi turned to her mother, smiling. "Not at all. Yu was just very inconspicuous in class, even less so than I am." Qinsho Ming was taken aback, struggling to comprehend her daughter's words. It was utterly unfathomable. Had she not heard it from her own child, she would never have believed that someone could possess such an inconsequential presence. A thought crossed her mind, and she furrowed her brow slightly. "Do you think he might be difficult to get along with?" She was concerned for her daughter. In her experience, students with such low visibility often had reclusive personalities and could be challenging to interact with. She feared for her daughter's well-being. Yet, Benny-Chenzi shook her head, earnestly asserting, "No, Yu is quite easy to get along with. Although I can't explain why he was so inconspicuous before, his personality is genuinely pleasant." As her daughter spoke of Yu, her eyes sparkled with an unusual brightness. Qinsho Ming felt a twinge of worry. Could it be that her naive daughter was developing feelings? Children in the world of Naruto matured at a remarkably young age. Though they had only just graduated from the ninja academy, they were already well aware of the complexities of emotions. Adding to her concern was Benichienzi's privileged background. Her father was a wealthy man from the Land of Fire, her mother a member of the Chencho clan, and Benichienzi herself was exceptionally beautiful, even at a young age. It was only natural that boys would harbor feelings for her. Cautiously, Jin Shoming asked, "What do you feel for him? Is it akin to your feelings for Shumoku?" Benichienzi was not like Naruto. She understood her mother's intentions behind the question. However, she was conflicted. Having known Yu for merely a day, while she felt an attraction, it was far from definitive. It was simply a budding fondness. After a moment of silence, she lifted her head, pondering before replying, "It's not quite the same. I consider Shumoku a good friend, but my feelings for Yu are somewhat different. But we've only known each other for a day, and I can't pinpoint why my feelings are distinct." Jin Shoming furrowed her brow, her concerns manifesting as reality. "Perhaps it's merely curiosity. After all, you were unfamiliar with him before, which might have piqued your interest, nothing more." Jin Shoming wished for her daughter to remain cautious and not be easily swayed by boys. From her perspective, such worries were entirely justified. Their family was not like ordinary families. Though not a ninja clan, they were wealthy, and given that she hailed from the Chincho lineage, their family stood on par with many ninja clans in Konoha. They were part of the elite class. If Benichienzi merely sought friendship, then whether it be with Shumoku or anyone else, Jin Shoming would wholeheartedly support her. However, should genuine feelings arise, the character and motives of the other party would warrant serious consideration. Benichienzi observed her mother's anxious demeanor and smiled. "Mom, are you worried that I might develop feelings for Yu?" Caught off guard, Jin Shoming felt a tinge of embarrassment but nodded. "You know our family is different. We have only one child, and you are destined to inherit the Beni family. It is crucial that you choose your partner with great care to avoid unforeseen complications." Listening to her mother's words, Benichienzi sighed deeply. "Mom, why don't you and Dad have another child? I'd like a bit more ease." "Goodness, how can you say such things?" Jin Shoming's cheeks flushed. She genuinely cherished Benichienzi's father. Their love had blossomed freely, and their relationship remained strong. Benichienzi smiled. "While I'm uncertain if I truly like Yu, he certainly feels different from an ordinary classmate. He possesses an air of mystery, yet I feel secure when I'm with him." Jin Shoming detected something amiss, inquiring, "Mysterious? Do you mean he has a reclusive nature?" "Not at all. Yu gives me the impression that he is much more than he appears on the surface." Jin Shoming furrowed her brow, as this was her primary concern. She quickly asked, "Do you think he has ulterior motives?" Benichienzi paused for a moment, then smiled gently. "Mom, if that were the case, do you believe I would still have feelings for him?" Although Benichienzi was composed and serene, akin to Hinata, she did not extend kindness indiscriminately. She was capable of independent thought. If someone approached her solely due to her family background, she would certainly not harbor affection, and would likely feel quite the opposite. Jin Shoming nodded. She believed this of her daughter. Despite her seemingly gentle and introverted demeanor, she possessed her own thoughts and opinions. "What is it that makes you feel this way? Why does he seem so mysterious to you?" "He is merely a rookie ninja who has just graduated from the academy." Benichienzi shook her head, asserting, "Mom, I believe he is likely far stronger than I or my classmates." "Oh? Is he that exceptional? Why haven't I seen the third Hokage mention him? I recall the most outstanding students of this class, but I do not remember a child named Yu." As a member of one of Konoha's top families, Jin Shoming was privy to such information, especially considering her beloved daughter was among the current students. Chapter 10, Exceptional Learning Ability. That night, Hinata spoke to her mother. "This is precisely why I find him so enigmatic. I was utterly unaware of his existence before the class division, and no one seemed to take notice of him." Senju inquired, "You claim he possesses considerable strength. What leads you to that conclusion?" Although not a ninja herself, Being a member of the Senju clan allowed me to discern certain details from the information at hand. Hinata reflected on the day's assessment and replied, after the class division, our instructor administered an evaluation. It was a type of mental ninjutsu, and I nearly succumbed under its pressure. My mind was on the brink of collapse. Yet, Yayu appeared largely unaffected. Once the evaluation concluded, our instructor remarked that the mental techniques he employed primarily targeted Yayu. What we experienced was merely the residual effects of his jutsu. Even so, Yayu seemed to bear no burden whatsoever. The instructor was taken aback. When we relayed this to Asuma-sensei, he too found it astonishing. Listening to her daughter's account, Senju furrowed her brow in increasing concern. This was indeed significant news. From what you describe, it seems that this child possesses extraordinary mental fortitude. It is worth noting that your instructor is a J-nin from the Anbu. Ninjas emerging from the Anbu typically exhibit formidable mental prowess, and even he could not impose pressure on that child. This only indicates that the child possesses an exceptional mental capacity, and individuals endowed with such power often exhibit remarkable control over chakra, potentially even possessing a vast reserve of it. As this realization dawned on her, Senju's gaze sharpened. This is an extraordinary matter indeed. Though Senju was not a ninja, she was well versed in the extensive lore of the Senju clan and comprehended the principles of ninjutsu. Given that the clan's members generally have substantial chakra reserves, she understood that a person with potent mental strength would also possess significant chakra quantity and control. Resisting the mental techniques employed by an Anbu J-nin necessitates not only precise chakra manipulation but also a considerable amount of chakra to sustain such exertion. Otherwise, one might find themselves like Sakura, who, despite her adeptness in chakra control, could not withstand an illusionary technique once the opponent's chakra exceeded her own. How could someone with such refined chakra control and an immense chakra reserve remain unnoticed for 6 years, devoid of any presence? This is indeed perplexing. Moreover, he is merely a child, yet he has managed to remain concealed for 6 years. This child's mindset is evidently quite distinct from that of ordinary individuals. Originally merely curious about Yayu, Hinata was now equally astonished by her mother's analysis. Looking up at her, she asked, "Mother, does this mean Yayu is truly formidable?" Senju regarded her daughter earnestly. "We cannot ascertain that yet, but barring any unforeseen circumstances, until we uncover the depths of his abilities, it would be prudent for you to maintain your distance from him." Though reluctant, Hinata understood her mother's intentions were for her benefit. Furthermore, after listening to Senju's analysis, she realized that Yayu's strength surpassed her previous understanding. Regardless of her fondness for him, she knew she must heed her mother's advice. Unbeknownst to Yayu, the events of the assessment had created a rift between the mother and daughter. However, even if he were aware, he would not be concerned. He had already mentally prepared himself for revealing a fraction of his strength during. Upon returning home, Yayu did not engage in his usual pre-sleep chakra refinement. Instead, he lay on his bed, staring at the ceiling. His consciousness had already entered the realm of awareness. Your chakra has doubled, and your physical capabilities have also increased twofold. You have acquired exceptional learning ability. Any ninjutsu can be mastered at the speed of the world's top geniuses, provided your body and chakra are sufficient. Suddenly, Yayu felt a delightful tingling sensation coursing through his body, so pleasurable that he nearly gasped aloud. His mind also felt clearer than before. The previously perplexing aspects of ninjutsu now seemed not only vividly memorable but utterly comprehensible. It appeared that, with a mere demonstration, he could learn ninjutsu as effortlessly as Itachi. Emerging from the realm of awareness, Yayu gazed in astonishment at the ceiling. Closing his eyes, he sensed his entire being brimming with chakra, the rich energy coursing through his body's meridians. The sensation was exhilarating. My chakra has doubled. I must now possess the chakra levels of an elite J-nin. My physical prowess should also have reached the level of a CH-nin. It is worth noting that few ninjas dedicate themselves to the rigorous training of taijutsu. The level of a CH-nin in taijutsu is exceptionally rare among taijutsu practitioners. Regrettably, I still lack proficiency in any ninjutsu, which is somewhat all. Yayu now yearned for a ninjutsu of practical value. After all, having obtained the idling system, he knew he must first learn before he could engage in idling. Without mastering any techniques, he had no basis for idling. Currently, he was only proficient in the body flicker technique. However, relying solely on it in battle would make survival exceedingly difficult, especially against professional assassins who would employ any despicable and unscrupulous tactics at their disposal. To think he could confront seasoned ninjas armed with only the body flicker technique would be tantamount to courting death. Yeryu was not so arrogant as to believe he had grown strong enough to challenge a Nin. He even lacked the confidence to secure victory against a Nin. Nonetheless, the gains of this evening are substantial. With exceptional learning ability, I should be able to grasp some basic ninjutsu with merely a glance. After completing tomorrow's tasks, I shall visit the training grounds to see if anyone is practicing ninjutsu. At the very least, I should learn some basic offensive ninjutsu to serve as a means of combat. I do not wish to be merely a taijutsu practitioner. Although the 8 Gates technique is powerful, not only is it uncertain whether Yeryu will have the opportunity to learn it, but he also has no desire to do so. The outcome of the 8 Gates technique is far too terrifying for him to wish to pursue. Moreover, it is the signature technique of Guy, who would not teach it to just anyone. Those who have managed to master the 8 Gates include only Guy, Kakashi, and Lee. Kakashi is a close friend of Guy, while Lee is his direct disciple. What is Yeryu in comparison? Naturally, Yeryu had no intention of seeking to learn it. Chapter 11, Kakashi, the terrifying amount of chakra. At this moment, while resting at home, Takemoto Teiichi suddenly opened his eyes and gazed towards the balcony. He coldly remarked, "Captain, it seems you are already aware of that child's situation." As soon as Teiichi finished speaking, a figure appeared on the balcony. "Teiichi, I did not expect you to be willing to step out of the Anbu and become a guiding teacher." Under the moonlight, this person's silhouette became visible. If Naruto and his companions were present, they would undoubtedly shout, "Kakashi-sensei." The figure on the balcony was none other than Team 7's guiding teacher, Hatake Kakashi. Upon hearing Kakashi's words, Teiichi approached the balcony, leaning against its railing while gazing at the moonlit night. He softly replied, "You have stepped out as well. It is indeed time to bask in the sunlight after lingering in the shadows for so long." Kakashi regarded Teiichi thoughtfully. "It seems you are quite pleased with that child. He is an exceptional little fellow." Recalling the performance of YY earlier that day, Teiichi rarely revealed a smile. However, Kakashi's expression turned serious. "You should know that he may not be as simple as you perceive," Kakashi cautioned. Teiichi turned to regard Kakashi and after a lengthy pause, stated, "In my view, he is merely a child who does not enjoy the limelight. There is nothing particularly complicated about him. If he harbored any ulterior motives, I would not be so easily deceived. I believe, Kakashi, you should comprehend this as well." Kakashi was taken aback. Indeed, if YYA possessed any nefarious intentions, he would not have been so easily tested by Teiichi. Even so, one should maintain a degree of caution with him, Kakashi advised. Teiichi chuckled softly, "Do you not trust my abilities? I was once part of the interrogation department, after all." From the very first glance, I discerned that the boy simply prefers to remain low-key. He is unlike you. At his age, you would have relished the praise of others. Kakashi felt a twinge of embarrassment. Despite his current demeanor of silence, he was not always this way before the death of Lin Nohara. After a long pause, Kakashi inquired, "Regardless, I will keep an eye on that child. Should any unforeseen circumstances arise, I will intervene." This statement was not one Kakashi intended to make. After all, YYA was Teiichi's student, and Kakashi's words implied a willingness to interfere. Most individuals would have been displeased to hear such a sentiment, yet, Teiichi remained unfazed. He replied calmly, "Do as you wish. If that child truly poses a threat to the village, I shall personally eliminate him. However, until that time, he is my student, and I have high hopes for him. I shall cultivate him into a formidable protector of the village." Although Teiichi had been stern with YYA and his companions during the day, he held great satisfaction for YYA. Initially, he had not intended to guide a team diligently, but YYA's emergence inspired him to nurture YYA into a powerful warrior. In Taichi's eyes, YYA was a genius, and a remarkably stable one at that. Once Kakashi understood Taichi's intentions, he ceased further discussion. He was well aware of Taichi's capabilities. While not exceptionally strong within the Anbu, being a member of the interrogation unit, Taichi's meticulousness and caution rendered him one of the least likely individuals to allow YYA to become a threat to the village. Nonetheless, Kakashi felt a flicker of curiosity towards YYA. After parting from Taichi, Kakashi arrived at YYA's home. For someone of Kakashi's stature, investigating YYA's background was a trivial task. He soon found himself on YYA's balcony. However, at this moment, YYA was sound asleep and was entirely oblivious to Kakashi's presence. Despite YYA's chakra being nearly on par with Kakashi's, it was merely a matter of chakra quantity. In terms of combat experience and ninjutsu, YYA had no means of resisting Karka's high. At present, YYA's strength was at best approaching that of a nin, slightly superior to an average genin, capable of holding his own against a typical nin, but nothing more. Thus, he naturally could not sense Karkash's presence. Standing on the balcony, observing the sleeping YYA within the room, Kakashi watched for a moment before pulling up his forehead protector, revealing his Sharingan. The three tomo began to swirl within the crimson depths of his Iwai. In an instant, Kakashi perceived the flow of chakra within YYA's being. However, upon witnessing the overwhelming chakra emanating from YYA, Kakashi was left dumbfounded. How is this possible? How can this child's chakra be so terrifying? Kakashi nearly lost his balance, nearly toppling from the balcony railing. The sheer magnitude of YYA's chakra instilled a sense of dread within Kakashi. Is this truly the amount of chakra that a 12-year-old child should possess? Although Naruto's chakra was significantly greater than YYA's, even hundreds of times more, it must be noted that Naruto bore the bloodline of the Uzumaki clan, coupled with the chakra of the Nine Tails, which accounted for that vast difference. Even though the chakra from the Nine Tails was merely a portion leaking from the 8 trigrams seal, it still enabled Naruto to possess chakra on a scale hundreds of times greater than Kakashi. Naruto was an exceptional case, endowed with the Uzumaki bloodline and being a Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, which justified his immense chakra reserves. For an ordinary ninja, born to non-ninja families, it seemed utterly implausible for YYA to possess such a vast reservoir of chakra. Kakashi's expression grew increasingly grave. His chakra is already about 60% of mine, approximately 20 times greater than Sasuke's. Kakashi thought of Sasuke because Sasuke's chakra was also extraordinary compared to that of ordinary ninjas. As a member of the Uchiha clan, and the reincarnation of Indra, Sasuke inherently possessed a considerable amount of chakra, second only to the Uzumaki and Senju clans. Being Indra's reincarnation further amplified Sasuke's chakra reserves, making it much greater than that of his peers. At this point, Sasuke was already capable of performing their fire style, Great Fireball technique, a jutsu that required a chakra expenditure that ordinary genin could not possibly provide. Yet, despite this, YYA's chakra reserve surpassed Sasuke's by a staggering margin, nearly 20 times more. Prior to encountering YYA, Kakashi had merely considered him a profound genius. Now, he believed YYA to be no mere genius, but rather a prodigy. The sheer quantity of his chakra was utterly unfathomable. Upon closer inspection, Kakashi was once again astonished. No, it is not just the immense quantity of chakra, the quality of this chakra is also quite extraordinary. This chakra possesses a quality that is far from ordinary, differing significantly from typical chakra. Unbeknownst to Kakashi, the chakra within YYA was a manifestation of natural energy. It was not ordinary chakra. Had Jiraiya been present, he would have immediately recognized it as Senjutsu chakra. Because YYA's chakra was formed from the condensation of natural energy, it naturally developed into Senjutsu chakra within his body without causing any peculiarities. Instead, it nourished his body, bringing him closer to the state of a sage. Chapter 12, The Terrifying Reflexes. The chakra coursing through Yuyu's being was of the sage variety. Thus, although his chakra quantity was merely at the level of an elite J-nin, the quality had transcended that of an elite J-nin. Kakashi furrowed his brow, suddenly recalling something. The chakra within this child bears a striking resemblance to that of Lord Jiraiya. No, it is akin to the chakra that Lord Jiraiya possesses when he enters a certain state. Kakashi had previously witnessed Jiraiya entering sage mode, and now the chakra emanating from Yu evoked the same sensation as when Jiraiya was in that state. This child certainly harbors many secrets. At this moment, Kakashi found himself in a quandary. Logically, he should report Yu's situation to the third Hokage. However, having experienced numerous events and spent years in the Anbu, Kakashi was acutely aware that once he divulged Yu's circumstances to the third Hokage, irrespective of whether Yu posed a threat to the village, his future would be fraught with difficulties. He might even become a specimen in a laboratory. Contemplating this, Kakashi regained his composure. I hope you do not pose any threat to Konoha. Ultimately, Kakashi resolved to conceal Yu's situation. In Konoha, apart from the Hyuga clan, only Kakashi could discern the unique chakra within Yu. As long as he remained silent, even if a Sumer or the third Hokage spoke of it, the third Hokage would remain oblivious to Yu's special chakra. Once he made this decision, Kakashi vanished from the balcony of Yu's home. Unbeknownst to Yu, he had narrowly escaped being reported to the third Hokage by Kakashi. However, even if he were aware, he would not have cared. After all, he had been granted a second chance at life. The path ahead was of little concern to him. He was indifferent, even to the possibility of being treated as an experimental subject by the village. If he could resist, he would. If not, there was no need for concern. At this moment, Yu's mindset was particularly serene. He harbored no significant ambitions, nor did he indulge in apathy. He simply lived a life of utmost normalcy. On the following morning, Yu arrived early at the training ground, yet he sensed that Chinzi was somewhat different from the previous day. She now appeared to maintain a certain distance from him. Yamada Shuki, on the other hand, seemed unchanged from yesterday. He leaned closer to Yu and whispered, Yu, did you say anything to Chinzi on your way back yesterday? Yamada Shuki inquired with a hint of curiosity. Yu replied nonchalantly, what is it that you wish to hear? Yamada Shuki wore a mischievous grin and said, you must know what I want to hear. There was nothing of significance, really. What were you expecting? Yu found himself at a loss for words. He had only just met Chinzi. How could he have possibly exchanged any intimate words? Of course, even if he had, it was improbable that he would share it with Yamada Shuki. Yamada Shuki looked crestfallen. Can't you see that Chinzi has feelings for you? You missed such a golden opportunity yesterday. You have truly disappointed me. You don't think Chinzi is unattractive, do you? Yamada Shuki's comments left Yu utterly bemused. What are you talking about? Was there really something going on at your house yesterday? Yu suspected that Yamada Shuki might have been deliberately feigning a crisis. Yamada Shuki gazed at Yu with evident disappointment. Stop asking. I am thoroughly disappointed in you. You had such a wonderful opportunity, yet you squandered it. Although Chenzi is not from a prestigious ninja clan, she belongs to a notable family in the Land of Fire. She is beautiful, possesses a gentle demeanor, and even harbors feelings for you. If I were you, I would have confessed yesterday. Yamada Shuki pressed his forehead and shook his head, appearing quite disheartened, yet Yu was left with a sense of incredulity. What on earth are you thinking? Are you really 12 years old? While he understood that children in this world matured early, it was hard to believe they could be so precocious. Yu found himself questioning whether Yamada Shuki was actually in his 20s, given the depth of his considerations. Yamada Shuki raised his hand, signaling for silence. Disappointment, utter disappointment. Yu, I am profoundly disappointed in you. Yamada Shuki adopted a rather adult-like demeanor, causing Yu's lips to twitch. You should focus your thoughts on training. If you were as serious about training as you are now, you wouldn't be stuck at this level. Among this graduating class, Yamada Shuki's skills were considered average. Of course, Yu was in the same boat. However, Yu's current strength far surpassed that of Yamada Shuki. Meanwhile, Chenzi stood to the side, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she listened to their conversation, unsure whether to speak up. After all, Yamada Shuki and Yu were whispering, clearly not wishing for her to overhear. As for Yu's feelings, she was unaware, but she had nearly confessed to him the previous night, only lacking the courage to voice her sentiments. Although she was currently adhering to her mother's advice to maintain some distance from Yu, she still held lingering affections for him. Just as the three conversed, Yu suddenly sensed something amiss. Buzz, clang, the sound of metal clashing filled the air as Yu positioned himself protectively in front of Yamato Shuki and Ben Yiqianzi, clutching a kunai in his hand. Several kunai and shuriken were embedded in the ground on either side of him. With a furrowed brow, Yu scanned the distance. Makoto, that was excessive, we are merely freshly graduated ninjas. Yu expressed his displeasure. The recent attack was something that an ordinary genin would not have been able to withstand. Had Yu not intervened, Yamato Shuki and Ben Yiqianzi would have undoubtedly been skewered like hedgehogs. The bewildered expressions on their faces confirmed what could have transpired had Yu not acted. Yu's frustration stemmed from the fact that Makoto had nearly placed Yamato Shuki and Ben Yiqianzi in harm's way. After his remark, Makoto emerged from behind a distant tree, clapping his hands. Excellent, I was right, this level of attack poses no threat to you. Makoto paid no heed to Yu's previous admonishments. It was only then that Yamato Shuki and Ben Yiqianzi realized they had been attacked by Makoto. Glancing at the kunai and shuriken at their feet, a chill ran down their spines. Had Yu not intervened, they might have met their demise. Before grasping the situation, both looked toward Makoto, who had instilled a sense of dread in them since yesterday. The aura he exuded, coupled with yesterday's oppressive presence and today's ambush, left them acutely aware of Makoto's ruthlessness. They gazed at Yu's silhouette, which now appeared imposing, like a mountain standing resolutely before them. However, Yu's mood was not as buoyant. In his eyes, Makoto's actions demonstrated a disregard for their lives. Observing Yu's anger, Makoto slowly approached. There's no need to be so upset, I merely wish to test your reflexes. I would never place my students in danger. Yet Yu dismissed this rationale outright. Given that all three were unharmed, he refrained from voicing further objections. Unbeknownst to Yu, his swift actions in countering the kunai and shuriken hurled by Makoto had left Makoto profoundly astonished. Chapter 13, The First Mission Assignment. Although the art of throwing ninja tools is taught at the Ninja Academy and is considered a fundamental skill, most graduating ninjas lack combat proficiency in this technique right after graduation. Only exceptional talents like Kakashi and Itachi Uchiha possess practical capability with ninja tools at the tender age of 6 or 7. Just moments ago, Konohagaku's shinobi, Mukamoto Teiichi, had unleashed his kunai and shuriken with full force, a feat that would be exceedingly challenging for any ordinary ninja, especially those below the nin rank, to withstand. However, Yu not only managed to defend against them but also demonstrated remarkable reflexes, clearly perceiving the trajectories of the thrown kunai and shuriken. This evidence indicates that Yu possesses not only formidable physical strength and coordination but also extraordinary sensory perception and visual acuity, surpassing that of the average individual. Indeed, Mukamoto Teiichi, at Yu's age, could not have achieved such a level of prowess. Yu remained unaware of Mukamoto Teiichi's thoughts, harboring merely a sense of dissatisfaction towards him. Yet, it was nothing more than discontent. He had no intentions of acting upon it. Given his current abilities, he felt powerless to do anything. Mukamoto Teiichi approached the trio and stated, "Today, I will take you to receive your mission assignments." The two startled students, Ben Yetter and Yamato Shuki, instantly became animated upon hearing they would be receiving missions, completely forgetting their earlier fear. "Really, sensei? Can we really take on missions now?" Mukamoto Teiichi nodded expressionlessly. "Of course, but for now, you will only be assigned C-rank missions or lower. During these missions, I will also conduct training with you. You must prepare yourselves mentally," he continued, his tone suddenly icy. He turned to Yu, a faint smile gracing his lips, "But I believe you are quite looking forward to it." Yu frowned at Mukamoto Teiichi. "Sensei Teiichi, you are currently dealing with 3 students who have just graduated from the Ninja Academy. Such trials as before seem rather unnecessary." Mukamoto Teiichi patted Yu on the shoulder. "You still care, don't you? Perhaps for the 2 of them, the days ahead may prove challenging, but for you, it should be a good opportunity." Yu understood the implication behind Mukamoto Teiichi's words and indeed felt a sense of anticipation for the ninjutsu he might learn from him. However, he felt a lack of kindness towards Yamato Shuki and Ben Yetter, for their innate talents were rather mediocre. If Mukomoto Teichi were excessively harsh with them, they would undoubtedly struggle. Observing Yuyu's silence, Mukomoto Teichi smiled and said, "Let us proceed to the Hokage Tower to receive our missions." Ben Yetter and Yamada Shuki were oblivious to the exchange between Mukomoto Teichi and Yuyu, still basking in the excitement of being assigned missions. Shortly after the four departed, Kakashi, who was supposed to accompany Team 7 to receive their missions, perched atop a tree, engrossed in a novel. His attention, however, was not on the book. He had been closely observing Mukomoto Teichi's test of Yuyu from start to finish, and Yuyu's performance left him astounded. Even after Yuyu and the others had departed, Kakashi muttered to himself, "Not only does he possess a vast amount of chakra, but his physical reflexes far exceed those of ordinary ninjas, and his eyesight is comparable to that of someone wielding the Sharingan." Kakashi considered that even a typical nin would struggle to react to the kunai and shuriken launched by Mukomoto Teichi. Even if they were aware of the attack, they would not be able to perceive the trajectory of the ninja tools, rendering them incapable of defense. Such reflexes and vision were beyond the capabilities of an ordinary ninja. Kakashi even questioned whether Yuyu's eyesight could rival his own when using the Sharingan. "I wonder if this kid could learn my Chidori," Kakashi pondered, contemplating Yuyu's remarkable vision and agility, which would indeed make him an ideal candidate for the technique. However, Chidori was an A-rank forbidden technique. Not only was Yuyu unrelated to him and not his student, but even if he were willing to teach him, the risks involved would give Kakashi pause. Forbidden techniques not only wield great power and lethality but also pose significant danger to the practitioner. Therefore, even if Kakashi wished to teach Yuyu, he needed to weigh the associated risks carefully. Kakashi had chosen to teach Sasuke largely because he was his student, but also because of Sasuke's Sharingan. Even with the Sharingan, it had taken a month of intense training for Sasuke to master it. Watching Yuyu's retreating figure, Kakashi murmured, "If you truly harbor no ill intentions towards the village, you are indeed a talent worth nurturing. If cultivated properly, you might become the next fourth Hokage." At that moment, Kakashi's wariness of Yuyu diminished considerably. This change stemmed from witnessing Yuyu's genuine anger when Mukomoto Teichi harmed his teammates. Yuyu's emotions were sincere, and Kakashi recognized him as someone who valued his comrades. Such a person was deserving of his trust. Yuyu reminded Kakashi of his younger self. No, he mused, he had not been as admirable as Yuyu. After all, he had languished in darkness for a significant period during his youth. "I must admit, I envy Teichi a little for his good fortune in discovering such a promising talent." In Kakashi's eyes, as long as Yuyu did not falter along the way, his future achievements would undoubtedly rival Kakashi's own. Reflecting on his three troublesome students brought Kakashi nothing but headaches. Though Sasuke and Naruto possessed immense potential, one being an Ucher who had awakened the Sharingan, and the other a Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails with the Uzumaki lineage, both were incredibly challenging to guide. In fact, the third Hokage had entrusted them to him with the intention of utilizing Sasuke's Sharingan to keep Naruto in check, yet, both Sasuke and Naruto exhibited rather eccentric personalities. In contrast, Kakashi speculated that Yuyu might be easier to teach. At the very least, Yuyu appeared significantly more mature in his thinking. Shaking his head, Kakashi vanished from the training ground. Soon after, Yuyu and his companions arrived at the Hokage Tower. The third Hokage did not perceive anything particularly special about Yuyu. Moreover, neither Asuma nor Kakashi, nor Mukomoto Teichi, had mentioned Yuyu to the third Hokage. Upon exiting the Hokage Tower, they encountered Team 7, who were also on their way to receive missions. Upon seeing Yuyu, Naruto cheerfully called out, "Hey, Yuyu, what mission did you guys take?" Naruto, ever the extrovert, dashed over to Yuyu with a grin. "Just a D-rank mission," Yuyu replied, recognizing that it was their first assignment and unlikely to be particularly challenging. Naruto, however, seemed oblivious to this, cheerfully asserting, "D-rank, ho, this time, we'll definitely get a C-rank mission." Yuyu offered no further comment, merely saying, "Then I wish you all the best." Kakashi's gaze remained fixed on Yuyu, clearly pleased with his performance. In his eyes, Yuyu was undoubtedly the student he desired most, primarily due to their compatible personalities. Standing beside Kakashi, Sasuke regarded Yuyu with a hint of confusion. He had no strong recollection of him, not even remembering that they were in the same class. Sakura shared a similar sentiment, however. Upon encountering Yu, she was taken aback. Externally composed, she internally mused, he looks no less striking than Sasuke. Who on earth is he? He seems quite familiar with Naruto. How could someone like him have such a close relationship with Naruto? Chapter 14. Practicing water walking. In Sakura's mind, Naruto did not possess good social skills. Mukomoto Toker merely exchanged a glance with Kakashi, giving a slight nod as a form of greeting before leading the three away. Kakashi's gaze left Mukomoto Toker somewhat speechless, pondering, is Kakashi fixated on Yu? He initially believed that Kakashi was targeting Yu due to his concealed strength. Had he known that Kakashi was envious of him, Mukomoto Toker would likely have felt a sense of caution. After all, every teacher desires exemplary students. Once Yu and his companions departed, Sakura looked at Kakashi with curiosity, asking, Kakashi-sensei, who was that person? She had noticed Kakashi's unwavering attention on Yu and assumed they were well acquainted. Kakashi turned his head and replied nonchalantly, an intriguing individual. Now, let us proceed inside. He was reluctant to elaborate further to Sakura, since earlier, Sasuke had sensed a subtle pressure emanating from Yu, a feeling he had never encountered before. Previously, Sasuke had always been the top student in his class at the Ninja Academy, never considering others as rivals. The notion of being pressured by classmates was inconceivable, yet, after just a brief interaction, he felt an instinctive recognition that Yu might become his adversary in the future. Kakashi remained silent, but Naruto cheerfully remarked to Sakura, that's Team 11, and the one who is only slightly less handsome than me is Yu, my friend. Although they had only recently met, Naruto had already regarded Yu as a friend, seemingly oblivious to Yu's aloofness towards him. Sakura cast Naruto a disapproving glance, exclaiming, you fool, Naruto, your shamelessness knows no bounds. In Sakura's eyes, Yu's appearance rivaled that of Sasuke. If not for Sasuke's unique position in her heart, she might have even considered Yu more attractive. Meanwhile, Yu and his companions arrived at the back mountain of Konoha. Upon gazing at the magnificent waterfall before them, Yamada Tsubaraki and Hono Yatarzi wore expressions of dismay, exclaiming, Sensei, why have we been assigned such a task? And how on earth are we supposed to retrieve the trash beneath the waterfall? Their mission was to clean up the litter in the lake at the back mountain of Konoha. As mere newcomers, they were naturally not entrusted with combat missions. However, the lake's upstream was dominated by a towering waterfall, approximately 40 to 50 meters high, with a ferocious current that posed a significant challenge. The thought of clearing the debris beneath the waterfall was indeed daunting. Mukomoto Toker, maintaining a stoic expression, stated, today, I will teach you how to use chakra to walk on the surface of the lake without sinking. Upon hearing Mukomoto Toker's words, the previously disheartened Yamada Tsubaraki and Hono Yatarzi instantly perked up. Really? Sensei, what jutsu will you teach us? Yu looked at Mukomoto Toker, who was also gazing back at him. Water walking, it is indeed a fundamental yet practical jutsu. Although basic, Yu had never learned it before, having neglected it due to his average talent. Now he felt a sense of anticipation. Seeing Yu's interest, Mukomoto Toker smiled slightly, saying, follow me to the lake shore, and I will demonstrate. The group approached the water's edge, where the current was calm, providing an ideal location for practice. Mukomoto Toker extended his foot and gently stepped onto the water's surface. Watch closely. While your feet are on the water, you must control the chakra within you to adhere to the soles of your feet. Be mindful of the chakra's quantity, ensuring it is just enough to support your body. Too much or too little will not suffice. This balance must be mastered through your own practice. As he spoke, Mukomoto Toker stood firmly on the water, as stable as if he were on solid ground, without sinking. This spectacle left Yamada Tsubaraki and Hono Yatarzi in awe. Wow, Sensei, you are standing on the water without sinking, exclaimed one. This is incredible. Neither of them came from ninja clans and had never witnessed such jutsu before. Yu, observing Mukomoto Toker's steady stance on the water, felt a sense of amazement. The difference between imagination and reality was stark. Unable to contain himself, Yamada Tsubaraki took the initiative to try. Approaching the lake shore, he cautiously concentrated chakra beneath his feet, although Mukomoto Toker had demonstrated and explained the principles, Yamada Tsubaki felt a surge of anxiety as he prepared to step onto the water. Just as he was about to exert force, he lost his footing and fell into the water. "This is so difficult, sensei, how do you make it look so effortless?" Rising from the water and wiping his hair, Yamada Tsubaki looked at Mukomoto Toker with embarrassment. Witnessing Yamada Tsubaki's predicament, Hono Yatarzi hesitated to try herself. "Is it really that hard?" Sensei made it seem quite simple, and the principles appear straightforward, Hono Yatarzi inquired, glancing at Yamada Tsubaki. Yamada Tsubaki, now on the shore, replied with a rueful smile, "It's simply unattainable. The principles may sound easy, but mastering the precise amount of chakra is exceedingly challenging." Mukomoto Toker nodded in agreement. "Indeed, although you have yet to master it, you have grasped the essence of this jutsu. The crux lies in maintaining an appropriate chakra level, which requires precise control. This is something I cannot assist you with, it is up to you to practice and explore." Yamada Tsubaki conceded, "This is too difficult. I suspect it will take me a considerable amount of time to master." He felt overwhelmed by the challenge at hand. "Just now, I couldn't even sense a moment where I could stand on the water, it felt just like when I lacked chakra." "Sensei, how long did it take you to master this jutsu?" Yamada Tsubaki was curious about the time Mukomoto Toker had invested in mastering it, considering that as a jonin, he was undoubtedly a prodigy from a young age. Jonin represented the pinnacle of combat prowess within a village, and their numbers were few even among the 5 great ninja villages. Each jonin was a paragon in their respective field. Mukomoto Toker replied calmly, 2 days. 2 days, even you, sensei, needed 2 days, then we might require several weeks, Yamada Tsubaki exclaimed. Although he recognized his average talent, he was well versed in the theories of ninjutsu and understood that his abilities paled in comparison to Mukomoto Toker's. Hono Yatarzi, initially eager to give it a try, withdrew her foot upon hearing Yamada Tsubaki's remarks, as her talent was similar to his. "Sensei, what about the trash?" Hono Yatarzi pointed toward the litter below the waterfall. Gazing at the terrifying force of the waterfall, she felt a pang of fear. The violent current from such a height could easily prove fatal. Mukomoto Toker shook his head, saying, "That is for you to figure out. It is the very purpose of this task. If you cannot even handle such a simple matter, you will surely perish when facing formidable foes in the future." Chapter 15, The Terrifying Talent. The chilling voice of Muto Tohichi startled Yamashita Shuki and Hanayata Keio. Yara gazed at the two, shaking his head. "Teacher, please don't frighten them." Standing on the surface of the water, Muto Tohichi looked towards Yara and smiled. "What is stopping you from giving it a try?" Muto Tohichi was curious to see if Yara had mastered the technique. Yamashita Shuki and Hanayata Keio also turned their attention to Yara, both aware that he had a slight edge over them. They were eager to see whether Yara could indeed learn this ninjutsu. Yara hesitated for a moment. In truth, he had comprehended the principles of the technique entirely the instant Muto Tohichi had finished explaining. He had even calculated the requisite amount of chakra. Yet, he remained uncertain if he could execute it successfully. Yara was also curious to discover whether he had truly grasped it. Muto Tohichi encouraged, "Give it a shot." Nodding, Yara approached the water's edge, channeling chakra within his body. In an instant, the chakra coursed through his meridians. With a focused gaze, Yara placed one foot upon the water's surface. Slap! The previously calm water surface indented beneath his foot. Just as the three assumed Yara was about to plunge into the water, the depression he created surged back, buoying his body above the surface. Subsequently, Yara stood firmly on the water, showing no signs of sinking. "Wow, Yara, you must have practiced this before, right?" Yamashita Shuki was left astounded. Yara had succeeded on his first attempt, leading him to question whether Yara had prior experience. Hanayata Keio's eye sparkled with an indescribable light. Muto Tohichi was equally stunned. You actually learned it." Yara too was taken aback, although he was aware of his enhanced physical capabilities and the significant increase in his chakra reserves. He had not anticipated achieving success on his very first attempt. At that moment, Yara finally understood the true terror of the system's exceptional learning ability. It was worth noting that even a genius like Sasuke had spent an entire day mastering a technique akin to walking on water, enduring numerous injuries in the process. Despite his surprise, Yarher quickly regained his composure. "I'm not quite sure how I did it," he said. Upon hearing Yarher's words, combined with his innocent expression, the three felt their mouths twitch slightly. Were it not for the inappropriateness of the situation, they might have wished to knock Yarher senseless, yet unbeknownst to them, Yarher was speaking the truth. The moment Muto Tohichi had elucidated the principle, Yarher's mind had deconstructed every detail of the ninjutsu. He had calculated all variables with precision. All that remained was to channel the chakra according to the results in his mind. His control over chakra was extraordinarily adept, enabling him to learn it instantaneously. Muto Tohichi, recovering from his astonishment, managed to calm his inner turmoil. He pondered that genius was beyond his comprehension. However, if Kakashi were to find out his thoughts, he would surely declare, "No, this isn't genius. This is a monstrosity." Back in the day, Kakashi had spent an entire day mastering the technique of walking on water. Despite being only 6 years old, it was important to note that Kakashi had the advantage of being from the Hatake clan, with family traditions passed down, and he had begun training from a young age. In contrast, Yarher was just now embarking on his training journey. Previously, Yarher had only mastered the body replacement technique. Yarher's talent was unfathomable. Even the most gifted individuals would find it impossible. Muto Tohichi trembled as he asked, "You truly haven't practiced this before?" Yarher shook his head. "I only learned the body replacement technique at school. It is the sole ninjutsu I have mastered." "Then it seems your experiences at the Ninja Academy have hindered your development," Muto Tohichi remarked sincerely. He genuinely believed that the years spent at the Ninja Academy had impeded Yarher's growth. "However, you never revealed your talent while at the academy, which prevented anyone from recognizing it," Muto Tohichi added with a wry smile. Yamashita Shuki and Hanayata Ko nodded in agreement. Indeed, Yarher was far too unassuming during his time at school. "If you had showcased your talents there, Sasuke might not have stood a chance against you," they mused. Yarher waved his hand dismissively. "I didn't want to invite trouble. Have you seen how many people Sasuke has to deal with every day?" Muto Tohichi inquired. "Is that why you were reluctant to showcase your abilities?" Yarher nodded. "Exactly. Why would I want to complicate things for myself? I'm going to be at the Ninja Academy for 6 years. Of course, this was merely a facade. The real reason was that Yarher's talent had been quite ordinary, and he truly had no remarkable abilities. However, even if he had possessed exceptional talent, he would still have chosen not to reveal it at the academy. It was not out of fear of the third Hokage or Danzo, but rather a desire to avoid unnecessary complications. This was Yarher's genuine sentiment, conveyed with such sincerity that it convinced Muto Tohichi. He had not anticipated that the reason behind Yarher's concealment of his talent was so simplistic. Yamashita Shuki and Hanayata Ko found Yarher's situation absurd. Had they possessed Yarher's talent, they would have undoubtedly established themselves as the dominant force at the academy long ago. Children often find it difficult to resist showing off their uniqueness in front of their peers. Muto Tohichi shook his head, bemused by how he had speculated so much, only to discover that the true reason for Yarher's concealment of his abilities was so straightforward. He genuinely believed him. Muto Tohichi, having worked in the Anbu and dealt with interrogations, could perceive that Yarher was not lying. Now understanding Yarher's perspective, Muto Tohichi truly lowered his guard, regarding him as his own student. "Very well, since you have mastered it, try walking on a flowing body of water and see if you can maintain your balance." Muto Tohichi was eager to discover Yarher's limits. Yamashita Shuki and Hanayata Ko watched Yarher with anticipation. Though they had not learned the technique, they were thrilled to see Yarher grow stronger. It would be advantageous to have a reliable ally during missions. Yarher nodded and gradually made his way toward the flowing water. The instant he approached the area with the current, a myriad of data flooded his mind. These were various calculations his brain generated regarding different positions, while simultaneously, his body output the corresponding chakra. The three on the shore looked on in astonishment as Yarher stood steadily upon the surface of the flowing water. Even Muto Tohichi gazed at Yarher with wide eyes, unable to comprehend the scene before him. This guy is a monster." Yamashita Shuki and Hanayata Ko felt a sense of dread. despite having no idea how extraordinary Yer truly was. Teacher, isn't it more challenging to stand on the surface of flowing water than on still water? Muto Tohichi's lips twitched. Well, think about it. The chakra required for flowing water is dynamic. One could say that maintaining balance on flowing water is tenfold more difficult than on still water. Even I, back then, struggled for about 10 days before barely managing to stand on flowing water. This guy is simply a monster. Muto Tohichi's expression grew solemn. He sensed that it wouldn't be long before he could no longer teach Yer. If Yer could master such a challenging technique with such speed, learning other ninjutsu would undoubtedly become even easier. After all, walking on water demanded exceptionally precise chakra control, rendering it far more difficult than learning a C-rank ninjutsu. One could easily fathom the extent of Yer's terrifying abilities. Chapter 16. Complete mastery of the 5 chakra attributes. Yu did not pause in the middle of the lake. Instead, he proceeded towards the base of the waterfall. He, too, was eager to test the limits of his capabilities. However, when Mubon Tomoya noticed Yu advancing toward the waterfall, he was taken aback and hurriedly called out, Yu, that's enough, do not venture any further, it is far too perilous. Yet, Yu did not heed his warning. The closer he drew to the waterfall, the more the thunderous roar of water crashing against the lake's surface quickened his heartbeat, and he steeled himself to discover just how far he could push his limits. Seeing Yu's unwavering determination, Mubon Tomoya rushed toward him, but halted a few meters away when he beheld Yu's serious demeanor. He understood Yu's intent, though concern gnawed at him, he chose to respect Yu's resolve. The resounding rumble of the waterfall echoed around them, and the splashes had already drenched Yu's garments. Nevertheless, he continued to advance toward the tumultuous waters with an expression devoid of fear. At that moment, his body danced with the surging waves, yet he maintained his footing atop the water surface, chakra firmly adhering beneath his feet when he was merely 5 or 6 meters from the precipice of the waterfall. However, he had successfully gauged his limits. Hey, even if I were to step into the heart of the waterfall, I wouldn't merely fall into the water, I would be smashed in, Yu mused, fully aware that while he could stand steadfast on the churning surface, the ferocious currents of the waterfall would inevitably plunge him into the depths below. The sheer force of the waterfall was overwhelming, something his physical form could not withstand at present. After all, he was merely testing the extent of his ability to tread water, not courting danger. Yu had no intention of meeting his end here. After retreating a few steps, Yu turned to face Mubon Tomoya, who bore a vigilant expression, poised to rush to his aid at a moment's notice. In this instant, Yu truly acknowledged the concern of his instructor. Despite Tomoya's cold demeanor, Yu could sense the worry that lay beneath. A smile graced Yu's lips as he said, Teacher, it seems I have mastered this. Mubon Tomoya exhaled in relief, approaching him and observing his soaked attire before gently patting him on the shoulder. You are far too reckless. Even if you wish to discover your limits, this venture was exceedingly dangerous. You are still but a novice, and the power of that waterfall is something you are not yet equipped to handle. Yu remained silent, merely smiling in response. The two made their way back to the shore, where Yamashita and Hanyor Taiko stood in stunned silence. The image of Yu advancing toward the roaring waterfall lingered vividly in their minds, rendering him almost. They had not anticipated such a vast disparity between themselves and Yu. Mother, Yu is certainly not someone unworthy of trust, Hanyor Taiko declared, her earlier doubts about Yu instilled by her mother now vanquished. Yamashita's admiration for Yu was evident, for the spectacle he had just witnessed was nothing short of astonishing. He could hardly believe that Yu was merely a newcomer, having just graduated from the ninja academy, just like him. Yu, how on earth did you manage that? You truly terrified me. Yamashita exclaimed. I never imagined you could stand so steadily on the water's surface under such circumstances. Yu offered no reply, only a faint smile. Having mastered the technique of treading water, the task of clearing the lake's debris became significantly simpler. Even the refuse near the waterfall could be extracted using kunai affixed with wire. At the Ninja Academy, aside from the three-body technique, Yu had also honed his throwing skills with ninja tools to a remarkable degree. Following the lifting of his chakra restrictions and the acquisition of exceptional learning abilities, he had become nearly unparalleled in the art of utilizing ninja tools, perhaps even surpassing Mubun Tomoya in this regard. After a busy afternoon, they finally cleared the lake of litter. The trio sat beneath a tree on the shore, resting. Yamashita and Hanyu Taiko were drenched in sweat from their exertions, while Yu, aside from his wet clothing, felt no fatigue. He mused that he could have completed the task more swiftly on his own, but the endeavor required the three of them to achieve its purpose. The completion of the task was not of utmost importance. Rather, it was crucial that they all gained experience. You must be quite tired. This task is relatively simple and poses little danger, Mubun Tomoya remarked. You will truly grasp the challenges of being a ninja when you receive combat assignments. Well, the sun is setting. Let us report our completion of the task, and I shall treat you to a barbecue. Upon hearing the mention of barbecue, Yamashita, who had been panting heavily, sprang to his feet, exclaiming, "Long live the teacher! Let us go eat barbecue." Even for ninjas, indulging in barbecue was considered a luxurious expense. Should they overindulge, they could easily deplete a Nin's wallet. Of course, none among Yu's trio could match the insatiable appetite of Choji. Yu also stood, grinning. "Teacher, it is rare for you to be so generous." Hanyu Taiko rose alongside Yu, adding, I previously thought you were quite difficult to approach." Mubun Tomoya said nothing. In the past, he had indeed been a stern and unapproachable figure. However, as the first group of students under his tutelage, and particularly due to his satisfaction with Yu, he had a different attitude toward them than he did with others. After reporting their task and enjoying the barbecue, Yu returned home to rest. Lying in bed, he delved into his consciousness space. Your control over chakra has increased twofold. You have acquired 5 elemental attributes of chakra today. Upon hearing the rewards, Yu nearly leapt from his bed in exhilaration. 5 elemental attributes of chakra, he exclaimed. This reward is extraordinarily generous. With this, I now possess chakra of all 5 attributes, he realized. I am merely lacking the yin and yang chakra attributes. Yet even without those, the 5 elemental chakras are already a rare treasure. In the entire ninja world, the number of shinobi possessing all elemental chakra attributes was exceedingly scarce. Otherwise, Kakuzu would not have slain so many ninjas merely to obtain the 5 elemental chakras. The sudden acquisition of such power left Yu brimming with excitement. Previously, he had been unaware of his chakra attributes, but that was now inconsequential. He had achieved mastery over all 5. This meant that, barring the need for yin and yang ninjutsu, he could now learn any technique requiring elemental chakra. At this moment, Yu felt even more exhilarated than when he had gained the ability to lift chakra restrictions. After all, possessing chakra of all attributes was the hallmark of a protagonist in the 4th Great Ninja War. While Naruto's primary chakra was wind, by the end, both he and Sasuke wielded chakra of all attributes. At this rate, it may not be impossible to obtain the yin and yang attributes in the future, he mused. Chapter 17. Kakashi wished to personally instruct Yu at the home of the Kumoto family. Once again, he appeared on their balcony. Kumoto looked at the silhouette on the balcony and shook his head, saying, "Kakashi, it's not as if my house lacks a door." Kakashi paid no heed to Kumoto's playful retort. Gazing at the moonlit night, he casually inquired, "It seems you are quite pleased with that lad. I've never seen you partake in gatherings before." Kumoto stepped onto the balcony, remarking, "It appears you are rather attentive to that boy, but you ought to know, he is my student." Kumoto turned his gaze towards Kakashi. Kakashi chuckled, "Why so tense? Are you worried I might steal him away? I do harbor concerns. After all, that boy excels far beyond my expectations. I assume the one in the woods today was you." Kumoto had indeed sensed Kakashi's presence earlier. Being a former Anbu-jonin, albeit from the interrogation division, his perceptive abilities were quite refined. Using shadow clones to train students, if your pupil were to discover this, he might feel disheartened. Moreover, none of your students are to be underestimated. Though Kumoto's jest was met with indifference from Kakashi, he continued, "Har har, that lad has transformed you significantly. The old you would never have spoken in such a manner." Kakashi sighed in reflection. "Indeed, that boy has made me realize that if I do not teach him well, it will be a lifelong regret." Kumoto did not deny this. Kakashi was somewhat taken aback. He had not anticipated Kumoto's candid admission, nor did he expect Yu to hold such a prominent place in his heart. Yet, recalling how Yu had approached the waterfall without a hint of fear, unfazed by the possibility of being swept away, Kakashi acknowledged his envy of Kumoto. That fellow's talent surpasses even mine, Kakashi lamented with a bitter. Once he too was hailed as a prodigy in Konoha, graduating from the Ninja Academy at the tender age of 5, becoming a Chunin at 6, and achieving Jonin status by 12, subsequently earning the illustrious title of Copy Ninja Kakashi throughout the ninja world. He was undeniably a genius of unparalleled caliber, even outshining Uchiha Itachi, yet he pales in comparison to you. At 12, you were already a Jonin, and he is merely a novice, Kumoto replied. Come now, had he access to my resources, he would likely have attained Jonin status by now. His 6 years at the Ninja Academy have held him back, Kakashi countered. Kakashi had always believed that Yu's decision to conceal his talents at the Ninja Academy was unwise. However, considering how Yu managed to remain humble at such a young age, skillfully hiding his abilities, he recognized that even he could not achieve such restraint. He had no need to do so back then. What do you intend to teach him? Will you impart ninjutsu to him now? Kakashi inquired, observing Kumoto's pensive demeanor. Kumoto fell silent for a moment. I have yet to come to a decision. Truthfully, I feel my ninjutsu may not be suitable for him. Most of my techniques pertain to interrogation, and I do not wish for him to enter the Anbu in the future. Kumoto sighed. Although he longed to teach Yu powerful combat techniques, his repertoire was limited to basic elemental jutsu, lacking any formidable offensive techniques. I genuinely do not know what I can teach him after he masters the basics. Noticing Kumoto's distress, Kakashi paused before suggesting, if you are willing, I could lend a hand. Kumoto was taken aback, his eyes wide with astonishment. You would assist me, are you not concerned about the Hokage's disapproval? After all, the third Hokage had entrusted Sasuke and Naruto to Kakashi, expecting him to train them diligently. Should Kakashi become distracted by Yu, the third would certainly voice his objections. Then let us keep it a secret. For the time being, we will predominantly be executing missions within the village. With that child's talent, I am confident that before he is assigned to field missions, I can equip him with Jonin-level ninjutsu skills. Kumoto regarded Kakashi, somewhat incredulous. While he understood Kakashi harbored high hopes for Yu, he did not expect him to go to such lengths. It is worth noting that Kakashi was nicknamed the Copy Ninja, possessing knowledge of thousands of jutsu thanks to his Sharingan. Yet, he still yearned to teach Yu ninjutsu. However, considering that apart from a few B-rank techniques, all his A-rank techniques were interrogation-related, he realized that Yu would find them of little utility. Do you have any conditions? Kumoto was acutely aware that nothing comes without a price. My request is simple. When we carry out missions, I will occasionally need to borrow him. Kumoto was momentarily stunned. You do not mean to take him on perilous assignments, do you? Kakashi nodded. You should understand well that one cannot forge a strong warrior in a greenhouse. When I was 12, I accompanied the fourth on missions. He is he, and you are you. You underwent rigorous training. While despite his exceptional talent, he is still merely a novice fresh from the Ninja Academy. What of the missions you undertook? Were any below B rank? I cannot allow my student to accompany you into danger. Kumoto was quite agitated. Kakashi's missions were far from the mundane tasks assigned to Naruto and the others. They were missions Kakashi himself had taken on. As an elite Jonin, one of the strongest, the tasks he undertook were fraught with peril, even for an average Jonin. Although Yu's talent was formidable, he was still untrained in ninjutsu and had yet to engage in true combat. Kumoto could not possibly agree to let him accompany Kakashi into perilous situations, yet, Kakashi had his reasons. Kumoto, you should recognize that exposing him to genuine danger early on will benefit his growth. He should have been out there long ago. In fact, it may already be somewhat late. Kumoto remained resolute. I will not consent. I hope to proceed gradually until he possesses sufficient strength, at which point I will feel comfortable allowing him to venture out. Kakashi shook his head. Your perspective is misguided. He is not like ordinary individuals. A gradual approach will only render him mediocre. Do you truly wish for him to become an ordinary ninja? Yet I fear even more for his life. Kumoto's eyes widened as he spoke. He genuinely regarded Yu as his student, and even if his approach might lead to Yu becoming mediocre, he would prefer that Yu not undertake life-threatening missions alongside Kakashi. Chapter 18, Encountering an Attack. Tomo, please remain calm. With me here, I will ensure his safety, Kakashi said with a sense of helplessness, witnessing Tomo's emotional turmoil for the first time. He could empathize. Indeed, Tomo regarded Yuruha as his own disciple. How many comrades have perished alongside you? Though the Anbu ninjas should have long been aware of such a fate, I refuse to let him join the Anbu. I wish for him to become a protector of the village, to live freely under the sun. Kakashi fell silent. Tomo's words evoked memories of Obito Uchiha and Rin no Hara, a knot in his heart that had persisted for many years. He is unlike the others. I take him under my wing to nurture his growth, not merely to treat him as a teammate for missions. If a truly perilous task arises, I would never bring him along. Surely that suffices. Kakashi had already taken a step back. Yet Tomo shook his head resolutely. Impossible. Do not entertain such thoughts. I will never allow him to venture out without the means to protect himself. Tomo, you have changed significantly. The old you would never have acted this way. Tomo gazed at Kakashi. Have you not changed either? You are entirely different from your time in the Anbu. With that, both fell into silence. Indeed, they had both transformed, all because of Yuruha. Both understood that given Yuruha's prodigious talent, with proper guidance, he would undoubtedly become a formidable force in safeguarding the village. The disagreement lay solely in their differing teaching methodologies. Yuruha remained blissfully unaware of this contention. I would never take him on missions until he possesses adequate self-defense capabilities. Shall we make a pact? Once he attains the strength to defeat you, I shall take him out. Kakashi regarded Tomo earnestly. After a moment's contemplation, Tomo nodded in agreement. His consent stemmed from the understanding that Tomo was not a combat-oriented ninja. In terms of combat, he was merely at the level of an average Jonin. However, if Yuruha could defeat him, it would at least affirm that Yuruha possessed Jonin-level strength. Were their conversation to be overheard by others, it would undoubtedly be deemed the ramblings of dreamers. After all, Tomo was a Jonin, while Yuruha had only just graduated from the Ninja Academy. Setting aside whether Yuruha could indeed best Tomo, the question of whether he could ever become a Jonin was shrouded in uncertainty. After all, in any ninja village, Jonin are the elite among ninjas, a distinction not easily attained. To become a Jonin, regardless of combat aptitude, one must possess a foundational strength equivalent to that of a standard Jonin. The ninjas who attain such a rank are indeed rare, even among the 5 great ninja villages, where the number of Jonin rarely exceeds 100. Thus, Kakashi implied that Yuruha should acquire the capability to defeat a Jonin within less than a year, a notion bordering on absurdity. The average person would dismiss it as folly. However, both Kakashi and Tomo, aware of Yuruha's talent, found it entirely plausible. They both believed that Yuruha could reach Jonin-level strength by the time he was eligible for missions. In the Hidden Leaf village, new teams typically commenced external missions after completing 3 months of village tasks. The following day, after undertaking another D-rank mission, Yuruha mastered the tree-climbing technique. The pressure he exerted spurred Yamada Kinoshita and Moto Yatoko to work diligently, though their average talent hindered their ability to grasp the techniques Tomo had taught. As night fell, while walking home, Yuruha abruptly halted in a deserted street. With his acute sensory abilities, he surveyed the empty surroundings with a grave expression. Despite the absence of any figures, an instinct warned him that advancing further would be perilous. Just as he prepared to turn back, dozens of shuriken and kunai suddenly hurtled towards him. The sound of the flying weapons sent a chill down Yuruha's spine. Buzz, clink, clink, clink. In an instant, as the barrage of shuriken and kunai neared him, Yuruha's gaze sharpened, and in the blink of an eye, he vanished from his original position. The projectiles missed their target, embedding themselves deep into a wall several meters away, sparks flying as they struck the surface with tremendous force. The sheer power behind those weapons would have undoubtedly pierced flesh with fatal ease. Now several meters away, Yuruha turned to see where the weapons had struck, gasping in astonishment. If I had been hit, it would have been the end. Unbeknownst to him, the assailant perched on a tree several dozen meters away was equally astonished. Such speed has reached the level of the body flicker technique. This kid is quite clever, the attacker mused. In that fleeting moment, Yuruha had concentrated chakra beneath his feet, propelling himself several meters away in a manner identical to the body flicker technique, despite having never learned it. One could only imagine the extent of Yuruha's chakra control and physical prowess. Regaining his composure, Yuruha focused on the direction of the assailant. With no one else around, he drew a kunai and assumed a combat stance. I cannot linger here. I must find an opportunity to flee. Judging from the previous attack, this person's strength far exceeds my own. In an instant, Yuruha assessed the disparity between them. However, he dared not turn his back. To do so would invite immediate assassination from behind. Yuruha had no intention of engaging the assailant. He had yet to master any ninjutsu and his taijutsu was far from proficient. Relying solely on a few basic techniques he had learned would be utterly insufficient to contend with the attacker. This realization had been clear to Yuruha from the outset. Now he needed to devise an escape plan. For a brief moment, the surroundings fell into silence, save for the evening breeze. The desolate street lacked streetlights, and the enveloping darkness sent shivers down one's spine. Yuruha's gaze remained fixed on the assailant's position, having sensed their approximate location, yet he refrained from making any hasty moves. Suddenly, Yuruha detected a fluctuation of chakra behind him. So fast. He froze, the assailant appearing behind him in an instant, leaving him no time to react. In that fleeting moment, Yuruha regained his senses. This time, he refrained from using the body flicker technique. He understood that the assailant's speed surpassed his own. Attempting to use it again would be tantamount to courting death. In that critical instant, Yuruha executed a whip kick in a swift. It's a shadow clone, Yuruha thought, alarmed. Earth release, mud swamp technique. Yuruha suddenly felt the ground beneath him give way. The street transformed into a quagmire, its strong adhesive properties quickly dragging him down into the mire. Now half of his body was already submerged, sinking deeper with each passing moment. Chapter 19. What is Karkash's purpose? In a mere span of 3 seconds, Yu found himself reduced to just his head resting upon the ground. Yet, the assailant lurking in the shadows did not reveal themselves. Indeed, as the swamp engulfed Yu's head, a plume of white smoke materialized. The Yu submerged in the mire transformed into a mere wooden log. A substitution technique, he mused. Truly, the application of learned ninjutsu is executed with remarkable finesse. It turned out that Yu had skillfully evaded the assailant's earth-style jutsu through the use of the substitution technique, while his true self had already emerged several meters away. However, he was far from at ease, gazing intently in the direction of the attacker with a grave expression. This individual is exceptionally powerful. I am no match for them. Who could it possibly be? He pondered. Surely, I have no enemies. In fact, I hardly know anyone in the village. Who could be seeking to harm me? Yu felt a surge of frustration. The recent techniques aimed squarely at his demise were unmistakable. What grievances could there be? He could not recall offending anyone of such formidable strength. As Yu's mind raced, contemplating the identity of his assailant, a figure emerged from the depths of the shadowy woods. Not bad, not bad. It seems you have already attained the strength of a nin, the figure remarked. Upon seeing this person, Yu's tension escalated. The darkness was profound, and the newcomer's face was obscured, rendering Yu unable to discern their identity. Yet, the aura emanating from this individual was overwhelmingly potent, far surpassing even that of his teacher. If this person does this individual truly dare to commit murder in plain sight? Although ninjas often undertake assassination missions, this was a village governed by order. Even ninjas would hesitate to inflict harm indiscriminately. Moreover, given the strength of this individual, should they wish to end his life, it would be a trivial endeavor. Yu understood that this person could eliminate him in an instant. As Yu deliberated, the figure had already approached him. I don't believe I have wronged you, he stated, remaining motionless as he sought to ascertain the identity of the stranger. The assailant glanced at Yu and coolly commanded, "Come with me," before turning and walking away. In that fleeting moment, Yu was tempted to flee, yet, contemplating the disparity between their strengths, he ultimately relinquished the thought. He likely does not wish to kill me, otherwise, I would not have survived this encounter. But what is his purpose? Unable to fathom a clear answer, Yu hesitated for a brief moment before following. Resistance was futile, this person could dispatch him effortlessly. Moreover, Yu was eager to uncover the stranger's identity and intentions. In the depths of night, they walked in tandem, separated by several meters, gradually making their way to the hidden mountains behind Konoha. As they entered the mountainous region, Yu initially hesitated to follow. However, he ultimately decided to proceed, reassured by the notion that this person likely bore him no ill will. They arrived at the lake that Yu and his companions had cleaned the previous day. Under the moonlight, the figure's shock of white hair caused Yu's gaze to sharpen. Could this be Hate Kakashi? He speculated, scrutinizing the figure more closely. Surely not. I don't recall having crossed paths with him. Could it be that I inadvertently offended him while my teacher was in the Anbu? Is he here to chastise me as a means of avenging my teacher? Upon conjecturing that this individual was indeed Kakashi, Yu surmised that the animosity must stem from a prior grievance involving his teacher. Nevertheless, given that this person might be Kakashi, Yu felt assured that he was not in peril, and indeed, the figure was Kakashi. Earlier that day, he had been occupied with Naruto and Sasuke on a mission, ostensibly supervising while engrossed in a novel, for Kakashi was an avid fan of Jiraiya. Upon reaching the lakeside, Kakashi removed his mask. Yu exhaled in relief. Thank goodness, it truly is Kakashi. With the confirmation of Kakashi's identity, Yu refrained from speaking, eager to comprehend the nature of the relationship between Kakashi and his teacher. The earlier attacks from Kakashi would have easily felled any ordinary Chnin. Yu bore no resentment towards Kakashi. He recognized that, given Kakashi's motivations, he was merely seeking to settle a score on behalf of his teacher. Kakashi was not the type to act without cause. Yu felt an inkling of curiosity, yearning to learn what grievances had transpired between his teacher and Kakashi during their time in the Anbu. Silence enveloped them for an extended period, creating a rather awkward atmosphere. Eventually, it was Kakashi who broke the silence. Jingwen Yu, your performance earlier was commendable. Yu remained silent, observing Kakashi as he stood pensively by the lake. The lack of expected response from Yu left Kakashi feeling somewhat uncomfortable, but being an elite jonin, he swiftly regained his composure. You must be quite puzzled as to why I chose to attack you? Yu nodded in acknowledgement. I doubt that Kakashi-sensei would merely be toying with me out of boredom. Kakashi felt a twinge of embarrassment. It seemed Yu was not at all curious about his intentions. In fact, he appeared far more composed than he had during their earlier confrontation, exuding a calmness that even surpassed Kakashi's own. Unlike Sasuke, whose demeanor was often a facade of aloofness, Yu's tranquility stemmed from an innate sense of control over the situation. In truth, Yu was unaware of the reasons behind his own calmness. It was simply the knowledge that this person was Kakashi, which alleviated his fears of imminent danger. His understanding of Kakashi's character instilled a sense of reassurance within him. Moreover, Yu believed that Kakashi's actions were likely motivated by matters concerning his teacher, as he had had little prior interaction with Kakashi himself. Yet, his teacher's past as an Anbu ninja suggested that there had indeed been some form of discord between Kakashi and his teacher. Kakashi, having not received the response he sought, felt a pang of disappointment but did not lose sight of his purpose. Turning away, his silver hair glimmered under the moonlight, drawing attention. Earlier, my attacks were such that even an average Chnin would have been unable to defend against them, indicating that your strength surpasses that of the typical Chnin. However, that is where it ends. Were I to escalate my efforts, you would surely be defeated. Yu nodded in agreement. Indeed, Kakashi-sensei is a jonin. I can sense that you could have easily bested me from the outset. Before you, I possess no means of resistance whatsoever. I am acutely aware of this. Yu expressed no doubt. In fact, he understood that had Kakashi truly wished to subdue him, he would have had no opportunity to retaliate. Although the distinction between Chnin and jonin was merely one rank, the disparity in skill was monumental. During the mission in the Land of Waves, two Chnin had merely been fools in Kakashi's presence, swiftly dispatched upon their utility. Yu would not be so naive as to believe that Kakashi's acknowledgement of his Ch. Chapter 20, Me a Jonin in 6 months. Kakashi smiled faintly and nodded. Indeed, you possess a clear self-awareness. As he spoke, Karkash's expression turned serious as he regarded Yu. Did you know that I was once a colleague of your teacher? Yu remained silent, naturally deducing the answer. Kakashi chose not to press further but instead relayed the same decision he had made with the Hokage to Yu. So, what are your thoughts on this? Although the two could determine Yu's future, Kakashi still sought his opinion. After a moment of contemplation, Yu replied, I suppose I have no option to refuse, do I? No, I wish to understand your thoughts, your perspective is of great importance, Kakashi insisted. I have no particular feelings about it. Having an additional teacher is not unwelcome, Yu responded nonchalantly. Kakashi looked puzzled. Do you not feel any joy? After all, you are aware of your teacher's experiences and should understand how rare it is to have a jonin from the Anbu as your mentor. I am aware, but the addition of another teacher does not particularly excite me. Yu's words left Kakashi perplexed. He had assumed Yu might harbor some aversion towards him. I believe my abilities could impart a great deal of knowledge to you, Kakashi stated. Yu nodded. I trust that, for you are indeed your prowess is well known from numerous rumors. This acknowledgement did not stem from Yu's previous life's memories, it was a truth universally acknowledged in Konoha, except by those like Naruto, who were somewhat oblivious. Any ordinary ninja had surely heard of Karkash's renown. Karkash's confusion deepened. If Yu recognized his strength, why did he appear so indifferent? Kakashi-sensei, for me, the most crucial aspect is to live a stable life as a ninja. I have no fervent desire to become exceptionally powerful. This was both Yu's heartfelt sentiment and a facade. In truth, he felt that way, as he possessed little ambition, striving only for a stable existence in this world. The facade lay in his awareness of the system. He knew he could become strong even without a teacher, albeit with more time and trouble. Kakashi found himself at a loss for words. Yu's outlook seemed devoid of ambition, yet, reflecting on his own past, he questioned his right to criticize Yu's perspective. Do you not have any dreams? Kakashi could not help but inquire. Yu chuckled, my dream is to navigate my ninja career with stability. You must understand how brief a ninja's career can be. Kakashi was rendered speechless by this remark. While it was indeed truthful, Yu was different, at least in Karkashi's eyes. He was a prodigy worthy of nurturing, someone who would become an essential protector of Konoha. How could he exhibit such lack of ambition? Is there nothing you wish to protect? Kakashi pressed on, unwilling to concede. He longed for Yu to possess at least some aspirational goal. A ninja devoid of ideals could hardly achieve greatness, or so Kakashi believed based on his own experiences. After some contemplation, Yu replied, of course, there are things I wish to protect. With sufficient strength, I naturally desire to safeguard what is precious to me. Finally, Kakashi broke into a smile. Then why did you express such despondent words earlier? Yu shook his head. Kakashi-sensei, I do not consider my previous statements to be melancholic. I merely expressed my desire for a stable ninja career without indicating a lack of effort. To live a stable life, one must grow stronger, yet as long as one can protect their most treasured possessions, that suffices. There is no need for endless striving for strength. As for whether I can achieve it, I am unconcerned, the act of striving is what matters. Kakashi chuckled helplessly. At such a young age, how can you speak so philosophically? Very well, I shall refrain from introducing myself. You likely know enough about me already. After all, you are not Naruto and the others. Indeed, Sasuke and Naruto were relatively unfamiliar with Kakashi. Naruto was one thing, but Kakashi had once worked alongside Itachi Uchiha, making Sasuke's ignorance somewhat perplexing. Kakashi often wondered if Itachi had ever shared anything about him with Sasuke. He was not mistaken, Itachi had indeed kept his past with Kakashi a secret, rarely discussing Anbu matters with Sasuke, let alone revealing anything about Kakashi. As Kakashi approached Yu, bathed in moonlight, the towering figure of Kakashi, standing at 6 feet, was only a head taller than the 12-year-old Yu, who had already reached a height of around 5'6". Among a group of children under 5 feet tall, he was relatively tall. In contrast to his typically aloof demeanor, Kakashi did not exhibit such coldness in front of Yu. He placed a hand on Yu Yu's shoulder and said earnestly, "From this day forth, I shall also be your teacher, and I hope that within a year, or even 6 months, you will attain the strength of a Jonin. Once you achieve Jonin level strength, I will take you along on certain missions." The previously expressionless Yu Yu was momentarily taken aback. "You wish to take me on missions? To reach Jonin level strength in 6 months?" Yu Yu's lips twitched. "How greatly do you overestimate me? Who can accomplish such a feat in half a year? Moreover, you should be aware of the nature of your missions. They are not tasks that ordinary ninjas can undertake." Although Yu Yu believed that with the system, his strength would rise rapidly, he was not deluded enough to think he could reach Jonin level in 6 months. It is important to note that although Chunin and Jonin are only 1 rank apart, the gap in combat capability is vast. Generally, a Jonin can easily overwhelm a group of Chunin. Without any special circumstances, Chunin facing a Jonin are often doomed. Furthermore, it is not merely the mastery of jutsu that qualifies one as a Jonin, relevant combat experience is also essential. This aspect was something Yu Yu prioritized, for while ninjutsu can be practiced, combat experience must be accrued through genuine battles. Yu Yu was acutely aware of how Kagaya Otsutsuki was sealed away by Naruto and Sasuke. Essentially, Kagaya's combat experience was lacking, despite her overwhelming power compared to Naruto and Sasuke. Being sealed for a millennium had rendered her foolish, and her second sealing was a tremendous embarrassment for the ultimate antagonist. In truth, the Otsutsuki clan shared this flaw. They relied primarily on raw power to dominate. While this worked well against significantly weaker opponents, facing an adversary of equal rank or even just 1 rank below, but with rich combat experience, could lead to inevitable defeat. Yu Yu was acutely aware that his practical experience was currently non-existent. Achieving Jonin level strength would require considerable time. In fact, Yu Yu's self-expectations were perhaps too high. His previous encounter with Karkashi's attack had already demonstrated his abilities far surpassed that of an ordinary Chunin. The gap he felt between himself and Karkashi stemmed not from a lack of combat experience, but rather from the significant difference in their raw power. Yu mistakenly attributed this disparity to his perceived lack of experience compared to Karkashi's. After obtaining their exceptional talent for learning ninjutsu, Yu Yu's combat proficiency was actually far superior to that of the average ninja. Otherwise, he would not have been able to exhibit strength that exceeded that of an ordinary Chunin with just a few basic jutsu he had recently learned. Chapter 21: Karkashi's Astonishment. Upon witnessing Yu Yu's reaction, Karkashi found himself somewhat taken aback. "You are indeed quite different from the others." While other children hearing such remarks would merely perceive themselves as remarkable and furrowing his brow, Yu Yu replied, "To feel oneself exceptional would be misguided. I am acutely aware of my own capabilities. Achieving the strength of a Jonin within 6 months is unattainable, especially when it comes to undertaking missions with you. I still wish to live a long life." Karkashi chuckled softly. "However, both I and Ichiraku believe you possess that capability. That must be a result of your inflated expectations of me. I certainly do not possess such abilities." Yu Yu shook his head. "Well, whether you possess such abilities remains to be seen through trial," Karkashi stated, not dwelling on the matter. He genuinely believed in Yu Yu's potential to attain Jonin status within 6 months. With that, Karkashi retrieved a sheet of white paper from his ninja tool pouch and handed it to Yu Yu. "This is a chakra test. It will reveal the nature of your chakra." As Yu Yu hesitated for a brief moment before accepting the chakra test paper, Karkashi remained oblivious. In truth, Yu Yu did not wish for Karkashi to discover that he possessed 5 chakra natures. In the ninja world, possessing 5 chakra natures was exceedingly rare, with only Karkashi and the 3rd Hokage known to have such an attribute in Konoha. Input your chakra into it, and you will find out. Give it a try, Karkashi encouraged. With a concentrated gaze, Yu Yu's chakra surged into the chakra test paper in his hand. Karkashi fixated intently on the paper, eager to ascertain how many chakra natures Yu Yu possessed. Typically, individuals possessed only 1 chakra nature, and having 2 was already quite exceptional. Many Jonin originally had only 1 chakra nature, with any additional ones developed through rigorous training, which inherently paled. Kakashi hoped Yu would have lightning chakra, as that would allow him to teach Yu their Kaidori. At the very moment Yu infused the chakra into the test paper, it split in two. One side became damp with water stains, while the other crumpled and ignited, burning a hole through part of it, with the remaining portions crumbling into dust like shattered stones. Kakashi stood in stunned silence, utterly speechless. Yu, too, was somewhat astonished, although he had long been aware of his 5 chakra natures. This was the first time he had verified it in practice. Once he regained his composure, Kakashi gazed at Yu in disbelief. You actually possess 5 chakra natures. This is truly astonishing. It has been years since Konoha has seen a ninja with 5 chakra natures. While possessing 5 chakra natures was indeed impressive, Kakashi himself possessed the same attribute, so what was there to be so enthusiastic about? Moreover, Kakashi had the audacity to compare himself to the 4th Hokage. Despite Yu's conviction that he would eventually surpass the 4th Hokage, for now, that figure remained an unattainable ideal. Kakashi-sensei, you are being rather exaggerated, and is my chakra nature truly so rare? Yu refrained from revealing his understanding of chakra attributes, as such knowledge was not typically accessible to a mere genin. Although he had studied chakra attributes in the Ninja Academy, he had never encountered or utilized chakra test paper before. Yu's words jolted Kakashi back to reality. Kakashi smiled. You see, possessing 5 chakra natures means you have access to all chakra types. Wouldn't you agree that warrants excitement? At that moment, Kakashi was still not well versed in the yin and yang chakra natures, and he assumed Yu would share his enthusiasm upon learning he had access to all chakra types. However, Yu displayed no hint of excitement, simply nodding calmly. That does sound quite good. Does that mean I can learn ninjutsu of all attributes? Kakashi found himself at a loss for words. You seem entirely unfazed. Yu maintained a serene demeanor, showing no signs of excitement. What is there to be surprised about? I am merely concerned about whether I can learn ninjutsu of all attributes. Kakashi shook his head. You truly are different from children your age. Nevertheless, you are correct. Possessing 5 chakra natures indeed means you can learn ninjutsu of all 5 types. Do you have any idea how few individuals possess 5 chakra natures? Given your earlier excitement, it is evident that it is quite rare. Kakashi nodded. Indeed, exceedingly rare. That is why I was so exhilarated. As far as I know, in Konoha, aside from you and me, the only other ninja with 5 chakra natures is the 3rd Hokage. Yu smiled. So you also possess 5 chakra natures. That makes sense, considering your reputation as the copy ninja. If you lacked the corresponding chakra natures, I imagine it would be quite difficult to replicate your opponent's jutsu. Kakashi nodded in agreement. While the sharing-in allows for the replication of many jutsu, not every technique can be copied. If the user lacks the corresponding chakra nature, replication becomes impossible. Furthermore, there are certain forbidden techniques and bloodline limits that cannot be replicated, and physical techniques are similarly challenging. At this moment, Kakashi regarded Yu with great importance, elucidating the characteristics of the sharing-in. Although this information was not exactly a secret, most ninjas were unaware of it, and it was even less likely that a mere genin would know. This clearly illustrated the level of trust Kakashi had in Yu. Yu was already aware of everything Kakashi mentioned, so he was not surprised. Kakashi, feeling a sense of pride, patted Yu on the shoulder. From this day forth, I will subject you to the most rigorous training to ensure you master the necessary ninjutsu in the shortest time possible. You must be prepared. Yu nodded. I am indifferent to that, however, I can only do my utmost. Kakashi smiled, his spirits lifted. Yu's inherent qualities were astounding, a truly invaluable gem, the kind that, with just a bit of refinement, could become a magnificent jewel. Chapter 22, A Doubling of Chakra. Kakashi was elated, yet Yu inquired, Kakashi-sensei, do you truly have the time to teach me? After all, you are still the instructor for Naruto and the others. Kakashi waved his hand dismissively. Rest assured, I will do my utmost to coordinate the schedules for both parties. Yu chose not to ponder how Kakashi would manage this. That is reassuring. Today we have made an agreement. Starting tomorrow, you shall come here every evening. I will be waiting for you, unless I have pressing matters to attend to. Can you guarantee this? Kakashi gazed intently at Yu. Yu nodded. I have no objections. After all, he had little to occupy his time each day, coupled with the fact that he lacked friends. The two conversed for a while longer before parting ways. As Yu made his way home, he felt a sense of surrealism wash over him, musing, Kakashi is actually going to teach me. Could this be considered a stroke of luck, being under the tutelage of the same instructor as Naruto? Yu believed that had it not been for the camaraderie between Kakashi and his mentor, Mukoto, it would have been improbable for Kakashi to agree to teach him. However, he was mistaken. He remained unaware of the profound impact his innate talent had on Kakashi. Kakashi's willingness to take on Team 7 was largely due to the third Hokage's insistence. After all, Kakashi had once been a disciple of the 4th Hokage and had served as the captain of the 4th Anbu Black Ops unit. In fact, he had even been entrusted as the bodyguard when Naruto's mother, Kushina Uzumaki, was pregnant with him. Furthermore, with the 9 tails sealed within Naruto, Kakashi, the strongest Jonin in Konoha, was deemed the optimal choice. Additionally, the team included Sasuke Uchiha, although the 3rd Hokage had shown indecisiveness regarding the Uchiha clan. Therefore, while Kakashi's role as Team 7's instructor was not entirely voluntary, he certainly harbored genuine affection for Yu. Yu's talent closely resembled Kakashi's own from years past, perhaps even surpassing it. The distinction lay in Yu's demeanor. He was far more serene than the Kakashi of yesteryear, who, despite appearing humble, harbored a deep-seated pride, for he was undeniably superior to his contemporaries. Graduating from the Ninja Academy at 5, becoming a Chunin at 6, and attaining Jonin status by 12 was a rarity in the shinobi world. Kakashi perceived Yu's potential as even greater than his own, and it was evident how high his 4 exceptionally talented ninjas, failing to provide proper guidance could lead to dire consequences. Kakashi, lowering his guard, approached Mukoto to personally mentor Yu, not only out of genuine fondness but also to ensure that Yu's path remained untroubled. After parting ways with Yu, Kakashi arrived at Mukoto's residence. Mukoto, seeing Kakashi appear on his balcony, shook his head in exasperation. Can't you just use the door? Kakashi leaned against the balcony railing. I have made arrangements with him. His innate abilities are far beyond what we previously anticipated. Mukoto paused, then smiled knowingly. I am not particularly surprised. Kakashi chuckled. I doubt you could have predicted this. Oh. Mukoto turned his gaze toward Kakashi. Kakashi glanced at the trees outside and remarked, I tested his current prowess. His performance astounded me. I fear that even average Chunin would struggle against him. Earlier today, he had just learned to utilize chakra, yet when we sparred, he demonstrated. Once he masters such techniques, his power may soon rival yours. Kakashi sighed, still somewhat in disbelief. Yu's talent was astonishing, exceeding even his expectations. Mukoto chuckled, this lad. Although unexpected, Mukoto felt a sense of satisfaction, for he had genuinely come to regard Yu as his own disciple. Were it not for his own shortcomings in combat, he would have certainly taken Yu under his wing himself. Kakashi continued, there is one more thing you could never have anticipated. Yu possesses chakra of all 5 elemental natures. The smile that had graced Mukoto's face abruptly vanished. What? He has chakra of all attributes. Mukoto was taken aback. While he was astonished by Kakashi's earlier revelation regarding Yu's Chunin level strength, it was not beyond imagination. However, the notion of possessing chakra of all attributes was exceedingly rare. Generally speaking, the ability to wield all elemental chakra is a trait bestowed by a bloodline. The rarity of such a gift is even less common than that of some Kekkei Genkai users. Presently, only Kakashi and the 3rd Hokage possessed this ability in Konoha. One could argue that having chakra of all attributes could itself be considered a form of Kekkei Genkai. Mukoto's expression grew serious. You haven't disclosed this to anyone else, have you? Kakashi shook his head. I am fully aware of its sensitivity and would never divulge it. Possessing chakra of all attributes is indeed a boon, but its rarity makes one susceptible to unwanted attention. Both Kakashi and Mukoto, having served in the Anbu, were acutely aware that Konoha harbored not only sunlight but also darkness lurking beneath its roots. Furthermore, Yu was merely a civilian without the protection of a clan. Who could say if someone might abduct him for nefarious experiments? Mukoto exhaled in relief. When you teach him, be cautious. It would be best for him to utilize only 2 attributes of jutsu in everyday practice. Kakashi nodded. I shall advise him accordingly. On this matter, both Kakashi and Mukoto shared a common understanding. Until Yu could defend himself, it was imperative that no one learned of his all-encompassing chakra. Upon returning home, Yu lay upon his bed, immersing his consciousness in the realm of his mind. Soon, a voice echoed within his thoughts. You have been idle for a day, your chakra has doubled, your physical strength has increased by 1%, and your speed has doubled. As he regained awareness, Yu felt an overwhelm. Reflecting on his progress, a smile crept upon his lips. The increase in chakra is astounding. It has become so abundant that it rivals even Kakashi's. Is the doubling of my speed a result of my rudimentary mastery of the body flicker technique? Generally, the body flicker technique is relatively simple, with its principle being the application of chakra to the soles of the feet to enhance mobility. Thus, the learning difficulty of this technique is classified as D rank, meaning any genin could easily acquire it. Chapter 23, Kakashi treats. What astonished Yu the most was the remarkable growth of his chakra. His chakra reserves were now approaching those of Karka's high. It is noteworthy that Kakashi's chakra volume is among the highest among jonin. The reason he often appears to lack chakra during battles is due to his absence of Uchiha lineage, which results in a lack of compatibility between his body and the Sharingan. The Sharingan cannot be deactivated, leading to significant chakra consumption. Had it not been for the drain caused by the Sharingan, Kakashi's chakra would undoubtedly rival that of an average Kage-level ninja. At the tender age of 12, he could effortlessly unleash the B-rank jutsu, Doten, Dori Heki, covering a vast area of several dozen meters. One can only imagine the magnitude of his chakra reserves without the Sharingan's burden. Now, astonishingly, Yu has already attained chakra levels comparable to that of Kakashi. The increase in chakra has also led to significant enhancements in Yu's mental energy and physical strength. After all, while others extract chakra from within, Yu's chakra is drawn from the natural world. Thus, the greater his chakra reserves, the more his body is nurtured. The chakra within Yu is a transformation of natural energy. To bear such an abundance of chakra, his physical constitution must keep pace. I wonder if the rapid growth of my chakra is simply due to the initial stage, and that later, despite having a large amount of chakra, the rate of increase will slow down, Yu pondered. He believed that his current fast chakra growth stemmed from his still underdeveloped foundation, resulting in a minimal base amount of chakra, yet, he failed to recognize that his chakra reserves were already comparable to those of a 20-something Kakashi, while he was merely 12 years old. Even Naruto, without accounting for the Nine-Tails chakra, only matched Kakashi when considering the chakra released through the fourth Hokage sealing technique. This illustrates just how formidable Yu's chakra. The following day, after completing a D-rank mission alongside Muto Akinichi, Kakashi was already waiting for him early at the training ground. Upon seeing Kakashi perched on a tree with a book in hand, Muto Akinichi could only shake his head in disbelief. I say, you are far too eager. Do you think I would prevent Yu from leaving? Although he was aware that Kakashi would eventually teach Yu, he had not anticipated such urgency. They had just completed a mission, yet here Kakashi was, already waiting. By this time, Yamada Juki and Ben Utarzi had already returned home. Muto Akinichi had intended to teach Yu some ninjutsu, believing that although he was not skilled in combat, learning interrogation techniques would still prove useful. However, Kakashi did not afford him that opportunity. Standing beside Muto Akinichi, Yu felt a bit awkward as he looked at Kakashi in the tree. Even though he knew Muto Akinichi had already given his consent, the simultaneous presence of both instructors left him with a sense of betraying Muto Akinichi. Kakashi closed the novel he was holding and leaped down from the tree. I merely have some free time today as I did not take on any missions. Let us go, Yu, Kakashi said as he approached him. Yu glanced at Muto Akinichi, to which Kakashi calmly added, your teacher has given his approval, so there is no need for concern. Muto Akinichi, though somewhat reluctant, had hoped to teach Yu a jutsu. However, with Karkash's arrival, he had no choice but to let Yu go. He patted Yu on the shoulder, saying, "Make sure to learn well. This guy may seem quite laid back, but he is indeed exceptionally strong. In Konoha, aside from the third Hokage, he is the most powerful ninja." Given that Tsunade and Jiraiya were not in Konoha, Muto Akinichi's assessment held merit. With that, he turned and vanished from sight, fearing that lingering any longer would lead him to keep Yu. Watching Muto Akinichi disappear, Yu remarked, "Teacher Akinichi holds Kakashi-sensei in high regard." Kakashi smiled faintly, replying, "He hopes you will soon possess formidable strength and grow into a pillar for the village." Seizing the opportunity, Kakashi embarked on a brief lecture. Yu did not mind and nodded, "I shall not disappoint him." "Kakashi-sensei, did you not take on any missions today?" Kakashi nodded in response, "Yes, we just completed a mission, and I allowed them to rest for a while." "Well then, before we begin training, I shall take you out for a meal." It is unwise to train on an empty stomach. Yu looked at Kakashi in astonishment. "Kakashi-sensei, you do not expect me to treat you to a meal, do you?" Yu was well aware of Kakashi's frugality. Kakashi paused, observing Yu's incredulous expression, feeling somewhat embarrassed. It seemed his stingy reputation had been uncovered. However, he had certainly not intended to have Yu pay. "Why would you think that?" "Come on, it is naturally my treat." Yu's mouth twitched slightly. "I hope so." While treating him was not an issue, Yu was living off the inheritance left by his parents and had just completed a D-rank mission, leaving him with little money. Nevertheless, since Kakashi was set to teach him ninjutsu, it was only right for him to treat. "Regardless," Kakashi sighed, "is that what you think of me?" Yu walked away with a smirk that was more playful than genuine. Before long, they arrived at Ichiraku Ramen. Upon seeing Kakashi enter, the owner, Tucci, greeted him with a smile. Kakashi." Kakashi was quite well known in Konoha. Yu replied, "I would like a bowl of tonkatsu ramen." Kakashi, sitting beside Yu, inquired, "Is one bowl enough?" Yu nodded. Since he did not extract chakra from his body, he did not require food to replenish his energy. Kakashi seemed skeptical. "There will be rigorous training later, one bowl may not suffice." "That is unnecessary, one bowl is sufficient," Yu asserted, fully aware of his own situation. However, Kakashi insisted to Tucci, "Please add 2 more bowls for him. 3 bowls of tonkatsu ramen, and for me, 3 bowls of beef ramen." Kakashi understood the extent of the energy expenditure during their upcoming training and felt that Yu was oblivious to it. Although Yu was somewhat resigned, he had no choice but to acquiesce. After all, he could not disclose that he did not rely on food to sustain his chakra. The interaction between Kakashi and Yu left Tucci utterly astonished. He could see that Kakashi treated Yu differently than others, akin to a father with his child. However, given their prior lack of interaction, he found it difficult to comprehend. Nevertheless, Tucci was also aware that inquiries regarding ninjas were best left unasked. Otherwise, he would not have managed to keep his business afloat for decades without facing closure. Chapter 24. 2 options soon. 6 steaming bowls of ramen. Yu turned to Kakashi, who, with a puzzled expression, inquired, "Why are you looking at me? Hurry up and eat." Yu remained silent. It didn't take long for Kakashi to discern Yu's thoughts. With an exasperated expression, he remarked, "So you're just as bored, huh?" He understood that Yu was curious to see his true face beneath the mask. Why Yu chuckled, "Just curious." Although Kakashi was undoubtedly handsome, Yu was eager to discover just how striking he was, knowing that it had captivated both Hanabi and Shiten. Kakashi shook his head and slowly removed his mask, revealing his true visage. Upon seeing Kakashi's face, Yu was momentarily taken aback. "Kakashi-sensei, As expected, upon laying eyes on Kakashi's true face, both Hanabi and Shiten were utterly smitten. Kakashi shook his head and resumed eating his ramen. "Hurry up and eat." Yu, without further ado, began his meal. However, just as he had devoured half of his ramen, a few newcomers entered. Initially, Yu paid them no mind, but upon seeing Kakashi, one of them exclaimed loudly, startling Yu into almost drawing his kunai in preparation for battle. "Oh, Kakashi! I didn't expect to find you here." Yu regarded the intruder with a slight headache. Kakashi felt similarly, staring at the figure clad in a tight green jumpsuit, who, while speaking, displayed a dazzling set of pearly white teeth, and sighed, "Guy." The newcomer was none other than Might Guy, accompanied by his 3 students. Neji Hyuga, Rock Lee, and Tenten. Upon entering, Neji's gaze was fixated on Yu. Unbeknownst to Yu, Neji had felt an intense sense of threat emanating from him. He sensed that this individual before him posed a considerable danger, an experience he had never encountered among his peers. Guy, ever the extrovert, settled down beside Kakashi, while Neji and his companions took seats beside Yu. Once seated, Guy noticed Yu's presence. Glancing at Kakashi, he remarked with surprise, "Kakashi, is this your student?" Kakashi paused momentarily before nodding in affirmation. Guy, oblivious to Kakashi's demeanor, exclaimed, "Kakashi, your student looks quite spirited. How about learning some taijutsu with me?" Kakashi's lips twitched slightly. "No need, I can teach him myself." Guy burst into hearty laughter, knowing he was merely jesting. However, should Yu genuinely wish to learn from him, he would gladly oblige. In the world of shinobi, taijutsu practitioners were scarce, and the prospect of gaining another, particularly one trained by Kakashi, was enticing. The thought of Yu surpassing Kakashi in this regard delighted Guy. Tenten, seated next to Yu, curiously introduced herself. "Hello, I'm Tentien.So, your Kakashi-sensei's student." "Hello, I'm Yu," he replied. As Tenten conversed with Yu, Lee and Neji approached. "I'm Rock Lee, a student of Guy-sensei, determined to defeat talented ninjas," Lee proclaimed, flashing a bright smile that mirrored Guy's. Yu felt a twinge of embarrassment at the resemblance. Meanwhile, Neji spoke coolly. "I am Neji Hyuga, you seem rather different." Neji's straightforwardness was palpable. Yu gave him an unconventional impression. Why Yu chose not to engage further, merely chuckling, "Is that so?" Kakashi, noticing Neji's serious demeanor, quickly interjected, "Guy, stop chatting and order something. The shopkeeper has been standing there for ages." Without a second thought, Guy began to place his order. Kakashi turned to Yu, "Hurry up and eat." Yu understood Kakashi's concern. Neji possessed the Byakugan, and should he activate it to scrutinize Yu's chakra, the vast and unusual amount within him would undoubtedly be revealed. Yu nodded and swiftly polished off 3 bowls of ramen. After finishing, Kakashi led Yu out of the Ichiraku ramen shop. Guy remained oblivious, but Neji's interest in Yu had piqued. Yu's presence was markedly different from that of his contemporaries, and the palpable sense of threat was unmistakable. Once outside the ramen shop, Kakashi and Yu strolled through the streets, with Kakashi stating, "Neji noticed you earlier. Did you feel it?" Yu nodded. "His attention was solely on me, which felt rather odd." Kakashi sighed. Neji is the top of his class from the last graduation and possesses the Byakugan. Over the past year, his strength has progressed to that of a nin. He has developed the instincts of a shinobi. Yu acknowledged, "I have indeed heard of him. His reputation was quite significant during our time at the academy." Yu and Neji had attended the same school for 5 years, albeit Neji was a year ahead. The Ninja Academy had a 6-year curriculum. In the past, Yu's talents had been rather unremarkable, and he had deliberately kept a low profile, thus, Neji had paid him little mind. Kakashi gazed at Yu. If he were to discover the immense chakra you possess, it could lead to complications. Guy has a big mouth, it would be difficult to keep such a secret. This was also why Guy had pleaded with the 3rd Hokage to join the Anbu, only to be declined. He was suited for straightforward missions, while tasks requiring discretion were typically not assigned to him. Yu nodded, "I can sense that. However, your urgency to leave earlier suggests that Neji would find it hard not to notice." Kakashi lamented, "There's no choice. If we linger any longer, I'm concerned Neji might activate his Byakugan." Yu chuckled lightly. "In truth, even if he were to find out, I doubt it would matter, given Neji's character. He likely wouldn't disclose it carelessly." Kakashi nodded. True to his nature, it seems unlikely. Nonetheless, it is prudent to exercise caution. Before long, the pair arrived at the back mountains of Konoha, beside a serene lake beneath a waterfall. Kakashi stood before Yu, adopting a serious tone. "I have 2 options for you to choose from." Yu regarded Kakashi. "Please, go ahead." The first option entails me teaching you a high-level jutsu directly, significantly elevating your current abilities. The second option involves starting with fundamental jutsu, gradually increasing the difficulty. With that, Kakashi silently observed Yu. After a moment of contemplation, Yu raised his head and replied calmly, I choose the first option. Yu anticipated that Kakashi might be displeased. To his surprise, Kakashi did not show anger. Instead, he smiled, as I expected, you would opt for the first choice. In truth, I too hoped you would select the first option. After all, you are not like ordinary individuals. If you were to follow the same path, it would ultimately be detrimental to you. Chapter 25. Understanding at a glance, Kakashi patted Yu's shoulder before turning to stroll towards the lakeside. Do you believe that I could gain a certain degree of renown in the ninja worlds? Yet, with the Sharingan, it transformed into a technique of formidable lethality. Reflecting on the time he first created Kaidori, without the aid of the Sharingan, it was indeed an extremely dangerous technique, as a moment's carelessness could lead to being countered by an opponent. Kakashi sighed, had it not been for a dear friend who transplanted this Sharingan into me, I could not have reached my current standing. Although the Sharingan undeniably consumed a significant amount of Kakashi's chakra, it indeed elevated his potential. Kakashi's innate combat talent compensated for the chakra drain imposed by the Sharingan. As long as he meticulously calculated the chakra expenditure, the Sharingan proved to be a substantial enhancement for him. Yu observed Kakashi, who mistakenly assumed Yu was curious about the identity of the individual who had transplanted the Sharingan. Kakashi then explained, would you like to know who gifted me this eye? With a smile, Kakashi added, had it been anyone else, he would not have divulged such information so readily. However, as Yu was someone he intended to take on as a disciple, he felt no need to conceal anything from him. In a certain sense, Kakashi valued Yu even more than Sasuke and Naruto. Yu was momentarily taken aback, realizing he had merely been lost in thought, but since Kakashi had misunderstood, he chose not to clarify and simply nodded, I am indeed a bit curious. Kakashi seated himself by the lake, gesturing for Yu to join him. Once Yu had settled beside him, Kakashi continued, after graduating from the Ninja Academy, my youth hampered my ability to bond with my teammates. It wasn't until my classmates, with whom I had enrolled, graduated that I successfully formed a team. In a sense, I never truly graduated ahead of time. Kakashi chuckled lightly. Yu understood Kakashi's sentiments. He had anticipated that Kakashi would directly impart ninjutsu to him, but was surprised that the conversation veered toward the past. Nonetheless, this indicated Kakashi's trust in him, as he would not share such personal matters with just anyone. And this eye was transplanted to me by my friend, Obito Uchiha. Though he was already aware of the broader narrative, the specific details were revelations to him. This eye is Obito's legacy and has been of immense aid to me. Yu maintained a stoic expression, yet internally mused that if Kakashi were aware of Obito's current... After finishing, Kakashi looked at Yu, expressing earnestly, I hope you will protect your cherished friends in the future. Losing friends is a profoundly painful experience. Kakashi's words were sincere. He genuinely wished for Yu to avoid the hardships he endured. Yu remained silent, merely nodding in acknowledgement. Kakashi then rose to his feet. Well, let us not dwell on sorrowful matters. You know why I intend to teach you Chidori. Without the Sharingan, this ninjutsu is inherently perilous. Kakashi studied Yu, eager to ascertain whether he understood his intentions. Yu pondered for a moment before replying, you believe my dynamic vision is exceptionally strong. Strong enough to rival the Sharingan. Kakashi chuckled and patted Yu on the shoulder, saying, indeed, during my assessment of you last night, I discerned that your dynamic vision is remarkably acute. It even surpasses that of an ordinary Sharingan. Chidori necessitates high-speed movement and exceptional dynamic vision to execute. You are capable of it. Yu nodded, however, I suspect this ninjutsu is quite challenging to master. Correct, the learning curve for this technique is rated A class, but without formidable dynamic vision, it would be S class in difficulty. Before undertaking this ninjutsu, one must elevate their physical agility to a high level. Moreover, this technique consumes a significant amount of chakra, though that shouldn't concern you. Your chakra reserves have already reached Jonin levels. With your current chakra, you could perform it approximately 10 times a day. I can manage 20 times, meaning your chakra is already half of mine. Kakashi remained unaware that Yuyu's chakra had increased further. Nevertheless, the chakra consumption for Chidori was still less than that of Raikiri. The learning difficulties diverged as well. Chidori was A-class while Raikiri was S-class. Currently, Kakashi could only execute Raikiri 4 times a day. Yuyu did not interrupt Kakashi, listening intently. Kakashi nodded in satisfaction, pleased with Yuyu's attitude toward learning. Although the prerequisites for mastering Chidori are stringent, you already possess all necessary attributes: dynamic vision, physical fitness, and chakra levels. You are exceptionally strong. There is no need for further training in these areas. I can teach you Chidori directly. Let me explain the principles of Chidori now. Once you have mastered Chidori, I will then guide you through its advanced version, Raikiri. Kakashi held high expectations for Yuyu, believing he would not take long to learn Chidori. Thus, he directly informed him that the subsequent technique would be Raikiri. After explaining, Kakashi elaborated on the principles of Chidori. Compared to ordinary ninjutsu, Chidori was indeed quite intricate. It was no wonder it was a technique developed by Kakashi himself. It would be difficult for an average person to comprehend, let alone master. After about 10 minutes of explanation, Kakashi turned to Yuyu, uncertain if he had grasped it all in one go. If you find it unclear, I can explain it. This technique is complex, and it is perfectly normal not to understand it on the first attempt. Yuyu nodded, I understand. To assuage Kakashi's doubts, Yuyu broke down the principles of Chidori, demonstrating a clear understanding of the technique. Those unaware might assume he had mastered it for years. Yuyu indeed grasped it after a single explanation. His cognitive abilities had magnified exponentially compared to before, especially regarding ninjutsu. Kakashi was left astonished. Were it not for the fact that I have never taught you before, I would have believed you had mastered this ninjutsu for decades. Your proficiency is simply astounding. Chapter 26, The Terrifying Chidori. Yuyu chuckled lightly. Perhaps my interest in this ninjutsu enhances my comprehension abilities. Kakashi, of course, found this hard to believe. After all, Chidori is classified as an A-rank technique, and not just any ordinary A-rank at that. Lightning release techniques are inherently more challenging to master than other forms of ninjutsu, compounded by the fact that Kakashi was quite young when he originally developed Chidori. Thus, the theoretical aspects were exceedingly intricate. Even for him, it was not easily grasped at first, yet, Yuyu managed to understand it after just one explanation. More than that, he demonstrated remarkable familiarity with the intricacies of this technique, even simplifying several steps. Kakashi felt that such a capability could not merely be attributed to an enhanced understanding. Nevertheless, he was pleased. Yuyu was akin to an unfathomable treasure trove, perpetually surprising him. Returning to reality, Kakashi said, allow me to demonstrate how to execute this ninjutsu. Pay close attention. This technique is exceedingly dangerous. A single misstep could result in dire consequences. Yuyu nodded, fully aware of the peril associated with this A-rank technique. Kakashi approached a massive boulder standing over 2 meters high. The stones by the lakeside were remarkably hard and not easily shattered. Standing before the boulder, Kakashi focused intently, transforming his hand into a claw. Chakra instantly coalesced in his palm. Crackle! In an instant, several arcs of blue electricity manifested in Kakashi's hand. The chakra had materialized into a tangible form, with the blue arcs multiplying rapidly, transforming into serpentine bolts of lightning that crackled ominously. The terrifying arcs of electricity incinerated the leaves surrounding Kakashi, reducing them to ashes. At that moment, Kakashi seemed to be enveloped in a tempest of thunder. The quivering arcs resembled snakes struggling under his command. Yuyu, standing nearby, was taken aback. It was the first time The terror of Chidori far exceeded his expectations. The dense lightning illuminated the area for dozens of meters around. Even standing several meters away from Kakashi, he could feel the hair on his body stand on end, as if electrified. Gazing at this horrifying spectacle, Yu swallowed hard, experiencing for the first time the dread that an elite jonin could instill. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye. Kakashi instantly summoned the lightning, which screamed like 1,000 birds, even more terrifying than that. Lightning release, Kaidori. Crack, rumble, with a low incantation from Kakashi, he transformed into a flickering afterimage, a flash darting across the scene. He appeared dozens of meters away, while the boulder before him lay shattered into fragments, debris flying everywhere, the explosion echoing throughout the canyon, sending ripples across the once calm lake. Yu stood frozen, having leaped back several dozen meters, yet even at that distance, he could still feel the overwhelming power of the ninjutsu. How terrifying, is this truly the power of an A-rank ninjutsu? It's utterly astounding. It is hard to believe that such a technique was developed by a 12-year-old. Yu now fully comprehended the remarkable caliber of Kakashi's genius. To have created such a fearsome ninjutsu at the tender age of 12 was truly deserving of the title of genius. After releasing Kaidori, Kakashi straightened up, shaking his hand lightly. He noticed Yu standing several dozen meters away and smiled. You certainly are quick on your feet. So, did you grasp it? Would you like me to demonstrate it again? Kakashi had grown accustomed to the technique's power. Yu, on the other hand, was still in shock, for its potency far surpassed his previous impressions. It was evident that the destructive capability of Kaidori would affect everything within dozens of meters of the epicenter. And that was merely the residual force. One could only imagine the despair of being directly struck by this technique. It was likely that an ordinary person would be reduced to mere fragments upon impact. Returning to his senses, Yu leaped down from the tree. Earlier, concerned about being caught in the blast, he had utilized the body flicker technique to position himself safely on a tree several dozen meters away at the moment Kakashi launched his attack. Gazing at the boulder now reduced to rubble, Yu marveled. The power of this ninjutsu is astonishingly overwhelming. Indeed, it also consumes a great deal of chakra. An average chunin would likely exhaust their chakra after a single use, Kakashi explained. Yu nodded. Kakashi inquired, so, have you gleaned any insights? Yu closed his eyes, and when he opened them, a glimmer of understanding shone forth. Although this ninjutsu was intricate, he felt he had discerned how to perform it. He looked at Kakashi and nodded. Kakashi paused for a moment, then shook his head with a wry smile. That makes sense. Perhaps this technique is indeed daunting for others, but not so much for you. Today, focus on practicing this technique. Feel free to ask me any questions you may have. Kakashi moved aside, leaning against a tree while observing Yu's training. Yu approached another large boulder. There were plenty of such stones by the lakeside. Kakashi's eyes remained fixed on Yu, eager to see if he could master it that evening. Yu himself was uncertain, yet he felt as though he had completely grasped the essence of this ninjutsu. In fact, he felt as though he had been familiar with it for decades, yet he did not voice this thought, suspecting it might merely be an illusion. Standing before the boulder, Yu began to concentrate his chakra in his right hand. In an instant, the chakra within him coalesced into his palm. Suddenly, a crackling sound erupted. Crackle surrounding Yu, dozens of lightning arcs materialized, each as thick as a human arm, far thicker than the lightning Kakashi had conjured moments before. While Kakashi's lightning had been the thickness of chopsticks, the arcs now encircling Yu were astonishingly golden in hue. This left Kakashi, who stood a short distance away, utterly astonished. What is happening? How can Yu manifest such chakra? Yu's chakra was entirely unlike that of an ordinary ninja. Typically, a ninja's chakra would appear blue when materialized, but Yu's chakra was gold. Consequently, the lightning he generated was also golden. Even more astonishingly, the arcs of lightning he conjured emitted merely a faint crackle, devoid of the sharp, piercing shriek characteristic of a normal Kaidori. Strangely, the golden arcs appeared almost sentient, slithering around Yu with the swiftness of a python. Yu was oblivious to the fact that his Kaidori differed from Karkashi's. At that moment, his gaze was entirely fixated on the boulder several meters away. Chapter 27, The Golden Lightning of Yu. Upon completing the condensation of his ninjutsu, a glimmer flashed in Yu's eyes. Lightning release. 1,000 birds. Crack, bang, rumbling. At the very moment Yu unleashed his attack, the surrounding area shook violently, reminiscent of a meteor colliding with a planet. The center of the explosion radiated a dazzling light, illuminating the vicinity for thousands of meters as if it were broad daylight. Countless golden lightning bolts connected heaven and earth, transforming the area within hundreds of meters around Yu into a veritable thunder swamp. The terrifying energy exuded an apocalyptic aura, as if heralding the end of the world. This fearsome tempest of lightning persisted for a full 10 seconds, during which the back mountains of Konoha felt as though they had been struck by a concentrated tailed beast bomb. The ground trembled, mountains crumbled, and everything within hundreds of meters of Yu's unleashed ninjutsu was utterly annihilated. It was truly horrifying when the thunderstorm finally subsided. All that remained was a gaping crater hundreds of meters wide and several dozen meters deep, with Yu lying motionless at its center. After a brief interval of several seconds, Karkashi materialized beside him, cradling him and vanishing from the scene. If he delayed any longer, Yu would soon find himself confined to the village's prison. Sure enough, mere moments later, several masked ninjas, adorned with animal motifs, appeared around the massive pit. These individuals were undoubtedly members of the Anbu. The commotion was akin to the cataclysm caused by the tailed beast bomb years prior. The Anbu ninjas gazed in astonishment at the vast crater, collectively inhaling sharply. Who on earth could have done this? Could it be that the Nine Tails has broken its seal? The sheer scale of destruction could only be attributed to a tailed beast in their minds. Even the third Hokage would be incapable of unleashing such devastation. Could it be an invasion by external forces? This theory was swiftly dismissed. The barrier remains undisturbed. Even the most formidable ninja cannot breach it without causing a stir. After all, in Konoha, he was the only one capable of such feats, or rather, it was the Nine Tails within him that could unleash such destruction. We should return and report to the Hokage. The Anbu ninjas vanished in an instant. Meanwhile, it was already deep into the night, and ninjas were leaping across the rooftops of the village. The disturbance caused by Yu was monumental, comparable to the uproar during the Nine Tails rampage. On the other side, after delivering Yu home, Karkashi immediately proceeded to the Hokage building for a gathering. As an elite jonin of Konoha, his absence would undoubtedly raise suspicions. As he made his way to the Hokage's office, Karkashi bore a grave expression. What on earth is that power within Yu? It's terrifying, even more so than the Nine Tails residing within Naruto. Karkashi was deeply concerned for Yu, who had yet to regain consciousness. His apprehension lay in the unknown nature of Yu's power. It did not resemble that of a tailed beast, yet the arcs of electricity Yu had unleashed seemed almost sentient. Despite Yu's chakra being seemingly limited, Karkashi was acutely aware that the power Yu had just manifested could only match the destructive capacity of a tailed beast bomb. Such force was capable of reshaping the very terrain. Karkashi remained unaware of the tremendous might of Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama, whose powers had long surpassed the imagination of contemporary ninjas. Even Karkashi did not fully grasp the extent of their horror. Yet, even if these two were present, witnessing the power Yu had unleashed would leave them utterly astonished. After all, Yu was merely 12 years old. Moreover, the force he had just released was a high concentration. Indeed, the power Yu had unleashed moments ago was comprised of high-density natural energy. The devastation was a consequence of natural energy being exceedingly volatile before it transformed into Senjutsu chakra. Furthermore, it was uncontrollable. The natural energy Yu released was not only of high concentration but also under his control. Had it been truly uncontrollable, the instant Yu unleashed it, his body would have been reduced to ashes by that natural energy. Fortunately, at the moment he released the thunder, an equally potent natural energy formed a protective shield around him. This energy shield possessed a consciousness of its own, intent on safeguarding Yu from the ravages of the lightning. However, even with the protection of natural energy, Yu remained unconscious due to the complete depletion of his strength. In truth, Yu had failed in that moment. He had not managed to control his chakra, resulting in the extraction of all the natural energy from within him, which in turn incited a violent upheaval in the surrounding natural energy. The amount of chakra within Yu was absolutely insufficient to cause such catastrophic destruction. The trigger was his excessive output of internal natural energy, which affected the natural energy in the environment as well. Kakashi, however, remained oblivious to this, mistakenly believing that Yu harbored some hidden power. He also understood that Yu's chakra was akin to Jiraiya's Senjutsu chakra when entering Sage mode. Kakashi contemplated and concluded, the potency of Senjutsu chakra far exceeds that of ordinary chakra. Perhaps it is precisely because his chakra is Senjutsu chakra that such a result ensued when he exerted the same amount of chakra. Kakashi had found a rationale. Yet, he was unaware that even if all of Yu's chakra were Senjutsu chakra, it would still be impossible to unleash such a horrific force. Not even Yu, nor even Jiraiya, could accomplish such a feat. Soon, Kakashi arrived at the rooftop of the Hokage building, where dozens of ninjas had already gathered, at least of special Jonin rank. Upon seeing Kakashi's arrival, Guy approached him, his expression grave, clearly unsettled by the terrifying power they had just witnessed, a force rivaling that of a tailed beast. Kakashi, what do you think it is? He inquired as soon as he saw Kakashi. Kakashi hesitated, torn over whether to disclose Yu's situation to the third Hokage. He was uncertain if the power within Yu posed any threat to the village. However, recalling their conversation earlier that night, he ultimately opted to conceal it from the third Hokage. After all, he had kept an eye on Naruto, the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, and he believed he could do the same for Yu, especially considering that Yu was far more stable than Naruto. It is highly likely that a powerful intruder has breached Konoha. Guy shook his head. I doubt that is the case, for the village's barrier has shown no signs of disturbance. Moreover, why would a powerful intruder refrain from attacking the village? Chapter 28. He was responsible. Kakashi glanced at Guy and inquired, what do you think? Guy, with a grave expression, responded, I suspect it might be the Nine Tails. At this moment, Guy was unaware that Naruto was Kakashi's student. Kakashi fell silent, fully cognizant that it was not Naruto. Kakashi, I believe the Nine Tails Jinchuriki has gone berserk, Guy continued. Kakashi shook his head, I do not think that is the case. Guy appeared perplexed. Who else could inflict such devastation besides the Nine Tails? The recent explosion had altered the very landscape of the back mountains of Konoha. Aside from the tailed beast bomb, no one else could achieve such destruction. Had Guy known of Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama, he would not have said so. As they conversed, the third Hokage approached. Kakashi, what is Naruto's current condition? The third Hokage also speculated that it could be Naruto who had lost control. Such incidents were not uncommon among the 5 great shinobi villages. The phenomenon of a Jinchuriki going berserk occurred frequently, as not every Jinchuriki could attain perfection. Kakashi pondered and replied, Lord Hokage, I believe it is unlikely to be Naruto. Upon hearing this, the third Hokage furrowed his brow. He suspected Kakashi was shielding Naruto. However, he did not reproach him, for he had high hopes for Naruto. This was evident from the moment he placed Naruto in Team 7. In the third Hokage's mind, one of Kakashi's Team 7 would undoubtedly become Hokage in the future. Although Naruto was a Jinchuriki, the third Hokage evidently held him in high regard. In fact, in the third Hokage's view, the next Hokage was already determined when he assigned Kakashi to train Naruto and his companions. It would essentially come down to a choice between Naruto and Sasuke. This was the method by which previous Hokages had been selected. The third Hokage's interest in Sasuke, a member of the Uchiha clan, stemmed from the fact that the Uchiha clan had been decimated. Should Sasuke become Hokage, he would not be influenced by the Uchiha legacy. Thus, despite the awkward positions of Sasuke and Naruto within Konoha at that moment, both were candidates for the next Hokage in the third Hokage's eyes. Naturally, he did not wish for Naruto to engage in actions that would threaten the village, yet, the terrifying explosion in the back mountains could only have been caused by a Jinchuriki. Even if he hoped it was not Naruto, much evidence pointed in his direction. The third Hokage looked at Kakashi with a serious expression. Kakashi, I hope you understand the gravity of this situation. Kakashi, however, shook his head. Lord Hokage, if it were Naruto, then who stopped him? Currently, there is no one in Konoha, aside from you, who could halt a rampaging Naruto. Moreover, the release of such a devastating jutsu indicates that Naruto was completely out of control at that moment. The Nine-Tailed Kakashi's assertions were indeed valid. If it truly were Naruto who could have intervened. Furthermore, Kakashi provided the third Hokage with a compelling rationale. Initially, the third Hokage had not intended for anyone to associate this incident with Naruto. Now he could use this as an excuse to absolve Naruto of responsibility. I will ensure that the Anbu investigate this matter thoroughly. The village's vigilance must be heightened, the third Hokage affirmed, agreeing with Kakashi's analysis. With that, he led Konoha's elite shinobi to the back mountains. Upon witnessing the massive crater, even the third Hokage gasped in astonishment. Such a level of destruction could only have been wrought by a tailed beast bomb, or perhaps by those two individuals. The third Hokage's brow furrowed as he contemplated this. He had implicitly acknowledged Kakashi's analysis. Now that he was here, he sensed no chakra from the Nine Tails. The Nine Tails, being a tailed beast, always left behind a potent chakra signature whenever it went berserk. Yet, there was none to be found here. He had entirely concurred with Kakashi's assessment. However, if it was not Naruto, then the implications were far more terrifying. While it was understandable for a tailed beast to cause such devastation, only individuals of the caliber of Uchiha Madara or Senju Hashirama could achieve such feats. Could Konoha possibly contend with such monstrous entities? As these thoughts crossed his mind, the third Hokage's expression grew exceedingly grave. The immense crater before him had left the elite shinobi accompanying him in stunned silence. They struggled to fathom the horrifying jutsu capable of inflicting such destruction. Even Guy wore a solemn countenance. Even if I opened the eighth gate, I could not produce such devastation. It is truly terrifying. Kakashi gazed at the crater, feeling a lingering sense of dread even upon his second viewing. The fact that Yoru survived such a jutsu implied that he possessed some formidable power, one he was likely unaware of. Had he been aware, Yoru would never have unleashed it. Asuma, Kurenai, and others regarded the crater with grave expressions, silent and contemplative. The sight before them rendered them speechless. The third Hokage shook his head. I cannot ascertain whether the perpetrator is from within the village or from outside. I hope it is an internal individual. Possessing such terrifying power as an outsider may mean we are about to witness another shinobi who can rival those two. While the notion of a ninja from within the village causing such destruction indicated if it were a member of the village, there remained a possibility of cooperation. Should it be an outsider capable of unleashing such devastation upon Konoha, it was clear that this individual harbored no goodwill toward the village. After observing for a moment, the third Hokage turned expressionless and instructed the nearby Anbu, for the time being, maintain close surveillance over the back mountains, and keep today's events confidential, attributing them to an Anbu experiment with a certain jutsu. The Anbu operatives by the third Hokage's side nodded in agreement. The third Hokage then looked at Kakashi. Kakashi, please come with me. Kakashi nodded in acquiescence. Soon, the two vanished from the back mountains of Konoha. Many villagers, who had been anxiously awaiting news in the dead of night, felt relieved to learn that it was merely the Anbu conducting an experiment with a certain jutsu, allowing them to return home to rest. They had feared an attack on the village. However, such an explanation could deceive ordinary villagers and shinobi, but it would not fool Danzo. At the headquarters of Root, Danzo, leaning on his cane and with one eye bandaged, observed the shinobi kneeling before him. Was it the Nine Tails Jinchuriki who lost control? Danzo's voice resonated. The Root shinobi replied, there was no chakra from the Nine Tails detected at the scene. However, only the tailed beast bomb could have caused such destruction. Danzo appeared taken aback, not the Nine Tails. The absence of the Nine Tails chakra at the scene. Does this individual pose a threat to Konoha? Contemplating this, Danzo grew restless. What is that fool Hiruzen doing? Has he developed some secret weapon? Danzo feared the potential Chapter 29, Genius. Danzo has long cast a covetous eye on the position of Hokage. The reason he believes he has a chance to ascend to this esteemed role is due to his control over the roots of Konoha. Within the village, his authority ranks just below the third Hokage. Should the third develop a powerful weapon, Danzo's influence in Konoha would diminish significantly. Of course, Danzo's mindset is partly a consequence of the third's previous indecisiveness. In truth, with the third's prestige and strength, had he resolved to eliminate Danzo, the latter would have posed little resistance. Meanwhile, the third and Kakashi arrived at Naruto's residence. Unbeknownst to them, Naruto remained blissfully asleep, undisturbed by the commotion of the night. Observing Naruto's serene demeanor, the third was firmly convinced that the events of the evening were in no way connected to him. After quietly departing from Naruto's home, the third and Kakashi made their way to the rear of the Hokage rocks. Standing there, overlooking the entirety of Konoha, the third's voice echoed softly, Kakashi, that individual is related to you, isn't he? The third spoke with a calm demeanor, yet Kakashi sensed the weight of his certainty. A jolt of surprise coursed through Kakashi. His momentary distraction only served to reinforce the third's suspicions. In fact, the third had just realized that Kakashi's demeanor tonight was unusually composed. Typically, in situations like this, Kakashi would not maintain such tranquility. Thus, the third speculated whether there was indeed a connection between them. Kakashi, it seems you do not trust me, the third remarked gravely. Kakashi remained silent. However, considering Kakashi's past as a member of the Anbu, the third could understand his reticence. Kakashi had indeed learned far too many secrets from him. The third continued, Kakashi, you must know that since I have deduced this, you cannot conceal it for long. If the individual poses no threat to the village, I shall ensure his protection, for I do not wish to see internal strife within Konoha. However, that does not mean I shall compromise without limits. As long as that person does not endanger the village, I can guarantee his safety, even in the face of Danzo's opposition. The third turned to face Kakashi, his tone serious. Kakashi, however, was still reluctant to divulge anything, yet, reflecting on the third's words, he recognized that he was now under scrutiny. The revelation regarding you was simply a matter of time. With a sigh, Kakashi admitted, you have indeed seen through it. The third's gaze sharpened, is he truly one of our villagers? Kakashi raised his head and nodded, indeed. I was initially concerned for his safety. At present, he lacks the capability to protect himself. The third paused, bewildered, you mean to say that someone who executed such a formidable jutsu lacks the means for self-defense? The third found it hard to believe, considering that the jutsu he had just witnessed was beyond his own capabilities. Kakashi nodded earnestly, indeed, the jutsu he employed was jittery, which I taught him. Yet, the results were unexpectedly terrifying. The third was taken aback, you mean to say that jutsu was jittery? Were it not for Kakashi's own affirmation, the third would have found it implausible. Although jittery is a highly destructive A-rank technique, it should not possess such overwhelming destructive power. At most, it could penetrate a massive boulder. The jutsu just demonstrated could shatter a mountain. That was a level of power akin to a tailed beast bomb, far beyond what Chidra could achieve. Despite the third's skepticism, Kakashi affirmed, it is indeed jittery. For a lengthy moment, the third remained silent, grappling with this bizarre revelation. After some time, he finally spoke, are you suggesting that you are currently teaching this individual jutsu? Who exactly is he? Jittery is your unique secret technique. Why would you readily share it with someone else? Currently, Kakashi was the only one in Konoha who had mastered jittery. It was a technique he had developed himself, and no one could compel him to teach it. Yet, the fact that Kakashi had imparted it to this individual indicated just how significant that person was to him. Moreover, the implication that Kakashi was teaching this person jutsu suggested that he was quite young. Genius, this word instantaneously flashed through the third's mind. A being of such formidable strength, yet still so youthful, could only be classified as a genius. Furthermore, the fact that this individual had received Kakashi's secret technique was a testament to his trustworthy character. After all, even if Kakashi harbored some doubts about him, the third was well aware of Kakashi's loyalty to the village. The third felt a surge of excitement. Konoha was currently in a transitional phase. Were there someone capable of succeeding him, he would gladly step aside. Originally, Kakashi was his prime candidate for the next Hokage. It was precisely for this reason that Kakashi had been appointed as the Jonin instructor of Team 7. Naruto and Sasuke were viewed as the prospective successors to the Hokage title. The succession of Hokages generally followed this pattern, a not-so-secret secret acknowledged by the higher-ups. This understanding was why Danzo held such animosity towards Naruto and Sasuke. Aside from the fact that Naruto was the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails and Sasuke hailed from the Uchiha clan, what truly irked him was the third's recognition of these two as potential successors. Even though the third had not contemplated his own future while nurturing these two children, Danzo naturally resented Naruto and Sasuke. However, the third harbored reservations about Kakashi, Naruto, and Sasuke alike. While Kakashi was undeniably powerful, capable of holding his own against most Kage-level shinobi, his lack of intimidating presence fell short of the required standard. Naruto and Sasuke were highly regarded, yet both possessed their issues. If Naruto could not master the Nine Tails and become a perfect Jinchuriki, his prospects for the Hokage title would be bleak. If Sasuke were to succumb to the same madness that afflicted other Uchiha, he too would be unfit for the role. The likelihood of either scenario occurring was considerable. The third understood well the formidable nature of the Nine Tails. Controlling it was no simple feat. Furthermore, Sasuke's character exhibited troubling traits. Should he mature into a personality akin to that of Obito Uchiha, he would also be unsuitable for Hokage. Nevertheless, these two were undoubtedly the most exceptional candidates of their generation. Despite Naruto's lackluster performance in the Ninja Academy, the third recognized that only by becoming a ninja could he unlock his true potential. Yet, were a more outstanding individual to emerge, the third would undoubtedly consider them as well. Kakashi, observing the third's serious demeanor, contemplated before speaking. It is the same student. The previously serious third was momentarily taken aback. What do you mean, the same? It was entirely plausible that Hunwaye Taiko had inherited the Senju bloodline. After all, Naruto, the son of the commoner Minato and the Uzumaki Kushina, had also inherited the Uzumaki clan's genetics. Moreover, the level of chakra required for such a jutsu demanded an immense reservoir, something the Senju clan was known for, perfectly fitting the criteria. Chapter 30. He possesses all attributes of chakra. It was merely a remark by the third Hokage that two individuals had overlooked the existence of Yu. One could only imagine how inconspicuous Yu must have been. Even the third Hokage, who was notably attentive to the younger generation, was unfamiliar with him. Kakashi shook his head. Not at all. The third Hokage furrowed his brow. Is he not Hunwaye Taiko? Could it be that he is the third child? The third Hokage couldn't even recall Yu's name, resorting to referring to him as the third child. Kakashi nodded. Indeed, it is Yu. Yu, I must confess, I have no recollection of this child, the third Hokage admitted with a hint of resignation. Kakashi was not surprised and smiled wryly. It is understandable that you have no impression, as even his classmates from 6 years at the Ninja Academy are not well acquainted with him. The third Hokage frowned and said, "Come to my office." With that, he vanished. Kakashi followed closely behind. Soon enough, they found themselves in the office. The third Hokage retrieved the records of this year's students. In truth, there were not many files to sift through. This cohort comprised only 30 students, of which merely 12 had passed the assessment to become genin. Originally, only 9 were expected to succeed, but Yu's presence enabled Team 11 to pass. This meant that in the original timeline, without Yu, neither Yamato Shimoku nor Hunwaye Taiko would have. The reason for the scant number of graduates from the Ninja Academy each year was that many ninjas did not emerge from the academy. Numerous clan ninjas merely needed to pass the village's assessment to become ninjas, thus sparing them the 6 years of training at the academy. The third Hokage swiftly located the file for Team 11. When Yu's information came into view, the third Hokage was taken aback, thinking he must have misread. This information is astonishingly sparse and ordinary. Are you certain this is the child you speak of? The third Hokage regarded Kakashi with skepticism. Kakashi nodded. It is indeed him. Throughout his 6 years at the Ninja Academy, he has been concealing his talents, which led to no one noticing. Why would he hide his talents? How could such a young child conceive such thoughts? The third Hokage questioned. Kakashi elaborated, this child possesses a rather precocious mindset, and his disposition is somewhat, how shall I put it, rather languid. He dislikes the sensation of being in the spotlight. I have probed, and he speaks the truth. I have also conducted a similar inquiry. The third Hokage, who had been somewhat doubtful, found his concerns alleviated. Another problematic child, is it? The third Hokage felt a headache coming on. It seemed that every gifted ninja harbored their own peculiarities. It is truly rare to encounter a Minato Namikaze, only one has emerged in all these years. Minato Namikaze was the most remarkably normal and talented ninja. Others, to varying degrees, exhibited idiosyncrasies. Where is he now? The third Hokage inquired of Kakashi. Kakashi pondered for a moment before responding. He is at home, after performing that jutsu. He fainted merely due to chakra exhaustion, and there are no injuries on him, Kakashi reassured. The third Hokage furrowed his brow, asking, how could a mere 12-year-old possess such an immense chakra reserve? This was the question the third Hokage truly wished to pose. Kakashi contemplated before replying, his chakra is indeed extraordinarily vast, but the jutsu he executed tonight likely did not solely rely on his own chakra. Given his current chakra levels, while substantial, it resembles the chakra of Jiraiya-sensei when he enters sage mode. The third Hokage was momentarily taken aback. Could it be that he possesses a natural sage body? The third Hokage was somewhat astonished. Having met Senju Hashirama and having been his student, he understood that Senju Hashirama was indeed a natural sage body, a physique even more formidable than the Sharingan. If he truly possesses a natural sage body, then Konoha may have a chance at revival. The third Hokage recognized that, even within the Senju clan, only Hashirama possessed such a body. Kakashi, however, was entirely oblivious to the concept of a natural sage body. Lord Hokage, what is a natural sage body? The third Hokage took a moment to explain to Kakashi the nature of a natural sage body. A natural sage body is one that possesses the physical constitution of a sage from birth. Such ninjas typically have chakra far exceeding that of ordinary ninjas, and their vitality is also remarkably superior. Moreover, they can naturally utilize sage techniques. Their bodies are infused with sage chakra. The first Hokage was a natural sage body, and he was once referred to as the god of ninjas. The first Hokage's jutsu possessed unparalleled destructive power, capable of altering landscapes. In those days, only the Uchiha clan's ninjas could stand toe-to-toe with him. The battles between these two were always cataclysmic, akin to mountains crumbling and seas being filled. Kakashi was left speechless. Is there truly such a person? Kakashi found it hard to believe, having never encountered anyone of that caliber. Yet, upon reflection, the jutsu Yu executed tonight had indeed reached such an effect. The third Hokage sighed. Indeed, such individuals exist. In their time, their overwhelming power left the strongest in the ninja world. What do you think of his talent? To what extent has he progressed? The third Hokage's anticipation was palpable. His lack of trepidation towards Yu stemmed from the boy's humble origins, devoid of the twisted lineage like that of the Uchiha clan. Kakashi contemplated before stating, I have only interacted with him for a few days. Previously, he had not learned many jutsu at the Ninja Academy, being no different from other graduates. Before I taught him Kaidori, he only knew the body flicker technique and the use of ninja tools. Afterward, I taught him the water walking and tree climbing techniques, which he grasped exceptionally quickly, mastering them after a single demonstration. Tonight was my first formal lesson in ninjutsu with him. Had this unexpected incident not occurred, he would have indeed mastered it. Moreover, he possesses chakra of all attributes. The third Hokage was taken aback. He possesses chakra of all attributes. Kakashi nodded. Chapter 31 The Conscious Thunder. The third Hokage was somewhat taken aback. To possess chakra of all attributes is an extraordinary talent indeed. Moreover, to master a jutsu like Chidori in a single attempt showcases, it seems he may truly have the potential to catch up to the first Hokage's legacy. Although Kakashi was unaware of the full extent of the first Hokage's power, the third's evident admiration suggested an immense strength. It was conceivable that he could surpass even the third Hokage. After all, the third had stated that the first Hokage's jutsu could alter the very terrain, a capability Kakashi only associated with tailed beasts. In truth, the third Hokage was the most astonished of all. He had pinned his hopes on Naruto and Sasuke, which was precisely why Kakashi had become their guiding genin. He had not anticipated that Konoha harbored a ninja who might rival the first Hokage. In the third's eyes, the revival of Konoha might be imminent. Observing the third's composed demeanor, Kakashi expressed his concerns. "Lord Hokage, I believe we should not expose Yuru to public scrutiny until he possesses the means to protect himself." Kakashi feared that other villages, or even individuals within their own, might target Yuru. Despite the current overall peace in the ninja world, Kakashi, having experienced the Third Great Ninja War, understood that other villages would not tolerate the emergence of a ninja who posed a threat to them. In Kakashi's mind, Yuru could potentially reach the level of the fourth Hokage. In his time, the fourth had been formidable enough to deter other ninja villages single-handedly. Should they discover Yuru's existence, they would undoubtedly resort to any means necessary to eliminate him. This was a scenario Kakashi was keen to avoid. Moreover, there would be those within Konoha who would seek to remove Yuru, such as Danzo, who would certainly not allow the rise of someone who could pose a future threat to the village. Kakashi believed that Danzo's true motive was merely to prevent the emergence of a rival for the Hokage position. The third Hokage, aware of these dynamics, nodded in agreement. "I understand your concerns. I entrust Yuru to you. I hope you can help him grow into a pillar that supports Konoha. Furthermore, ascertain the nature of the power he possesses. Assist him in mastering that power." The third had no intention of personally instructing Yuru. Doing so would effectively reveal Yuru's uniqueness to others. Hearing the third's arrangement, Kakashi felt a sense of relief. He had worried that the third might summon Yuru to his side, which would place Yuru in a perilous position. Even if the third meant no harm, Danzo would not allow Yuru to thrive. "Very well, go check on him now. I must address the repercussions of this situation," the third instructed. Upon leaving the Hokage Tower, Kakashi hurried to Yuru's home. After Kakashi departed, the third stood by the window, gazing into the night sky of Konoha. He reflected on the events of 12 years prior. "I wonder what that child will become. Will he embody the first Hokage or Uchiha Madara? If he turns out to be like Uchiha Madara, there will be no first Hokage to keep him in check in this era." Although the third held Yuru's talent in high regard, he realized that if Yuru were to attain the strength of Senju Hashirama, there would be no one in Konoha capable of balancing his power. Should Yuru become a figure akin to Uchiha Madara, Konoha would find itself in grave danger. "This is indeed a gamble," the third mused solemnly. After all, he was uncertain of Yuru's future. Whether it would be benevolent or malevolent often hinged on a single. In his eyes, both possessed immense potential. He envisioned a powerful alliance between Naruto and Sasuke that could indeed rival Yuru's strength. The third was acutely aware of the vast potential inherent in the Nine Tails and the Sharingan. Kakashi arrived at Yuru's home, only to find him still unconscious. However, his vital signs appeared stable. Standing by the bedside, Kakashi gazed at the slumbering Yuru and sighed. "I have informed the third about your situation. I hope you do not hold it against me when you awaken. The third has already discerned the truth. Should I conceal it further, he would only grow more suspicious of whether you pose a threat to Konoha." Kakashi felt a deep sense of helplessness. He had initially intended to keep Yuru's circumstances hidden. Who could have foreseen the events of this evening? Reflecting on the commotion Yuru had caused, Kakashi remained uneasy. He gazed upon Yuru's youthful visage and pondered, how is it that someone of your age possesses such an overwhelming amount of chakra? That jutsu was comparable to a tail. Standing vigil by Yuru's bedside, Kakashi remained watchful as Yuru's consciousness was entirely absorbed in his inner realm. Regarding the events of the night, Yuru too felt perplexed. "Your chakra has doubled, and your speed has increased twofold." Within his consciousness, Yuru perceived only that his chakra and speed had surged, with no explanation for the recent occurrences. After some contemplation, Yuru wondered, could it be due to my chakra? Perhaps I expelled too much, considering my chakra differs from the norm. It is pure natural energy, entirely controllable within my body, but when it spills over, it may spiral out of control. The uproar of the night stemmed from his excessive chakra output, which had triggered a surge of natural energy in the surrounding environment. Yoru's innate natural energy possessed a self-protective mechanism. Upon sensing a threat to his life, it swiftly absorbed the ambient natural energy to create a protective barrier, shielding him from the onslaught of lightning. Furthermore, the lightning was generated by Yoru himself, inherently possessing a degree of consciousness. During the energy surge, most of it was directed away from Yoru. Consequently, everything in Yoru's vicinity bore the brunt of the thunder's wrath, as the majority of the energy was released into the ground surrounding him. Chapter 32 I will master that power. What Yu remained oblivious to was that the chakra within him was entirely composed of natural energy, intricately linked to his consciousness. His chakra possessed awareness. Yet, at this moment, he lacked the understanding to control it with ease. However, he felt a surge of joy as his chakra and speed had doubled once again that night. Now, my chakra has reached the level of Karkashi's. My speed may fall short, but I anticipate that it won't be long before I can match it. My chakra is distinctly different from ordinary chakra. I must uncover the true nature of the chakra within me. If I cannot harness this surging chakra, any further increase will be futile. Yu was determined not to let a repeat of the previous night's events occur. I wonder how the village will react to the commotion I caused. Surely I am not in a cell in Konoha right now. Yu pondered. He remained in a state of unconsciousness, unaware of the circumstances surrounding him. Time passed, and Yu's consciousness drifted into a deep slumber, lasting until the break of dawn. As his awareness returned, he opened his eyes to find Karkashi leaning against the windowsill, engrossed in a novel. Sitting up, Yu inquired of Karkashi, "Master Karkashi, did the village's ninjas notice anything unusual last night?" This was Yu's foremost concern. Karkashi glanced at Yu and chuckled, "How is it that you awakened so swiftly? I expected you to be unconscious for several days." Karkashi was somewhat astonished, recalling that Yu had depleted his chakra the previous night. For a ninja, such a state could be perilous. A milder case might leave one bedridden for days, while a severe one might even lead to death. Yu rubbed his head and remarked, "I feel a bit dizzy. What exactly transpired last night? Do you not remember what happened?" Karkashi asked, puzzled. Yu shook his head. "I only recall gathering my chakra, on the verge of manifesting jittery, when my chakra became chaotic, and then I lost consciousness." Karkashi, its power is immense, capable of obliterating a mountain with a single blast. The jutsu you unleashed last night was of similar potency to the tailed beast bomb. Fortunately, we were training in the back mountains. Had you released such a jutsu in the residential area of the village, you would not be sitting here conversing with me now. Yu was astonished. Is it really that exaggerated? My chakra should not be sufficient to unleash such a terrifying jutsu, should it? Though Yu was aware that he had created quite a stir, he did not believe it was on par with a tailed beast bomb, which was, after all, a true catastrophe. He thought that with a chakra quantity inferior to Karkashi's, he could not possibly unleash such a formidable jutsu. Karkashi approached Yu and studied him for a moment before stating, "There is likely a power within you that even you are unaware of. The jutsu you unleashed last night must have been the result of that hidden power being activated." Yu was momentarily taken aback. There was a power within him that he was unaware of. Perhaps it is due to my chakra being different from that of ordinary individuals, he mused. This time, it was Karkashi who appeared surprised. "You are aware that your chakra differs from others." He knew that Yu's chakra was unique because of his sharingen, but how did Yu come to realize that his chakra was different from others? Yu raised his gaze to meet Karkashi's, calmly stating, "I have always known, my chakra quality far exceeds that of ordinary individuals. It was merely that I lacked the ability to perform jutsu previously, so I could not fully appreciate the distinctions. Kakashi sighed, I had thought you were oblivious. Yu Yu smiled slightly, my perception of chakra is also superior to that of the average person. Thus, I can sense the differences. I previously used my Sharingan to observe your chakra. It should be Senjutsu chakra. I have seen Lord Jiraiya's chakra before. When he enters such mode, his chakra resembles yours. That is the essence of Senjutsu chakra. What surprises me, however, is that you have not learned Senjutsu and could not possibly have entered Sage mode. Yesterday, I informed the third Hokage about your situation, and he mentioned that your physique may be akin to that of the first Hokage, a natural sage. Upon hearing that he had initially believed Kakashi to be a trustworthy individual but was now disappointed, sensing Yu Yu's misunderstanding. Kakashi took the time to explain the events of the previous day. In that situation, had I not disclosed your circumstances, you would have been in even greater peril. Fortunately, the Hokage does not perceive you as a threat and has permitted me to teach you in the future. Yu Yu's expression grew solemn. However, considering that he harbored no ambitions, regardless of the third Hokage's actions, he would not be easily subdued. With these thoughts in mind, Yu Yu chose not to dwell on the matter any longer. Kakashi continued to observe Yu Yu. Initially, when Yu Yu's countenance was grave and he displayed distrust, Kakashi felt a sense of shame. Yet, as Yu Yu regained his composure, Kakashi found himself filled with admiration. He recognized that Yu Yu had come to an understanding. At Kakashi's age, he could not have grasped such significant matters in an instant. At least in terms of temperament, Kakashi felt he fell short of Yu Yu. Having reached clarity, Yu Yu turned to Kakashi and asked, Master Kakashi, you should return to rest, you must not have had a proper night's sleep. Yu Yu felt a sense of gratitude for Kakashi's vigil through the night, understanding that he bore no resentment. Kakashi sighed in relief, it's nothing, for a ninja, a single night without sleep poses no significant issue. Yet, Yu Yu insisted, you should truly rest, I have no tasks today, and I wish to understand the nature of the chakra within me. Kakashi approached, inquiring, the power within you may be formidable. It could be challenging to control. Yu Yu nodded, I can sense that, it spiraled out of control last night. I had nearly gathered jittery when my chakra surged uncontrollably. However, I believe I can master that power. Last night was merely a case of my insufficient control over that chakra, which led to its rampage. Chapter 33 What, was it Nightfeather who did this? Although Kakashi wished to converse with Nightfeather a little longer, he recognized that Nightfeather needed rest. Thus, he said, please take your time to recuperate, once you feel ready, you may resume your training. Nightfeather nodded in acknowledgement. Kakashi uttered no further words and vanished from the room. Only after sensing the absence of Kakashi's chakra did Nightfeather exhale with relief. Observing his own hands, he furrowed his brow and mused, what on earth is happening? Despite such precise control, I still lost control. This chakra within me is indeed rather peculiar. After a moment, Nightfeather gradually concentrated the chakra in his hands. Soon, the chakra materialized, coalescing in the palms of Nightfeather. Unlike the previous blue, this time, his chakra was unexpectedly golden. This revelation left Nightfeather even more astonished. My chakra is indeed distinct from Could this be the sage chakra that Kakashi mentioned? Yet, sage chakra also seems to be blue, doesn't it? Moreover, this profound sensation feels significantly more potent than ordinary chakra. Nightfeather felt somewhat alienated from the chakra coursing through him. Additionally, I should have excellent control over chakra. How could I have lost control last night? Nightfeather found himself at a loss. This system of mine is excessively mechanical, offering no means to inquire. It appears I must unravel this mystery on my own. After departing from Nightfeather's residence, Kakashi sought out Mutsuber. Upon hearing that the commotion from the previous night had been caused by Nightfeather, Mutsuber was left in utter disbelief. Is it truly Nightfeather who did this? Mutsuber questioned, skeptical. Despite acknowledging Nightfeather's exceptional talent, he knew that such a disturbance was beyond his own capabilities. Regardless of Nightfeather's strength, he could not possibly have unleashed destruction comparable to the tailed beast bomb. Kakashi merely nodded, affirming the truth of the matter. Mutsuba's mind was in turmoil. What is going on with Nightfeather? This situation indeed exceeded Mutsuba's imagination. He had initially assumed the uproar was a result of Naruto losing control. Although the third Hokage had claimed that the Anbu were experimenting with ninjutsu last night, the elite shinobi of Konoha were generally aware of the events that transpired. However, almost all of them believed that it was the Nine Tails that had gone berserk. The third Hokage had suppressed the information to protect Naruto. After all, the Jinchuriki was already despised by the villagers. If they were to learn that the chaos of the previous night was due to Naruto's rampage, the villagers would likely turn against him. Such occurrences had befallen numerous Jinchuriki in the past. For instance, Killer Bee had even been assassinated by his own villagers. In comparison to Killer Bee, Naruto's situation was significantly better. After all, no one was throwing eggs at him or attempting to kill him. At most, they merely distanced themselves from him. It is important to note that during the Ninetales rampage, many villagers lost their loved ones to the beast. As the Jinchuriki of the Ninetales, Naruto, in a certain sense, represented the very embodiment of their enemy. Even in such circumstances, Naruto was not lacking in friends. Shikamaru, Choji, Ino, and Keeper were the kind of friends who would skip class with him. Even the staff at Ichiraku Ramen, including Iame, bore no ill will toward Naruto. It could be said that compared to Killer Bee, Naruto's treatment was nearly indistinguishable from that of an ordinary person. However, if the villagers were to discover that Naruto had lost control, no matter how much the third Hokage favored him, it was unlikely that the villagers would accept him. Who would wish to be near a ticking time bomb? They would probably demand that the third Hokage confine Naruto. At that point, even revealing that Naruto was the son of the fourth Hokage would be in vain. Minato Namikaze had only served as Hokage for a few years, and his standing among the villagers was not particularly high, despite being the hero who saved the village. But no matter how heroic he was, if his son was a potential threat, capable of causing mass destruction at any moment, no one would be willing to gamble their lives on him. Under such circumstances, even if Naruto was the son of a hero, no one would be willing to risk their lives. Thus, the elite shinobi of Konoha felt that the third Hokage had deliberately suppressed the information to prevent unrest among the villagers. Little did they know that the one responsible for the previous night's chaos was his own disciple. Mutsuba's mind struggled to process this revelation. Simultaneously, he felt a surge of anxiety. Who else knows about this news? Mutsuba's greatest concern was that others would learn of Nightfeather's actions. If that were to happen, Nightfeather's treatment would undoubtedly be no better than Naruto's. Kakashi hesitated for a moment before responding. Only the third Hokage and I are aware of this matter. Mutsuba looked up, glaring at Kakashi. You informed the third Hokage. Mutsuba was furious. He understood all too well what would become of Nightfeather if the third Hokage was aware of the situation. Mutsuba was on the verge of taking action against Kakashi. Kakashi hastily explained, rest assured, the third Hokage did not take him away, and he holds Nightfeather in high regard. You need not be so anxious. However, Mutsuba was not easily swayed. You know very well how unreliable the third Hokage's promises can be. As a member of the Anbu, Mutsuba had been exposed to much of Konoha's darker side. Kakashi, feeling helpless, replied, in such a situation last night, do you believe it would have been beneficial for Nightfeather if I had continued to conceal the truth? If I had remained silent and the third Hokage had discovered the truth on his own, Nightfeather would likely have lived under surveillance by the Anbu for the rest of his life. The only way forward is for Nightfeather to quickly master the power within him, granting him the ability to protect himself. He must demonstrate his value to the third Hokage. Only then can he truly exist in the light. Kakashi's emotions were somewhat heightened. Generally composed, he became particularly animated when discussing Nightfeather. Mutsuba fell silent, aware that Kakashi's assertions held merit. If the third Hokage were to investigate, it would be all too easy for him to uncover the truth about Nightfeather. At that point, Nightfeather would be viewed as a threat to Konoha. Even if he were not imprisoned, he would likely remain under constant surveillance by the Anbu. Should Nightfeather exhibit any signs of change, the Anbu would undoubtedly intervene. After a lengthy pause, Mutsuba finally raised his head and inquired, what kind of power resides within Nightfeather, that it could be so terrifying? Mutsuba had witnessed the chaos of the previous night. The power that had been unleashed was comparable to the devastating force of the tailed beast bomb released during the Ninetales rampage years ago. Fortunately, this had occurred in the back mountains. Had it taken place within Konoha, the main residential area would likely have been reduced to rubble. This was no exaggeration. The epicenter of the explosion created a crater hundreds of meters deep, with the shockwave extending for several kilometers. Within several kilometers surrounding the crater, countless trees, flowers, and earth had been reduced to ashes. Such terrifying power could only be wielded by a tailed beast bomb. It was precisely for this reason that, upon witnessing the explosion, many elite shinobi had assumed that the Ninetales had gone berserk and that the explosion was the result of a tailed beast bomb. Chapter 34. Did you witness that explosion? Kakashi inquired. The power within Yu must be Sage Chakra. When Lord Jiraiya entered Sage mode, he too possessed that type of chakra. Sage Chakra is immensely more potent than ordinary chakra. However, Yu has not trained in Sage arts. The third Hokage suggested that Yu might be a natural sage, with chakra intrinsically sage in nature. Moreover, given Yu's vast reservoir of chakra, it is conceivable that, with the enhancement of Sage Chakra, he could deplete all of his Sage Chakra and generate such an extensive ninjutsu. In truth, Kakashi found this notion rather far-fetched. He had witnessed Jiraiya's Sage mode firsthand. While undeniably formidable, no ninjutsu had ever exhibited a range comparable to what Yu unleashed the previous night, not to mention, Yu's technique obliterated everything within several kilometers of the explosion's epicenter. It was clear that the devastation Yu caused far surpassed that of Jiraiya, yet, apart from this explanation, Kakashi was at a loss to rationalize the terrifying power Yu had manifested. Makoto, having not been present to observe Yu's release of ninjutsu, accepted Kakashi's assertion. That kind of power is akin to that of a tailed beast. If Yu were to master that power, he would possess strength rivaling that of a tailed beast, would he not? Makoto gazed at Kakashi. Kakashi furrowed his brow. I fear it is not so simple. Yu is yet unable to control that power, and he lacks a thorough understanding of its nature. Nevertheless, it is somewhat reassuring that, while Yu's power may surge uncontrollably, he remains lucid at all times. He will not, unlike Jinchuriki, lose consciousness entirely and be utterly dominated by the tailed beast. Thus, I believe that the power within Yu is merely an immense chakra hidden within him. Provided Yu continues his training, he will undoubtedly learn to harness that chakra. Yet, I suspect this cannot be achieved in the short term. I will assist him. Kakashi concluded earnestly. Upon hearing this, Makoto felt a wave of relief wash over him. As long as that power is distinct from that of the tailed beasts, I am less concerned about whether it might seize control of his body. Kakashi shook his head. That will not happen. It is simply that Yu is unable to control that power, leading to its outburst. What astounds me is that Yu emerged unscathed from the epicenter of the explosion, without suffering even a scratch. Even after depleting his chakra, he merely slept for a night and was fully restored. Such remarkable regenerative abilities are on par with Naruto. No, even Naruto may not possess such an extraordinary capacity for recovery. Kakashi mused. Having kept watch over Yu throughout the night, Kakashi had contemplated much. These were the thoughts that had crystallized in his mind. Thus, I surmised that the power within Yu might indeed be the result of the natural sage body described by the third Hokage. The third Hokage. It sounds like divine prowess. Kakashi remarked. I was equally astonished when I first heard it. However, the third Hokage experienced the era of the first Hokage. His description of the first Hokage indeed borders on the divine. The first Hokage possessed an immense chakra reserve, frequently unleashing ninjutsu comparable to tailed beasts. The more powerful Yu became, the greater the potential destruction he could unleash should he ever pose a threat to Konohagakure. Did the third Hokage not have any reservations? Kakashi shook his head. We can only hope that the third Hokage remains unfettered by such thoughts, and that Yu will remain loyal to Konoha in the future. As his teacher, it is our duty to steer him away from a path of opposition against Konoha. However, I believe you need not worry. Yu is different from others. He is level-headed and will not be easily swayed. Makoto smiled. Indeed, that lad is nearly impossible to deceive. Moreover, he remains rational, and will not form a negative impression of Konoha based on witnessing one or two dark aspects of the village. Shinobi in this world are often excessively emotional. Few possess the capacity to view matters with composure and rationality. Many would harbor doubts about their village upon witnessing some of its darker deeds, but Yu Yu would not. He is remarkably mature, and both Makoto and Kakashi had discussed such matters with him. He even comprehended the existence of such complexities. In truth, a shinobi village, as the most vital military organization of a nation, cannot solely embody the light. Numerous dark and sordid affairs inevitably arise. Yet, these darker, sordid matters are often necessary to maintain the peace and stability of the majority, Makoto remarked. After all, his teacher is a pair of shinobi from the Anbu. Kakashi nodded in agreement. Of course, regarding Naruto and the others, Kakashi would not expose them to the darkness. Their minds are still far too naive. Should they learn of such things prematurely, it could easily lead to their emotional collapse. Similarly, Makoto would not permit Yamada and Ben to be exposed to these matters. After spending some time with Makoto, Kakashi took his leave. Today, he was to escort Naruto and the others to undertake a mission. Soon, the four gathered before the Hokage building. Arriving late, Kakashi was met with the exasperated remarks of Naruto and the others. "Kakashi-sensei, you're late again." Kakashi looked at Naruto and sighed. The sight of Naruto brought him back to reality, reminding him that he was teaching 3 students fresh from the ninja academy. Yu Yu's consistent maturity had led him to overlook the disparity in their ages. Kakashi casually explained, "My apologies, I encountered an elderly lady crossing the street." Watching Kakashi ramble as usual, the trio exchanged bemused glances. Naruto retorted, "Kakashi-sensei, you have an endless supply of excuses." Kakashi waved his hand dismissively. "All right, let us proceed to accept our mission." The four made their way towards the Hokage building, and Sakura turned to Sasuke, smiling as she said, "Sasuke, did you see it last night? That explosion?" Chapter 35, Departing the Village for a Mission. Kakashi's concerns. As Sakura finished speaking, Sasuke furrowed his brow, his expression grave as he nodded thoughtfully. Meanwhile, Naruto, looking utterly bewildered, approached and inquired, What happened? What explosion?" Last night, Naruto had slept soundly, completely oblivious to the explosion that had failed to rouse him. Sakura shot him an exasperated glance before turning her expectant gaze towards Sasuke. Although Sasuke typically maintained an aloof demeanor, he had indeed noticed the extraordinary explosion from the previous night. It was unlike anything he had ever witnessed, so terrifying that he had almost suspected an attack from another village. "I'm not certain, but even a Jonin couldn't have caused the explosion from last night," he replied. Sakura paused, taken aback. She had only been aware of the commotion the explosion had caused, never considering these implications. Even a Jonin couldn't do it, not even Kakashi-sensei. Sakura looked towards Kakashi, while Naruto, scratching his head in confusion, longed to interject, yet remained oblivious to the events of the previous night. Sasuke also turned his attention to Kakashi, who, as if he were invisible, remained silent. "Kakashi-sensei, you must have known about it last night, right? You surely couldn't have done it either." Under the scrutinizing stares of Sasuke and the others, Kakashi shook his head. "I couldn't have, but the explosion was a result of the village's relevant departments testing a new ninjutsu. There's no need for you to speculate." Upon hearing this, Sasuke fell into contemplation, choosing not to press further. He sensed that Kakashi's words were likely not entirely truthful, yet he refrained from probing deeper, recognizing it as a matter concerning the village's higher-ups. Sakura, observing Sasuke's silence, also chose to withhold her questions, while Naruto remained utterly perplexed, still unaware of what had transpired. The four of them arrived at the Hokage's office. Upon encountering Kakashi's team, the third Hokage regarded Kakashi with a nod. Both understood the unspoken meaning behind this gesture. Naruto dashed to the front of the third Hokage, exclaiming, "Old man Hokage, please refrain from assigning us those tedious and lowly tasks." The third Hokage sighed, looking at Naruto, "You are merely a newly graduated genin. It is expected that you should gradually accumulate experience through lower-ranked tasks. Furthermore, you have just recently become genin, so you can only undertake D-rank missions at most." However, Naruto shook his head obstinately. but those D-rank missions are exceedingly dull. I want to undertake more advanced tasks. Although the third Hokage was correct, Naruto was unwilling to engage in any more D-rank missions and resorted to whining. Meanwhile, Sakura and Sasuke, though silent, harbored thoughts aligned with Naruto's. They too were weary of lowly tasks. Kakashi, feeling a sense of resignation, mused, I knew he would resort to this. At that moment, he recalled Nightwing. I wonder how that kid is faring. He had his chakra drained just yesterday, and after only one night of rest, he has awakened. I hope there are no lingering after effects. In that instant, Karkash's thoughts drifted far away. As he watched Naruto persistently plead, the third Hokage found himself at a loss, ultimately conceding, very well, I understand. I shall assign you a C-rank mission. Upon hearing this, Naruto, who had been seated on the floor with his back to the third Hokage, leaped up in excitement. Really? What is the mission? The third Hokage smiled at Naruto's eager expression. You are to protect someone. Upon hearing it was a bodyguard mission, Naruto's imagination ran wild. Who are we protecting, a feudal lord or perhaps a princess? Kakashi, observing Naruto's exuberance, felt a sense of exasperation. Protecting a feudal lord was hardly merely a C-rank mission, though Sasuke and Sakura did not share Naruto's whimsical thoughts. They too felt a surge of anticipation. They were eager to be rid of mundane tasks like chasing cats or fetching dogs. The third Hokage did not answer Naruto's query but instead called out towards the door, please come in. Instantly, all four turned their attention to the entrance. Soon, the door swung open, and an elderly man with a bottle of sake ambled in, leaning against the doorframe as he surveyed the group. After taking a swig, he grumbled, what do we have here? Just a bunch of brats, especially that short one who looks utterly foolish. Are you really a ninja? Hearing the old man's words, Naruto laughed heartily. Har har har, who are you talking about? The shortest one, looking the silliest. As he spoke, Sakura and Sasuke quietly stepped behind Naruto. The moment they contrasted against him, Naruto's grin faltered. Who are you calling a fool? You old geezer, I'll have your head. Naruto shouted, ready to pounce, but was restrained by Kakashi. Are you planning to kill the person we are supposed to protect, fool? Ignoring Naruto's outburst, the old man declared, I am the renowned bridge builder, Tsunade. You are to ensure my safety while I construct the bridge. Naruto felt an immediate disdain for Tsunade, sulking with his arms crossed, refusing to look at him. Sakura and Sasuke, upon learning that it was a bodyguard mission, especially one outside the village, felt a sense of excitement. This was their first official mission as ninjas. However, Kakashi furrowed his brow with concern. A mission outside the village? His worry stemmed not from the potential dangers of the task but from the fear of Nightwing encountering peril in his absence. After all, who could say if the third Hokage would truly adhere to his promises from the previous night? What if the third Hokage intended to use this mission to send him away while plotting against Nightwing? Would the likes of Mukimoto be able to intervene? It was clear that they could not, though Mukimoto was also a jonin from the Anbu. His standing within Konoha paled in comparison to Kakashi's. The third Hokage held Kakashi in high regard, and he was indeed the strongest jonin in Konoha at present. With Tsunade and Jiraiya absent from the village, Guy would certainly not be a match for Kakashi in normal circumstances. Thus, among Konoha's jonin, Kakashi was the only one the third Hokage valued. With Kakashi safeguarding Nightwing, the third Hokage would likely honor his previous words. Yet, in Kakashi's absence, would the third Hokage yield to pressure from Danzo and others to abandon Nightwing? It was a troubling thought. Noticing Kakashi's complicated expression, the third Hokage addressed him. Kakashi, allow Naruto and the others to observe the world beyond the village during this mission. As their teacher, it is your duty. Kakashi furrowed his brows, understanding that the third Hokage was warning him not to forget his current responsibilities. However, the more the third Hokage insisted, the more Kakashi's worries intensified. Hearing the third Hokage's words, Naruto grinned widely. Har har har, old man, I will complete this mission flawlessly, and you'll see. Just as they were about to depart, Kakashi could no longer hold back. He looked at the third Hokage and said, Hokage-sama, since this mission involves leaving the village, I would like to bring Nightwing along to participate. Jonin Mukimoto has entrusted me to take his student with me on this mission. Chapter 36. How dare you oppose the third Hokage? Upon hearing Karkash's request, the third Hokage's expression momentarily stiffened, and he remained silent for an extended period. The atmosphere in the office turned chillingly tense. However, apart from Kakashi and the third, no one else was privy to the unfolding circumstances, and none dared to speak. Even Naruto felt the weight of this oppressive ambience. Sasuke regarded Kakashi with a contemplative gaze. Eventually, the third Hokage took a drag from his pipe and slowly remarked, "In that case, your team will now comprise 4 members." "Just one additional member," Kakashi retorted, unwavering. "Kakashi, should anything happen to him, the responsibility will fall squarely upon you," the third Hokage stated with a grave tone. Yet, Kakashi did not relent. "I will take responsibility." Unexpectedly, the previously stern third Hokage broke into a smile. "It seems that Yu is quite fortunate." In truth, the third Hokage was testing the depth of Karkashi's bond with Yu. To his surprise, the notoriously reclusive Kakashi was willing to go to such lengths to defend Yu, nearly resulting in a confrontation. Rather than feeling threatened, the third Hokage was pleased. He understood Karkashi's character well. Someone whom Kakashi valued so highly would undoubtedly be free from issues. Kakashi regarded the third Hokage, who nodded in acknowledgement. "It appears your mission's reward will now be divided among an additional member." Kakashi exhaled in relief. "Thank you, Hokage-sama." The third Hokage nodded. "Please summon him." Kakashi acknowledged the third Hokage with a nod before departing with Naruto and the others. Once Kakashi and his team left, Iruka finally mustered the courage to ask, "Hokage-sama, the Yu Kakashi just mentioned, could it possibly be this year's graduating Yu?" The third Hokage nodded in affirmation. Iruka felt perplexed. Yu shouldn't have elicited such a tense atmosphere between the two. It was an atmosphere Iruka had never encountered before. One was the strongest shonen in the village, and the other was the Hokage, the highest authority in Konohagakure. Kakashi had always struck Iruka as mature and rational. How could he have opposed the third Hokage to such an extent? What had Yu done to provoke such a confrontation between Kakashi and the third Hokage? "Hokage-sama, what exactly has Yu done? You seem somewhat displeased with him," Iruka ventured. The third Hokage cast a glance at Iruka. "I harbor no discontent towards him." Iruka remained silent, but his expression betrayed his skepticism. The third Hokage opted not to elaborate further. Noticing the third Hokage's reticence, Iruka tentatively inquired, "Isn't Yu being instructed by Jonin Kakashi? Why would Kakashi request to bring him along?" The third Hokage replied coolly, "You need not delve deeper into." Upon exiting the Hokage's office, Naruto could no longer contain his curiosity. "Kakashi-sensei, why did it seem like you and the old Hokage were on the verge of fighting just now?" Naruto's question resonated with Sakura and Sasuke, both of whom were equally eager to know. In that charged atmosphere, they had not dared to ask. Furthermore, Sasuke sensed that Yu might not be as ordinary as he appeared. Kakashi glanced at Naruto, unwilling to divulge the details, simply stating, "You misinterpreted the situation." Naruto pouted. "Kakashi-sensei, do you think I'm foolish? Given the atmosphere just now, it was as if you were about to clash, and yet you claim I misread it. And why are you bringing Yu along? After all, you are a teacher." Naruto's discontent was palpable. Yu was not even in their class. Kakashi's insistence on bringing Yu along made it seem as though he did not trust their capabilities. Sasuke, however, held a different perspective. He believed that Yu must possess some exceptional qualities, and that Kakashi was well aware of them. Most importantly, Kakashi's relationship with Yu seemed atypical. Otherwise, how could Kakashi have dared to confront the third Hokage on Yu's behalf? This realization left Sasuke feeling somewhat envious. After all, Kakashi was their guiding jonin, and yet he had nearly clashed with the third Hokage over a ninja from another class. Sasuke felt that he and his peers might not hold the same significance in Kakashi's eyes as Yu did. In moments when revenge was not on his mind, Sasuke was merely a somewhat proud youth. Upon hearing Naruto's remarks, Kakashi pondered for a moment before replying, "Yu has also become my apprentice, thus, he is considered one of my students." This revelation left Naruto and the others astounded. "What? Yu has become your apprentice?" The trio struggled to believe it, although they often expressed disdain for Kakashi. It was merely superficial. In truth, they had already acknowledged Kakashi's prowess during their evaluations at the training grounds. Furthermore, after hearing Shikamaru and others speak of him, they understood that Kakashi was among the strongest jonin in Konohagakure. Although they would not openly admit it, they felt a sense of pride. Yet now, Kakashi claimed that Yu had also become his disciple. Given Kakashi's evident regard for Yu, it was likely that he had imparted numerous jutsu to him. This thought left the trio feeling somewhat unbalanced. Naruto even exclaimed, that guy Yu is so cunning, Kakashi-sensei, you must have taught him many jutsu. You haven't even taught us any jutsu yet, you scoundrel. Though Sakura and Sasuke remained silent, their expressions reflected their displeasure. Kakashi, however, maintained a calm demeanor as he replied, I have not taught him any jutsu. I have known him for far less time than you. However, the trio remained unconvinced. Naruto scoffed, HMPH, Kakashi-sensei, are you trying to deceive us again? Kakashi, unwilling to elaborate further, simply stated, if you choose not to believe me, there is little I can do. As they conversed, they arrived at Yu's residence. This marked the first visit for Naruto, Sakura, and Sasuke to Yu's home. At that moment, Yu was engrossed in studying his chakra. The sudden arrival of Kakashi and the others left him perplexed. Kakashi patted Yu on the shoulder. We have received a C-rank mission that requires us to leave the village. I requested Hokage-sama's permission to bring you along for some practical experience. Yu frowned slightly, leaving the village. Kakashi nodded. Naruto stepped forward with a grin. This time, we have a task to escort someone. Sakura took the opportunity to scrutinize Yu for the first time, feeling astonished. This guy is actually quite handsome, not inferior to Sasuke at all. Why hadn't I noticed him before? Of course, Sakura's thoughts stemmed from an appreciation for good-looking boys, not from any romantic inclinations toward Yu. After all, her feelings for Sasuke were unwavering and not easily swayed. Had it not been for Shikamaru and the others' encouragement, Sakura would not have confessed to Naruto. She had consistently made it clear that her affections lay with Sasuke, making it unlikely for her to develop feelings for anyone else. Sasuke was also meticulously observing Yu, attempting to discern what set him apart. However, after scrutinizing him for a considerable time, he found nothing remarkable beyond their similar levels of attractiveness. Chapter 37, His strength rivals that of a jonin. Before Yu could respond, Naruto seized his hand and urged him outside. What are you still pondering? We must hurry, this is a C-rank mission. How long would you have to remain in the village before receiving another C-rank assignment? Although Naruto felt a twinge of jealousy towards Kakashi's esteem for Yu, he harbored no ill will against him. After all, Yu was among the few who had not exhibited disdain for him in the past. As Yu was pulled from his home, he glanced back at Kakashi, perplexed by the sudden invitation to embark on a mission together. He recalled Kakashi's earlier assertion that he would only be taken on missions once he had attained jonin level strength. Yu found it hard to believe that Kakashi would breach his own promise without cause. Eager to understand the situation, he was soon informed by Naruto about the events that had transpired at the Hokage's office. Upon hearing Naruto's account, Yu grasped the reason behind Kakashi's decision to include him. With the mystery resolved, he felt no reluctance to accept Kakashi's kindness. Upon reaching the gates of Konoha, Dazner spotted Yu and remarked with a smile, now this is a true ninja, unlike this daft lad here. The lad he referred to was Naruto. Gritting his teeth, Naruto glared at Dazner, but he refrained from retaliating. Knowing that Dazner was their charge, the group remained largely silent as they journeyed, with only Naruto chattering away. Sasuke's gaze was fixated on Yu, while Sakura expressed curiosity regarding him. Sasuke was eager to ascertain the extent of Yu's strength. He was well aware of Kakashi's prowess, and it was inconceivable that Yu, under Kakashi's watchful eye, could be lacking in ability. However, he was keen to discover just how formidable Yu truly was. After a considerable walk, they passed through a wooded area. Noticing two puddles ahead, Yu glanced at Kakashi, who shook his head subtly, signaling him to refrain from acting rashly. Yu had long forgotten the narrative of the Land of Waves, yet he sensed a chakra fluctuation emanating from the two puddles, indicating the presence of hidden ninjas. It was a bright, sunny day, the ground around them was parched, yet the water in the puddles showed no signs of evaporation, an anomaly that stood out starkly. Kakashi and Yu acknowledged the situation but chose to act as if nothing were amiss, calmly proceeding past the puddles. Suddenly, just as they had distanced themselves by several steps, two ninjas sprang from the water. With a resounding clash, chains ensnared Kakashi, who was soon reduced to mere fragments, his blood staining the earth in a gruesome spectacle. The horrifying scene left the inexperienced group in shock. Even Yu, witnessing such a bloody sight for the first time, felt a jolt of unease. Despite knowing Kakashi had evaded the attack using a substitution technique, the gruesomeness of the moment unsettled him. Had it not been for his strong mental fortitude, he might have succumbed to nausea. Almost simultaneously, the two ninjas, believing they had successfully dispatched Kakashi, turned their attention towards Yu and the others. Naruto was rendered speechless by the earlier scene, while Sasuke reacted with remarkable speed. As the chain blades were hurled towards them, he swiftly launched a few shuriken. The sound of a shuriken embedding itself in a nearby tree echoed, but this attack was merely a feint. The two ninjas had their sights set on Dazene.in an instant. They were upon him. Realizing they had been outmaneuvered, Sasuke shouted, "Sakura, be careful." He wished to assist, but the distance was too great. Sakura, though untrained in ninjutsu, remained composed and unswayed by the earlier horror. Drawing a kunai, she positioned herself protectively in front of Dazner. Overconfident, the two ninjas scoffed, clearly underestimating Sakura's capabilities. Just as they advanced toward her, a sudden, overwhelming force struck them in the chest. In an instant, their bodies were propelled backwards like cannonballs, crushing through rows of trees before finally coming to a halt. Sakura, gripping her kunai, turned to see Yu standing before her, his demeanor serene. A stunned silence enveloped the group. After a prolonged moment, Sakura, her voice trembling, managed to express her gratitude. "Why Yu, thank you." Although she had not witnessed his movements, it was evident that Yu had sent the two ninjas flying. Dazner, who had nearly resigned himself to death, finally snapped back to reality, gazing at Yu's silhouette. Despite only seeing his back, a profound sense of security washed over him as he murmured, "I told you this young man was reliable." Meanwhile, Sasuke, who had been eager to discern Yu's true strength, stared in disbelief, his mind racing. "Even my Sharingan can't perceive his movements. This guy, he must be a monster." Sasuke, proud as he was, found himself unable to comprehend Yu's swiftness. Even with the Sharingan activated, despite possessing a single tomo, he should have been able to perceive most ninjas' actions. "This guy's speed is terrifying. I can't even track his movements with my Sharingan." Kakashi, hidden in the shadows and observing the unfolding events, shared in the astonishment. While he had recognized Yu's exceptional talent and mid-level ninja capabilities, the power he had just exhibited transcended that classification. Even though Yu had only delivered a couple of kicks and relied solely on taijutsu, Kakashi could unmistakably sense that Yu's abilities had surged exponentially since their last encounter. Standing before the two ninjas, who lay mangled and lifeless a considerable distance away, Kakashi reflected, what kind of force did this kid unleash to inflict such devastation? The two ninjas no longer showed any signs of life. These two were mid-level ninjas, yet this boy's strength has reached a level where he can dispatch them in an instant. Kakashi found the notion hard to fathom. His progress is astonishingly rapid. Previously, during his assessment of Yu, Kakashi had gauged him to be merely a strong mid-level ninja, but the strength he had just demonstrated was indicative of someone capable of eliminating mid-level ninjas effortlessly. This suggested that Yu had ascended to Jonin level prowess. It was worth noting that Yu had also learned the Kaidori technique. Although he had seemingly failed to execute it that fateful night, Kakashi was certain that Yu had succeeded, albeit with his chakra spiraling out of control, significantly amplifying the technique's potency. Even if Yu currently struggled to rein in his chakra, the sheer might of his taijutsu alone rendered him comparable to a Jonin. Chapter 38, Testing the Combat Proficiency of Yu. However, Yu's rapid enhancement of strength was truly astonishing. Even though Kakashi had previously regarded Yu's innate talent as exceptionally formidable, with the potential to eventually rival the fourth Hokage, he had not anticipated such swift progress. Now, Yu was merely a few lethal jutsu away from achieving formidable power, given his remarkable aptitude for learning ninjutsu, it would not be long before he genuinely possessed the strength of a jonin, or even an elite jonin. Shaking his head, Kakashi formed hand seals and intoned, Doten, Dori Heki no Jutsu. Instantly, several earthen walls arose around the two fallen ninjas, entombing their bodies within. After addressing the matter at hand, Kakashi emerged from the thicket, surveying the shattered trees along the way. Even he was left in awe. What magnitude of power must this kid possess to have broken these massive trees? It was merely the aftershock, and yet it shattered so many trees. I fear that ordinary ninjutsu could not achieve such a feat. Approaching Yu and his companions, Kakashi observed Yu standing there, remarkably composed. Upon noticing Kakashi's arrival, Yu inquired, what became of those two ninjas? Kakashi sighed, they are all dead. Do you know who they were? Although Yu was aware that the two were from the Mist Village, he still posed the question. Two Chunin from the Mist Village. Their objective was likely Mr. Dazner. Kakashi scrutinized Dazner. He realized that Dazner had undoubtedly concealed the true difficulty of this mission. With ninjas, two Chunin, no less, this was decidedly not a C-rank mission, but rather a B-rank task. Kakashi suspected that these two Chunin were not even the most formidable foes they would encounter. It was evident that they had been dispatched to scout the path. Should Jonin be involved, this would elevate the mission to an A rank. The disparity between A-rank and C-rank missions was colossal. The remuneration alone varied greatly. A C-rank mission would not exceed 50,000 Rio, while an A-rank task required at least 150,000 Rio. Yu turned his gaze toward Dazner, whose anxiety was palpable under their scrutiny. Why are you looking at me like that? Despite his unease, Dazner feigned calmness. Kakashi replied coldly, Mr. Dazner, those two ninjas were after you. Dazner vehemently denied, impossible. They were clearly targeting you. Kakashi furrowed his brow, sensing Kakashi's irritation. Yu cautioned, Mr. Dazner, if you do not clarify the specifics of this mission, we cannot guarantee our continued commitment. There is no need for you to conceal the truth. I suspect these two ninjas are not the last of their kind. If we abandon this mission, what fate awaits you? Yu felt that if he did not press Dazner for the truth, Kakashi would indeed opt to abandon the mission. Initially, Dazner had intended to withhold information, but upon meeting Yu's earnest gaze, he sighed and divulged the truth. After speaking, he looked at Yu and Kakashi. Our land of waves desperately requires that bridge. I acknowledge I concealed the difficulty of this mission, but our nation is impoverished, lacking even ninjas. We cannot afford the commission for an A-rank mission. I implore you to assist our land of waves. As he spoke, Dazner knelt. Yu glanced at Kakashi, awaiting his decision, for it was Kakashi who held the authority to determine whether to proceed with the mission. Kakashi helped Dazner to his feet, then turned to Yu and the others, asking, what do you all think? Should we continue this mission or return to the village? Kakashi had entrusted the decision to Yu and his companions. Yu chose to remain silent. Sasuke's eyes were fixed on Yu, still reeling from the shock of Yu's earlier display of power. Sakura, noticing Sasuke's silence, held her tongue as well. Naruto, on the other hand, stood dumbfounded, unable to comprehend the gravity of the situation. As no one spoke, Dazner grew increasingly anxious. If Kakashi and his team were unwilling to protect him, the bridge in the Land of Waves would never come to fruition. Kardu had hired a jonin. Only someone of Kakashi's caliber could provide him with protection. Moreover, Dazner had sufficient trust in Yu, believing that as long as Kakashi and Yu were present, Kardu's hired jonin would not pose a lethal threat. Kakashi observed Sasuke, Naruto, and Sakura, shaking his head. The trio was still inexperienced and had been thoroughly intimidated by the earlier encounter. His gaze shifted back to Yu. Yu felt somewhat exasperated. He had not intended to interject, as he was not a member of Team 7. This mission was theirs, not his. However, he recognized that if he remained silent any longer, Kakashi would indeed lead them back. Kakashi-sensei, I believe we should continue with this mission. I am willing to trust what Mr. Dazner has said. Kakashi nodded. Since you have expressed that sentiment, we shall proceed with the mission. However, Mr. Dazner, you must inform us of the ninjas you suspect are after you so we can adequately prepare. Delighted by Karkashi's willingness to continue, Dazner hastily recounted the details regarding Kardu and added, he had brought along for Genin. If it were just him, he would feel more at ease. Yu, he trusted, but Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura were indeed genuine genin. In the face of a Jonin, they would have little chance of survival. Kakashi addressed Yu, Mr. Dazner's safety is now in your hands. You must ensure his protection at all costs, regardless of what transpires. Sasuke, Naruto, Sakura, you must stay close to Yu. Should you become separated, it would be all too easy for the enemy to pick you off one by one. Though Sasuke was reluctant, Kakashi's implication was that Yu was stronger than they were. Yet, recalling Yu's earlier display of might, Sasuke begrudgingly nodded in agreement. Sakura, having been saved by Yu's intervention, felt no inclination to oppose. With Sasuke's acquiescence, she naturally followed suit. Meanwhile, Naruto stood there, still dazed. Kakashi turned to Naruto, sighing, and what about you, Naruto? Kakashi's inquiry snapped Naruto back to reality. I have no objections. In that moment, he became acutely aware of the gap between himself, Yu, and Sasuke. Although Sasuke had not performed as impressively as Yu, he had nonetheless been the most competent among the trio. Meanwhile, Naruto had done nothing, merely standing idly by. Clenching his teeth, he felt a pang of shame for his earlier cowardice. Next time, I will stand in front of Sasuke and Yu. I will surpass them. With that declaration, Naruto drew a kunai and stabbed it into his palm. Everyone was taken aback. Naruto's act of self-harm was entirely unexpected. Quickly, Kakashi nodded, though your performance was lacking, at least you recognize your shortcomings. In truth, Kakashi was not particularly pleased with Naruto's earlier behavior. However, this was his first time leaving the village, encountering the grim realities of battle, so a less-than-stellar performance was somewhat understandable. Now that Naruto was capable of self-reflection, he was not entirely beyond redemption. This crisis was one that Yu had hoped to avoid. After all, this was Team 7's mission, meant to hone the skills of Sasuke, Naruto, and Sakura. His involvement would undermine their training objectives. However, when the two ninjas had nearly taken Sakura's life, and Kakashi remained hidden in the woods, he had no choice but to intervene. Yu understood that Kakashi was undoubtedly seeking to test his combat capabilities. Chapter 39, Nightwing's reminder to Sasuke. Naruto's actions filled Kakashi with a sense of relief. Approaching him, he remarked, if you don't stop the bleeding soon, you might meet your demise. Initially resolute, Naruto's face turned pale at the mention of death. I don't want to die. However, upon grasping Naruto's hand, he was astonished to discover that the injury was already beginning to heal. Kakashi's heart raced. Is this the power of the Nine Tails? Its regenerative abilities are indeed formidable. While tending to Naruto's wounds, the latter repeatedly inquired, Kakashi-sensei, will I really die? Kakashi shook his head, replying, that's enough. Once the bandaging was complete, Kakashi turned to the group, the upcoming mission will be perilous. Sakura, Sasuke, do you wish to return to Konoha or continue with this task? Sasuke glanced at Nightwing, seemingly competing with him, and declared, of course, we shall continue with the mission. Although hesitant, Sakura, still shaken from the earlier encounter with two rogue ninjas, throughout the trek, Sasuke's gaze remained fixed on Nightwing. The latter's performance had far surpassed his own. Despite Sasuke's commendable showing in his first real battle, he felt dwarfed by Nightwing's prowess. This guy has no Sharingan, yet he moves with such swiftness, effortlessly dispatching 2ch nin. He is of the same age as I, yet I am vastly inferior. If this continues, how could I ever hope to defeat that man? Thoughts of Itachi Uchiha intensified Sasuke's ambitions. The impact of Nightwing's earlier display weighed heavily on him. Perhaps if I can conquer Nightwing, I will stand a chance against that man. To Sasuke, Nightwing possessed a talent akin to that of his brother. Itachi had annihilated their clan at the tender age of 13, wielding power that could decimate the Uchiha. 13, and he already had the strength of a Kage. Were Nightwing aware that Sasuke regarded them as equals in talent, he would surely disagree. He had no certainty of attaining Kage status within a year. After all, he had yet to master even a single lethal jutsu. Their Kaidori, which he had seemingly executed successfully for the first time, was in Nightwing's eyes a complete failure, as he had failed to maintain control. Sakura, too, was captivated by Nightwing. She found herself curious about him. During their time at the Ninja Academy, she had been oblivious to his remarkable abilities. In fact, Nightwing had been almost invisible back then. The power he displayed now indicated that he had concealed his true strength throughout their schooling. What kind of mindset must one possess to suppress the urge to flaunt their talents at such a young age? Sakura struggled to comprehend it. Walking alongside Nightwing, she inquired, "Nightwing, why didn't I have any impression of you during Ninja Academy?" Nightwing replied nonchalantly, "Perhaps it is because I was too ordinary." Sakura shot him a skeptical look. "Ordinary? You are anything but. I believe your abilities may even rival those of Kakashi-sensei." In Sakura's eyes, Nightwing and Kakashi were nearly on par. After all, Nightwing's swift defeat of 2ch. Nightwing waved his hand dismissively. "You clearly underestimate Kakashi-sensei's abilities. He is, after all, the most formidable jonin in our Hidden Leaf village. Do not be deceived by his seemingly laid-back demeanor. In reality, he possesses a formidable reputation in the ninja world, having achieved jonin status at our age. Moreover, he has an illustrious record of accomplishments." At that time, his mentor was the fourth Hokage. Sakura, who had initially sought to learn more about Nightwing, was taken aback by this revelation. Although she had gathered information about Kakashi from Ino, she had only grasped that he was powerful. However, Ino had never mentioned that Kakashi was the strongest jonin in Konoha. Sasuke was similarly surprised by Kakashi's strength. Naruto, however, looked incredulous. No way. Kakashi-sensei may be a jonin, but how could he be that formidable? And his teacher was the fourth Hokage. The fourth Hokage was Naruto's idol. Although he was unaware that the fourth was his father, he revered him for sealing the 9 tails and saving Konoha. It was this admiration that inspired Naruto's childhood dream of becoming Hokage, to be a hero like the fourth and earn the acceptance of the entire village. Thus, the revelation that Kakashi was a disciple of the fourth left him utterly astonished. Nightwing glanced at Naruto and stated, "This information is not classified." Kakashi-sensei, at the tender age of 12, ascended to jonin due to his battlefield accomplishments, just like us. He is renowned as the copy ninja in the ninja world. He possesses a formidable presence. And indeed, the fourth Hokage was Kakashi-sensei's mentor. During the Third Great Ninja War, Kakashi-sensei had already garnered significant notoriety on the battlefield. Moreover, he graduated from the Ninja Academy at the age of 5 and became a nin at 6. As Nightwing recounted these exploits, Sasuke, Naruto, and Sakura stared blankly at Kakashi. The seemingly languid individual before them was, in fact, so powerful, they could hardly fathom it, yet, they all understood that Nightwing had no reason to deceive them. Even the protected Tsuner looked at Kakashi with a sense of fortune. After all, hiring such a powerful ninja as his bodyguard for the mere fee of a D-rank mission was an unbelievable bargain. With Kakashi present, he felt certain that the jonin hired by the Land of Waves could not harm him. Kakashi felt a twinge of exasperation. "All right, enough of the past." Nightwing chuckled, "Just a bit of idle chatter." In truth, Nightwing's comment was primarily directed at Sasuke. Sasuke had been relentlessly pursuing strength. In his quest for vengeance, he was even willing to align with Orochimaru, risking his body being taken over, all for the sake of power. Nightwing's intention was to convey to Sasuke that he could become formidable by following Kaka's high. In Nightwing's view, what Sasuke needed most was not a cursed seal, but rather the development of his Sharingan. Without proper mastery of the Sharingan, no matter how potent the cursed seal, the pinnacle of power would cap out at the level of a Kage. While that was indeed impressive for an ordinary ninja, it would be insufficient in the face of the impending Fourth Great Ninja War. Chapter 40, The Invasion. Indeed, Sasuke was swayed by At this moment. He gazed at Kakashi with eyes brimming with a fervent desire for power. He believed that Kakashi could truly transform him into an unparalleled force. Sakura, on the other hand, was immensely curious about Yu, astonished by how much he seemed to know about Kakashi. "Kakashi-sensei, did you share all this with Yu?" Sakura looked at Kakashi with a hint of jealousy. Kakashi's mouth twitched slightly. Observing Yu's enigmatic smile, he felt a sense of helplessness. Not entirely, much of this information was likely gathered by him independently. Sakura huffed, he must have been told by Kakashi. Clearly, in Kakashi-sensei's heart, Yu is more important than us. Naruto, realizing the situation, cast a disdainful glance at Kakashi. Right, Sakura is absolutely correct. Kakashi-sensei is too biased, only telling Yu and not us. Sasuke remained silent, yet he too felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. After all, Kakashi was their teacher, and logically, they should hold greater importance than Yu. It was unexpected that Kakashi had disclosed so much information to Yu while withholding it from them. Kakashi felt a headache coming on. He knew Yu was doing this on purpose. Dazner, standing nearby, fanned the flames. Kakashi, it seems being a teacher is quite challenging. Kakashi could only explain that it's because the time we have had is too short. We haven't truly gotten to know each other. Moreover, most of the information was discovered by Yu himself, not something I revealed to him. However, Sasuke and the others were unconvinced by Kakashi's defense. Naruto exclaimed, "No way, Kakashi-sensei, you cannot be biased, you must teach us ninjutsu as well. I want to learn the techniques Yu used to swiftly defeat those two ninjas." Sakura nodded in agreement. Yes, Naruto is right. Sasuke felt a bit exasperated. He knew that Yu hadn't actually employed any ninjutsu earlier. Kakashi chuckled wryly. Yu didn't use any ninjutsu, he utilized taijutsu. And I have never taught him taijutsu. Yet Naruto and Sakura remained skeptical. How is that possible? If Kakashi-sensei didn't teach him, how could he be so strong? Kakashi glanced at Yu, feeling quite helpless. Yu remained silent. Kakashi could only say, "When there is time, I will take you all to practice together." Upon receiving Kakashi's promise, Naruto and Sakura were overjoyed. Sasuke was also filled with anticipation. After all, Kakashi's talent was said to be comparable to that of Uchiha Itachi in his prime, perhaps even slightly surpassing it. After a lengthy journey, they finally entered the Land of Waves. This was a small nation on the edge of the Land of Fire, with a sparse population and even lacking ninjas, making its poverty quite evident. However, the country's environment was rather pleasant, filled with lakes and abundant forest resources, making it an excellent location for tourism development. Furthermore, being coastal, fishing also presented a viable opportunity. As the Land of Waves was small, the tourism and fishing industries could sustain its economy. "Mr. Dazner, your country has quite favorable conditions," Yu praised. Dazner paused, momentarily thinking Yu was being sarcastic. "The Land of Waves is indeed weak, we have no choice, the country is too poor." Yu shook his head. "I speak earnestly, your nation may be small and sparsely populated, yet it boasts rich tourism resources, and combined with fishing, it could certainly lead to prosperity." Currently, the ninja world was in a period of relative peace, which fostered the growth of the tourism industry. Dazner was taken aback. How could anyone possibly want to visit such a remote and impoverished place? He was skeptical. Yu countered, "Such individuals are more common than you think. As long as people from other nations are made aware of this place and proper promotion is conducted, it will attract visitors. There are still plenty of wealthy individuals in the world." Dazner contemplated this, and although he remained doubtful of Yu's assertions, he recognized that without that, no matter how rich the tourism resources are, no one will come. Yu nodded in agreement. That is indeed true. Meanwhile, Kakashi observed Yu with satisfaction. Ninjas were part of a nation's military sector, essentially a professional organization. Economic matters were generally not their concern. Aside from the commissions for hiring ninjas, the state would allocate military funds. Financial issues were not something they needed to ponder. Of course, if they offended the daime, that would be a different story, as seen with Tsunagakure. Typically, ninja villages and daime maintained a mutually beneficial relationship, as the daime hoped for the strength of the ninja village to safeguard the nation's interests. In contrast, Tsunagakure's poor relationship with its daime led to minimal military funding, resulting in a severely weakened state, with its number of ninjas unable to compare with the other four great ninja villages. While ordinary ninjas need not concern themselves with economic issues, high-ranking individuals such as the Hokage certainly had to. After all, ninjas required substantial financial and material resources for training. Without economic support, ninja villages would only grow weaker. Many small ninja villages faltered due to their nation's inability to provide sufficient economic backing. Yu's ability to consider economic matters, along with his insightful perspective, was a source of comfort for Kakashi. However, it was evident that apart from Yu and Kakashi, Sasuke, Naruto, and Sakura showed little interest in such discussions, remaining more focused on ninjutsu and the ways of ninjas. Throughout the journey, Naruto was noticeably anxious, not out of fear, but because he had performed poorly previously. He hoped to encounter a ninja along the way, so he could personally defeat them and redeem himself. As they passed a lakeside, Naruto noticed movement in the nearby bushes. Excited as if he had discovered treasure, he hurled a few kunai towards the thicket. With the sound of slicing wind, it appeared his target had been struck. Ignoring Kakashi's warnings, Naruto rushed into the bushes, exclaiming, "Har har, I hit it." However, upon reaching the thicket and seeing the kunai embedded in a rabbit, blood pouring from its wounds, he felt utterly embarrassed. Sakura approached and, witnessing the scene, was furious. She punched Naruto on the head. "You idiot Naruto, what have you done?" Clearly, for a girl like Sakura, the sight of a rabbit being brutally wounded was quite shocking. Naruto, feeling sheepish, stammered, "I'm sorry, I didn't know, I thought it was an enemy." Sasuke, Yu, and Kakashi stayed back, standing beside Dazner. Kakashi sighed in exasperation at Naruto's antics. "This kid really hasn't he changed at all?" Sasuke scoffed, "Fool." Yu merely smiled, finding no surprise in Naruto's behavior. After all, it wouldn't he be Naruto if he acted any differently. Chapter 41, The Sharingan. As Sakura berated Naruto, a formidable blade hurtled towards them from a distance. Viron, 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 the massive sword sliced through the air with astonishing velocity. Sensing the impending danger, Kakashi immediately shouted, "Everyone, drop to the ground." Although the group was bewildered as to the reason behind his command, they complied without hesitation. The great sword whizzed overhead and struck a large tree. In the next moment, a ninja adorned with the Mist Village headband stood atop the blade, his back turned to the group. Bewildered and alarmed, they gazed at the unexpected ninja. Kakashi, standing before them, regarded the figure on the tree with a grave expression. "It appears to be the rogue ninja Zabuza Momochi from the Mist Village. It seems we are in for a considerable amount of trouble." Upon seeing Zabuza, Naruto, who stood behind Kakashi, unsheathed his kunai and shouted as he charged towards him. "At long last, he has appeared. This time, I will not be outdone by Sasuke or Yaoyang." Previously dissatisfied with his own performance, Naruto now perceived this as an opportunity to showcase his abilities, shouting as he rushed forward. However, Kakashi intercepted him, his tone serious. "Do not be reckless, he is not an adversary you can handle." Frowning, Naruto retorted, "Sensei Kakashi, I assure you, I will not falter like before." Kakashi furrowed his brow, aware that Zabuza was an elite jonin, far beyond the capabilities of two ordinary chunin. Even he would have to tread carefully, one misstep could lead to his demise. Meanwhile, Zabuza, upon spotting Kakashi, stiffened. "So it's the Sharingan wielding Kakashi Hatake. No wonder those two brothers failed." Hearing Zabuza's words, Sasuke was taken aback. "The Sharingan. Kakashi possesses the Sharingan." Since the annihilation of the Uchiha clan, Sasuke believed he was the sole survivor of his lineage within Konoha. Sakura was unaware of what the Sharingan entailed, having never witnessed Sasuke manifest it before. "Sharingan? What is the Sharingan?" Naruto inquired of Kakashi. "Sensei Kakashi, what is the Sharingan?" Kakashi remained silent, while Sasuke explained, "The Sharingan is a dojutsu that allows one to see through ninjutsu, genjutsu, and taijutsu." Zabuza cast a glance at Sasuke and added, "Indeed, the Sharingan possesses such capabilities, and it can also replicate an opponent's techniques." Kakashi Hatake, I am well acquainted with your profile from the ninja handbook distributed during my time in the Mist Village. The copy ninja Kakashi, capable of copying thousands of techniques, an exceedingly dangerous individual. At Zabuza's words, both Sakura and Naruto were astonished. Although Yaoyang had previously remarked on Kakashi's strength, they had lacked a tangible understanding of it. Now, Zabuza's declaration made them acutely aware of Kakashi's prowess. Sakura was left speechless. "So, Sensei Kakashi is truly this formidable?" Naruto gazed at Kakashi, disbelief etched on his face. So, Sensei Kakashi really is this powerful, thousands of techniques, that's terrifying. Sasuke's gaze remained fixated on Kakashi, not because of his ability to wield numerous techniques, but rather the fact that Kakashi possessed the Sharingan, a trait unique to the Uchiha clan. Yet, as Kakashi had yet to unveil the Sharingan, Sasuke remained skeptical. Kakashi regarded Zabuza with a serious expression. It seems we are in for a fierce battle. Sasuke, Naruto, Sakura, form a protective formation to safeguard Mr. Tsuner. Yao Yang, today marks our first collaboration. Yao Yang, who had been standing nearby, slowly approached Kakashi, having already drawn a kunai. Although Sasuke and the others were reluctant, they understood their strength paled in comparison to Yao Yan's, and thus formed a protective circle around Tsuner. Zabuza turned his gaze towards Yao Yang, unable to discern anything particularly special about him. You seem to place a great deal of trust in this young lad. Is he your apprentice? Sasuke, who had been intently observing Kakashi, focused even more intently on his movements. As Kakashi lifted the forehead protector, revealing his previously concealed left eye, a three-tomo Sharingan materialized. Sasuke was stunned. It truly is the Sharingan, a three-tomo Sharingan. Even among the Uchiha clan, only a select few can awaken it. Could Kakashi be one of them? Sasuke was led to believe Kakashi hailed from the Uchiha clan, as he perceived the Sharingan as exclusive to them. Sakura and Naruto, upon witnessing Kakashi's Sharingan, were equally astonished. This was their first encounter with such an extraordinary eye. What manner of eye is this? Why does it emanate such a terrifying aura? Naruto and Sakura. Furthermore, Naruto felt an inexplicable discomfort towards the Sharingan. Kakashi did not respond to Zabuza, who continued to speak. I am well aware of your profile from the ninja handbook. Do you truly believe I would engage you on a battlefield favorable to you? With that, a thick fog suddenly enveloped the surroundings. The eerie scene startled Sasuke and the others, prompting them to draw their kunai and prepare for battle. Yao Yang remained calm, perceiving Zabuza's chakra despite the increasingly dense fog obscuring visibility. This was one of the abilities of his own chakra. Kakashi furrowed his brow. Using their hidden mist jutsu to obscure my vision, truly worthy of Zabuza Momochi. If one is not cautious, one might meet their end here. Kakashi expressed concern for Yao Yang. Yao Yang, do not stray from my side. This is the Mist Village's hidden technique, a silent killer's art. Be wary of the sounds around you. Ignoring Kakashi, Yao Yan's gaze remained fixed on Zabuza, who was stealthily approaching them. Despite the surrounding mist, Zabuza's movements were entirely within his perception. As Yao Yang remained silent, Kakashi began to worry that something had befallen him. In a moment of urgency, Kakashi unleashed his chakra. Boom! The overwhelming chakra instantly dispersed the surrounding mist, revealing Yao Yan's figure. Upon confirming Yao Yang was unharmed, Kakashi sighed in relief. Why did you not respond? Yao Yang glanced at Kakashi and replied with a smile, I thought you could sense my presence, Sensei Kakashi. Kakashi shook his head, exasperated. Focus. Our opponent is an elite jonin, do not let your guard down. As Kakashi unleashed his chakra, Sasuke and the others looked upon Kakashi's back with trepidation. Is this the killing intent emanating from a clash between jonin? In such an environment, it would be better to perish. The overwhelming pressure from the confrontation between Kakashi and Zabuza immobilized Sasuke, Naruto, and Sakura. The terrifying aura affected their mental state, with Sasuke even raising his kunai, poised to stab himself in the abdomen, his mind clouded by the killing intent of both Kakashi and Zabuza. Even Naruto wore an expression of fear, having completely lost his will to survive. Chapter 42:1 against 2. Just as Sasuke was poised to stab himself, Yu's gaze sharpened. He unleashed the chakra within him. Boom! A surge of golden chakra erupted from Yu's being. The terrifying force instantly dispelled the murderous intent emanating from Zabuza and Kakashi. The trio, who moments ago were filled with dread, now felt as though they had encountered the warm sun amidst a frigid winter. transforming the oppressive atmosphere into one of warmth. Sasuke, gripping his kunai, halted his actions. Regaining his composure, he turned his gaze toward the now tranquil Yu. This is Yu's chakra. It is incredibly powerful. Previously, Yu had only demonstrated his physical prowess. But the chakra he released now was so formidable that it left Sasuke in a state of shock. Naruto and Sakura also regained their senses, though they remained unaware that it was Yu who had dispelled the chilling aura. Meanwhile, within Naruto's body, in a dimly lit prison, a colossal red fox slowly opened its eyes. This familiar yet strange chakra, is it that detestable fellow? This fox was the Nine Tails, sealed within Naruto. The moment Yu unleashed his chakra, the beast sensed a familiar presence, albeit with a slight difference. Being particularly sensitive to chakra, it felt a weighty pressure. If it truly is that man, what could he possibly want? The recollection of being sealed by Hashirama Senju weighed heavily on the Ninetales' mind. Yu's chakra bore an uncanny resemblance to that of Hashirama, though there were subtle differences. Both were imbued with a vibrant life force. Such chakra was exceedingly rare, only appearing in Hashirama, the Sage of Six Paths, and his two sons. The Ninetales harbored lingering resentment over its past sealing by the first Hokage. However, upon observing the seal that restrained it, the Ninetales shook its head and closed its eyes, returning to slumber. The chakra that Yu had just unleashed left Zabuza, hiding in the shadows, momentarily stunned. The weight of that chakra had imposed an unprecedented pressure upon him. It was his first encounter with such chakra. Most notably, Yu's chakra was so fearsome that it had instantaneously dispersed the murderous intent of both him and Kakashi, who were both elite jonin. This kid is truly remarkable. Kakashi must have recognized his strength to have him join the battle. Kakashi cast a glance at Yu, understanding why he had erupted with chakra. The clash of chakra between him and Zabuza had already placed considerable pressure on Sasuke and the others. Had it not been for Yu, Sasuke might have genuinely stabbed himself, yet, Kakashi had not anticipated the significant amplification of Yu's chakra. This fellow is indeed a prodigy. Could it be a result of that incident from the other night? Kakashi speculated that perhaps Yu's explosion of power was a consequence of that night, but the speed of his growth had far exceeded Kakashi's expectations. Yu turned to Zabuza, who lurked in the distant mist, and said, "Kakashi-sensei, you take the lead, I will support you from the side." Kakashi glanced back at Yu. "Can you see his location?" Yu nodded. "I can sense his chakra." Kakashi was taken aback. Sensory ability. To perceive Zabuza's chakra was a skill typical of sensory ninjas. The fact that Yu possessed such an ability, and could precisely locate Zabuza, indicated the potency of his sensory skills. Unbeknownst to Zabuza, Yu had already discerned his position. With no concerns to hold him back, Kakashi naturally unleashed his full combat potential. "He is on the surface of the lake," Yu stated calmly. Kakashi concentrated his chakra and activated his Sharingan, gazing towards the lake's surface. In an instant, he spotted Zabuza standing atop the water. At that moment, Zabuza was unaware that he had been discovered and had even created a water clone, which Kakashi did not notice. Just as Kakashi prepared to launch an attack on Zabuza, the latter suddenly appeared in front of Tazuna. Sasuke, Naruto, and Sakura were momentarily caught off guard. As Zabuza swung his decapitating blade towards Tazuna, the trio attempted to intervene, but their bodies were paralyzed, too late to react. The overwhelming murderous intent of Zabuza had completely immobilized them. Bang! Pfft! In a flash, Zabuza halted his motion. Tazuna was pushed away by an unseen force, and Zabuza's hand, wielding the decapitating blade, froze in midair. As everyone focused intently, Yu emerged before Zabuza, his kunai piercing straight into Zabuza's chest, yet, there was no trace of triumph on Yu's face. He remained composed. Moments later, water began to drip from Zabuza's chest, but not a single drop of blood. Yu regarded Zabuza without surprise, for this was merely Zabuza's water clone. In the next instant, the water clone dissolved into a puddle. Sasuke, Naruto, and Sakura, seated on the ground, stared blankly at the scene unfolding before them. Meanwhile, Kakashi, rushing towards the lake, witnessed Yu's actions and smirked. "Well done, Yu." Although it was Zabuza's water clone that had attacked Tizuna, had they not intervened, the trio would have stood no chance against it. Had they ignored it, the water clone would have indeed killed Tizuna. Tizuna, lying on the ground, let out a sigh of relief, having thought he was doomed when Zabuza swung his blade. Observing Yu, who calmly sheathed his kunai, Sasuke's expression was one of deep concern. How can the gap between me and him be so vast? If I cannot surpass Yu, how can I possibly defeat that scoundrel? I must become stronger. I must grow much stronger. Naruto was equally shocked, unable to fathom the significant disparity between himself and Yu. Just a while ago in the Ninja Academy, Yu seemed to lack any notable presence. They had only recently graduated, yet the gap had suddenly widened so drastically. Naruto struggled to accept it, sharing the same age, both having just graduated from the academy. Why was Yu so much stronger? Sakura, on the other hand, felt an overwhelming sense of security. Seeing Yu effortlessly dispatch Zabuza's water clone, she was taken aback. How could that kid be so powerful? He should just be a genin, right? The combat experience, a genius nurtured by Konoha. Zabuza was left astounded by Yu's might. Initially, he had only needed to contend with Kakashi and 3 genin, yet now, he found himself facing Kakashi, an elite jonin, and Yu, a ninja possessing undeniable jonin-level strength. It was as if he was now facing 1 against 2. Chapter 43, the first ninjutsu, water release, water dragon bullet technique. After dispatching Zabuza's water clone, Yu called out to Kakashi, "Teacher Kakashi, focus on dealing with his true form. You need not worry about me." Kakashi's lips curled into a slight smile. Bringing Yu along was indeed a wise decision. Yu's recent display of prowess brought him immense satisfaction, from previously vanquishing 2ch Nin in an instant to now defeat. Moreover, Kakashi could sense that Yu's taijutsu skills had significantly improved since their previous encounter. Had Yu's abilities been at this level during Kakashi's earlier assessment, he would not have been so easily bested. Remarkably, this was all achieved without Yu ever having formally studied taijutsu. Up until now, Yu had relied almost entirely on his physical instincts in battle, lacking any formal training in taijutsu. One could only imagine how formidable he would become if he were to receive proper instruction. Zabuza regarded Yu with a grave expression. This pesky brat is indeed a formidable opponent. Zabuza understood that without neutralizing Yu, he would have no chance of eliminating Tizuna. In a one-on-one confrontation with Kakashi, he felt relatively untroubled. Despite Kakashi's formidable reputation, Zabuza considered himself an elite genin and one of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist. He believed there was little disparity between himself and Kakashi. However, the addition of Yu made it exceedingly difficult for him to carry out his mission of killing Tizuna. After all, the objective of this mission was not to measure strengths against Kakashi, but to eliminate Tizuna. As Kakashi advanced towards Zabuza, the latter grimly swung his executioner's blade. Clang, clang, clang. In an instant, the two clashed upon the lake's surface, one wielding a massive sword, the other brandishing kunai, the sound of metal striking metal ringing out as sparks flew. The pure taijutsu battle between 2 elite genin left Sasuke, Naruto, and Sakura awestruck. Sasuke, for the first time, felt a profound sense of his own insignificance. So this is the power of a genin. Yu was right, Kakashi is indeed formidable. Naruto clenched his fists in frustration. Damn it, why am I so weak? I can't be of any help. Meanwhile, Sakura stood vigil by Tizuna's side, acutely aware that she was the weakest among them. Even Sasuke and Naruto were unable to partake in the clash between Zabuza and Kakashi, rendering her participation utterly impossible. Her gaze, however, remained fixed on Yu, whose astonishing capabilities had left a deep impression on her. From previously dispatching 2ch Nin to save her, and now eliminating a Nin's water clone, Yu's strength had surpassed theirs by a considerable margin. Despite his previous lack of presence in the Ninja Academy, Yu was now fully absorbed in the battle between Zabuza and Kakashi. This conflict was immensely beneficial for his growth. After all, it was a confrontation between 2 elite genin, and even a pure taijutsu clash could provide him with profound insights. In fact, by observing this battle, Yu had even begun to grasp some elements of taijutsu. Prior to this, he had known nothing of taijutsu, relying solely on his physical prowess in combat. Zabuza, seeing Karkashi's increasingly ferocious assault, realized that if this continued, regardless of the outcome, he would be unable to kill Tsuner. Thus, he swung his executioner's blade with great force, sending Karkashi flying. Zabuza then leapt backward, swiftly forming hand seals in midair, completing a ninjutsu in the blink of an eye. Water release, water dragon bullet technique. With a roar, a dragon's cry echoed across the water's surface. Columns of water erupted from the lake, coalescing midair into a massive water dragon over 10 meters long. The dragon surged toward Yu with incredible speed. Karkashi, recovering from being flung back, felt a jolt of alarm. This is bad. Yu still doesn't know any ninjutsu. However, the water dragon was too swift, reaching Yu and the others in the blink of an eye after unleashing the ninjutsu. Zabuza smirked, and no matter how strong your taijutsu is, it will be difficult to withstand this ninjutsu. Har har har. The water dragon roared, an awe-inspiring force, hurtling toward Yu and his companions. Karkashi sought to intervene, but was too late. Yu, observing the roaring dragon barreling toward him, furrowed his brows. Now, this is truly a powerful ninjutsu. In an instant, Yu's hands moved with remarkable speed. Water release. Water dragon bullet technique. Just as Zabuza's water dragon was about to strike, Yu swiftly formed his hand seals. In a flash, droplets of water began to coalesce around him, spinning rapidly. Within moments, a colossal water dragon, even larger than Zabuza's, took shape. This massive dragon soared above Yu's head, resembling a terrifying leviathan emerging from the ocean, roaring as it charged towards Zabuza's water dragon. With a thunderous crash, the two water dragons collided. The impact created a seismic tremor, fracturing the ground within a radius of several dozen meters. In that instant of collision, Yu's gigantic water dragon effortlessly obliterated Zabuza's, scattering it into a fine mist. The colossal dragon, seemingly alive, surged towards Zabuza with unrelenting ferocity. In a heartbeat, the dragon's maw opened wide, preparing to engulf Zabuza. Zabuza was momentarily stunned. Impossible, how can he perform this ninjutsu? At his age, he shouldn't possess this much chakra. Moreover, his water dragon bullet technique was conjured from nothing, entirely independent of the lake's water. Where did this brat acquire such a terrifying amount of chakra? Why is how can his be so much stronger? Is this fellow even human? In that fleeting moment, a multitude of thoughts flooded Zabuza's mind, yet, as he beheld the massive dragon with its gaping maw approaching, he could only resort to the body flicker technique to evade. With a resounding crash, the giant water dragon missed Zabuza, instead plunging into the lake where he had just stood, sending waves soaring several meters high. Roar! Zabuza leapt back several dozen meters, watching the water dragon create towering waves in the lake, feeling a lingering dread, even as a member of the Blood Mist village. What a terrifying water dragon bullet. Its power far surpasses my own. This guy is truly a monster. If struck, I fear my body would be reduced to mere fragments. Meanwhile, Karkashi, standing alongside Sasuke and Naruto, gazed at Yu in disbelief. Karkashi murmured to himself, could it be that he learned this water dragon bullet technique by observing Zabuza? The moment this thought crossed Karkashi's mind, a chill ran down his spine. Such a learning ability was extraordinarily alarming. Even more frightening was the fact that after mastering it, Yu's rendition of the technique was vastly superior to Zabuza's. Karkashi himself could not confidently replicate the level of the water dragon bullet that Yu had just unleashed. Chapter 44. What is 1/10 of chakra? The water dragon unleashed by Yu plunged into the lake, its magnificent form extending over 100 meters in length, creating a tremendous roar that resonated for hundreds of meters around. It was as if a true dragon had made its appearance. The once tranquil surface of the lake was violently disturbed by the impact, sending waves soaring several meters high and spreading across the water for hundreds of meters. The banks of the lake were inundated by the overflow, even causing tremors in the ground within a radius of several hundred meters. This vividly demonstrated the sheer power of the jutsu. After executing the technique, Yu felt as though 1/10 of his chakra had been siphoned away. As he lowered his hands, he couldn't help but exclaim, "Truly worthy of a B-rank jutsu, the chakra consumption is astonishing." Kakashi and Zabuza, however, did not hear this remark, or else they might have been infuriated beyond measure. The water dragon technique that Yu had just performed was entirely independent of the lake, conjured solely from chakra. The sheer volume of water consumed an amount of chakra that could potentially deplete an average Jonin's reserves entirely. When the second Hokage and the third Hokage clashed, the water barrier they conjured atop a rooftop had left the Anbu Jonin in awe. Yet, the water dragon technique executed by Yu surpassed not only the difficulty and scale but also the power of that displayed by the second Hokage, all achieved through the sheer force of his chakra. The second Hokage had relied on chakra to gather water due to the absence of any in his environment. In contrast, Yu had a lake before him, yet he had relied solely on his chakra because it was his inaugural attempt at this jutsu, lacking experience. Even so, the power of Yu's water dragon technique was far superior to Zabuza's. Had Yu's chakra not been composed primarily of natural energy, requiring significantly less than ordinary chakra, the consumption would have exceeded 1/10 of his reserves. Nevertheless, even with this advantage, Yu still perceived the technique as highly taxing on his chakra. Such disparities among individuals could be truly disheartening. As Yu murmured to himself, Sakura stood nearby, utterly astonished. "Yu, your jutsu is far stronger than Zabuza's." During the execution of the technique, a wall of water surrounded both Sakura and Tazuna, formed from the body of the water dragon. Thus, Sakura had witnessed the entire display. The fact that Zabuza, an elite Jonin, could not surpass Yu's water dragon jutsu left her at a loss for words. Previously, Sakura had believed that Yu only excelled in physical combat compared to them. Now, it was evident that Yu far surpassed them not only in physical prowess but also in ninjutsu and chakra capacity. Even though Sakura was unaware of the intricacies of the water dragon technique, the overwhelming pressure emanating from Yu's display suggested a considerable chakra expenditure, given the enormous size of the dragon. The water dragon he summoned appeared almost alive, distinctly different from Zabuza's. Sakura's curiosity about Yu intensified. How could someone so powerful have remained unnoticed during their time at the Ninja Academy? It was baffling that she had not even realized there was a classmate named Yu Jingwen until graduation. Shaking his head, Yu replied, "It was merely my first attempt at this jutsu, and I had not fully grasped it." Sakura was taken aback. His response left her bewildered. "You mean this was your first time using this jutsu?" Yu nodded. "How could that be? I saw how quickly and skillfully you formed the seals. It couldn't possibly be your first time." There was no need to explain to Sakura, who was still unable to comprehend. Seeing Yu's silence, Sakura's astonishment only grew. She realized that he could not possibly be deceiving her. Given his character, there was no reason for him to lie. After all, he had always been so low-key at the academy, making it implausible for him to suddenly become ostentatious. Yet, the more she thought about it, the more amazed she became. To achieve such immense power on a first attempt was staggering, and the notion that he claimed not to have fully mastered it raised questions about what he might be capable of if he did. Could he unleash it without the need for hand seals? The thought was increasingly daunting. Despite being of the same age, she felt as though she could barely catch a glimpse of Yu's shadow. The gap between them had widened to an extraordinary extent. Kakashi approached Yu, remarking, "Your control has improved significantly. At least the power is not as overwhelming and uncontrollable as before." "It seems you are progressing rapidly," Yu acknowledged with a nod. "Perhaps it is because this jutsu has a relatively low difficulty level, requiring less stringent control." Yu understood Kakashi's implication. Although the water dragon technique he had just executed was indeed formidable, it did not evoke the same level of shock as when he had unleashed Chidori that fateful night. Had Yu's Chidori been unleashed just now, it was likely that no one here would have survived aside from Yu himself, as it possessed the power to engulf everything within several hundred meters in an instant. Had Kakashi not acted swiftly that night, he would have been gravely injured, if not killed. While the power of Yu's water dragon technique was immense, it had become entirely controllable. demonstrating considerable practical value. However, it was astonishing that Yu regarded Water Release, Water Dragon technique, as a jutsu of minor complexity. It was a B-rank technique, typically mastered only by J-nin. A typical CH-nin executing it would likely find their chakra reserves entirely depleted after a single use. In combat, only J-nin would dare to employ it multiple times, relying on favorable terrain to ensure their chakra remained sufficient for continued engagement. The chakra consumption of the Water Dragon technique was notorious. Yet, Yu had conjured a water dragon that not only exhibited immense power, surpassing the ordinary version, but was also entirely formed from his own chakra. Such a feat would allow even Kakashi, with his considerable chakra reserves, to execute it only 2 or 3 times. Although Kakashi possessed a substantial chakra pool, much of it was consumed by his Sharingan. Without the drain from his Sharingan, Kakashi's chakra would undoubtedly rival that of a Hokage. This was evident since the 4th Great Ninja War. Without the burden of his Sharingan, he could effortlessly perform large-scale jutsu. The Water Dragon technique was no simple task. A B-rank difficulty posed a significant challenge even for CH-nin, yet, Yu had seemingly mastered it on sight and executed it with remarkable proficiency on his first attempt. However, recalling Yu's rapid acquisition of Kaidori, an A-rank technique, it was evident that he had the capacity to learn swiftly. Had it not been for the surge of chakra that night, he would have successfully grasped it then. Kakashi regarded Yu with a smile, saying, "I imagine the chakra consumption is considerable." Yu nodded earnestly. "Indeed, it is quite taxing. It drained 1/10 of my chakra in an instant." Kakashi paused momentarily. "Only 1/10? Yu, puzzled, responded, "Isn't 1/10 a significant amount?" Kakashi was momentarily at a loss for words, his lips twitching as he replied, "I expected it to deplete at least 1/3 of your chakra." If that were the case, it would indeed be terrifying. Yu struggled to comprehend. He found it hard to believe that the consumption of 1/10 of his chakra was insignificant, while Kakashi suggested it might have drained 1/3. After all, this was merely a B-rank technique. He would find it more acceptable if it were an A-rank or S-rank technique that consumed that much chakra. Chapter 45, Zabuza has fled. Kakashi observed the perplexed expression on Yu's face, feeling somewhat at a loss for words. However, upon recalling that Yu's chakra was of the sage variety, he soon came to a realization. It was indeed understandable that sage chakra, being of superior quality compared to ordinary chakra, would require less expenditure for the same jutsu. Water Dragon Jutsu, you just learned it, didn't you? Kakashi inquired. Yu nodded in affirmation. I sensed the flow of his chakra as he formed the hand seals, and given the jutsu's relatively manageable difficulty, I decided to give it a try. To my surprise, I succeeded. Kakashi was momentarily at a loss for words upon hearing this. The difficulty of this jutsu is not to be underestimated. B-rank jutsu are typically mastered only by jonin. Despite Kakashi's assertion, Yu paid it no mind. He did not perceive the replication of the Water Dragon Jutsu as a particularly challenging endeavor. In fact, the jutsu posed no difficulty for him at all. He was acutely aware of the flow of chakra within Zabuza's body. In a sense, Yu was not much different from those possessing the Sharingan or Byakugan. From a distance, Zabuza regarded Yu with a grave expression. This little brat is quite formidable. If he and Kakashi team up, completing this mission will be exceedingly difficult. To eliminate Tsuner, he needed to dispose of Yu. Even if he were to defeat Yu, Kakashi would undoubtedly intervene. With this in mind, Zabuza decisively abandoned his assassination attempt. You little brat, when we meet again, I will surely. Yu watched the lake where Zabuza had disappeared, murmuring to himself, when we meet next, it may not be you who kills me. Yu detested being threatened, and through this battle, he had gauged Zabuza's general strength. Indeed, he possessed the prowess of an elite jonin. Should Yu face him alone, it was likely that he would be the one to perish. However, with Kakashi's presence, in a 2-on-1 scenario, Yu was confident that Zabuza would be the one to meet his demise. Once Zabuza had departed, Kakashi exhaled in relief. After all, among the students he was responsible for, aside from Sakura, all were individuals whom Konoha could not afford to lose. Naruto, of course, needed no introduction. He was the fourth son and the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. Sasuke was the last scion of the Uchiha clan, highly regarded by the third Hokage, who wished for him to develop his Sharingan and potentially control the Nine Tails within Naruto in the future. Yet it was Yayu whom Kakashi valued most, considering him his personal disciple. However, without Zabuza's interference, it would have been nearly impossible for him to successfully assassinate Tsunade. Although Yayu's strength might not match Zabuza's, his presence ensured that Zabuza's capabilities would be insufficient to defeat the combined efforts of Yayu and Kakashi. Sasuke and Naruto approached, their gazes towards Yoyu markedly different from before. The strength Yoyu had demonstrated in this battle eclipsed theirs by a significant margin. They were no longer of the same tier. Kakashi-sensei, have you told? He has surpassed us by such a wide margin, Naruto remarked with a pout. He believed Yayu's prowess stemmed from Kakashi's clandestine tutelage. Sasuke, however, held a different perspective. He could perceive that Yayu's combat style was entirely distinct from Kakashi's. Moreover, he suspected that even Kakashi would struggle to execute the Water Dragon Jutsu. As a member of the Uchiha clan, he understood well that the jutsu Yoyu had just performed exceeded the inherent power of the Water Dragon Jutsu itself. Like him and Naruto, Yoyu undoubtedly possessed some unique attribute. Kakashi, observing Naruto's disgruntled expression, clarified, I have not instructed him in that jutsu. Naruto, of course, was unconvinced. Impossible, the complexity of the hand seals alone is astounding. Could it be that Yayu developed it on his own? Kakashi placed a reassuring hand on Naruto's shoulder, looking him in the eye as he proposed, is it not possible that he merely imitated Zabuza's execution? Kakashi-sensei, do you take me for a fool? Naruto retorted. If one could simply learn by observation, I would surely have mastered numerous jutsu by now. In truth, Naruto had not acquired much knowledge during his time at the Ninja Academy. Were it not for the third's patronage, his abysmal academic performance would have led to his expulsion long ago. He often scored 0 on various subjects, and by the time of graduation, he had not even learned the basic clone technique, a fundamental jutsu that every student at the academy should master. Those selected for the Ninja Academy were typically exceptional. Konoha had only one such institution, admitting merely dozens of students each year. Given the scale of Konoha's forces, with over 10,000 ninjas, it was evident that not all had emerged from the academy. Most ninjas in the world had attained their status through selection rather than formal schooling, much like the Chunin exams, where not all Chunin had to participate in the exams to be promoted. Many were recognized by their villages for their abilities. Naruto's admission to the academy, coupled with his poor grades, made it clear just how significant the third's support had been. Yet, Naruto remained oblivious to these realities. He truly had learned little during his time at the academy. He lacked even the most fundamental theoretical knowledge, let alone practical jutsu. In contrast, Sakura stood out as a genuine prodigy in theoretical ninja knowledge, surpassing even Sasuke. During the Chunin exams, many questions stumped Sasuke and Naruto, while Sakura managed to answer them all, demonstrating her prowess in intelligence gathering. Thus, it was inconceivable to Naruto that one could learn a jutsu merely by observing it. Such an idea seemed utterly fantastical. Sasuke, however, understood all too well. He had witnessed it firsthand. That individual was none other than his brother, Itachi Uchiha, the very person he longed to vanquish. Itachi had once observed their father perform a technique and was able to replicate it immediately, while Sasuke had to toil for a considerable time before mastering it. As Sasuke gazed at Yoyu, he couldn't help but draw parallels to his brother, wondering, does Yoyu possess a talent akin to that man's? No, perhaps Yoyu's gift surpasses even his. After all, Yoyu learned a B-rank jutsu in the heat of battle, and the power he unleashed exceeded that of his original model. If I can defeat Yoyu, I will surely be able to defeat that man. Clenching his fist, Sasuke felt a pang of jealousy towards Yoyu. Now, however, he had resolved to regard Yoyu as the target he must surpass. Chapter 46, Is there confidence in defeating Zabuza? Seeing that Naruto was utterly unconvinced, Kakashi chose to refrain from further explanation. After all, the situation with Yoyu was indeed peculiar. Turning to Dazner, Kakashi inquired, Mr. Dazner, How many jonin has Cardo employed? Aside from Zabuza, Adasner pondered for a moment before replying. I'm not entirely certain. I have only heard rumors of Cardo hiring jonin, but I do not know which ones he has engaged. Kakashi fell into silence, contemplating whether to proceed with the mission. Point 1. Zabuza was already a considerable headache. If another jonin were to appear, the situation would become exceedingly challenging. Kakashi glanced at Yayu, seeking his opinion. Yayu nodded. Given the circumstances, we must continue with the mission. I will do my utmost during this time. I should at least be able to hold off one jonin. With your strength, Kakashi-sensei, as long as I can restrain one jonin, you should be able to defeat Zabuza. If they only have Zabuza as their sole jonin, we would stand a good chance together. Zabuza wouldn't stand a chance against us. Kakashi contemplated this and replied, very well, since that is the case, we shall proceed with the mission. During our time protecting Mr. Dasner, I will make sure to teach you some ninja. Naruto chimed in. Kakashi-sensei, don't forget about us, we are also your students. Kakashi regarded Naruto and stated, I am well aware, but you are not yet prepared to learn ninjutsu directly, you must first establish a solid foundation. Naruto, visibly puzzled, asked, what foundation? Kakashi-sensei, are you reluctant to teach us? Kakashi sighed in exasperation. It is imperative to establish a solid foundation. You have yet to master chakra control, let alone learn ninjutsu. Yayu has already demonstrated proficient chakra control, so he does not need further instruction in that regard. Naruto still felt that Kakashi was showing favoritism. Sasuke, however, appeared contemplative. Unlike Naruto, he understood Kakashi's perspective. Meanwhile, Sakura gazed at Yayu with admiration. Yayu, so powerful yet composed, stood in stark contrast to Naruto, who sulked and pouted in frustration. Kakashi felt a sense of helplessness. He truly bore no bias, although he held Yayu in higher regard. Naruto was, after all, the son of the 4th Hokage and had been entrusted to him for focused training by the 3rd Hokage. From every angle, Kakashi's treatment was equitable. However, Naruto's current foundation was virtually non-existent. What could he possibly teach him? Even if he did, it was likely that Naruto would struggle to grasp it. After all, Naruto had yet to master the shadow clone technique. Had it not been for the technique's compatibility with his physique, he might not have learned it at all. The 3rd Hokage had gone to great lengths to ensure Naruto could master the shadow clone technique. The fact that such a significant ninjutsu scroll as the Sealing Book could be so easily stolen by him was a testament to the effort involved. Countless ninjas had been mobilized in search of him, yet none had succeeded. One can only imagine the extent of effort the 3rd Hokage exerted. Those dispatched to locate Naruto likely feared that capturing him might lead to their own punishment. Kakashi felt resigned, realizing that even if he explained, Naruto would not believe him. Thus, he opted for silence. The group continued on their journey, eventually arriving at Dasner's residence. Inside, they encountered 3 individuals, his daughter Tsunami and grandson Inari. Inari regarded Kakashi and Yayu with a glimmer of skepticism in his eyes. During dinner, Dasner recounted the events of their journey to Tsunami and Inari. Inari's initial doubts about Kakashi and his companions began to wane as he looked at Kakashi and Yayu with newfound hope. You truly believe you can defeat Cardo's ninjas? Inari could not help but ask Kakashi. Kakashi scratched his head and replied, we should be able to. Inari, sensing a lack of confidence in Kakashi's demeanor, felt his hope shatter once more. Is it really impossible? Those ninjas are incredibly powerful. How could anyone defeat them? Naruto, overhearing this, grew indignant. Don't be so disheartened. I aim to become Hokage, and no matter how formidable Zabuza may be, I will certainly defeat him. However, Inari showed little interest in Naruto's passionate declaration, even mocking him. If your teacher lacks confidence, how could you possibly succeed? Naruto clenched his fists and stated earnestly, he's just Zabuza. I can defeat him. Sakura and Sasuke, sitting nearby, exchanged glances, bemused by Naruto's fervor. In previous battles, Naruto had not exhibited the same heroism he now claimed. Inari, entirely unconvinced, scoffed, Cardew, anyone who opposes him is destined to perish. Inari's outburst seemed to stem from painful memories, and he shouted in distress. Naruto was taken aback, uncertain why Inari, whom they were here to help, was behaving this way. After venting his frustrations, Inari dashed out of the room. Dazner sighed heavily. Kakashi remarked, "That child must have endured some harrowing experiences, particularly related to Cardew." Dazner explained, his father was killed by Cardew while resisting him. Ever since witnessing his father's murder, Inari has lost faith in anyone being able to defeat Cardew, deeming those who aspire to be heroes as foolish. Inari always held his father in high regard. The trauma from that incident was simply too great. Upon hearing Dazner's words, Naruto, who had intended to confront Inari, fell silent. Tsunami, sitting beside Dazner, sighed, "That child longs for someone to rise and vanquish Cardew, yet for years, no one has succeeded." Indeed, it is not just Inari. The entire land of waves yearns for someone to defeat Cardew. Naruto gazed earnestly at Dazner, declaring, "I will undoubtedly defeat Cardew and change Inari's perspective." However, upon hearing this, Dazner did not direct his gaze at Naruto but rather, he felt he had not performed particularly well. Yaoyu remained silent, feeling it was not his place to speak. Kakashi contemplated for a moment and replied, "If Zabuza is our only opponent, I am confident I could defeat him alone. Moreover, with Yaoyu by my side, if Zabuza is indeed the sole adversary, he would stand no chance against the two of us. However, if Cardew were to hire another Jonin, the outcome would become uncertain." Upon hearing Kakashi's words, Dazner's expression darkened with concern. It was likely that securing Kakashi and Yaoyu's assistance, even for a mere C-rank mission, was already a significant challenge. He felt hesitant to ask for anything more. Chapter 47, allowing Bai to deal with Yu. After conversing with Dazner for a while, Kakashi summoned Yu, Sasuke, Naruto, and Sakura for a meeting. Seated before the four, Kakashi began, "Regarding our upcoming escort mission, I need to make some arrangements." He continued, "As we endeavor to protect Mr. Dazner, we must also prioritize our training. Therefore, I plan to divide you into 2 teams, alternating in the protection of Mr. Dazner. While one team safeguards him, the other will train with me." Upon hearing Kakashi's plan, Naruto immediately raised his hand, exclaiming, "Kakashi-sensei, I request to be in the same team as Sakura." Sakura's lips twitched in distaste as she retorted, "I refuse." Her blunt rejection left Naruto disheartened. "Sakura, let's be a team," he urged. Despite Sakura's consistent disinterest in him and her affection for Sasuke, Naruto remained undeterred. In his eyes, Sakura was akin to a goddess. His behavior even displayed hints of infatuation. However, the more affectionate he became, the more Sakura recoiled. Thus, she reiterated her disdain, asserting, "I don't want to. I wish to be in the same team as Sasuke," she hastily declared. Sasuke remained indifferent, showing no preference for either team. Yu shared a similar sentiment. Kakashi, observing the tension between Naruto and Sakura, felt a headache coming on. "All right, it's decided. Sasuke and Naruto will be one team, while Yu and Sakura will form the other." Upon hearing this arrangement, Naruto erupted in anger. "Why should I be paired with Sasuke?" His face contorted with fury. Sasuke was his least favorite person. Sakura was momentarily taken aback but found no aversion towards Yu, though she preferred to be with Sasuke. Thus, she too felt displeased, but after glancing at Yu's calm demeanor, she refrained from voicing her discontent. Sasuke, noticing Naruto's disdainful gestures directed at him, retorted, "Who do you think wants to be on the same team as the bottom of the class?" Clenching his fists, Naruto glared at Sasuke, angrily stating, "You bastard, this isn't the Ninja Academy anymore. Do you think you can still outshine me?" Although Sasuke was tempted to argue back, he considered Naruto's temperament and ultimately chose silence. It was not out of fear but rather a desire to avoid further annoyance. Seeing that Sasuke had ceased speaking, Naruto turned his eye towards Kakashi. "Kakashi-sensei, you are clearly biased. Why have you paired Yu with Sakura? Sakura is not in the same squad as Yu. Yu may..." Kakashi glanced at Naruto, explaining, the rationale behind this arrangement is that Yu possesses sufficient strength to protect Sakura, whereas you and Sasuke, though not exceptionally strong, can still manage to protect yourselves as a duo. Naruto paused, contemplating Sasuke nodded in agreement with the division. However, Sakura expressed her exasperation. Kakashi-sensei, does that imply I am the weakest? Although this was the truth, given her subpar performance against Zabuza, where Naruto had outshone her, she was acutely aware of her. At this moment, Sakura possessed little combat capability, limited to basic transformation techniques and some ninjutsu. Her fighting prowess paled in comparison to Naruto's. Kakashi chose not to respond to Sakura's inquiry, tacitly affirming her concerns. Once the teams were established, the group dispersed to rest. Meanwhile, following Zabuza's departure, he returned to their hideout in the forest. Within the confines of the room, Zabuza set down his executioner's blade and sank into contemplation. After a considerable time, the door swung open, and a strikingly beautiful figure entered. Upon seeing this individual, Zabuza remarked, "Next time, you must also take action. You've witnessed the entirety of the battle, haven't you?" The newcomer nodded, his expression unflinching. This person was Zabuza's assistant, a strikingly handsome boy from the Yuki clan of Kirigakure, possessing the ice release bloodline limit, with strength rivaling that of a J-nin. Were it not for his temperament, he would be regarded as a formidable J-nin. I stepped closer, standing beside Zabuza, and said, I observed, that individual is exceptionally powerful and certainly no weaker than myself. Zabuza's expression, as long as we can hold him off, I am confident in my ability to eliminate Kakashi and fulfill our objective. Reflecting on Yu's various displays in battle, I commented, it appears to be his first real combat experience. Although he exhibits considerable strength, he evidently lacks experience. Zabuza nodded in agreement. That boy is likely one of Kakashi's students, freshly graduated from the Ninja Academy. If we allow him to survive, Konoha will gain a powerful ninja. However, that is of no concern to us. To complete our mission, that boy must die. I fell silent. He harbored no desire to take a life, especially since he bore no grudge against Yu. Zabuza stuttered well aware of his nature. We must see this task through. Your compassion should not be extended to him. Remained speechless. Despite this, he was still reluctant to resort to murder, yet, he recognized the truth in Zabuza's words. They had to complete this mission, for they were relentlessly pursued by the Anbu of Kirigakure, making it challenging to secure assignments in any one location. To survive, they must fulfill Kardu's mission. Understood he would ultimately be left with no choice. As Bai and Zabuza conversed, the door was suddenly kicked open. Two warriors wielding long blades appeared at the threshold. Zabuza frowned, the forceful entrance irritated him. The two warriors, sensing Zabuza's icy gaze, shivered involuntarily. They were aware of Zabuza's formidable reputation and quickly stepped aside, revealing Kardu behind them. Unfazed by Zabuza, he stormed in, exclaiming, "Zabuza, why haven't you killed that old fool Dazner? Aren't you a J-nin from Kirigakure? I paid you a handsome sum, why have you not completed the task?" Zabuza cast a cold glance at Kardu, the frigid aura causing Kardu to take a step back. Yet, his status as the employer compelled him to stand his ground, glaring back, "I hired you because I heard of your formidable abilities. You have greatly disappointed me." Just as Kardu was about to voice further complaints, he suddenly felt a sharp sting at his throat. Glancing down, he saw Zabuza's executioner's blade poised against his neck, prompting panic to set in. Trembling, he stammered, What do you intend to do? You wouldn't dare kill your employer, would you? If you dare to take my life, your reputation will be ruined. You will no longer receive any missions in the ninja world." Zabuza responded coldly, "If you utter another word, I will sever your head from your shoulders right now." Sensing Zabuza's overwhelming intent to kill, Kardu swallowed. He realized Zabuza was entirely capable of ending him. Chapter 48, Kakashi's provocation. He certainly did not wish to meet his demise here. Beside him, Bai intervened to halt Zabuza, having perceived the murderous intent glimmering in Zabuza's eyes. Should Kardu continue his incessant prattle, Zabuza might indeed resort to violence. "Lord Zabuza, after all, he is our employer," Bai remarked. Zabuza cast a sidelong glance at Bai, refraining from further comment, and lowered the executioner's blade he held. Yet, the bone-chilling aura emanating from him made Cardew acutely aware of the terror embodied by the 7 ninja swordsmen. Cardew took a few steps back and declared, "If you do not eliminate him before the bridge is completed in that Dasner's town, you can forget about the remaining payment." After delivering his ominous warning, Cardew hastily fled from Zabuzur's abode. Although Cardew was indeed a villain in his own right, he paled in comparison to Zabuzur, who had graduated from the Ninja Academy only to slay all his classmates. Once Cardew had departed, Zabuzur turned to Bai, questioning, "Why did you stop me from killing that man?" Bai approached Zabuzur's side and elucidated. Meanwhile, in the forest behind Dasner's residence, Kakashi stood before Yuru, Sasuke, Naruto, and Sakura, addressing them. "It is time for your training to commence." A particularly effective method for chakra training is tree climbing. Before Kakashi could finish his statement, Naruto interjected with a laugh, "Kakashi-sensei, who can't climb a tree? Is this truly training?" Kakashi disregarded Naruto's comment, moving to the base of a large tree and placing one foot upon it. Gradually, he placed his other foot on the trunk, positioning himself vertically against the tree. This astounding sight left Sasuke, Naruto, and Sakura utterly astounded. Kakashi-sensei is actually sticking to the tree. Naruto exclaimed incredulously. Sasuke appeared deep in thought. Kakashi ascended step by step to the top of the tree, even hanging upside down from the trunk. This spectacle left Naruto and the others in awe. Kakashi, inverted, explained to them, "You must concentrate your chakra at the soles of your feet, mastering the precise amount, too little or too much." Naruto, brimming with enthusiasm, shouted as he dashed toward a tree. Sasuke followed suit, while Sakura chose a tree situated between the two. Yuru, however, remained stationary. He had already mastered this technique. Kakashi said nothing, aware that Yuru had long since grasped the concept. Naruto barely managed to place his first foot before tumbling down from the tree, resulting in a sizable bump on his head. "Ouch, that hurts," he moaned, clutching his head as he writhed on the ground. Sasuke initially ascended with ease, but faltered midway due to his chakra control, falling from the tree, albeit with less clumsiness than Naruto. To everyone's surprise, Sakura succeeded on her first attempt, now perched on the branch and greeting the others below. "Truly deserving of my admiration," he shouted, though inwardly he felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. Despite his affection for Sakura, jealousy lingered in his heart. Sasuke observed Sakura, furrowing his brow. He bore no envy toward her, having been aware of her adept. Now he merely wished to inquire about her secret, but hesitated, given his typically aloof demeanor. In the Ninja Academy, he had always been the top student. Asking Sakura for advice felt beneath him. Kakashi, observing Naruto and Sasuke, chuckled. "I did not anticipate that Sakura would be the first to achieve this. Truly, she excels in chakra control. Hasn't someone been proclaiming their ambition to become Hokage? It seems rather far-fetched," he added, glancing at Sasuke. "It appears the Uchiha clan may not be as exceptional as once thought." Kakashi's remarks were clearly intended as a provocation. Both Naruto and Sasuke possessed strong pride, making this method particularly effective. Sure enough, upon hearing Kakashi's words, Naruto was the first to become animated. "Kakashi-sensei, that was merely a mistake. Next time, I will surely succeed." Sasuke remained silent, resolutely approaching the tree once more, prepared to try again. As Naruto neared the tree, he noticed Yuru, who had been standing beside Kakashi without moving. Curiously, he asked, "Yuru, aren't you going to practice?" Yuru remained silent, prompting Kakashi to respond on his behalf. Yuru has already mastered this technique. In fact, he succeeded on his very first attempt. Naruto's expression twitched. He regretted asking. He knew full well that Yuru was far superior to them, and such accomplishments were certainly not new to him. Sasuke continued his ascent, while Sakura sat on the tree, observing the two below. She too had noticed Yuru. "Yuru must have known this all along. It's obvious, considering how strong he is," she mused. He truly is an enigma. Despite his remarkable abilities, I hardly recall him from the ninja. Her curiosity about him grew. Despite having been classmates for 6 years, she realized she knew nothing about him. While Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura were engaged in their training, Kakashi turned to Yoru and said, "Let them practice. I shall guide your training." Yoru nodded in agreement. Instead of remaining there, they ventured to a lake several hundred meters away. Standing beside the lake, Kakashi reminisced, "I recall that night, we were also beside a lake. Had your chakra not surged uncontrollably, you would have succeeded." Yoru nodded. "It was unexpected, but I believe I can master it now." "Oh, you feel you have grasped it?" Yoru looked at Kakashi with a smile. "Shall I give it a try?" Kakashi stepped back a few paces. "If your chakra surges again, the consequences could be dire." Yoru shook his head. "That won't happen. I'm confident I can succeed this time." Kakashi hesitated for a moment before nodding. "Go ahead and try, I'll keep watch from a distance." With that, he retreated several dozen meters away. The magnitude of Yoru's previous outburst had been too great for Kakashi to risk proximity. Chapter 49 Kaidori Sharp Spear and Kaidori Thousand Books. After retreating approximately 100 meters, Kakashi observed as Yu approached the lakeside. Should Yu unleash his fury once more, the water from the lake could mitigate the force of the impending explosion. Standing on the surface of the lake, Yu began to gather chakra throughout his body. Chakra coalesced in his hands, and in an instant, an immense quantity of chakra manifested in his palms. This chakra rapidly transformed into bolts of lightning. Crackle zzzzz. Countless golden arcs of electricity erupted from Yu's hands, writhing and twisting menacingly. Within a radius of several meters around him, a multitude of lightning strikes emerged, darting through the air like serpents of thunder. Despite the daylight, the myriad of lightning he summoned illuminated his position with a brilliant golden radiance, akin to the blazing sun. Standing 100 meters away, Kakashi witnessed this spectacle and swallowed hard. "Even though I've seen this dazzling scene before, it never fails to astound me. This is no longer just Kaidori. Both the form of the lightning and the potency of the chakra far exceed that of a typical Kaidori. I wonder how powerful it truly is." Kakashi had even activated his Sharingan, recognizing that Yu's Kaidori was distinctly different from his own, boasting an overwhelming strength. Despite the tremendous commotion, the sound was surprisingly subdued. The ear-splitting thunder only reverberated for mere dozens of meters. After all, Kaidori is a stealthy technique, and too much noise undermines its greatest advantage. Yu watched as the arcs of lightning converged into his palms, the serpentine bolts that had danced around him now merging seamlessly with his hand. Gradually, all the lightning coalesced within his palm, the golden energy pulsating violently. At that moment, the surrounding brilliance faded, revealing Yu's figure. All the lightning had been concentrated in his grasp. Kakashi was left astounded. He has gathered all the dissipated chakra into his hands. Such formidable chakra control is beyond even my capabilities. This kid continues to surprise me at every turn. Although the lightning condensed in Yu's hand appeared significantly smaller than at the outset, it was now a concentration of the earlier formidable energy. The power of the Kaidori he held would only be greater than before, never lesser. Yu gazed at the thunderous energy in his hand and then glanced towards Kakashi in the distance. Upon meeting Yu's gaze, Kakashi froze momentarily. What does this kid intend to do? Kakashi was baffled by the intent behind Yu's look, but he would soon find out. A slight smile graced Yu's lips as he exerted force. In an instant, he propelled himself skyward, soaring to a height of several dozen meters above the lake surface. The ground from which he had launched crumbled beneath him, fracturing in a spiderweb-like pattern that spanned several meters. At this altitude above the lake, Yu unleashed the Kaidori towards the water below. Lightning release, Kaidori. With a resonant shout, Yuyu's form transformed into a streak of golden lightning, hurtling towards the lake surface. Crack-a-zap, boom, in an instant, the surrounding area trembled violently. A massive explosion erupted from the lake, which spread several hundred meters wide. The water was instantly vaporized by the terrifying lightning, transforming into steam that shot skyward. A blinding flash illuminated the center of the lake, creating a massive pit 100 meters wide. All the water within the pit was violently dispersed. It took several seconds for the displaced lake water to gradually flow back into the newly formed abyss. Meanwhile, Yuyu had already landed at the lake's edge, residual golden arcs of electricity still flickering from his hands. Watching the water converge towards the center, he chuckled. So, Kakashi-sensei, what do you think? Is the power satisfactory? At that moment, Kakashi had approached Yuyu's side, observing the sporadic arcs of electricity dancing across his right hand and the water swirling towards the lake center. Kakashi's lips twitched slightly. Is this really the Chidori I taught you? He regarded Yuyu with palpable skepticism. Yuyu smiled. Of course, the power should be quite impressive, wouldn't you agree? Kakashi, still incredulous, remarked, impressive. It's beyond that, even my Raikiri cannot achieve such magnitude. Moreover, your attack speed surpasses mine. The lethality of this technique is undoubtedly S rank. Yuyu paused. Is there really an S rank? Although he recognized the strength of his Chidori, he was unaware that such lethality could be classified as S rank, a standard typically reserved for those of Hokage caliber. Kakashi nodded gravely. Absolutely S-rank. My Raikiri is potent, also S rank, yet it lacks the destructive capacity of your technique. Yuyu contemplated. Actually, while I was unleashing the Chidori earlier, I pondered that with a slight modification, this technique could also serve as a ranged jutsu. Kakashi blinked in surprise. Yuyu quickly relayed Sasuke's Chidori Sharp Spear and a Chidori 1000 books to Kakashi. Kakashi nodded in approval. Indeed, that idea is entirely feasible. However, the power of the Chidori would inevitably diminish. True to form, Kakashi recognized the issues inherent in Yuyu's proposal. Yuyu laughed. Sacrificing some power for increased range is still worthwhile. Kakashi conceded. These modifications may not yield significant benefits for me, but they would greatly enhance your capabilities. Yes, since my chakra reserves are considerable and my techniques are potent, even with a power reduction, it remains formidable. Yuyu supplemented. After exchanging ideas for a while, Yuyu resolved to test his proposed improvements. In truth, he was uncertain of Sasuke's original methodology, but he had devised his own approach based on the Chidori. He was indifferent to whether his modifications aligned with Sasuke's. This time, Kakashi chose not to distance himself from Yuyu. Given Yuyu's demonstrated mastery over the chakra within him, Kakashi felt reassured, even if Yuyu's control exceeded his expectations. Standing at the lakeside, Yuyu raised his right hand, and in an instant, myriad arcs of lightning coalesced around his palm. Kakashi beheld the lightning up close for the first time, and the power emanating from the golden bolts was enough to instill trepidation. Observing Yuyu's serious demeanor, Kakashi felt an immense sense of pride. Yuyu is progressing rapidly. I find I have little left to teach him. After all, Yuyu had already mastered Kakashi's most formidable technique. Kakashi was left with only one Sharingan. He certainly couldn't bestow that upon Yuyu, thus, he felt he had little left to impart, at least in the realm of ninjutsu. Nevertheless, he understood that Yuyu still had much to learn regarding the experiences of a ninja. Chapter 50, Surpassing Your Mentor. Yuyu remained oblivious to Kakashi's expression of satisfaction. After gathering his chakra, he focused it into a single point and released it as he had envisioned. Lightning release. Chidori Sharp Spear. ZZZZZ, whoosh boom, a golden beam of light shot forth from Yuyu's hand in an instant. In the blink of an eye, the golden lightning pierced through the forest hundreds of meters away, creating a gaping void in the trees across the lake. The trees at the breach were severed cleanly by the lightning, with dozens of large trunks crashing to the ground, their cut surfaces as smooth as a mirror. Kakashi was left utterly astonished. This ninjutsu is unexpectedly powerful. Kakashi had not anticipated such an immense force from this technique. Not only was the range remarkable, but the end power was capable of carving out a significant vacuum in the forest. Initially, Kakashi believed that the range of Chidori's sharp spear would be commendable at 10 meters, yet Yu had achieved a range of several hundred meters while still maintaining S-class lethality. Furthermore, the speed was astonishingly swift, rivaling that of natural lightning. The speed of lightning generated by a ninja's chakra could not compare to that of nature, yet the lightning Yu had just unleashed was indeed comparable. It could be said that, in terms of lethality, Yu's improved Chidori sharp spear had already reached the level of S-class ninjutsu, and it was an exceptionally practical S-class technique. The attacking range was simply extraordinary, hundreds of meters and instantaneous. Observing Yu, it seemed he had not expended much chakra at all. Yu himself was taken aback by the potency of this ninjutsu, even feeling that its practicality far surpassed that of the original Chidori. After all, who would prefer close combat when one could attack from afar? The power is indeed somewhat beyond my expectations, Yu remarked, furrowing his brow. Kakashi chuckled, you appear rather unenthusiastic. Yu shook his head, I am pleased, but it feels surreal. My control over my power is still lacking. I cannot yet gauge the full extent of the ninjutsu I unleash. Such a shortcoming can be quite fatal in battle. Kakashi paused, unsure of how to respond upon seeing Yu's troubled expression. If it were any other ninja possessing such formidable power, they would likely be soaring high with pride, yet Yu remained humble, instantly recognizing his own weaknesses. No wonder you were so reticent during your 6 years at the Ninja Academy. Control isn't something one can master in just a day or two. You have plenty of time, so there's no need to rush. Yu nodded, aware that he had been overly fixated on his shortcomings. It was unrealistic to expect to command all his power instantaneously. Do you still have chakra left? The upcoming ninjutsu will consume quite a bit, Kakashi inquired with concern. Yu had just executed 2 S-class techniques in succession, both of immense power. If it were Kakashi, he would have exhausted his chakra with merely one. Yet Yu appeared unfazed. Kakashi couldn't help but marvel at Yu's astonishing chakra reserves. Your chakra levels are likely comparable to Naruto's by now, Kakashi mused. Yu, while gathering chakra. This was also the reason for Naruto's ostracization. Typically, hosts of tailed beasts faced such exclusion until they fully mastered the beast within them. After all, any misstep could lead to catastrophic destruction. A host who had not completely tamed their tailed beast was akin to a bomb that could explode at any moment. No one would willingly gamble their life on such a risk. Hearing Yu consider Naruto's 9 tails as part of his chakra left Kakashi somewhat exasperated. After all, who could surpass the chakra of the 9 tails? No one in the entire ninja world could. Kakashi was uncertain of the first Hokage's chakra capacity, but he did not believe it could rival that of the 9 tails. In fact, the first Hokage's chakra was indeed greater than that of the 9 tails. Before Kakashi could respond, Yu manifested lightning in his hand. Lightning release, Chidori 1000 needles. Zzzzz, crack, whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The lightning in Yu's hand instantly coalesced into hundreds of golden needles before him. Under Yu's command, the needles shot forth in an explosive barrage. Hundreds of lightning needles pierced through the air, disappearing into the forest across the lake like raindrops. The main lethality of Chidori 1000 needles lay not in explosions, but in its penetrating power. Yu suggested, shall we go take a look on the other side? He then sprinted across the lake surface, with Kakashi following closely behind, eager to see how this technique compared to the previous Chidori sharp spear. Upon reaching the forest across the lake, they observed several charred small holes in the trunks of large trees. Yu examined the small holes with satisfaction. The penetrating power is quite impressive. To traverse hundreds of meters and still penetrate such thick trunks, if it were a human body, the result would be no different from that of this tree. Having witnessed the might of Chidori, after assessing a dozen large trees, Yu finally discerned the limits of this technique's power. It can penetrate approximately 15 trees. The penetration capability is commendable. He nodded in approval. Kakashi chuckled wryly. Commendable. You must realize that these are lightning needles that have soared hundreds of meters and can still penetrate through a dozen trees. The power is utterly terrifying. As long as you can adept utilize these two ninjutsu in actual combat, even an elite Genin would be no match for you. Your talent far exceeds mine. Your strength has undoubtedly surpassed that of Konoha's Aino. Yu shook his head. This is merely ninjutsu. I do not believe my combat experience is on par with that of teacher Aino. Though he had mastered 3 S-class techniques, Yu remained acutely aware that Aino was an elite Genin of the Anbu. His combat experience far surpassed his own. Kakashi regarded Yu's composed demeanor with bewilderment. Your greatest flaw is your excessive caution. With your current strength, even if your combat experience does not match Aino's, your raw power is already significantly superior. The gap in raw strength between you and him is so vast that experience cannot bridge it. It won't be long before you even surpass me, Kakashi remarked, not with jealousy, but with a sense of pride. After all, Kakashi had trained Yu as his own disciple, nurturing the hope that he could become a powerful and great ninja akin to the 4th Hokage. He firmly believed that with Yu's character, he could undoubtedly achieve it. Chapter 51, Am I going to learn sage arts? Let us not dwell on anything else. Merely the 3 ninjutsu mastered by Yu are formidable enough to serve as trump cards for any Genin. Moreover, the potency of these techniques, when wielded by Yu himself, far surpasses that of an average Genin. Particularly, the lethality of the Kaidori Sharp Spear and Kaidori Thousand Books is nothing short of terrifying. Their advantages of long-range capability, blinding speed, and incredible penetrative power elevate these 2 ninjutsu to the status of S-rank techniques. In fact, among S-rank ninjutsu, they are among the most powerful. Ordinary S-rank techniques cannot even compare, Kakashi lamented. It is indeed you. No other ninja, even Genin, could manage such prowess with a single chakra. It is even more improbable for anyone to replicate your level of effect. I certainly cannot. Kakashi spoke truthfully, for the ninjutsu employed by Yu is transformed from natural energy. However, it differs from sage chakra. The distinction lies in the fact that Yu's chakra is imbued with consciousness. Thus, the material formed from his chakra possesses life, akin to the wood release of the 1st Hokage, yet, Yu remains unaware of this, as does Karker's High. Yu shook his head and replied, the pressure I experience when utilizing these 2 ninjutsu is considerable. With my current chakra reserves, I can manage at most 2 more uses. So, you mean your chakra reserves allow for 5 uses of S-rank ninjutsu? Kakashi, under the impression that Yu's chakra was depleted after consecutively performing 3 S-rank techniques, was astonished. Given the overwhelming power of Yu's techniques, they undoubtedly consumed more chakra than ordinary S-rank ninjutsu, yet, he could still unleash chakra. This terrifying quantity of chakra had far surpassed Kakashi's own. Contemplating this, Kakashi inquired, does this mean your chakra now exceeds mine? He distinctly recalled that just days prior, Yu's chakra had been less than his own. Even if Yu's chakra was sage chakra, such a dramatic increase seemed implausible. Yu assessed his chakra and replied, at present, my chakra should be slightly more than yours, Kakashi-sensei. Kakashi found himself momentarily at a loss for words. How could your chakra have increased so rapidly? Yu pondered, perhaps it is due to the greater reservoir of chakra hidden within me. Kakashi considered this as well, recalling that Yu harbored some mysterious power within. May I use my Sharingan to take a look at your chakra? Kakashi asked, his concern growing. Yu's chakra increase appeared abnormal, and he was uncertain whether it was a blessing or a curse. Excessive chakra growth could prove detrimental to one's body, and Kakashi worried that Yu might not withstand such a vast quantity of chakra. Yu nodded, revealing that his body held no secrets. His chakra had indeed multiplied several times over in recent days. Even if he were to refuse at this moment, Kakashi, with his Sharingan, would have no one to impede him. Upon receiving Yu's consent, Kakashi activated his Sharingan. In an instant, he beheld the immense chakra reservoir within Yu. This is terrifying, incomprehensible. Your chakra amount is already approaching that of Naruto. It is worth noting that Naruto's chakra not only comprises his own but also that of the Nine Tails. Though most of the Nine Tails chakra was sealed by the fourth Hokage, the 8 trigrams seal allows for the conversion of the Nine Tails dissipating chakra into Naruto's reserves. Over the years, Naruto's chakra had significantly increased due to this influx. At this juncture, Naruto was merely 12 years old, yet his chakra amount already exceeded Kakashi's by more than double. If one were to include the chakra of the Nine Tails, it would likely multiply by hundreds. Remarkably, Yu Yu's chakra was now alarmingly close to Naruto's, implying that Yu Yu's chakra was approximately double that of Kakashi's. Just days earlier, Yu Yu's chakra had been merely at the level of an ordinary J-nin. In the span of a few days, and after having unleashed 3 S-rank ninjutsu, which surpassed his Raikiri, it became evident that had Yu Yu not performed those 3 techniques, his chakra would have already surpassed Naruto's, not accounting for the Nine Tails chakra. What level is this? It is undoubtedly at the level of a Kage, and yet, Yu Yu is merely 12 years old. The more Kakashi contemplated this, the more his concerns deepened. According to his understanding, chakra requires a body to sustain it. With Yu Yu's chakra ballooning at such an alarming rate, could his body endure it? Kakashi regarded Yu Yu with a worried expression and asked, "Are you experiencing any discomfort? With such a rapid increase in chakra, your body must be struggling, right?" Observing Kakashi's anxious demeanor, Yu Yu smiled and reassured him, "Do not worry. It should be fine." After that night when my chakra surged uncontrollably, my physical condition improved significantly, and my chakra also spiked that night. Yu Yu was aware that without an adequate explanation, Kakashi would certainly harbor suspicions. Kakashi considered Yu Yu's reasoning and found it plausible. He had always sensed a powerful force hidden within Yu Yu, and perhaps that night's outburst had awakened that strength. Such phenomena were not uncommon in the ninja world. Various peculiar physiques existed, however. A power as formidable as Yu Yu's was indeed exceedingly rare, yet Kakashi could understand. Still, I cannot shake my concerns. If your chakra continues to increase at this rate, your body may not withstand it. I shall seek out Jiraiya-sensei when the opportunity arises. Perhaps he can guide you in mastering sage arts, enabling you to fully control the power within you. Yu Yu was momentarily taken aback. Jiraiya-sensei. Noticing Yu Yu's perplexed expression, Kakashi assumed he was unfamiliar with Jiraiya. Although he had often mentioned Jiraiya in Yu Yu's presence, it was reasonable for someone from Yu Yu's generation to be unaware of the legendary Sanenin. In truth, Yu Yu was merely curious about why Kakashi believed Jiraiya would be willing to teach him sage arts. Yu Yu had no familial ties to Jiraiya, and sage arts were not something one could simply learn at will. He did not think Jiraiya would readily take him under his wing. Jiraiya's mentorship of Naruto was justified, for Naruto was the son of his disciple, effectively making him his grand student, yet Yu Yu had no such connection to Jiraiya. Kakashi elaborated, "They are exceptionally powerful. Jiraiya-sensei is a disciple of the third Hokage and the mentor of the fourth Hokage. He possesses immensely powerful sage arts. The third Hokage once said that your physique might be innately suited for sage arts. The chakra within you should be sage chakra. I believe that once you learn sage arts, you will be able to control the chakra within you, preventing it from causing you harm." Chapter 52. Reluctant to become a rogue ninja, Yu Yu gazed at Kakashi, momentarily at a loss for words. Although he found Kakashi's thoughts rather naive, how could Jiraiya possibly take him to learn sage arts? He could sense the sincerity in Kakashi's earlier words. Kakashi truly hoped for Yu Yu to harness the power within him and was genuinely concerned for his safety. In that moment, Kakashi treated Yu Yu as a cherished disciple. Why Yu Yu fell silent. Kakashi, mistakenly believing that Yu Yu had not comprehended him, reiterated his statement. Why Yu Yu waved his hand dismissively, saying, "Kakashi-sensei, I understand your meaning, but I doubt that Lord Jiraiya would be willing to take me to learn sage arts. Since you claim he recognizes your immense potential for the future of the village, he would not turn you away." Yu Yu turned to Kakashi, a wry smile on his face as he inquired, But what if he perceives my power as a threat to the village and wishes to prevent me from mastering sage arts? He had been so focused on the chakra within Yu that he had completely overlooked the third Hokage. Moreover, based on his understanding of Jiraiya, it was indeed possible that Jiraiya might share Yu's concerns, believing that Yu's rapid growth in strength posed a danger to the village. Kakashi remained silent for a long while. However, the Chunin exam is approaching, and the third Hokage will undoubtedly become aware of your situation. Yu shrugged nonchalantly. Then we shall leave it to fate. He could think of no viable solution. Konoha possessed numerous methods to detect the power residing within him: the Hyuga clan, the Yamashiro clan, and Sensor-type ninjas, among others, could all perceive the anomaly in. He was quite at ease with the situation. He would not resort to defection unless he found himself in a dire predicament, for he certainly did not wish to wander the ninja world. Seeing Yu's indifferent demeanor, Kakashi expressed his concern. It seems we must ensure that the third Hokage does not learn that you have mastered those formidable jutsu. While I trust the third Hokage, I do not believe he would place complete trust in you. Although should the third Hokage act against you, neither I nor the others would stand idly by. Listening to Kakashi, Yu merely smiled. He recognized that Kakashi prioritized the village above all else and did not believe that Kakashi would betray Konoha for his sake. Nevertheless, Yu felt indifferent. If he truly could not remain in Konoha, even if he did not wish to become a rogue ninja, he would have no choice but to do so. Though he harbored no grand aspirations, he also did not wish for his life to end prematurely. Kakashi, who had just moments ago envisioned a detailed plan for Yu's future, now found himself devoid of ambition. His only desire was to protect Yu. He did not want Yu to suffer the same fate as Yamato, spending his life in the shadows of the Anbu, or to live a life akin to the previous Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, forever under surveillance. In truth, when it came to the plight of the previous Nine Tails Jinchuriki, it was not Naruto who suffered the most, but rather his mother, Kushina Uzumaki. For the majority of her time, her residence had been enveloped in barriers, restricting her movements. One can only imagine her suffering. At least Naruto enjoyed complete freedom in Konoha, even to the extent of carelessly defacing Hokage Rock. In such instances, a regular individual would likely have faced immediate execution or imprisonment. It was only due to the third Hokage's deliberate leniency that Naruto experienced such unrestrained liberty. When it came to loneliness, which Jinchuriki was not lonely. Yet, few enjoyed the same level of freedom as Naruto. Remarkably, amidst the chaos of the Ninetales rampage, numerous villagers lost their loved ones, yet the citizens of Konoha managed to remain. This was in stark contrast to Killer Bee, who was frequently targeted by his own villagers due to the previous Eight Tails Jinchuriki's rampage resulting in casualties. Being monitored by the Anbu was certainly no easy feat. Kakashi, having spent considerable time in the Anbu, understood this well. He had been dispatched by the fourth Hokage to protect Kushina Uzumaki. Though termed protection, it served a dual purpose of surveillance. Of course, Minato held no malicious intent towards Kushina. Rather, he feared that her pregnancy might trigger a rampage. Regardless, being watched by the Anbu was undeniably uncomfortable. Kakashi did not wish for Yu to endure such a life in the future. However, Kakashi found himself at a loss for solutions to aid Yu. The only course of action he could take was to help Yu conceal his mastery of the 3S rank jutsu from the third Hokage. Yet, Yu remained unconcerned. After all, he was a ninja of Konoha. As long as he did not express intentions to oppose the village, the third Hokage would not take action against him. If a genius were to arise in the village, the third Hokage would not simply eliminate him. Otherwise, Konoha would have collapsed long ago. Turning to Kakashi, Yu remarked, "There is no need for such concern. I do not believe the third Hokage would act in such a manner." Kakashi's expression was complex. He did not share Yu's confidence in the third Hokage. Having spent so long in the Anbu, he was acutely aware of the Hokage's other side. Nevertheless, Yu was right. He was indeed a ninja of Konoha. Aside from the Uchiha clan, the third Hokage had not exhibited extreme behavior towards other ninjas of Konoha, at least not to the degree of Danzo. However, Danzo's extremism was primarily directed at the Ucher clan. As long as others did not interfere with his ambitions of becoming Hokage, he would not concern himself with them. Even someone as powerful as Guy, who sought entry into Root, the third Hokage, and Danzo's treatment of the Ucher clan stemmed from their inheritance of the second Hokage's ideology, viewing the Ucher clan as inherently extreme, as potential threats. Aside from the Ucher clan, both men had not engaged in extreme measures against other families within Konoha. Even their actions against the Ucher were a response to the Ninetales incident. After all, when the Ninetales was unleashed, its piercing gaze was met with the sight of two Sharingan. The third Hokage, despite his reluctance to target the Ucher, had little choice, given that nearly all the villagers were witness that night. Yet Yu was different. He hailed from a commoner background, devoid of any familial influence. It was conceivable that he might one day become a figure akin to the fourth Hokage. This was another reason why Yu felt relatively unconcerned. While the third Hokage could occasionally exhibit cunning, he was not irrational. He would not eliminate those with high potential indiscriminately. Chapter 53. The Art of Combined Ninjutsu. Originally, Kakashi intended to wait for Jiraiya's return to the village before requesting him to take Yu to Mount Myoboku to learn sage techniques. However, after their recent conversation, he reconsidered. Perhaps, during future missions, we might seek out the locations. He worried that if Yu's chakra continued to grow unchecked, it might overwhelm his physique. Approaching the lake's edge, Yu calmly remarked, "In truth, I believe you are overthinking this. I do not currently feel any discomfort." Given my present physical condition, I should be able to manage this amount of chakra without issue. Yu was acutely aware of the situation regarding the chakra within him. If his body could not endure such an abundance of chakra, it would not manifest within him. The day his body could no longer accommodate additional chakra would signify the cessation of its growth, at least for now. Yu's chakra continued to increase at an exponential rate, doubling each day. However, he sensed that it would not be long before this rapid growth slowed, at least not at the same pace as it currently was. Kakashi approached Yu, his demeanor serious. "You must not be complacent. Chakra is not something to be trifled with. Many ninjas in the shinobi world have suffered severe injuries due to their physical capacities failing to keep pace with their chakra. Speaking of the three great sage lands, you should have your own summoning beast by now. For instance, Sasuke has two different summoning beasts. It all depends on whether your chakra is sufficient to summon them." Yu chuckled awkwardly. "Perhaps not. Your summoning beast may not be suitable for me." Kakashi pondered this and conceded, "Once we locate the three great sage lands, you can consider signing a summoning contract with them then." The fourth Hokage's summoning contract was established with Mount Myoboku. So was Jiraiya's. Yu appeared puzzled and inquired, "Kakashi-sensei, logically speaking, as a disciple of the fourth Hokage, should not your summoning beast resemble his? Since Jiraiya is the fourth Hokage's mentor, and their summoning beasts are the same, why did you not inherit that?" Kakashi smiled and replied, "Because my summoning beast suits me perfectly. I have no need for another. Do you happen to know what my summoning beast is?" Upon uttering this, Kakashi turned to Yu, a broad grin on his face. Yu soon realized that when he mentioned his summoning beast's unsuitability for him, it seemed he already knew what Kakashi's beast was. Yu did not shy away from the truth and admitted, "Yes, I discovered it while researching your information. In the Konoha library, one can find records of many renowned ninjas. However, this information is generally well known among the public." Thus, Kakashi did not find it particularly surprising. It did seem, however, that Yu harbored some disdain for his summoning beast. "So, you do not like my summoning beast?" Kakashi regarded Yu, his gaze icy. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Yu turned his attention to the surface of the lake. "Kakashi-sensei, please teach me a few more water-style jutsu. You must know many, right?" It was a rather clumsy attempt to change the subject. Kakashi chuckled softly, "You are still too young. Do you think having ninja dogs as summoning beasts is not impressive?" Yu quickly refuted, "Not at all, I think it's quite good." In truth, Yu was not particularly fond of Kakashi's ninja dog. In battle, he would likely need to protect them instead. Kakashi, however, was not convinced and snorted dismissively, "You are being disingenuous, but never mind, you will understand in due course." "What kind of water-style jutsu are? I shall teach you the water barrier technique. This technique is classified as a B-rank ninjutsu, with a moderate level of difficulty, so it should pose no challenge for you. Listen carefully as I explain the principles of this jutsu." After explaining, Kakashi observed that Yu had grasped it well. Instead of demonstrating the technique, Kakashi asked, "If I do not perform a demonstration, do you think you can figure it out on your own? Given your abilities, I am certain you will manage." Kakashi was eager to ascertain the extent of Yu's talent. After all, Yu had previously learned the water dragon technique in real time alongside Zabuza. Yu did not decline, he nodded and approached the lake's edge. Focusing intently, he began to gather the chakra within him. Suddenly, he clapped his hands together and rapidly formed hand seals. Bang! Water-style, water barrier technique. As Yu channeled his chakra, the lake's water surged toward him as if drawn by an unseen force. Boom! Cascading waves. The area that the water had passed through was gouged, revealing a trench. A whirlpool spanning over 10 meters had formed around Yu. From a distance, Kakashi watched this spectacle, his mouth twitching. Is this truly the water barrier technique? It resembles a combined ninjutsu, displaying signs of wind style as well. Moreover, the scale of this technique is quite extraordinary. Nonetheless, Kakashi was not particularly astonished by this ninjutsu. After all, compared to the 3 techniques Yu had previously unleashed, this water barrier technique seemed relatively tame, even if it was more potent than a standard version. At the center of the whirlpool, Yu brought his palms together, his gaze steady. He concentrated once more, gathering chakra within him. The water that had been wildly swirling around him soon came to a halt. Before him, it coalesced into a colossal water curtain, towering over 10 meters in height and spanning several dozen meters in width. Kakashi chuckled, "Now that is the water barrier technique. Your earlier jutsu clearly incorporated an offensive aspect." The massive water curtain Yu conjured was indeed the true water barrier technique, while the previous manifestation exhibited aggressive tendencies. Kakashi understood that Yu had likely been inspired in a moment of creativity, attempting to blend wind style into the technique. Such experimentation can be perilous for ordinary ninjas. Altering ninjutsu carelessly can lead to severe backlash. However, Yu faced no such risks. His control over chakra was remarkably precise, although Kakashi had previously harbored concerns. Witnessing Yu's adept manipulation of a dangerous lightning-style technique reassured him. Thus, his creation of a Chapter 54, Uchiratarchi. A colossal curtain of water lingered before Yu for a brief span of over 10 seconds before he withdrew his chakra. Splash! Once Yu's chakra was no longer sustaining it, the massive water curtain collapsed instantaneously, transforming the surroundings into a small lake. Such a vast volume of water necessitated an immense amount of chakra to maintain. To uphold a curtain of this magnitude, one would need at least the chakra level of a jonin. Impressive. Far more formidable than I had anticipated, and you integrated wind release into that water barrier just now, didn't you? Remarked Kakashi as he approached. Yu gazed at the flowing water beneath his feet and nodded. I feel that such ninjutsu may not hold significant utility in combat. Kakashi chuckled. It is primarily a defensive technique, quite effective against fire release. Many ninjas in the ninja world possess exceptionally powerful fire release techniques, such as the third Hokage. Although the third Hokage is proficient in all 5 elemental natures, he excels particularly in fire release and earth release. The temperature of the third Hokage's fire release techniques surpasses that of the Uchiha clan by a considerable margin. Its lethality is significantly greater. Ordinary water release techniques are utterly incapable of countering his fire release. However, I dare say your water barrier could withstand it. Reflecting on the third Hokage's fire release, Kakashi could not help but acknowledge its strength. The third Hokage's fire release could indeed transcend elemental weaknesses, effectively overpowering water release. One can only imagine the extent of his fire release's might. Yu recalled the third Hokage's formidable fire release. During his battle with the first and second Hokage using Edo Tensei, his fire release could even counter the second Hokage's water release. It is noteworthy that the second Hokage was renowned for his mastery of water release techniques. Yet, he could match the second Hokage's water release evenly, even when his chakra was at a disadvantage due to elemental affinity. Kakashi-sensei, is the Uchiha clan particularly adept at fire release? Yu inquired, feigning ignorance. Kakashi, unaware of Yu's knowledge regarding the Uchiha clan, explained, the Uchiha clan is recognized as the most powerful family of fire release ninjas within Konoha. They possess numerous self-developed fire release techniques, which far exceed the potency of those used by other ninjas. Although he knew the truth was undoubtedly more complex than what the village's higher-ups had conveyed, he did not delve deeper, as he was not a member of the Uchiha clan. He merely felt a sense of loss, considering that the Uchiha clan was Obito's family, and Uchiha Itachi was a ninja he held in high regard. Had Kakashi known that it was Obito who conspired with Uchiha Itachi to annihilate the Uchiha clan, he would likely have regretted expressing such sentiments of loss. Yu contemplated and remarked, I wonder why Uchiha Itachi chose to spare Sasuke. At that time, Sasuke must have had no capacity for resistance, right? Kakashi glanced at Yu, because Sasuke is Uchiha Itachi's younger brother, and it is precisely for this reason that Sasuke harbors a deep-seated hatred for Uchiha Itachi. When I previously asked him about his dreams, he stated that his dream was to personally slay Uchiha Itachi. Yu fell silent, unsure of what to say. It is indeed tragic for Sasuke. Had the Uchiha clan not been exterminated, Sasuke would undoubtedly not possess the character he has today. Prior to the Uchiha clan's downfall, Sasuke was bright and cheerful. Although he maintained a cool demeanor in school, it was entirely different from his present self. His previous aloofness was a facade born from being the most outstanding and exceptional student in his class, a proud aloofness. However, ever since the Uchiha clan was decimated, his coolness has become a means to disregard external affairs, solely focused on growing stronger to kill Uchiha Itachi and avenge his clan. He buried his emotions, compelled to do so. In truth, Sasuke has always been a kind-hearted individual at his core. In a certain sense, Naruto's circumstances are indeed much better than his. Naruto has consistently had the third Hokage watching over him and friends like Shikamaru, Choji, and Kiba, who willingly skip classes with him. He has never experienced the affection of a family. Thus, he is oblivious to what familial love feels like, and even in sorrow, it does not detract from his resolve. Conversely, Sasuke originally had an incredibly happy family, with a stern father, a loving mother, and an elder brother whom he idolized as a genius. Yet, in the end, it was his most revered brother who slaughtered his family, sparing not even his parents. Moreover, upon leaving, he forced Sasuke to witness the massacre of his clan. Such anguish compelled Sasuke to strive for strength. Yu could also perceive that Sasuke harbored feelings for Sakura. During the ambush, Sasuke instinctively shielded Sakura with his body. It is noteworthy that this was Sasuke's first encounter in actual combat. Real combat is entirely different from regular practice, yet, he acted without hesitation to protect Sakura. This alone demonstrates that, despite Sasuke's failure to express any feelings for Sakura in their daily interactions, he undoubtedly possesses a fondness for her deep within. Yu empathized with Sasuke's suffering. He could hardly fathom how he would cope if he endured experiences akin to Sasuke's. Perhaps he would react even more extremely than Sasuke. Upon arriving in this world, Yu initially found the prospect of growing alongside Naruto exhilarating. After all, in his previous life, he had been profoundly moved by Naruto's fervor. However, after spending 6 years alongside Naruto in this world, he found himself losing interest in him. Originally, Yu admired Naruto for not succumbing to extremes in such a dark environment, yet, upon arriving in this world and observing Naruto's many actions, as well as the company he kept, Yu found it impossible to empathize. For he had encountered numerous individuals in similar situations in his past life, and many of them lacked the favorable conditions that Naruto enjoyed. After all, Naruto had the third Hokage looking after him. As a Jinchuriki, he was allowed to move freely within the village, even engaging in grand pranks. He dared to deface the Hokage rock. Yu had previously held a great deal of admiration for Naruto's ability to remain untainted. However, after becoming his classmate for 6 years, Yu realized that Naruto not succumbing to darkness was hardly surprising, with friends by his side, and lacking for nothing, often skipping classes, and consistently scoring 0 on exams without facing expulsion. Such treatment is akin to that of a prince in Konoha. Why would he fall into darkness? Children like him, devoid of parents and family, are hardly rare in Konoha. The village has its fair share of war orphans, whose circumstances are far more tragic than Naruto's, many of whom were even slain during the Nine-Tails attack. Chapter 55, The Perceptive Abilities of Yu and the Countermeasures Against the Sharingan. Moreover, many individuals lack the qualifications to enroll in the Ninja Academy. With only 30 students admitted each year, it is apparent how many are deemed unfit for admission. Yet, Naruto managed to enroll, astonishingly. Despite his consistently poor performance in exams, he was never expelled. Yu mused that had he been in Naruto's position, not only would he have succumbed to darkness, but he would have relished in it. Sasuke, however, witnessed the horrific murder of his parents at the hands of Itachi Uchiha, who replayed the massacre of their clan in vivid detail for him. The sheer terror, despair, and confusion reflected in the eyes of his kin as they met their tragic ends haunted the 6-year-old Sasuke, driving him to the brink of collapse countless times. While Naruto did not witness the demise of his parents at the hands of the Nine-Tails, Sasuke bore witness to the brutal slaughter of those who once cared for him. That blood-soaked night would have surely plunged Yu into extremities had he been in Sasuke's shoes. Kindness, after enduring such trauma, Yu believed that acquiring the power to slay Itachi Uchiha justified any number of deaths. Such experiences render a person incapable of rationality. Yu was acutely aware that he could never remain detached, nor maintain his inner goodness, yet, Sasuke achieved this. He harbored profound love for his family and clan, compelling him to fervently pursue power, even at the risk of being consumed by Orochimaru. Nevertheless, during his time with Orochimaru, Sasuke never resorted to indiscriminate slaughter, even against unrelated ninjas, demonstrating his inherent restraint. Most tellingly, his upbringing under Orochimaru allowed him to maintain such a disposition, revealing the depth of his intrinsic goodness. However, he lacked a mature figure to guide him on his life's path. Kakashi possessed a mature mindset, yet he was not sufficiently formidable. Prior to arriving in this world, Yu held Naruto in high esteem. However, upon his arrival, his admiration shifted predominantly to Sasuke. Naturally, Yu had no desire to meddle in others' affairs. He would not alter Sasuke's future simply because he admired him. Life's meaning is derived solely from one's own experiences, and the truths one discovers must be eternally cherished. Observing Yu's demeanor, Kakashi placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder. Now do you understand why Sasuke turned out the way he did? Yet, I still hope you can influence him for the better. Yu was taken aback, looking up at Kakashi with a puzzled expression. Me. Kakashi nodded affirmatively. Precisely. During my own descent into darkness, it was my comrades who pulled me back. I hope you can do the same, and you possess the strength to do so. Sasuke is a proud individual. The impact of your words will undoubtedly differ from those spoken to Naruto. Yu, however, shook his head. While I am willing to try, I do not believe interfering with Sasuke's choices is prudent. Especially at his age, the more one intervenes, the more rebellious he becomes. At most, one can only guide. Excessive interference will only push him further away. Kakashi sighed. Am I not aware of this? I simply do not wish for him to stray down a misguided path. In his quest for power, he may commit numerous transgressions against the village's regulations. Yu remained silent. It was indeed likely that Sasuke would eventually defect from Konoha, yet, Yu had not anticipated Kakashi harbored such thoughts. It was evident he understood Sasuke quite well. Compared to Naruto, Kakashi's focus, Yu could comprehend this, as Kakashi's combat style and ninjutsu were more suited to Sasuke's abilities. Moreover, influenced by Obito Uchiha, Kakashi's heightened concern for Sasuke was entirely rational. Additionally, Kakashi found himself unable to impart much wisdom to Naruto. Shortly thereafter, during the Nin exams, Jiraiya returned to the village. Yu was not inclined to believe that Jiraiya's return was mere coincidence. It was improbable that a few casual remarks from Naruto would prompt Jiraiya to personally train him. Had a different ninja sought Jiraiya's tutelage, knowing Jiraiya's personality, he would have likely dismissed them. Thus, Jiraiya's return coinciding with the Nin exams signified his awareness of Naruto's graduation from the Ninja Academy, and his intent to personally guide him. Would Kakashi dare to refuse him? Observing Kakashi's worried expression, Yu chuckled. Kakashi-sensei, you are overthinking this. Given Sasuke's nature, even if he were to violate Konoha's regulations in the future, I doubt he would commit any truly heinous crimes. His character remains fundamentally sound. Even if your ninjutsu prowess is formidable, without knowledge on countering genjutsu, you risk defeat. Yu nodded in agreement, acknowledging Kakashi's wisdom. Indeed, however, genjutsu is notoriously difficult to defend against, especially when wielded by the Sharingan. The genjutsu unleashed by the Sharingan was unlike any ordinary illusion. He vividly recalled how Kurenai, a master of genjutsu, was swiftly overwhelmed and killed by Itachi Uchiha. Despite her subpar performance against Itachi's genjutsu, she was among the strongest in the realm of genjutsu among Nin, having ascended to her rank through such skills. Moreover, she was not merely a special Nin, but a full-fledged Nin, akin to Kakashi and Asuma. One can only imagine her strength, particularly given her focus on genjutsu as her primary combat method. Yet, even such a formidable practitioner was swiftly outmaneuvered by Itachi in an instant. This confrontation not only showcased Itachi's mastery of genjutsu but also underscored the overwhelming capabilities of the Sharingan. The Sharingan has always been a source of considerable concern within the ninja world, compelling many villages to devise strategies to combat it. One can readily discern the trepidation ninjas harbor towards the Sharingan, further illustrating its formidable nature. Yu possessed an immense chakra reserve and had already mastered 3 S-rank ninjutsu of considerable might. In a direct confrontation, he was unafraid of most Nin. However, the Sharingan could render all of Yu's combat effectiveness null and void with a mere glance. Just a single gaze was all it took. And no matter how powerful one's ninjutsu, it must be unleashed and accurately directed to be effective, Kakashi remarked. In truth, there are methods to counter the Sharingan. Over the years, the ninja world has developed various strategies. However, many are not particularly effective. Yet, you possess an inherent advantage. Your perceptive abilities are exceptionally strong. Yu paused momentarily. Are you suggesting that I should fight the Sharingan with my eyes closed, relying solely on my perception? Kakashi nodded. Precisely. For other ninjas, this might be challenging to execute. However, I am aware of your perceptive abilities. They are so refined they can substitute for vision. Moreover, they rival the dynamic visual acuity of the Sharingan. Just as you demonstrated with your Chidori, moving at such incredible speed while still accurately hitting your target. This is a unique capability that only you possess, something even I cannot replicate. Chapter 56. The remarkable chakra recovery of Yu contemplated for a moment. Indeed, his sensory abilities had become extraordinarily potent. However, he had grown accustomed to this enhancement and did not perceive it as anything. Despite the strength of his sensory capabilities, he had never primarily depended on them in battle. It was only when employing the Chidori that he utilized it as a supplementary skill. After verifying the techniques Chidori Sharp Spear and Chidori Thousand Birds, the Chidori Jutsu no longer constituted Yu's principal offensive method. After all, Chidori necessitated close-quarters engagement, which rendered its efficiency less than optimal and made it susceptible to counterattacks from vigilant opponents. Kakashi remarked, then it is imperative to train. Your sensory abilities are formidable, and such potential must not go to waste. Considering the possibility of confronting the Manjuki Sharingan, or even the Rinnegan in the future, Yu resolved to practice diligently. After all, the Sharingan was the most significant bloodline limit in this world. The Fourth Great Ninja War had been instigated by a select few wielding the Sharingan, Rinnegan, and Rinne Sharingan. Lacking the Sharingan himself, Yu recognized that he could not pursue the path of ocular enhancement. Instead, he could follow Naruto's trajectory, relying on formidable chakra and ninjutsu to navigate the challenges of the Fourth Great Ninja War. Although Yu did not possess the power of the Sage of Six Paths, he believed that in the Fourth Great Ninja War, he would not be inferior to Naruto. He had faith in the capabilities of the system. Yu nodded and said, I will. Kakashi-sensei, please continue to teach me several elemental ninjutsu. Pleased that Yu was receptive, Kakashi appreciated this quality in him. He was far less eccentric than Naruto and Sasuke. Yu's demeanor was remarkably normal, devoid of any peculiar thoughts. The two trained by the lakeside for several hours, continuing until dusk fell. During this time, Kakashi's chakra was nearly depleted, as he needed to demonstrate certain jutsu. Yu, however, learned rapidly. Each technique was explained by Kakashi in detail, and with minimal demonstration, Yu mastered them. Thus, within just a few hours, Yu had already acquired a repertoire of over a dozen A-rank and B-rank elemental ninjutsu. Fortunately, not every jutsu required Kakashi's demonstration. Otherwise, even if Kakashi were to exhaust himself, it would be impossible to provide enough chakra to execute a multitude of A-rank and B-rank jutsu within such a short time frame. As Kakashi neared the brink of chakra depletion, Yu, on the other hand, had not even consumed 1/3 of his chakra. On their way back, Kakashi observed Yu's seemingly unaffected demeanor and was left speechless. "Aren't you at all fatigued?" he inquired. Yu chuckled lightly. "Not at all. You just unleashed a dozen A-rank and B-rank jutsu. That must have significantly drained your chakra, right?" Kakashi speculated. Yu shook his head. "Not really, I haven't expended much chakra at all. My recovery rate is quite rapid." This was one of Yu's strengths. His chakra replenished at an impressive pace. His chakra was not drawn from within his body but rather absorbed from the natural energy surrounding him. Although the surrounding natural energy was not inexhaustible, it was evident that it provided Yu with an ample supply of chakra commensurate with a shadow-level ninja without any strain. It is worth noting that after the conclusion of the Fourth Great Ninja War, Naruto had extracted enough natural energy to contend with Sasuke, who had absorbed chakra from 8-tailed beasts. In comparison, Yu's chakra seemed trivial. Moreover, natural energy continually regenerates. As long as the energy of this planet remains intact, natural energy will perpetually renew itself. Furthermore, the reason Yu's chakra is merely at the level of a shadow ninja is not that he can only absorb chakra of that caliber, but rather that his body can currently only withstand chakra of that magnitude. Beyond that, his body would be unable to cope. After all, Yu's physique was not exceptional from the outset. It began to strengthen only after acquiring the system. Now, his chakra volume was already quite commendable, comparable to Naruto's. However, due to its natural origin, Yu required significantly less chakra to perform the same jutsu than an ordinary ninja. Kakashi was unaware of this particular ability of Yu's and, feeling curious, asked, "Your recovery is remarkably swift." "Indeed," Yu replied. "After I executed 3 lightning-style jutsu, I had nearly exhausted my chakra, but it replenished quite quickly thereafter." Kakashi appeared skeptical and immediately activated his Sharingan, discovering that Yu's chakra had recovered to 80%. Kakashi's lips twitched. "You just performed over a dozen large-scale jutsu. How is it that your chakra seems hardly depleted?" Yu laughed. "I cannot say, my chakra recovers at an astonishing rate." Kakashi shook his head. "Truly, comparing oneself to others is a vexing endeavor. Not only do you possess more chakra than I, but your recovery rate surpasses my own. The crux of the matter is that your jutsu's potency appears to exceed mine. Who, then, is truly the teacher?" Yu looked at Kakashi earnestly. If a student cannot ultimately surpass their teacher, what purpose does it serve to be a student? Kakashi was momentarily taken aback. Observing Yu's serious expression, he smiled knowingly. "Indeed, if a student cannot surpass their teacher, then I must be considered quite a failure in my role. However, only you can utter such words, as not everyone possesses the potential to surpass me." This was not Kakashi's arrogance. He was simply a natural talent. Had it not been for his previous period of stagnation, his strength would have been significantly greater than it currently was. Of course, at his peak, he would still only reach the level of a shadow ninja. Yet, how many shadow-level ninjas existed in the ninja world? It was not merely shadow-level ninjas. Even among elite J-nin, the majority of ninjas would never attain that status in their lifetimes. For the vast majority of ninjas, becoming a CH-nin marked the pinnacle of their careers. However, Yu was different. In Kakashi's eyes, Yu's talent had already surpassed his own. Kakashi believed that Yu was merely lacking in practical combat experience. Once he rectified that shortcoming, his strength would be sufficient to exceed Kakashi's. Nevertheless, Kakashi felt a sense of pride. Yu understood that Kakashi was not boastful and nodded in agreement. That is certainly true. After all, Kakashi-sensei's strength is formidable. There are very few ninjas who can achieve your level of prowess, Yu remarked, offering a small compliment. Although Kakashi was indifferent to flattery, he appreciated the praise from his disciple. Let us go see how Naruto and Sasuke are progressing in their training, Kakashi suggested. Yu replied with a smile, those two possess remarkable talent. They both harbor immense potential within them. Kakashi nodded, indeed, while Sakura excels in chakra control far beyond theirs. Her chakra reserves are limited, whereas Naruto and Sasuke possess vast amounts of chakra. As long as they can master their chakra, their strength will elevate rapidly. Kakashi was well aware of how to guide the two. Unfortunately, in the end, one would follow Jiraiya, and the other would align with Orochimaru. Chapter 57, Did I really question him? As for the two of them, Kakashi had long since devised his own educational methods. However, the unexpected appearances of Jiraiya and Sasuke's insatiable thirst for power had taken him by surprise. The pair arrived at the location where Sasuke, Naruto, and Sakura were training. Although night had already fallen, they could still see the two panting heavily atop the trees, while Sakura stood below, watching them. When Night Feather and Kakashi appeared, Sakura approached them, particularly scrutinizing Night Feather with curiosity. Night Feather, have you truly been training? I hardly noticed any signs of it, she inquired. Oh, how did you deduce that I haven't been training? Night Feather replied, as Sakura circled around him, remarking, your clothes are not even a bit wrinkled. How could you possibly have been training? You weren't slacking off with Kakashi-sensei all afternoon, were you? That simply won't do. While you are indeed strong, if you do not exert yourself, you will stagnate, and eventually be surpassed by Sasuke or even Naruto, she admonished. Night Feather merely smiled, choosing not to respond. Kakashi interrupted Sakura, asking, how are they doing? Sakura responded, they've both mastered it, even Naruto has been diligently training. As she spoke, her gaze lingered on Night Feather, clearly aiming her words at him. She harbored no malice towards Night Feather, rather, she was concerned that he might be slacking off and regressing in strength. Night Feather understood her intentions but chose to remain silent, deeming it unnecessary to comment. Kakashi looked up at Sasuke and Naruto, who were panting and stealing glances at each other from the treetops, clearly engaged in a competition. They are quite impressive. It's one thing for Sasuke, but Naruto has also grasped it so swiftly, he mused. Sakura, intrigued, asked Kakashi, Sensei, you weren't slacking off earlier, were you taking a break? Though she suspected Night Feather of idleness, she hesitated to confirm it. Kakashi replied nonchalantly, do you think he would allow that? Even if I wished to rest, he wouldn't permit it. Sakura glanced at Night Feather, perplexed. But why does Night Feather show no signs of training whatsoever? Kakashi also regarded Night Feather, just now realizing it himself. His own clothes bore several rips. Indeed, there is no evidence of training at all, he admitted, somewhat speechless. This illustrates the disparity, Kakashi mused, uttering words that left Sakura bewildered. To control chakra with such precision, he surpasses even me, Kakashi remarked, smiling at Night Feather. Night Feather offered no response, merely returning a faint smile. Sakura approached Night Feather and whispered, what is Kakashi-sensei talking about? Night Feather replied, Kakashi-sensei often speaks in ways that are difficult to comprehend. Sakura glanced between Night Feather and Kakashi, feeling that there was something they were concealing from her. Not wishing to dwell on the matter, she leaned closer to Night Feather and asked, where did you two train? Earlier, there were several tremors. I nearly thought Zabuza had returned. Had it not been for the considerable commotion, I might have believed it myself, Night Feather mused, momentarily taken aback. Tremors? Sakura nodded, yes, the noise was quite significant. The distance between Night Feather and Kakashi's training site and Sakura was considerable, with a forest obstructing the view. She remained unaware that the tremors were caused by Nightfeather unleashing his Kaidori and subsequent Earth Release techniques. Although Earth Release is primarily a defensive technique, its activation indeed generates considerable noise and consumes a great deal of chakra. This was why Kakashi's chakra had been depleted so rapidly. As Sasuke and Naruto, perched on the treetops, sensed Kakashi and Nightfeather's arrival, they attempted to descend. However, they had forgotten that their chakra had been completely exhausted. As they attempted to move down, they found themselves unable to proceed after just a few steps. Sasuke, Naruto! Sakura exclaimed in fright as she saw them leap down from the trees. Kakashi glanced at Nightfeather, who nodded in acknowledgement, just as Sasuke and Naruto felt their minds going blank, nearly fainting from exhaustion. Kakashi and Nightfeather vanished from their spots. In the next instant, Nightfeather appeared beside Naruto, while Kakashi materialized beside Sasuke. They swiftly caught the two of them around the waist. In an instant, Kakashi transformed into a bolt of blue lightning, landing on the ground, while Nightfeather became a streak of golden lightning. After setting Sasuke and Naruto down, Kakashi remarked, "Your speed has indeed surpassed mine." Only then did Naruto and Sasuke realize what had transpired. Reflecting on how they had just been rescued by Kakashi and Nightfeather, they exchanged glances, both feeling quite embarrassed. They had initially intended to boast about their accomplishments in training that afternoon before Nightfeather and Kakashi, but the situation had backfired. Naruto, gazing at Nightfeather, recalled how he had merely perceived a flash before finding himself on the ground. This marked Naruto's first tangible experience of Nightfeather's formidable strength. Even Sasuke, observing Nightfeather, was taken aback. He had never before witnessed Nightfeather manifest such speed as a golden flash. Sasuke had always known that he was not yet Nightfeather's match, but now it was evident that the gap between them was vast, the disparity was insurmountable. Sakura, too, was left speechless. While she could comprehend Kakashi's prowess as an elite jonin, Nightfeather's transformation into a golden lightning bolt, surpassing even Kakashi's speed, had left her in awe, seeing only the fleeting remnants of the golden flash. Sakura muttered to herself, could it be that he learned that technique from Kakashi-sensei just now? That must be a lightning release technique, he has never displayed it before, she pondered. I can't believe I accused him of not training. How could he possibly be slacking off? Sakura, you were truly foolish. If he were that type of person, he wouldn't be so much stronger than us. Sakura felt embarrassed over her earlier doubts regarding Nightfeather. Remembering how he had merely smiled, she felt like a jester, and the recollection made her uncomfortable. For a moment, Sasuke, Naruto, and Sakura fell into silence. Nightfeather and Kakashi remained oblivious to their state. Kakashi observed the two, saying, "You have expended too much chakra, your earlier actions were exceedingly perilous." Chapter 58, What ninjutsu did Kakashi-sensei teach you? Kakashi's reproach caused both Sasuke and Naruto to lower their heads in shame. Originally, the two had intended to boast to Kakashi and Yoyu, but it unexpectedly backfired, leaving them embarrassed in front of Yoyu. However, Naruto quickly stood up and pointed at Yoyu, exclaiming, Kakashi-sensei, did you just teach Yoyu some powerful ninjutsu? The technique he used to save me was something I have never seen before. Sasuke also rose to his feet, brushing off the dust from his clothes, but his attention was entirely focused on Yoyu. He was eager to understand what had transpired and whether Kakashi truly possessed formidable ninjutsu that he could learn in the future. In contrast, Naruto's thoughts diverged. He felt that Kakashi was being partial. After all, he was the one Kakashi had chosen as his student, yet Kakashi seemed to only teach Yoyu. Observing Naruto's indignation, Kakashi remarked, "You have yet to master chakra control, how can I teach you ninjutsu?" He continued, "Once you have solidified, Kakashi-sensei, please start teaching me ninjutsu tomorrow." Kakashi shook his head, "There is still much for you to learn, you are far from ready." "Then why can Yoyu learn while we cannot? We are your students." Naruto protested. Kakashi furrowed his brow, "As I said, your fundamentals are still lacking, and there is much for you to grasp." He added, "Yoyu is also my student." In fact, Kakashi wished to emphasize that Yoyu was one of his most important students. Had it not been for Sasuke and Naruto's unique status within Konoha, he would not have taken them along. Realizing the seriousness in Kakashi's tone, even Naruto refrained from further protests, merely casting envious glances at Yoyu. Though Naruto would not hold a grudge against Yayu due to Karkashi's comments, he undoubtedly felt a pang of jealousy. After all, Yayu was not originally part of their team, it was Karkashi who insisted on bringing him along for the mission. From Naruto's perspective, Karkashi's actions clearly indicated favoritism towards Yayu. His emotions were already quite sensitive, and such situations only heightened his sensitivity. He even harbored the notion that Karkashi's preferential treatment stemmed from his status as the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. Yet, he overlooked the fact that Sasuke and Sakura were treated similarly, though they did not perceive Karkashi's actions as discriminatory. Both were well aware of Yayu's exceptional prowess, evident from his previous battle with Zabuza. Sasuke believed that Yayu must have worked harder than he did, refusing to acknowledge that Yayu's talent surpassed his own. Sakura, on the other hand, recognized Yayu's extraordinary talent and diligence. Naruto simply felt that Karkashi was biased. Karkashi was among the few high-ranking ninjas who did not reject him and was also his teacher, which led Naruto to harbor high expectations of Karkashi. His concern lay more in Karkashi's regard for him than in his prowess. Yayu, upon hearing Karkashi's stern words, felt quite exasperated. He understood that Karkashi merely wished to protect his reputation, but such statements would only intensify Naruto's belief in Karkashi's favoritism, potentially causing resentment towards Yayu. Though feeling helpless, Yayu chose to remain silent, realizing that speaking further would only provoke Naruto, whose emotions were already fragile. After a moment of silence, Karkashi finally said, "All right, you all have trained hard today. It's time to rest." With that, he vanished without a trace. Yayu gazed at the now deserted area, his lips twitching as he mused, "Is this how it is, leaving me to handle the aftermath alone?" Yayu felt a sense of frustration. Karkashi was clearly aware of the group's emotional turmoil and had likely intended for Yayu to bond with Sasuke, Naruto, and Sakura. However, given the current circumstances, Yayu had no desire to linger. Such a responsibility, he thought to himself, grumbling internally about Karkashi before addressing the others. "Shall we take our leave?" Although he wished to use body flicker technique to depart swiftly, he knew that doing so would only exacerbate Sasuke and Naruto's feelings of imbalance. Sakura, sensing the tension in the air, quickly chimed in, "Yes, let's go, today has been exhausting." Within the small team, there were no entanglements between Sakura and Yayu. Sasuke and Naruto, at this moment, viewed Yayu as a target to surpass. Especially for Naruto, who was determined to grow stronger and defeat Yayu, thereby proving to Karkashi that he was the superior student deserving of recognition. Due to their young age, Naruto believed that Karkashi favored Yayu simply because Yayu was stronger than him. He thought that once he surpassed Yayu, Karkashi would acknowledge him. This mindset was quite common among boys of that age. As the group walked through the forest, silence enveloped them, the atmosphere serene save for the occasional calls of birds and beasts. After a while, sensing the tension, Sakura took the initiative to break the silence. This afternoon, Sasuke and Naruto were very diligent. They mastered chakra control in just one afternoon. "Yayu, what ninjutsu did you learn from Kakashi-sensei? It must be some impressive ninjutsu, right?" Sasuke and Naruto, absorbed in their own thoughts, perked up at Sakura's inquiry, although they remained silent. Yayu casually replied, "Just a few water release techniques." "Are they truly impressive ninjutsu?" Sakura asked curiously. Yayu glanced at the two who feigned nonchalance yet were clear. "Zabuza is an elite J-nin, just like Kakashi-sensei. Defeating him is no easy feat. You only saw him nearly hit. In reality, there's a vast difference between defeating him and merely coming close. If elite J-nin were so easily defeated, there wouldn't be just a handful in a village. Some ninja villages don't even have a dozen." Yayu's words rang true. Elite J-nin are strategic assets of a village, capable of contending for the position of the village's leader. The village leader is chosen from among the elite J-nin. However, it was evident that Sakura and the others did not grasp this concept. Sakura asserted, "But that day, you were really close to winning. Zabuza fled out of fear of you." Chapter 59, The Reason You Are the Nine-Tails. Jinchuriki Yu smiled lightly and said, he believes that a single individual stands little chance against both Kakashi-sensei and myself. Had it been just me, he would have had no means to escape. Sakura nodded in a manner that suggested partial understanding. In contrast, Sasuke displayed little reaction, as he himself had mastered several fire release techniques, all of which he had learned from the Uchiha Clan's ninjutsu archives. Sasuke did not perceive Yu's water release techniques as being significantly superior to his own fire release. To him, whether it was water, fire, or earth release, none were particularly decisive forms of ninjutsu. However, Naruto was visibly displeased. At present, aside from the shadow clone technique, he possessed no other ninjutsu skills. The shadow clone technique was something he had surreptitiously learned from a forbidden scroll upon his graduation, rather than being taught by Kakashi. Thus far, Naruto had yet to grasp any combat ninjutsu, prompting him to pout and exclaim, Kakashi-sensei is undeniably biased, it feels as if we are not even his students. Yu regarded Naruto with understanding, recognizing that he was merely a 12-year-old. The feelings of jealousy and rivalry were particularly pronounced at this age. In truth, Kakashi-sensei desires for you to establish a solid foundation before diving into ninjutsu. He is your guiding jonin, and since you have passed his assessments, he truly regards you as his disciples. As a teacher, he naturally hopes you will not become overly impetuous. Why not ask Sasuke if he mastered numerous foundational techniques before learning ninjutsu? Sasuke was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated Yu would direct attention toward him. Naruto looked up at Sasuke, who was reluctant to speak, yet, given Yu's request, Sasuke, despite considering Yu a rival to surpass, felt compelled to acquiesce, particularly since Yu was currently far stronger than him. Sasuke nodded, acknowledging, indeed, it is essential to grasp a wealth of fundamental knowledge. However, even this explanation was merely cursory, and Naruto remained oblivious. What foundational knowledge? I learned the shadow clone technique in just one night. Yu chuckled softly. That is because the shadow clone technique is exceptionally suited to you, or rather, it is practically tailor-made for you. During your time at the Ninja Academy, you could not even master the basic clone technique. After 6 years of failure, how did you suddenly manage to learn the shadow clone technique in a single night? You are aware that the shadow clone technique, oh, by the way, do you know why the multi-shadow clone technique is classified as forbidden? Naruto's expression was one of bewilderment. He had simply learned the first ninjutsu he encountered, without any knowledge of what constituted forbidden techniques. He had no awareness of any limitations associated with this ninjutsu. Sakura and Sasuke turned their gazes toward Yu, particularly Sasuke, who was unsure how Naruto had suddenly mastered the shadow clone technique, given that he had previously struggled with even the basic clone technique. The shadow clone technique is indeed a far more advanced skill. Yu explained, the reason lies in the fact that the shadow clone technique requires the division of chakra in proportion to the user's body, and upon dispelling the clones, the physical exhaustion is returned to the original body. For ninjas with limited chakra or poor physical constitution, utilizing the shadow clone technique can be perilous, let alone the multi-shadow clone technique. As the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, you possess an immense reservoir of chakra, and your constitution, enhanced by the Nine-Tails, allows you to withstand the drawbacks of the multi-shadow clone technique. Conversely, if one wishes to learn other elemental techniques without mastering the foundational knowledge, reckless attempts can easily lead to self-harm. The backlash from ninjutsu can indeed be fatal, especially when one's theoretical understanding is utterly lacking. Why is it that some individuals require extensive time to learn a single ninjutsu, while others can master it in mere days? Aside from the disparity in talent, it also pertains to their foundational knowledge. Reflect on the 6 years you spent at the Ninja Academy. What did you actually learn? Do you believe your foundation is secure? Sakura understood, laughing as she remarked, not only is it insecure, but he hasn't learned anything at all. He scored 0 on every exam. I still can't fathom how he managed that. A little studying would suffice. Sasuke glanced at Naruto, contemplating, so, he mastered the shadow clone technique due to the Nine-Tails. However, Sasuke had limited understanding of the Nine-Tails. After all, he was merely an infant during the Ninetales rampage, following the massacre of his clan by Itachi. It was even less likely that anyone would inform him about the Ninetales. Naruto placed a hand on his abdomen, his expression somber. He believed to use words. In truth, Naruto had once gone berserk as a child, but he had been swiftly subdued before he could inflict any damage upon the village, resulting in few being aware of the incident. Yet, Naruto remembered that power was something he understood all too well. Although it was malevolent, it was undeniably formidable. Naruto looked at Yu and asked, "Why was the Ninetales sealed within me? If it weren't for the Ninetales, the villagers would not have treated me so poorly." Due to his identity as the Ninetales Jinchuriki, Naruto had faced rejection from a young age. Although his plight was not as dire as that of others like Killer Bee, he still felt the sting of isolation, compounded by his status as an orphan, leaving him emotionally vulnerable. Even in the absence of direct attacks, the mere distance from others caused Naruto great distress. At his age, he struggled to comprehend why the villagers harbored such animosity towards him, attributing it solely to the Ninetales within him and the villagers' disdain for his existence. Yu patted Naruto's shoulder and explained, "The Ninetales is a strategic asset for our village, Konoha. In other words, you are of immense importance to Konoha." Naruto brushed Yu's hand away, indignantly retorting, "But I don't want that. If I am so important, why do the villagers reject me so vehemently? You have no idea what I have endured over the years. The villagers regard me as a monster. No one likes me, no one acknowledges my existence." Perhaps spurred by Yu's words, Naruto's emotions erupted, and he unburdened himself of the grievances he had carried for so long, even shedding tears. Sakura and Sasuke observed him, realizing in that moment the immense pressure Naruto had endured. Even Sakura, who often teased Naruto, looked upon him with sympathy. Sasuke, while not ostracized by the villagers, indeed, he was quite popular due to his Uchiha lineage, could empathize with Naruto's pain. The devastation of his clan, the death of his parents at the hands of his most revered brother, had inflicted wounds far deeper than Naruto's experiences. In this moment, both Sasuke and Naruto shared the same emotional turmoil. Sakura softly interjected, "Naruto, you do have friends. Iruka-sensei, Shikamaru, Choji, and Kiba, they are all your friends, aren't they? In the past, when I saw you enjoying yourself with Shikamaru and the others, I assumed you were merely ill-tempered. I never realized you had been through so much." Chapter 60, Did the fourth Hokage truly think that way? Sakura's words left Naruto momentarily bewildered. In reflecting upon it, he realized that he indeed had a multitude of friends, and perhaps his situation was not as dire as he had perceived. It dawned on him that he had been overly fixated on his own troubles. Though the villagers shunned him, wasn't it sufficient that his friends accepted him? Observing Naruto's emotional calmness, Yu remarked, "Is it not possible that the villagers' disdain for you stems not primarily from your identity as the Ninetales Jinchuriki, but rather from your penchant for mischievous pranks that often lead to chaos within the village? Their annoyance could very well be the reason for their alienation." Naruto was taken aback. Yu's hypothesis was not without merit. While the villagers might harbor fear due to Naruto's status as the Ninetales Jinchuriki, the animosity directed towards him was indeed a personal issue. Naruto believed that his antics could capture the villagers' attention. However, such behavior only exacerbated their stereotypical views of him, reinforcing the belief that he, as the Ninetales Jinchuriki, was inherently malevolent. This notion was evident during the Chunin exams. Whenever Naruto showcased his abilities without resorting to mischief, the villagers were entirely capable of accepting and recognizing him, while other ninja villages might genuinely detest their Jinchuriki, even going so far as to assassinate them. Konoha was evidently different. The past Jinchuriki of Konoha had rarely encountered attacks from their fellow villagers. After all, the first Jinchuriki was the wife of the first Hokage and seldom ventured out. The second Jinchuriki, Kushina Uzumaki, had a harsher fate than her son Naruto. Prior to her marriage to Minato Namikaze, she was closely monitored by the Anbu, surrounded by protective barriers, yet she too did not face assassination attempts from her own kin. In contrast to Kushina, Naruto's circumstances were significantly more favorable. He had never experienced restrictions such as being confined to a protective barrier. Throughout his childhood, he roamed freely within the village, and even his graffiti on Hokage Rock merely resulted in a reprimand to clean it up. This leniency was undoubtedly due to the third Hokage's protection. Hokage Rock, a monument honoring the Hokages of Konoha, represented a site of profound significance. Naruto's actions were akin to dancing on a grave of great import, yet the repercussions he faced were remarkably mild. Had it been anyone else, they would have faced severe consequences, if not death. Therefore, Yayu believed that Naruto's alienation by the villagers was primarily due to his extreme methods of seeking attention, which only intensified their preconceived notions about him. At a loss for words, Naruto pondered, "Consider this, the villagers, fearing your potential to lose control due to your identity as the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, distancing themselves from you is quite natural, is it not? Yet, if you were less erratic and refrained from pranks, would the villagers not come to see you as not so terrible? Think about Shikamaru, Iruka-sensei. Do they not know of your identity as the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki? Why can they accept you? Because they have spent time with you and understand that you pose no threat. However, the villagers have not interacted with you enough, leading to their impression being based solely on a fleeting moment. And in that moment, your actions only serve to reinforce. In fact, I consider it a testament to their innate kindness that they have neither assaulted nor berated you." Absorbing Yayu's words, Naruto fell silent. Yayu continued, "Thus, if you can master the nine tails within you and transform its power into a guardian force for Konoha, who would dare to shun you?" Naruto was taken aback. "Master the nine tails within me? But that is the nine-tails fox. How could a mere human possibly control it? I have no desire to associate with such a malevolent creature." Yayu was somewhat exasperated. After all, it was the nine tails, the mightiest of the tailed beasts. "Are you aware of the immense power possessed by the nine-tails fox within you?" Naruto nodded. "I know." A complex expression crossed his face. "I remember an instance from my childhood when the nine-tails power erupted. The memory of that malevolent and formidable force still lingers with me." Yayu was surprised that Naruto could recall how he felt after losing control. Tailed beasts are strategic weapons for every ninja village, and the Jinchuriki are vital ninjas within their respective villages. However, the Jinchuriki are always at risk of losing their consciousness to the tailed beasts, which is why villagers harbor concerns about potential rampages, leading to their alienation. Other Jinchuriki from different villages face their own challenges. Your freedom of movement marks a significant advantage compared to other Jinchuriki. Villagers merely distance themselves out of fear. Some Jinchuriki from other villages have even been assassinated by their fellow ninjas. When a Jinchuriki loses control and consciousness, it can result in numerous casualties. People will attribute the destruction caused by the tailed beasts to the Jinchuriki, naturally leading to their unpopularity. You should be aware that the fourth Hokage sacrificed himself to seal the nine tails and save Konoha. Naruto nodded, a respectful expression adorning his face. "The fourth Hokage has always been my greatest hero. I aspire to become a hero like him." Yayu inquired, "If the fourth Hokage sacrificed his life to seal the nine tails within you, why do you admire him?" Naruto hesitated, having never contemplated this question before. However, he quickly replied, "Because he did it for the village." Yayu chuckled. "In truth, the fourth Hokage likely had expectations for you when he sealed the nine tails within you. He may have hoped that you would one day master the power of the nine tails, as doing so would make you immensely powerful, enabling you to protect the village and become its hero, just like him." Naruto gazed at Yayu, bewildered. "Is that true? Did the fourth Hokage genuinely think that way?" This was the first time Naruto had heard a connection between himself and the fourth Hokage, filling him with joy, for he had always held the fourth Hokage in high esteem. Yayu nodded. "If he had not thought this way, do you believe he would have cast the sealing technique to convert the nine-tails chakra into your own? Have you never wondered why your chakra is so much greater than others? Compared to your peers, your chakra is remarkably vast, even exceeding that of Sasuke." Sasuke, who had been listening intently, was momentarily taken aback upon hearing his name. He cast a puzzled glance at Naruto, unaware that Naruto possessed more chakra than he did. Naruto, too, was oblivious. "Is that true? Do I really have more chakra than Sasuke?" The knowledge that his chakra surpassed Sasuke's brought him immense joy. Chapter 61, Mastering the Power of the Nine-Tails. Sakura was also quite curious, yet she harbored some skepticism, are you joking? Naruto's chakra could surpass Sasuke's. In Sakura's eyes, Sasuke was immensely powerful, and aside from Yu, he was the strongest among their cohort. She believed that Sasuke's prowess far exceeded Naruto's, which implied that Sasuke possessed a significantly greater amount of chakra. Yu nodded earnestly. There is no doubt about it, Naruto's chakra surpasses even that of Kakashi-sensei. This is one of the advantages of being the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. Naruto, your hand has healed, hasn't it? There's not even a scar. Naruto was puzzled as to why Yu was asking this. Nonetheless, he raised his hand and curiously inquired, "What makes you ask that?" Sakura and Sasuke were astonished to see that Naruto's previously injured hand had completely healed. It was worth noting that only a few days had passed since Naruto had pierced his palm. Such a grievous wound had remarkably healed within mere days, leaving no trace of a scar. Naruto felt no surprise. He had always healed swiftly from injury since childhood and assumed others experienced the same. Yu explained, "This is the enhancement in your physical constitution granted by the Nine-Tails. Your recovery ability is incredibly robust. For an ordinary person, recovering from such a severe injury would take several months, and scarring is inevitable. But look, is there a scar on your palm?" Naruto inspected his hand and remarked, "Indeed, there isn't. Is it not the same for everyone?" Before Yu could respond, Sakura interjected. "Of course not. How could such a serious injury heal in just a few days without leaving a scar? I truly envy you, Naruto." Sakura's words were sincere. As a girl, she greatly admired the fact that such a severe wound could heal without a trace. Girls tend to value beauty, especially someone as mature as Sakura. Sasuke's gaze was fixed intently on Naruto's hand, equally astonished. He had not anticipated that Naruto possessed such formidable abilities. This fool actually has such immense power. Sasuke himself lacked such a terrifying capability. This ability was indeed formidable, particularly for ninjas, whose lives often hung by a thread. On the battlefield, it was almost akin to possessing multiple lives. Under the scrutiny of Sakura and Sasuke, Naruto felt a surge of pride and inexplicably cheered up. "Really? Is Sakura envious of me? Am I really that impressive? Har har har." Observing Naruto's foolish grin, Sakura, who had initially felt envious, suddenly felt at ease. After all, this was a power she bore no jealousy. Yu shook his head in exasperation. This guy's mood swings are remarkably swift. He was just so glum, and now he's all cheerful. After a brief period of laughter, Naruto turned to Yu and asked, "So how does one master the power of the Nine-Tails? Once I have mastered the Nine-Tails, will my strength truly rival that of the fourth Hokage?" Sasuke and Sakura also turned their attention to Yu, equally intrigued. After all, Naruto had originally been the weakest of their team. Although he had surpassed Sakura somewhat, he still fell short of Sasuke. Sasuke was unwilling to be surpassed by someone like Naruto. Yu waved his hand dismissively. "How would I know? Don't get it twisted, I'm just like you, a freshly graduated ninja from the academy. The information I have comes from Kakashi-sensei. As for mastering the Nine-Tails, even Kakashi-sensei is unaware. If he knew, the third Hokage would have taught you long ago, rather than waiting until now. However, I have heard that the previous Nine-Tails Jinchuriki mastered the Nine-Tails power through sealing techniques. The last Nine-Tails Jinchuriki was the wife of the fourth Hokage. Moreover, like you, she belonged to the Uzumaki clan." Naruto was momentarily taken aback. Then a thought struck him. "Am I part of the Uzumaki clan?" Although Naruto bore the surname Uzumaki, he had never known that there was an entire clan by that name. He had always believed Uzumaki to be merely his surname. Yu nodded affirmatively. Indeed, the Uzumaki clan was once an ally of Konoha. However, the Uzumaki clan was long since exterminated, otherwise, they would have remained a powerful force. Naruto was now stunned. Isn't the Uzumaki clan a family of Konoha? Sakura and Sasuke shared his curiosity, as they had initially been unaware of the Uzumaki clan's existence in Konoha. Like Naruto, they had assumed Uzumaki was merely his surname. Upon hearing that the Uzumaki clan had been destroyed, Sasuke looked at Naruto with a hint of sympathy, believing Naruto to be an orphan like himself. Meanwhile, Naruto thought he had a family and a sense of belonging, just as he thought he had found a sense of belonging Yu revealed that the Uzumaki clan had been annihilated and was not even a family of Konoha. Yu pondered for a moment before continuing. No, the Uzumaki clan was a ninja family from the land of whirlpools, exceptionally skilled in sealing techniques. They were particularly suited to become hosts for tailed beasts. Because of this, they were besieged by several great nations, leading to the clan's demise and the theft of their sealing techniques. Apart from a portion that was slaughtered, some members of the Uzumaki clan have scattered across the world. For instance, we have members of the Uzumaki clan here in Konoha. I recall that the wife of the first Hokage was from the Uzumaki clan, and the wife of the fourth Hokage was also from the Uzumaki clan. Moreover, both of them were once Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. This was not a breach of confidentiality on Yu's part. Such information was available in Konoha's public library. It was merely that no one typically paid attention to it, as most people were more focused on the Hokage rather than their spasses. Nonetheless, due to their significance, they were mentioned in Konoha's historical records. Yu looked at Naruto and said, "Thus, I believe that if you can master the sealing techniques of the Uzumaki clan, you might be able to control the nine tails within you, just like the previous Hokage's wives." Naruto fell silent for a moment and asked, "But I have no idea where to find the Uzumaki clan's sealing techniques. Didn't you just say they were annihilated? Where am I supposed to obtain the sealing techniques?" "Well, I can't help you with that, as I am not much stronger than you. Moreover, I suspect that the sealing techniques are village secrets, not something ordinary people can access. However, I believe that the sealing technique placed upon you by the fourth Hokage is already quite potent and greatly beneficial. You only need to grow stronger and make optimal use of the fourth Hokage's sealing techniques. Sooner or later, you will undoubtedly master the power of the Nine Tails. You must understand, the Nine Tails is extraordinarily powerful. When it rampaged, it caused immense destruction to our village. But that also indicates the Nine Tails' formidable strength. Once mastered, it could elevate your power to the level of a Hokage in an instant. After all, the Nine Tails is a mighty beast that the fourth sacrificed his life to seal, and even the chakra leaked from the Nine Tails could surpass Kakashi-sensei's chakra. Just think about it. If you were to fully master the chakra of the Nine Tails, your chakra could potentially exceed that of the Hokage by several times. Moreover, considering that the first two Nine Tails Jinchuriki from Konoha were members of the Uzumaki clan, it seems your clan's constitution is exceptionally suitable for becoming a Nine Tails Jinchuriki, and you likely possess an innate ability to suppress the tailed beasts. You just have yet to harness that power." Naruto's eyes sparkled with determination. He was eager to grow stronger, defeat Yu, and earn Kakashi's recognition. Hearing Yu mention that mastering the Nine Tails could grant him power equivalent to or even surpassing that of the fourth Hokage stirred something deep within him. Chapter 62. You must be aware of the Uchiha clan, right? Sasuke remarked, observing Naruto's self-satisfied demeanor with a furrowed brow. If Naruto were to harness the power of the Nine Tails, he would undoubtedly surpass me. Despite being the underachiever of the Ninja Academy, the thought of Naruto potentially outshining him was difficult for Sasuke to accept. His pride made it intolerable for him to envision Naruto surpassing his abilities. Sasuke directed his gaze towards Yu. "Were you employing the ninjutsu that Kakashi taught you just now?" Yu paused momentarily before quickly grasping that Sasuke was likely struggling with the prospect of Naruto exceeding him, hence his inquiry about Kakashi's ability to enhance his strength. Naruto, too, became curious, looking at Yu with intrigue. Sakura shared their interest. They were all eager to learn precisely what ninjutsu Kakashi had imparted to Yu. After a moment of contemplation, Yu responded, "It's the body flicker technique. This ninjutsu is something you can all master simply by learning to control your chakra with precision. It requires no special instruction." The trio frowned, perplexed by Yu's words. The principle behind the body flicker technique is quite straightforward, akin to the training involved in climbing trees. It entails concentrating chakra beneath your feet to achieve rapid movement. Sasuke pondered this for a moment. The principle may indeed be simple, but I doubt you could replicate the speed you just demonstrated. He was correct, for Yu had employed the lightning body flicker, which necessitated the infusion of lightning chakra. Currently, Yuyu's lightning body flicker could approach the speed of lightning itself, slightly eclipsing Karkash's version. Naturally, Yuyu would not concede this, asserting, with sufficient practice, anyone can achieve it. Sasuke, however, remained unconvinced, scrutinizing Yuyu intently. Your speed just now was slightly faster than Karkash's. Moreover, the lightning produced by both of you during the body flicker technique is of distinctly different colors. Sakura, standing nearby, nodded in agreement. Indeed, Yuyu's speed surpasses that of Kakashi-sensei, and the accompanying lightning is of two different hues. Kakashi-sensei resembles a flash of blue lightning, while Yuyu is akin to a streak of golden lightning. Naruto chuckled, "Are you attempting to deceive us? I have no need to deceive you. The differing colors are merely a reflection of our varying chakra. In time, you shall understand." Sasuke inquired, "How does Kakashi-sensei possess the Sharingan? Is he also a member of the Uchiha clan?" If Kakashi-sensei Yuyu felt a twinge of discomfort. His earlier comments aimed to divert the trio's focus from Karkashi's tutelage. Alas, Sasuke had broached a rather sensitive subject. The Uzumaki clan was a topic well documented in library archives, and Yuyu had perused such texts prior. Thus, discussing it posed no challenge. However, matters pertaining to the Uchiha clan remained a closely guarded secret within the village, and Yuyu was reluctant to divulge them. Sasuke gazed at Yuyu with eager anticipation. He secretly hoped Kakashi was indeed of Uchiha descent, as it would alleviate his solitude. He had been the sole representative of his clan in Konoha. Noticing Yuyu's evident discomfort, Naruto asked, "Is there something unspeakable?" "It's not that. I simply lack clarity regarding the Uchiha clan. However, I can assure you that Kakashi-sensei is not a member of the Uchiha clan." Sasuke's initial anticipation waned, leaving him dejected. Sakura, puzzled, queried, "If Kakashi-sensei..." Sasuke surmised the answer, it must have been transplanted, yet, he felt discomfort, knowing it was the eye of his own kin now residing within Kakashi. Moreover, who could say how Kakashi had come into possession of that Sharingan? Yuyu glanced at Sasuke, aware that he had likely misunderstood Kakashi's circumstances. Although reluctant to discuss the Uchiha clan, Yuyu did not wish for Sasuke to harbor misconceptions regarding Kakashi. After some deliberation, Yuyu decided to clarify the matter. That Sharingan was transplanted to Kakashi-sensei by a teammate during the Third Shinobi World War. Kakashi's team fell into an ambush, resulting in one of his eyes being grievously injured. Kakashi's comrade was a ninja from the Uchiha clan, and the opponent's earth release technique severely damaged half of his body. Before his demise, they were not struck by the fact that Kakashi had obtained the Sharingan, but rather by the depth of friendship exhibited by Kakashi's comrade, willing to sacrifice his own eye in the heat of battle. This demonstrated the profound bond they shared. Sasuke began to rethink his earlier assumptions. It is astonishing that Kakashi-sensei has achieved such renown in the ninja world with a Kakashi-sensei is indeed an exceptional ninja. Naruto remarked with a sense of wonder. Yuyu smiled, "That is only to be expected." Kakashi-sensei was a prodigious talent from a young age. By our age, he had already ascended to the rank of Jonin. Moreover, he earned that title amidst the chaos of war, a testament to his formidable prowess. Sasuke remained silent, yet his expectations for Kakashi grew. He wondered what powerful ninjutsu Kakashi would impart to him in the future. Most importantly, Kakashi's experience with the Sharingan could prove invaluable, as he might one day teach Sasuke how to unlock its potential. Sasuke turned to Yuyu and asked, "Yuyu, do you possess knowledge about the Uchiha clan? You must have a profound understanding, given that you are so well versed in Kakashi-sensei's history and the secrets of the Uzumaki clan. Surely, you must be well acquainted with the Uchiha clan as well." Sasuke's inquiry stemmed from his own limited understanding of the Uchiha clan. He was even unaware of how to awaken the Sharingan. Chapter 63, You Will Die. Sakura and Naruto gazed at Yuyu, their curiosity piqued regarding the Uchiha clan. They had often heard of the Uchiha's prominence in Konoha, and Sasuke's popularity was undeniably linked to his heritage as a survivor of that illustrious clan. Whenever Naruto overheard discussions about Sasuke, the Uchiha name was invariably mentioned alongside it. From the accounts of those around him, it appeared that the Uchiha clan was indeed a formidable lineage. Yuyu, somewhat at a loss for words, turned to Sasuke and remarked, "How could I possibly know about the Uchiha when you yourself seem oblivious to it?" However, Sasuke was not one to let such a comment slide. You claim ignorance of the Uzumaki clan, yet I had never even heard of them until now. I find it hard to believe that you are unaware of the Uchiha clan, he persisted. Sakura and Naruto nodded in agreement, with Sakura adding, Sasuke is correct. If you know about the Uzumaki, how could you not know about the Uchiha? My knowledge of the Uchiha is roughly equivalent to yours, if not lesser, Ieyasu replied. Sasuke, not easily deterred, pressed on, but do you truly comprehend the extent of the Sharingan's power? If I were to further develop it, what heights could I potentially reach? This was the inquiry that weighed most heavily on Sasuke's mind. He would not have posed such a question to anyone else, but he had already acknowledged Ieyu's strength and felt no embarrassment in seeking his insight. Naruto and Sakura were equally intrigued, particularly Sasuke, who envisioned a future where he would surpass Sasuke and thereby earn Sakura's admiration by defeating him. He had always believed that Sakura's affection for Sasuke stemmed from his superiority. Ieyasu waved his hand dismissively. I cannot say for certain, but given the shinobi world's evident reputation towards the Sharingan, it must be quite powerful. Moreover, the Uchiha clan once wielded considerable influence in Konoha, enjoying a prestigious status. Such strength and standing surely attest to the Sharingan's might. Nevertheless, Ieyu's words did not satisfy Sasuke. But just how powerful is it? Ieyasu sighed, I truly do not know. The most formidable Sharingan I have encountered belongs to Kakashi-sensei. This was, indeed, the truth. Since arriving in this world, Ieyasu had only ever witnessed Kakashi's Sharingan, and he had yet to see Sasuke's. Although Sasuke was dissatisfied with Ieyu's answer, he recognized that pressing further would yield no more information. Whether Ieyasu genuinely lacked knowledge or was concealing something remained a mystery. Upon returning to the home of Tsuner, Ieyasu noticed Kakashi already seated at the dining table, his expression inscrutable. Kakashi-sensei, you truly are a remarkable teacher, Ieyasu remarked sarcastically upon seeing him. Kakashi, well aware of Ieyu's insinuation regarding his abandonment of Ieyasu to handle Sasuke and the others' inquiries, maintained his composure behind his mask. Kakashi greeted the group. You're back, come, let us eat. Tsunami has prepared a sumptuous dinner for you. Tsunami, standing beside Kakashi, added apologetically, it's merely simple fare, I apologize for the lack of extravagance. Despite his dissatisfaction with Kakashi's behavior, Ieyasu engaged in polite Tsuner, spotting Ieyasu, chuckled, young Ieyasu, your dedication is commendable, you've been training late into the night. Following their previous skirmish, Tsuner had come to trust only Kakashi and Ieyasu. He believed that as long as they were present, even Zabuza would not be able to harm him. In his eyes, Sasuke and the others were nothing more than novices, incapable of safeguarding even themselves, let alone anyone else. Thus, he treated Ieyasu with particular warmth. As the four of them settled at the table, Inari peeked out from behind Tsunami, his gaze filled with derision. A few fools, destined to meet the same fate as that individual. Ieyasu could hear him but chose to remain silent, unwilling to ponder who Inari was referring to. Though Ieyasu retained some memories of the mission, the specifics had grown hazy, leaving him unaware of the reason behind Inari's remarks. Kakashi too had caught wind of this, pondering the significance of Inari's words and the identity of the person he referenced. Kakashi cast a sidelong glance at Ieyasu, observing his calm demeanor as he dined, seemingly oblivious to Inari's earlier comments. He thought to himself, this kid is remarkably composed, yet I am certain he is contemplating the identity of that individual. However, Kakashi made no further moves, maintaining a neutral expression as he continued to eat. In contrast, Naruto had indeed heard the exchange. Despite Inari's quiet tone, Naruto's temper flared. He leaped onto his chair, shaking his fist at Inari. Who are you calling a fool? Speak clearly. Sasuke and Sakura remained silent, but their expressions mirrored Naruto's displeasure. After all, they were undertaking this mission with good intentions, only to be insulted by Inari. Though Sakura maintained a facade of calm, her inner turmoil was palpable. Inari's words only served to enrage him further. He boldly stepped out from behind his mother, shouting at Naruto, I'm talking about you, do you even know who your opponents are? Those are ninjas capable of easily slaughtering a group. You think a few of you can defeat them? That is utterly foolish. If you're not fools, then what are you? He added, directing his eye particularly towards Naruto, whom he referred to as their blonde fool. Tsunami, realizing the gravity of the situation, quickly intervened, grabbing Inari by the arm. Inari, you must apologize. I speak the truth, how could they possibly defeat those ninjas? They are just more souls destined for the blade. Fools, a bunch of fools. War. Inari's agitation escalated, and he fled outside, leaving an awkward silence in his wake. Naruto, rolling up his sleeves, was ready to confront Inari. That little brat, how dare he say such things? I must go and set him straight. With that, he dashed out the door. Tsunami and Tazuna hurriedly apologized to Kakashi and the others. We are terribly sorry, Kakashi-sensei. Inari did not mean to speak in such a manner. Please forgive his impolite behavior. I sincerely apologize on his behalf. Just as Tazuna and Tsunami prepared to kneel in apology, Kakashi quickly helped them up. There is no need for such gestures. Children often speak without thinking. We are not so petty as to hold grudges against a child. However, it seems there may be more to this situation than meets the eye. Chapter 64. Mastering the most powerful force. Will I change? Dasna sighed. That child's father was killed for trying to stop Cardu. He once idolized his father, held him in the highest regard, and never expected. After Dasna recounted the events concerning Inari and his father, Kakashi and the others began to comprehend the gravity of the situation. Mr. Kakashi, the bridge connecting the land is of utmost importance. If it cannot be completed, the land of waves will forever be under Cardu's domination, and its people will never escape his cruel rule. As he spoke, tears streamed down Dasna's face. Father, with Mr. Kakashi and the others here, the bridge will surely be completed. Tsunami consoled her father, observing Dasna's distress. Yuyu's expression grew complex. The sorrow of the insignificant. Those with power can command the ninja world, yet those without it are akin to ants, and this is merely a time of peace. How desperate must ordinary people be during times of war? For the first time, Yuyu deeply felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness. To Yuyu, Cardu was merely a pest to be easily exterminated, yet to the people of the land of waves, he was an insurmountable mountain that could crush them with ease. The land of waves was impoverished, lacking even its own ninja village. It likely needed no elite ninja, just a few nin or even genin could easily dominate the nation. Yuyu finally understood why Dasna chose to name the bridge connecting the land the Naruto Bridge. Perhaps to others, Naruto was simply a lowly genin, but to the people of the land of waves, he was the hero who saved their entire nation. Kakashi glanced at Yuyu, and upon noticing his contemplative demeanor, nodded in approval. This was precisely what he wished Yuyu to recognize. Many individuals in this world live in utter humility, and the strength Yuyu currently possesses already elevates him above countless others. Whether he uses that power to oppress the weak or to protect and uphold order rests solely within his own volition. Sasuke and Sakura, however, felt little of this sentiment and could not empathize with Dasna. Although Sasuke had experienced the destruction of his family, the presence of Itachi had led the third Hokage to take special care of him. Thus, Sasuke had never known the feeling of being oppressed in his life, at least not within the village. Sakura was even less aware of such feelings, for Konoha maintained a semblance of order, and as a student of the Ninja Academy, few dared to bully her. After a brief conversation with Dasna, the group retired for the night. Later, Yuyu sat on the second-floor balcony, the pale moonlight spilling like sand across the porch. The distant sounds of insects and birds in the forest seemed noisy yet paradoxically offered a sense of tranquility. Yuyu gazed into the darkness, his eyes fixated on a void where nothing was visible. After a while, he sensed someone sit beside him. Without turning, Yuyu spoke softly. Kakashi-sensei, what do you think I will become once I become the strongest person in the world? Kakashi, taken aback for a moment, pondered before replying, I believe in you. He refrained from mocking Yuyu for harboring such ambitions, nor did he answer the question directly. Yet, Kakashi's words elicited a smile from Yuyu. Kakashi-sensei, do you truly have such faith in me? To be honest, the power I have gained in recent days has left me feeling somewhat hollow. I truly do not know what I will become when I am strong, perhaps stronger than anyone else. Human desires are insatiable. Why do you think there have been no figures in the ninja world capable of dominating an entire era? If such a person existed, what would their mindset be? Yu felt a sense of confusion. He understood that he possessed a system, and he was aware that it was highly likely he would become the strongest ninja in the world. However, once he achieved that, could he truly maintain his original intentions? Did he genuinely lack the desire for power? When one can control a world, can they still retain the mindset of their youth? Ultimate martial prowess brings with it ultimate power. The thought of easily determining the life and death of others, controlling the fates of all in this world, was intoxicating. Yu pondered whether, upon reaching such heights, he could maintain the same tranquil mindset he possessed now. Each person, at every stage of life, possesses different resources and therefore different mindsets. Perhaps when he commands ultimate power, he will find today's complacency to be foolish. After all, he was still too weak to appreciate the beauty of absolute control. Naturally, he believed he would continue in this manner. But is it truly so? Can he genuinely maintain such a mindset indefinitely? Yu felt a wave of doubt wash over him. Kakashi observed Yu, sighed, and turned his gaze toward the distant mountains. Although I cannot foresee, you will not become someone consumed by greed. I trust my judgment of character. Yu turned to look at Kakashi, smiling. How can you be so certain? Because I believe in you. Yu refrained from further comment, unsure of what thoughts occupied his mind at that moment. Kakashi continued, that night, the third Hokage shared stories of the first Hokage's era with me. Would you like to hear them? Yu nodded. Although he retained some memories, 12 years had dulled the details. In the era of the first Hokage, his power was so formidable that he was revered as the god of shinobi. Kakashi slowly recounted the tales of the first Hokage's time. Yu listened intently. After a considerable time, Kakashi concluded the story and turned to Yu, saying, Yu, I believe you will one day be like the first Hokage. I was once concerned that the power within you could pose a threat to the village. But I am now. I stake my entire being on your future. Yu chuckled. If I were to become the latter, Kakashi-sensei, you would be in quite a predicament. There would be no recourse. I know that one day you will become immensely powerful, and when that day comes, even if I am no longer your match, I would risk my life to stop you. Yet, I am even more certain that you will be a source of pride for your teacher, not a cause for his shame throughout history. With that, Kakashi patted Yuyu's shoulder. Watching Kakashi return to his room, Yu smiled. Whatever may come, I shall deal with the future when it arrives. For now, all I need to do is remain unchanged. Yu remained uncertain about his future, perhaps growing stronger with the power he acquired, alongside an increasing desire that could alter his laid-back disposition. Yet, living in the moment was of utmost importance. To constantly fantasize about events that have yet to occur serves no purpose and only breeds unnecessary worry. Chapter 65, Sakura's abduction. During this period, Zaibiyujan made no further appearances. Kakashi remained closely connected with the group assigned to protect Dazner, as the latter was the primary objective of their mission, and Kakashi felt uneasy without keeping a vigilant watch over him. Over these few days, Yu had mastered numerous ninjutsu techniques, including the advanced lightning cutter. Currently, he was engaged in studying sealing techniques with Karker's high. Yu's pace of learning astonished Kakashi, even after having previously showcased a remarkable capacity for rapid assimilation. At this point, Yu had acquired enough skills to qualify as an elite jonin, his inherent strength already meeting the criteria for such a rank. Only practical combat experience remained to be gained. Yu placed great emphasis on practical experience, yet Kakashi held a different perspective. He believed that Yu had already attained the strength of an elite jonin, even in the absence of extensive battle experience. Confronting an elite jonin like Yu would pose significant challenges for any opponent. After several weeks of relative tranquility, on this day Yu returned from training in the back mountains. As he stepped into Dazner's abode, an unsettling sensation washed over him. He paused at the entrance, his hand poised to push open the door. It's eerily quiet, he murmured to himself. Taking a step back, he vanished with a swift motion. Almost simultaneously, he reappeared in the room on the second floor where they had been residing. Entering through the balcony, he focused chakra beneath his feet, treading silently across the wooden floorboards. Observing the room's usual tidiness, he turned and made his way downstairs. The silence was profound, a stark contrast to the usual bustle. There was no sign of Tsunami busying herself in the kitchen, nor was Inari dashing about the corridors. Sakura was also conspicuously absent. Descending from the second floor to the first, he found no trace of Tsunami, Inari, or Sakura. At the dining table, he discovered a letter. After a moment's hesitation, upon opening the envelope, his expression darkened. It seems something has indeed gone awry. It appears they have laid a trap for me. He realized the letter was unmistakably a kidnapping note. The author had taken Sakura, Tsunami, and Inari, demanding that he meet them in the back mountains. Should he fail to appear by sundown, they threatened to kill Sakura, Tsunami, and Inari. After a brief contemplation, Yu hastened toward the back mountains without notifying Kakashi. Time was of the essence. As he raced along the path, his countenance was grave. He pondered, they must have been waiting for my return from training. Their intention is clearly to detain me by abducting Sakura. The assassination of Dazner is their true objective. I suspect Zaibyu-Jean has already confronted Kakashi. Yu reflected. Following their previous encounter, he understood that Zaibyu-Jean recognized he could not defeat both Kakashi and himself. Thus, capturing Sakura was a strategy to delay him, while Zaibyu-Jean aimed to eliminate Dazner, confident in his ability to succeed against Kakashi alone, especially with potential reinforcements. Despite this awareness, Yu felt compelled to follow their lead. He could not disregard Sakura's safety. Indeed, he found it impossible to do so. Before long, Yu arrived at the location indicated in the letter. Deep within the forest stood a modest wooden cabin. Inside, Sakura, Tsunami, and Inari were bound to wooden stakes, their bodies adorned with a multitude of explosive tags. Before them sat 3 rogue ninjas from the Hidden Mist village. The leader, a ninja with green hair and sharp teeth, was none other than the notorious Black Hole Layer, a former member of the 7 ninja swordsmen. Flanking him were 2 chunin from the same village. Upon learning of Yu's prowess, Zaibyu-Jean had sought out Black Hole Layer, offering an additional S-rank mission reward to enlist his assistance. Though it pained him, Cardew agreed, driven by the desire to thwart Dazner's construction of the bridge. Black Hole Layer regarded the 3 captives with an indifferent gaze. Fear not, once that boy arrives, I shall ensure you all perish together. After your demise, I shall even host a grand funeral for you, he cackled maniacally. Sakura, struggling against her restraints, retorted defiantly, you won't succeed, you green-haired monster. When Kakashi-sensei and Yu arrive, they'll surely defeat you. Har har har, naive little girl, Kakashi is likely already dead at the hands of Zaibyu-Jean, he scoffed. As for that boy named Yu, I concede he possesses some talent. However, with you 3 as hostages, your foolish bond with your comrades will prevent him from ignoring your peril. No matter how swift he is, he cannot outpace the detonation of the explosive tags on your bodies. What a pity. That boy is indeed a prodigy, yet he shall perish in his futile attempt to rescue a foolish girl like you. For days, Black Hole Layer had observed Yu diligently practicing, and he understood the extent of his abilities. Were it not for the hostages, he doubted his capacity to eliminate Yu. Yet now, with 3 hostages in his grasp, and having noted the close bond between Yu and Sakura, Black Hole Layer was confident that Yu would not abandon her. This was the source of his confidence. Furthermore, armed with 2 lightning sabers, he was a jonin and a former member of the 7 ninja swordsmen. The power granted by the lightning sabers ensured that he was not weaker than an elite jonin, and with the aid of 2 chunin, he saw no possible avenue for defeat. Upon hearing Black Hole Layer's words, Inari was reminded of his father. Had he not met a similar fate? Recalling Naruto's words from that day, despair settled over him. Indeed, there are no heroes in this world. All who aspire to be heroes are fools destined to die. People are always so blindly overconfident, he murmured through tears. Originally, after his conversation with Naruto, a flicker of hope had ignited within him. But now that hope lay shattered, Inari fell into utter dismay. Tsunami's complexion was ashen. She comprehended the implications of Black Hole Layer's words. She knew their lives were forfeit. In her eyes, Yu and Sasuke were merely children. How much stronger could they truly become? Kakashi was likely preoccupied with another group of ninjas. Perhaps her husband had already been slain by the enemy's forces. Having lost both her husband and father in quick succession, Tsunami collapsed into despair, rendered speechless for a long time. Chapter 66. Has Yu perished? The words of Black Hole Thunderfang plunged Sakura into despair. She was already aware of Zabuza's formidable strength from earlier encounters. Had it not been for Yu's assistance to Kakashi, the latter might not have triumphed over Zabuza. If Yu were to be ensnared here, it was conceivable that Kakashi could falter against Zabuza, leading to Dazner's demise. Furthermore, Yu might perish in his attempt to save her. Even if he survived this encounter, once Zabuza assassinated Dazner, facing two Jonin, Sakura doubted Yu would stand a chance. It was a situation fraught with inevitable death, and Sakura's countenance reflected her distress. No, Yu would never fall for your trap. He will undoubtedly see through your schemes. Sakura was unwilling to believe that Yu would willingly approach, for he must realize this was the machination of Black Hole Thunderfang. The latter chuckled heartily. My dear girl, even if he recognizes my ploy, does he truly have a choice? With those words, Sakura found herself rendered speechless. Indeed, even if Yu were to comprehend the trap, could he disregard his own life to assist Kakashi? Observing Sakura's silence, Black Hole Thunderfang smirked. Will he choose to complete his mission, or will he opt to save his comrade? From my observations over these past few days, he is likely to choose to save you. No, Yu would never make such a choice. He will certainly go to Kakashi-sensei, Sakura insisted, shaking her head. She hoped fervently that Yu would not come here. It was a certain death trap. Coming here would only lead to their mutual demise. Under ordinary circumstances, Sakura would wish for a higher standing in Yu's heart. Even as friends, she longed for a closer bond, yet when life and death were at stake, her desire was for Yu to survive, not to accompany her to death. She could not bear the thought of Yu stepping into this blatant trap. The mere notion of his potential arrival, contemplating the inevitability of their obliteration together, brought tears to her eyes. Despite being the only ninja among them, Sakura could not contain her sorrow. She wished for Yu to refrain from courting death. Yu, you won't come, will you? You are a talented ninja. Surely you will prioritize the completion of your mission. We are merely temporary allies. How could I possibly be of such significance to you? Sakura cried, observing her weep uncontrollably. Black Hole Thunderfang mocked her. Isn't it rather delightful to have a genius companion accompany you to the depths of hell? What are you crying for? Sakura ignored him, her gaze fixed outside the window, silently praying that Yu would not come. She even hoped he would not see the letter. Sakura, have you forgotten what Kakashi-sensei said during your evaluation? No sooner had Black Hole Thunderfang uttered these words than Yu's voice resonated from outside the cabin. You came after all. Upon hearing Yu's words, Black Hole Thunderfang materialized behind Sakura, two lightning blades poised at her throat. Two Chunin appeared behind Tsunami and Inari, kunai held at their necks. The moment Sakura heard Yu's voice, a flicker of hope ignited within her, only to be quickly extinguished by despair. Yu, why did you come? You must know this is a trap. Why would you approach? Yu slowly entered the cabin, calmly surveying its interior before stating, I am aware this is a trap, but as that fellow said, I have no choice. Yu shrugged. Despite his outward calm, the two Chunin from the Mist Village felt an overwhelming sense of danger, as if he could extinguish their lives at any moment, despite being merely a genin. However, recalling their observations over the past few days, they swallowed hard, fearfully watching Yu, apprehensive that a single movement on his part could lead to their annihilation. They certainly did not regard Yu as just a genin. This boy was exceedingly perilous, possessing the capability to eliminate them in an instant. Black Hole Thunderfang too was not willing to be careless, tears streaming down her face. Sakura gazed at Yu, wishing he had not come. Yu turned his attention to Black Hole Thunderfang. It seems your strength is not significantly inferior to Zabuza's. You must be a Jonin. Your rogue ninjas from the Mist Village are indeed quite numerous, he remarked. And they are all formidable characters. Yu Yu appeared oblivious to the gravity of the situation, jesting with Black Hoe Thunderfang. The latter's expression grew serious. Boy, you can only die alongside this foolish girl now, what a pity. Yu Yu smiled, how can you be so certain I will die? Har har har, little brat, have you not noticed anything amiss in your surroundings? I have observed you for so long. Do you think I would remain ignorant of your capabilities? I would not foolishly engage you in a head-on confrontation. Even if I won, it would require considerable effort. Within 100 meters of this cabin, I have deployed a multitude of explosive tags, especially around this cabin, where hundreds of explosive tags are sufficient to obliterate both you and this girl to ashes. Upon hearing Black Hoe Thunderfang's declaration, Yu Yu felt no surprise. He had sensed it upon entering. Within 100 meters of the cabin, there were wires tied to explosive tags everywhere. If these tags were detonated, they would annihilate all living beings within hundreds of meters. But with Sakura, Tsunami, and Inari present, what could he do? Could he simply abandon them? He could not bring himself to do so. This area is filled with explosive tags. If they detonate, you won't escape either, Yu Yu remarked. Boy, accompany your foolish decision to hell. Explode. Black Hoe Thunderfang was unwilling to waste further words with Yu Yu, fearing that hesitation could lead to unforeseen changes. At that moment, Yu Yu's gaze sharpened, and his chakra surged rapidly. Lightning release. Lightning net. Wind release, air burst. Water release, water barrier. Crackle hum crash, crash, crash. Boom, boom, boom. As Black Hoe Thunderfang initiated the detonation, all the explosive tags erupted in an instant. The violent explosion obliterated the wooden cabin, and a towering mushroom cloud soared into the sky, formed by the explosions within hundreds of meters of the cabin. The blast generated a ferocious gale, uprooting trees from hundreds of meters away. For a moment, dust filled the air, and the earth trembled violently, akin to a massive earthquake. After a considerable time, as the dust settled, the landscape revealed a pockmarked terrain. Hundreds of meters away, Black Hoe Thunderfang and the two Chunin emerged from behind a tree. Black Hoe Thunderfang remarked with a smile, what a splendid explosion. It is just a pity about the fall of a genius. Now, let me host an extravagant funeral for you, allowing you to depart this world with dignity. Chapter 67. How is it possible that she is not dead? Haishu Royer, accompanied by 2ch Nin, arrived at the epicenter of the explosion, which had created a massive pit several dozen meters wide. As Haishu Royer approached the edge of the crater, he beheld 3 shimmering orbs of water radiating a golden light at its center. What is this? The 2ch Nin inquired, their expressions filled with confusion. A foreboding sensation stirred within Haishu Royer. Be cautious, that brat is not so easily dealt with. His demeanor turned grave, as he suspected that the recent explosion had not claimed the life of Yu. How could that be? Such an explosion would surely kill even a Kage-level ninja. The 2ch Nin were astonished, hardly able to believe their eyes. After all, they had strategically placed thousands of explosive tags in the vicinity. It was hard to fathom how even a powerful shinobi could survive such devastation. Haishu Royer drew his lightning blade, choosing not to respond to the ch Nin's concerns, his gaze fixated on the 3 golden orbs. After a moment of silence, unable to contain his impatience, Haishu Royer launched an attack against the water orbs. Lightning release, thunder strike. Crack. ZZZZZ. Haishu Royer crossed his lightning blades, and instantly, arcs of blue electricity surged forth from them. As he channeled his chakra, the arcs expanded, transforming into a thick bolt of lightning that surged towards one of the water orbs. This technique was a lightning release ninjutsu facilitated by his blade, requiring less chakra than conventional methods. The swift bolt of electricity collided with one of the orbs, yet astonishingly, the force capable of shattering boulders was completely absorbed by the orb. The golden water orb devoured the electric arc as if it were a black hole, leaving no trace of the attack behind. The bizarre spectacle left both Haishu Royer and the 2ch Nin utterly flabbergasted. What in the world is this? A monster, perhaps? Haishuroyer, your lightning release was actually absorbed. What on earth is that thing? The 2ch nin stammered in panic. Haishuroya's expression grew increasingly somber. He seemed to grasp the gravity of the situation. Scanning his surroundings, he shouted, "Brat, stop hiding, I know you're behind this. Show yourself." His emotions swirled with astonishment and fury. Yaryu had somehow survived, thwarting his meticulously crafted trap. Not only had he failed to kill him, but he had also left behind this enigmatic phenomenon to taunt him, and Haishuroyer could no longer tolerate it. The desolate, charred earth around them was eerily silent. Haishuroyer's expression hardened. The sensation of being observed was unbearable. He had always been the one lurking in the shadows. Damn it, this troublesome brat. To survive such a deadly trap, what kind of monster are you? Haishuroyer's tone was grave. Haishuroyer, you can't possibly think that kid survived that explosion. You must be jesting. The 2ch nin felt a surge of anxiety at the thought of Yaryu still being alive. If he had indeed survived such a violent explosion, he would be an unfathomably terrifying creature. They were merely 2ch nin, and even together, they had little confidence in defeating Yaryu. In recent days, they had been shadowing Haishuroyer, fully aware of Yaryu's formidable power. Ignoring the 2ch nin, Haishuroyer continued to fixate on the 3 water orbs. If you won't show yourself, I'll force Lightning Fang. As he completed the technique, a torrent of lightning coalesced in the sky, forming dozens of blue arcs that surged outward. Crack! Boom, 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 countless arcs of lightning obliterated everything. This was the power of the lightning blade, amplifying the user's lightning release techniques several-fold. This is the might of the lightning blade. Har har har, Haishuroyer has finally unleashed his full power. That brat who survived earlier will surely be vanquished now. The 2ch nin exclaimed excitedly, witnessing the apocalyptic scene before them. Initially apprehensive at the thought of Yaryu's survival, they now felt assured that even if he were still alive, Haishuroyer would undoubtedly defeat him. After all, Haishuroyer was once one of the 7 ninja swordsmen, a formidable elite jonin. They could not fathom how a mere child could possibly contend with him. As the lightning raged around them, an endless stream of electricity erupted from the lightning blade, creating an awe-inspiring spectacle. Yet, Yaryu still did not appear. Instead, the 3 water orbs at the center of the pit began to slowly shed their outer layers. Crack! The sound of shattering glass halted Haishuroyer's actions. His eyes were riveted on the 3 golden orbs in the pit. At that moment, the golden substance began to peel away, revealing the true nature within. When Haishuroyer laid eyes upon, that girl is still alive. What kind of joke is this? That little brat surviving is one thing, but why is that girl still alive? I distinctly placed over 20 explosive tags on her, enough to obliterate her. Damn it, what is happening? Haishuroyer, he had not anticipated that the person beneath the water orb was Sakura. Even more astonishing was the fact that Sakura had somehow survived. As the glass-like substance fell away, it unveiled Sakura's entire form. It was incomprehensible. Haishuroyer struggled to believe it. After all, he had affixed so many explosive tags to her. How could Sakura possibly be alive? This is absolutely impossible. This must be an illusion, the work of that brat's genjutsu. It cannot be. Haishuroyer trembled, unable to accept that such an uncanny event could exist in the world. Those explosive tags were firmly affixed to that girl. There is no way he could have removed them all in such a short span of time. His worldview was undergoing a severe upheaval. Crack! As the water orb encasing Sakura completely fell away, the other 2 orbs began to shed their layers as well. At that moment, Sakura was also in a daze. Just a moment ago, she had thought she was dead, regretting that she had involved Yaryu in her demise. Sakura shook her hand, the sharp pain jolting her back to reality. This is not a dream. I am alive. I actually survived. After all those explosive tags detonated simultaneously, I am still here. Wait, what about Yaryu? I wonder how he is doing. Chapter 68. He is still alive. After the water masses fell away from their bodies, Tsunami and Inari were left in a state of bewilderment. They glanced at their hands, utterly astonished that they were still alive. We actually survived. What in the world is happening? Tsunami surveyed their surroundings. The charred earth indicated the ground still emitted steam, and the acrid smell of burning was quite unbearable, yet they were alive, and there was no time to dwell on their discomfort. Inari's mind was consumed with the words that Dazner had spoken to him. It must be him. He is the one who saved us. Inari suddenly recalled Nightwing. Previously, he had doubted Dazner's words, unable to believe that Nightwing and his companions could defeat the ninjas hired by Cardu. After he and his mother were captured, his conviction only strengthened, even mocking Naruto for what he had said that day as foolishness, but now, against all odds, he was alive, saved by Nightwing. He truly possessed the ability to rescue them. Nightwing and Naruto were of similar age. How could Nightwing be so powerful? If only his father had been as strong as Nightwing, perhaps he would not have perished. Lost in thought, Inari then realized that Nightwing was nowhere to be found. He scanned the area but could not spot Nightwing's figure. All he saw was the distant sight of Kurakuro Rager, seemingly furious, brandishing his weapons. Mother, was it that person who saved us? Inari looked towards his mother. Tsunami nodded. Who else could it be? Meanwhile, Sakura, searching the area, found no sign of Nightwing and couldn't help but feel anxious. Nightwing, where are you? She cried, her voice tinged with desperation. She genuinely feared that Nightwing might have been caught in the explosion. Despite the perilous situation, he had still come to her aid, fully aware of the potential for death. It was unfathomable for anyone to remain indifferent in such circumstances, especially given their previous lack of connection. In her most desperate moment, Nightwing had appeared, risking his life for her. However, after a considerable wait, silence reigned, and Nightwing's absence led Sakura to believe he might be dead. Weak and defeated, she sank to her knees, murmuring, "It's all my fault that you..." Before she could finish her lament, a flash caught her eye. "Why are you crying? I'm not dead yet." Upon hearing that voice, Sakura jolted with surprise and looked up. Before her stood a figure whose silhouette resembled Nightwing. Nightwing, you're alive." You're still alive?" Tsunami and Inari exclaimed in unison, their voices filled with shock. Nightwing had appeared, emerging unscathed from the violent explosion. Overwhelmed with joy, Sakura sprang to her feet and rushed towards him, but Nightwing placed a hand on her shoulder. "Calm down, take care of Aunt Tsunami and Inari. I've been training for so long, and now I want to test the fruits of my labor. That guy is an upper ninja, and I'm not entirely confident in defeating him. I just hope I can hold out until Kakashi-sensei arrives," Nightwing admitted, a hint of uncertainty in his voice. Suppressing her excitement, Sakura felt a twinge of discontent. Nevertheless, she obediently positioned herself in front of Tsunami and Inari. "Don't worry. I will definitely protect them." Nightwing, however, remained unconcerned. Sakura's current strength was far too inadequate. Assigning her the task of protecting Inari would merely mean keeping her from being a hindrance. Otherwise, At that moment, Tsunami and Inari brimmed with confidence in Nightwing. After surviving such an explosive ordeal, they were certain he would not falter, especially Inari, who had shed his previous gloom, gazing at Nightwing with adoration. He raised his hand and shouted, "Nightwing, you can do it. I will protect Mother and not cause you any trouble." "Very well," Nightwing replied, acknowledging Inari's words. Despite their limited prior interaction, Sakura observed Nightwing's silhouette, her gaze transforming. At that moment, he exuded an exceptional sense of security. "Nightwing, be careful. I will protect them well. You just focus on fighting," as she said earnestly. Nightwing nodded and withdrew a kunai from his ninja tool pouch. Sizzle-ly instantly, golden arcs of electricity crackled around the kunai. "Is that lightning?" "Nightwing, that move is so impressive," Inari exclaimed, taken aback by Nightwing's effortless conjuring of golden lightning. His face radiated envy and admiration. Sakura recognized the significance of Nightwing's ability to release such powerful lightning without forming a seal. Yet Nightwing had summoned lightning without a single hand sign. His prowess had clearly reached an entirely different level. Tsunami, too, was astonished. Is this what a ninja is capable of? How powerful, it seems even stronger than Zabuza. Having witnessed ninjas before, she had only seen them wielding, yet Nightwing's kunai had conjured a torrent of golden lightning that posed no harm to him. To an ordinary person, this display was akin to sorcery. At that moment, Kurokuro Rager, frantically searching for Nightwing, spotted him at the bottom of the pit. His eyes narrowed. You little brat, you've finally shown yourself. I knew you weren't dead. I used so many explosive tags, and yet you survived. You truly are infuriating. However, since you refuse to die swiftly, I shall ensure you suffer a slow, agonizing demise, letting you experience the depths of despair. My lightning blade is ready to taste blood. This time, I absolutely will not let you escape. You too, use the mist concealment technique and shroud the surroundings. Kurokuro Rager commanded coldly to the two middle ninjas. The two ninjas exchanged glances with the composed Nightwing below, their throats tightening as they sensed the clash of energies between Nightwing and Kurokuro Rager. The oppressive aura of death made their souls feel icy and paralyzed. How can a mere lower ninja, just a child, possess an aura that rivals that of Kurokuro Rager? What manner of monster is he? As they rapidly completed their hand signs, they chanted, ninjutsu, mist concealment technique. Instantly, dense fog enveloped the area within 100 meters, amplifying the menacing atmosphere. Chapter 60. Hoa Leiya chuckled, as a ninja of the hidden mist village, moving freely within the fog is fundamental. He laughed heartily, but barely had his words left his lips when he heard a chilling voice beside him. What a coincidence, this jutsu imposes no limitations on me either. Then came the crackling of lightning, and the agonized cries of the two nin under his command sent a shiver down his spine. Damn it, this guy is too fast. Realizing the imminent danger, Hoa Leiya leaped back a few steps. Amidst the fog, Yu calmly gazed in the direction of Hoa Leiya. Beneath his feet lay the two nin of the hidden mist, lifeless in a pool of their own blood, utterly devoid of life. Instant kill and utterly terrifying execution. In mere moments, he had dispatched two nin without affording them even a flicker of resistance. The instant their bodies were pierced, a horrifying surge of electricity ravaged every fiber of their being, extinguishing their vitality in an instant. Their kunai, imbued with lightning, bore a lethality far surpassing that of a mere stab. Hoa Leiya was astonished. Despite having been aware of Yu's formidable strength, he had never anticipated such overwhelming prowess. From such a distance, this guy, his instantaneous move, that was a being who could abandon missions and return at will. Yu's speed had transcended that of elite Nin, accompanied by arcs of golden lightning, leading Hoa Leiya to mistakenly believe him to be a disciple of Minato Namake's, assuming he was employing the Flying Thunder God technique. Given Yu's velocity, it was no wonder that even a master of lightning release like Hoa Leiya found himself unable to react. The misinterpretation of him being a disciple of Minato was hardly surprising. However, after his initial panic, Hoa Leiya's rage surged. You brat, do not presume that merely slaying two nin makes you formidable. The chasm between nin and J-nin is vast. Lightning release. Feast of Thunder. He crossed two lightning blades and plunged them into the ground. Instantly, a multitude of terrifying bolts of lightning surged forth. Crackle! Boom! In an instant, lightning, akin to serpents, cleaved through the mist and surged toward Yu. In the blink of an eye, it encircled him. Lightning release, lightning net. ZZZZZ. Boom, boom, in an instant, Yu brought his hands together. Countless golden bolts of lightning materialized around him, coalescing into a protective shield of shimmering gold. In a heartbeat, the blue lightning collided violently with the golden barrier, unleashing a cataclysmic force that obliterated everything in its vicinity. The ground beneath Yu collapsed, debris flew in all directions, and stones caught in the tempest were reduced to dust. A blinding light, radiant as the sun, illuminated the area as if it were midday. The explosive aftermath whipped up a fierce gale, and a torrent of dust coalesced into a fearsome whirlwind. Hundreds of meters away, Sakura, shielding herself from the storm, anxiously observed the spiraling dust devil. How terrifying, is this the jutsu of AJ Nin? Will Yu be able to withstand this? Even from hundreds of meters away, the strength of the storm was palpable, tousling Sakura's hair and causing her clothing to flutter wildly. She was deeply concerned for Yu, while Inari clenched his fists, his heart racing, eyes fixated on Yu's distant figure. It feels like a battle of deities. Ninjas are truly fearsome. For someone so young, Yu possesses such terrifying power, Tsunami marveled. The clash between Yu and Hoa Leiya left Tsunami, who had never witnessed ninjutsu before, profoundly shaken. To her, their battle bore no difference from a celestial confrontation. Such power was beyond human comprehension. Meanwhile, Yu stood firm as dozens of massive arcs of lightning continuously battered against the shield he had conjured. Despite the overwhelming destructive force, the golden barrier remained unyielding. This was a defensive technique of his own creation based on lightning release ninjutsu. Lightning release, lightning net. Kakashi was equally astounded by the might of this technique. It was undeniably an S-rank jutsu. Mastery of lightning release was essential, requiring an intricate understanding and precision to wield effectively. Otherwise, the consequences could be dire. Upon grasping the principle of this technique, Kakashi shook his head, acknowledging that even he could not master. Only Yu could harness this jutsu, for a moment's inattention could result in the technique rebounding upon its user. Despite its formidable defensive capabilities, the power contained within this jutsu demanded an immense amount of chakra. It required a staggering reserve to execute, and a misstep could obliterate the caster. This rendered it an exceedingly dangerous forbidden technique. Were it not for Yu's apparent mastery, Kakashi would never have allowed him to employ it in battle. This technique undoubtedly belonged in the annals of forbidden jutsu. Lightning release, lightning net was even more perilous than lightning release. Lightning cutter, posing several times the danger. After being bombarded by countless arcs of lightning, Hoa Leiya gazed confidently toward the direction where Yu had been struck. Har har har, kid, you should regret not dying earlier. By now, you must have been reduced to mere pulp. Hoa Leiya had unwavering faith in his lightning blades. The potency of lightning release, Feast of Thunder, was indeed immense, rated at least A class. As the dust settled, Hoa Leiya, brimming with self-satisfaction, awaited the sight of dismembered flesh in the distance. Instead, he beheld a golden shield shimmering with light, surrounding the radiant barrier. The earth lay in ruins, shattered by the cataclysmic force of the lightning, with gaping chasms stretching for dozens of meters. The floor had turned to charcoal, the soil blackened and still smoldering, yet Hoa Leiya paid no heed to these details, his expression now one of disbelief as he stared at the golden shield. Damn it, this jutsu again. You survived the explosion thanks to this technique, didn't you? What on earth is this ninjutsu? How can it withstand my lightning release? Hoa Leiya could hardly believe that anyone could withstand his might, especially a mere genin. Chapter 70. The final resort. As the fierce assault came to an end, the golden shield gradually dissipated, revealing Yu within. Despite the terrifying onslaught of lightning, Yu bore not a single scar, nor did his garments display even a hint of dust. Calmly, Yu gazed into the distance at Hoa Leiya, remarking, "Is the Thunderblade truly so unremarkable?" His mocking words incensed Hoa Leiya. "You insolent brat." For a ninja, his speed was impressive, yet in Yu's eyes, it was painfully slow. Unfazed, Yu regarded the charging Hoa Leiya with unwavering composure, even in the face of an elite ninja. In an instant, the two clashed. Hoa Leiya swung his dual thunder blades, while Yu held only a standard kunai. Clang, 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 crack, crack, crack. In the intense close-quarters combat, the blue lightning of Hoa Leiya's blades met the golden shimmer of Yu's kunai in a flurry of strikes, metal clashing and sparks flying. The two streams of lightning collided, the golden arcs meeting the blue in a fierce exchange. After several minutes of physical confrontation, Hoa Leiya was horrified to discover that Yu's combat prowess was not inferior to his own. Moreover, Yu's agility and strength far surpassed his. He had managed to hold his ground solely due to his superior combat experience, yet Yu's skills were continuously evolving in the heat of battle. Initially, Yu had relied merely on brute strength to contend with Huo but now, his fighting techniques had become equally formidable. This was truly terrifying. Continuing this way would undoubtedly spell his doom. However, he found himself at a loss as to how to create distance between them. Yu was pressing too close, leaving him no opportunity to retreat. What kind of monster is this kid? At such a young age, his strength is terrifying. And his combat skills are advancing at an alarming rate. If this continues, I will surely lose. I must find a way to distance myself and end this with ninjutsu. With an impassive expression, Yu engaged in combat with Huo, learning numerous combat techniques from this encounter. After all, Huo was one of the 7 ninja swordsmen, renowned for his formidable martial arts. The 7 ninja swordsmen relied on their blades, which necessitated strong physical skills to wield effectively. Hence, their hand-to-hand combat abilities were commendable. However, Yu's learning curve was astonishingly swift. In merely a few minutes of engagement, he had mastered Huo's techniques. At this juncture, Yu's combat skills were no longer inferior to those of Huo, while his strength, speed, and reflexes far outstripped his opponent's, leaving Huo feeling utterly overwhelmed. After a few more minutes of relentless combat, Huo gritted his teeth and unleashed Lightning Release, Lightning Ball. In the moment when the two thunder blades met Yu's kunai, he activated a lightning ninjutsu. Instantly, a sphere of electricity surged towards Yu's face. Yu's reflexes were sharp. In a heartbeat, he vanished from the path of the lightning ball. Boom! The lightning sphere missed Yu, crashing into a stone several meters behind him, obliterating it into rubble. The force was terrifying. Seizing the opportunity, Huo managed to create some distance from Yu. When Yu lifted his gaze towards Huo, he had already gathered his ninjutsu. Lightning Release. Lightning Dragon Tornado. Sizzle a roar. In an instant, a lightning dragon, measuring several meters in length, coalesced before Huo. The dragon roared as it hurtled towards Yu with incredible speed. Yu's eyes narrowed slightly as he brought his hands together once more. Wind Release, Storm Dragon Tornado. With just a simple hand gesture, Yu unleashed an A-rank wind ninjutsu without even forming an additional seal. A storm dragon surged above Yu, racing towards the lightning dragon unleashed by Huo. Its speed was equally remarkable. In the blink of an eye, the two dragons collided between the two combatants. Boom, 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 rumbling, rumbling, rumbling. After several fierce clashes, the storm dragon opened its maw and devoured the lightning dragon. The resulting explosion shattered the ground within dozens of meters, creating numerous fissures and ravines that tore the earth asunder. After consuming the lightning dragon, the storm dragon still possessed residual force, seemingly with a Huo's eyes widened in disbelief. How is this possible? He can use wind release, and his wind techniques are so powerful. In the days prior, Huo had only observed Yu training in lightning techniques, never considering that he would also master wind. Moreover, both wind and lightning releases were notoriously difficult to master. How could Yu, having only recently grasped lightning techniques, also excel in wind? He was still merely a genin. Given his earlier display of combat prowess, it was an affront to the elite jonin to label Yu as a mere genin. Rumbling, the storm dragon did not grant Huo the time to marvel. In an instant, it lunged forward and engulfed him. The tremendous force created a massive crater where he had stood. As the storm subsided, fierce winds surged for hundreds of meters around, powerful enough to snap trees in half. Yu turned his gaze elsewhere. Truly a jonin, his ability to escape is commendable. Yu chuckled softly. At that moment, Huo's attire lay in tatters, his body marred by numerous lacerations from the wind blades. Yet, he remained alive, albeit in a state of utter disarray, devoid of the imposing presence befitting one of the 7 ninja swordsmen or an elite jonin. With a grave expression, Huo panted heavily as he regarded Yu, his hands trembling around the thunder blade. A monster. This guy is a monster. Is he truly a genin? What kind of aberration has emerged from Konoha? If this continues, I will genuinely perish. Having fought thus far, initially, he had perceived Yu as inexperienced, but now he felt completely overwhelmed, especially concerning Yu's speed, which was vastly superior, to the point where he nearly believed Yu was employing space-time ninjutsu. As a master of lightning techniques, Heichuo Leiya was inherently faster than most jonin, yet, Yu's speed eclipsed his own, often leaving him struggling to keep up with Yu's movements. This was truly terrifying. He felt Yu could easily take his life. The only reason he had survived this long was that Yu was toying with him. Though Heichuo Leiya felt a surge of anger, he could not deny Yu's superiority. The young ninja could indeed kill him. What Heichuo Leiya did not realize was that Yu had previously hesitated to kill him, having never slain a jonin before. Kakashi and Zabuza had never fought him with full might, leading him to believe they had retained much of their strength, thus, he doubted his ability to defeat a jonin. Furthermore, Yu still believed that Heichuo Leiya must have some hidden technique yet. Hence, he was waiting for Heichuo Leiya to unleash his ultimate move, conserving his stamina and chakra for the inevitable climax of their confrontation. Yet, what more could Heichuo Leiya possibly have left? He was down to a single suicidal technique. Yu was hesitant to act recklessly, while Heichuo Leiya felt increasingly humiliated by Yu's dominance. Chapter 71, Did the Black Hole Thunderfang perish? What other skills do you possess that remain unutilized? Come, let me witness the might of the 7 ninja swordsmen, Nightfeather stated calmly. Upon hearing these words, Black Hole Thunderfang furrowed his brows tightly. You insolent brat, whom do you dare insult? Lightning Blade Technique. Foiling Thunder. Furious at Nightfeather's taunt, Black Hole Thunderfang immediately summoned the chakra within him, unleashing his final lethal ninjutsu. In an instant, 2 lightning arcs, each half a meteor shower. In an instant, a fierce burst of golden lightning erupted from Nightfeather's body. These bolts coalesced at an astonishing speed into dozens of golden projectiles, hurtling towards Black Hole Thunderfang. The 2 golden lightning bolts swiftly shattered the 2 serpents unleashed by Black Hole Thunderfang, leaving them utterly defenseless against the onslaught. Before Black Hole Thunderfang could even register what had transpired, countless gold dust and debris flew, and despite the night, the surrounding area was illuminated as brightly as day by the golden lightning. The terrifying force trembled the very earth beneath, even triggering a minor earthquake. This horrifying scene resembled an apocalyptic event. Even Sakura and her companions, hundreds of meters away, struggled to maintain their footing, with Sakura rendered speechless. Is this the power of Nightfeather? Too terrifying. Is he really only 12 years old? Sakura could scarcely believe that such power could belong to a mere 12-year-old boy. In fact, she felt that Nightfeather's strength had far surpassed that of Kakashi. After all, she had never witnessed Kakashi wielding such a vast and destructive ninjutsu. After a lengthy pause, as the dust settled, a massive crater, 100 meters wide and several meters deep, lay before Nightfeather. The earth within the pit was charred black from the lightning, still emitting wisps of smoke. Approaching the edge of the pit, Nightfeather gazed upon the charred and fragmented body of Black Hole Thunderfang, as well as the 2 fallen lightning blades. He was bewildered. Could it be he is truly Black Hole Thunderfang? Has he truly perished? Nightfeather struggled to comprehend this. After all, this was one of the 7 ninja swordsmen. To think that Black Hole Thunderfang had been vanquished by a single ninjutsu of his own. Surely, Black Hole Thunderfang cannot merely possess such limited capabilities. Nightfeather was unwilling to accept that Black Hole Thunderfang had been so easily dispatched. He was still anticipating a grand technique from him, who would have thought that a casual lightning release would lead to his defeat. Picking up the fallen lightning blades, he remarked, "These blades are rather unappealing." Initially, Nightfeather had considered the blade. However, upon holding them, he found them utterly lacking in aesthetic appeal. They were oddly shaped, and what he had intended to collect now held no allure for him. I shall keep them for now. Perhaps in the future, once relations with the Mist Village are restored, I can return them and offer a gesture of goodwill. Currently, the Mist Village remained closed off, leaving no avenue for restitution. Given Nightfeather's present strength, these lightning blades held no utility for him. Moreover, their appearance did not conform to his taste. He would have preferred Sasuke's Kusanagi sword. Let me seal them away for now. With that, Nightfeather retrieved a sealing scroll from his ninja tool pouch. This was the most fundamental sealing scroll he had learned from Kakashi during their recent lessons on sealing techniques, designed to encapsulate ninja tools within. After securing the lightning blades, Nightfeather observed the charred remains of Black Hoe Thunderfang, now reduced to fragments scattered about. It is indeed a pity for a legendary shinobi, one of the 7 ninja swordsmen, to meet such an end. How undignified. How ironic, considering he often conducted funerals for others. Allow me to see you off on your final journey. Black Hoe Thunderfang was the first elite shinobi Nightfeather had slain, and yet he felt little joy instead. A sense of disappointment lingered within him, as he believed Black Hoe Thunderfang must have had a more formidable technique yet to be unleashed. He had anticipated that Black Hoe Thunderfang would withstand his ninjutsu. However, he had not expected that Black Hoe Thunderfang would not only fail to defend against it but would also lack the capacity to evade. Lightning Release, Meteor Shower was an A-rank ninjutsu, one of his own innovations, yet he had never had the opportunity to employ it in actual combat until now, and its first use had resulted in the annihilation of Black Hoe Thunderfang. Even Nightfeather himself had not foreseen that this technique could fell an elite shinobi. Although Black Hoe Thunderfang was ultimately slain by Naruto, that was due to Naruto's protagonist's aura. In a serious confrontation, without unleashing the power of the Nine Tails, it would have been exceedingly difficult for him to defeat Black Hoe Thunderfang. Moreover, at that time, Black Hoe Thunderfang's mental defenses had been compromised by Lanmaru's influence. Now, Black Hoe Thunderfang had not yet been affected by Lanmaru. He remained a genuine elite shinobi. Nightfeather could hardly believe that he had already reached the point of being able to slay an elite shinobi. Gazing at Black Hoe Thunderfang's remains, Nightfeather shook his head, filled with regret that Black Hoe Thunderfang had not revealed his ultimate technique. Earth Release, Earth Quicksand. Nightfeather formed hand seals and struck the ground. Instantly, a surge of earth erupted, morphing into quicksand that gradually buried Black Hoe Thunderfang's remains, forming a mound. Before the grave, a stone tablet rose. Nightfeather approached, inscribing Black Hoe Thunderfang's name upon it. Though he had vanquished an elite shinobi, Nightfeather felt no elation. Instead, he pondered his current strength. How could Black Hoe Thunderfang have been slain by his hand? Nightfeather harbored doubts about his own power. In killing Black Hoe Thunderfang, he did not feel as though he had triumphed over an elite shinobi, but rather questioned whether this individual was indeed Black Hoe Thunderfang. For a long time, Nightfeather had believed his capabilities were comparable to those of an ordinary Jonin, with a considerable gap remaining before reaching the level of an elite Jonin. Thus, when he effortlessly dispatched Black Hoe Thunderfang with a single ninjutsu, and consumed barely a fraction of his chakra, he was left in a state of disbelief, as if trapped in a dream. Regardless, the fact that Black Hoe Thunderfang had been defeated signified that Nightfeather had attained the level of an elite Jonin. This was a significant echelon. After all, theoretically, every village's elite Jonin was eligible to be selected as a Hokage. Every Hokage was indeed chosen from among the elite Jonin. Even Naruto required time to ascend to the rank of Jonin before he could take over Kakashi's position and become the 7th Hokage. Of course, Nightfeather still held the rank of a Genin. In a few months, the CH-Nin exams would take place, presenting an opportunity for Nightfeather's advancement to the rank of CH-Nin. Chapter 72, Naruto has gone berserk. Upon witnessing the cessation of battle in the distance, Nightfeather had vanished. Sakura, concerned for his well-being, gritted her teeth and sprinted towards the site of the conflict. Before long, she arrived at the edge of a colossal pit. Gazing at the vast chasm, approximately 100 meters wide, Sakura was left utterly astonished. "Is this the result of Nightfeather's jutsu?" she murmured in disbelief. "How terrible!" This crater was even larger than the one created by the simultaneous detonation of thousands of explosive tags. However, Sakura's thoughts were not consumed by the pit itself. Her gaze drifted to the bottom of the chasm, where Nightfeather's figure emerged. Without hesitation, she rushed to his side, only to find him standing before a gravestone. Reading the inscription, she breathed a sigh of relief. "Did that black scythe warrior really perish?" she asked, glancing at Nightfeather, who nodded calmly. Sakura, who had been worried just moments ago, smiled and remarked, "Nightfeather, you truly are formidable, even AJ Nin couldn't match your strength." Yet, Nightfeather displayed no hint of elation as he turned to leave. Puzzled, Sakura wondered, why does he seem so unhappy despite winning? Boys are so strange, she mused, casting one last glance at Black Scythe Royer's grave before pursuing Nightfeather. Back on the surface, Nightfeather observed the moon hanging in the night sky. He furrowed his brow. "It is already night. I wonder how Kakashi-sensei is faring. I must go assist him." "Sakura, go fetch Tsunami-san and Inari. We shall join Kakashi-sensei in his support. Leaving you here makes me uneasy." Sakura nodded in agreement. Understood. Despite her curiosity about how Nightfeather had become so powerful in such a short time, she knew this was not the moment to inquire. After summoning Tsunami and Inari, Nightfeather led the group towards the bridge construction site. After a considerable time, the four finally reached the site, where they stumbled upon Kakashi battling Zabuza. Meanwhile, the overflowing chakra caught Nightfeather's attention. Could this malevolent chakra signify that Naruto has gone berserk? He wondered, directing his gaze towards Naruto. In the darkness, the crimson chakra radiated ominously. As Kakashi engaged Zabuza and spotted Nightfeather, he felt a wave of relief wash over him. This kid's strength has indeed surpassed that of AJ Nin. Perhaps he, too, is astonished by his own power. Kakashi perceived Nightfeather's cautious demeanor and noted his disinterest in many matters, akin to Shikamaru. During their training sessions, Kakashi had assessed Nightfeather's strength to be greater than that of AJ Nin. In a direct confrontation, Kakashi recognized he would not be Nightfeather's equal. Yet, Nightfeather remained unconvinced, holding the belief that J-Nin were unattainable. Indeed, while J-Nin represented the pinnacle of a village's combat prowess, they were not invincible. This notion had yet to fully resonate with Nightfeather. Earlier, Zabuza had mentioned that Black Scythe Royer had gone to eliminate Nightfeather. Although Kakashi trusted Nightfeather's abilities, he remained apprehensive. While Nightfeather's raw strength had surpassed that of AJ Nin, his practical combat experience was still lacking. He knew what deceitful tactics Black Scythe Royer might resort to. After all, ninjas were notorious for employing despicable and underhanded methods to accomplish their missions. In this regard, Nightfeather was inexperienced. Many formidable ninjas had fallen victim to assassination, their attackers often weaker yet employing nefarious strategies to eliminate them. Karkash's concern lay in this very possibility. The fact that Nightfeather was present signified that Black Scythe Royer had failed. Nightfeather hurried to Naruto's side. "He is in trouble." Kakashi called out urgently. Nightfeather glanced at Kakashi before turning to Sakura, instructing, "Protect them, I will investigate." Understanding her limitations, Sakura nodded. "Rest assured, I will safeguard them." Nightfeather said nothing further and dashed towards Naruto. Meanwhile, Zabuza, engaged in battle with Kakashi, was taken aback by Nightfeather's sudden appearance. "How did that kid end up here? What is Black Scythe Royer doing?" After unleashing a jutsu, Kakashi, "My disciple is far stronger than you can imagine. It seems even the 7 ninja swordsmen cannot defeat him." As Zabuza frowned, clearly taken aback by Nightfeather's unexpected emergence. In Zabuza's estimation, no matter how talented Nightfeather was, he remained merely a genin, just a fledgling shinobi. There was no way he could rival an elite J-Nin like Black Scythe Royer. Especially with 2CH Nin by his side, Zabuza could not fathom how Black Scythe Royer had met defeat. However, no matter his disbelief, Nightfeather's presence indicated Black Scythe Royer's failure. Zabuza scoffed. That boastful fool claimed he could eliminate that kid in under 10 minutes. Black Scythe Royer is utterly unreliable. Turning his gaze to Kakashi, Zabuza remarked coldly, "I am unsure why Black Scythe Royer did not stop that kid, but the Nine-Tails host has lost control." If this situation remains unresolved, you, Kakashi, will bear significant responsibility. Kakashi looked towards the sky, where the ominous red chakra surged, his brow furrowed in concern. This was his most pressing dilemma at the moment. With Nightfeather's arrival, he and Nightfeather could easily overpower Zabuza. However, controlling Naruto in his berserk state would be exceedingly challenging. In his youth, Naruto had once gone berserk, resulting in devastating losses for the Anbu. Had it not been for the third Hokage mobilizing the entire sealing team, the Anbu, and several Jonin from the village, Naruto might have obliterated the entire village. At that time, the third Hokage had nearly resorted to the dead demon-consuming seal. Kakashi understood that if Naruto lost his reason and succumbed entirely to the Ninetales' control, it would be beyond his ability to manage. Kakashi did not wish for Nightfeather to approach Naruto, recognizing the perilous nature of the situation. Yet, he was bound by his engagement with Zabuza, unable to extricate himself. Kakashi's thoughts were clouded with worry. Nightfeather, you must be cautious. If anything happens to you. Nightfeather quickly reached Naruto's side. At that moment, Naruto was enveloped in the cloak of the tailed beast, a tail sprouting from his back. He has already manifested a tail. This is dire indeed. In his base form, Naruto's strength was roughly that of a Jonin, but with the emergence of one tail, he had reached the level of an elite Jonin. Of course, this referred primarily to his destructive capability. In terms of combat experience, both he and Nightfeather still had much to learn. However, the display of their combined fighting prowess rendered them nearly unstoppable by ordinary Jonin, save for elite ones like Kakashi, who could suppress them through superior experience. At this moment, Naruto had unleashed his one-tailed state, emanating an overwhelming chakra that instilled a sense of dread even greater than that of a Kage-level shinobi. This was not Naruto's chakra but that of the Nine Tails. Even Nightfeather found himself awestruck. It was worth noting that Nightfeather's chakra reserves surpassed even Kakashi's. After all this time, Nightfeather's chakra had reached a level befitting a Kage. Yet, the chakra Naruto now unleashed eclipsed even his own. Nightfeather couldn't help but exclaim, "No doubt, this is the Nine Tails, the mightiest of the tailed beasts, with the most abundant chakra. If we do not act swiftly to prevent Naruto from unleashing more tails, it will spell disaster." The rampage of a Jinchuriki outside the village would bring shame to Konoha. Losing control would only exacerbate that humiliation. Despite sensing the immense threat posed by Naruto in this state, Nightfeather found himself at a loss, especially with Sasuke lying blooded on the ground. Meanwhile, White had been thoroughly subdued by the chakra radiating from Naruto, immobilized and powerless to move. Chapter 73, Water Dragon vs. Nine Tails. This was the first time Yu encountered Bai, who donned a dark mask. Upon seeing Yu's arrival, Bai, seemingly emboldened by an unknown courage, shouted toward Yu, disregarding Naruto's attention, "Don't come any closer. The sealing techniques I currently possess are utterly ineffective against tailed beasts." Yu expressed his helplessness. If only he had mastered the sealing arts of the Uzumaki clan, he could have immediately forced the Nine-Tails chakra back into Naruto. Roar! Another roar erupted as Naruto charged toward Bai. The tailed beast cloak enveloping Naruto had materialized the Nine-Tails chakra into a tangible form. The blood-red chakra exuded an aura of malevolence. Even Yu felt a palpable threat emanating from it. "No, this won't do. We mustn't harm the innocent," Yu admonished as he saw Naruto lunging toward Bai. Remembering certain plot points, Yu was aware that Bai had never harmed the innocent. He was indeed an impeccable person. While Yu wished to remain uninvolved, he was unwilling to allow Naruto to kill him. Bang boom! As soon as Yu finished speaking, he vanished from his position, appearing before Bai, where he collided his fist against Naruto's claws. The impact triggered a violent surge of energy. The ground beneath their feet instantly crumbled and collapsed. At that moment, Naruto was adorned with a blood-red tailed beast cloak, while Yu was shrouded. Engaging Naruto in close combat demanded caution, for the tailed beast cloak posed a risk of corrosion. However, Yu's lightning net provided formidable defense. After exchanging several blows with Naruto, Yu's expression grew grave. After becoming a tailed beast, his power has increased so significantly. This truly puts some pressure on me. Standing behind Yu was rendered speechless. Yu was actually engaging in close combat with Naruto in this state. He vividly recalled being sent flying several dozen meters by Naruto's slap. The force was far greater than that of Zdarbuzier. Yu was holding his own against Naruto's taijutsu without faltering, showing not a hint of retreat. What is that golden mantle on him? He could sense that the golden mantle served a similar purpose to Naruto's tailed beast cloak, yet it lacked the sinister aura, instead radiating a vibrant and life-affirming energy. After exchanging a few more blows with Naruto, Yu mused, if this continues, I will undoubtedly exhaust my stamina and chakra first. I must find a way to restore Naruto's sanity. As the Jinchuriki, Naruto's chakra was currently leaking from the nine tails, and if things went awry, the seal could be breached. Yu was adamant that such a calamity should not transpire. He could still contend with Naruto in his current state. Should the nine tails break free, Yu doubted his ability to defeat it. With a swift kick, enhanced by the lightning net, he unleashed a strike of unparalleled speed, signifying an equally terrifying force. Bang! Boom! The immense force sent Naruto hurtling several hundred meters, akin to a cannonball crashing into the sea, creating towering waves that soared dozens of meters high. Yu held no concern for Naruto's safety. His body was entirely under the control of the nine tails, endowed with its remarkable regenerative capabilities. Even if he were injured, the nine tails chakra would swiftly mend him. After sending Naruto flying, Yu clasped his hands together. Water style, water dragon bullet technique. He leaped from the bridge, and as he did so, he released the water dragon bullet technique mid-air. Before Yu could even touch the ocean surface, a colossal water dragon erupted from the sea, soaring skyward. Roared the immense water dragon, hundreds of meters long, howled through the air, its roar echoing across the heavens. It was likely that every creature within several kilometers could hear this dragon's cry. Kakashi, engaged in battle with Zabuza from a distance, caught sight of the giant water dragon ascending into the sky. Kakashi was left astounded. Is that Yu's water dragon bullet technique? It was never this terrifying before. It must exceed 300 meters. Typically, a standard water dragon bullet would span only a few dozen meters. The one Yu had previously unleashed measured merely around 100 meters, yet now, the length of Yu's water dragon bullet surpassed 300 meters. The most astonishing aspect was that the water dragon he summoned had taken on a remarkably authentic dragon form, appearing almost alive as it soared through the air. Zabuza was equally taken aback. What kind of monster is that little brat? No wonder Black Hole failed. This kid is nothing short of a freak. What on earth? Although he was aware of Naruto's status as a Jinchuriki, he remained astonished by the chakra unleashed during Naruto's rampage. The chakra of the nine tails, distinct from other tailed beasts, not only possessed a greater quantity but also exuded a far more intense malevolence. Even a ruthless individual like Zabuza felt a chill run down his spine at the sheer malice radiating from Naruto's unleashed chakra. Now, with Yu's emergence, he had become significantly more formidable than during their previous confrontation, which had only occurred. Yu's rapid growth was astonishing. Zabuza began to comprehend why Black Hole had failed to eliminate him. Just from the water dragon bullet technique Yu had unleashed, Zabuza was confident that Yu's strength had undoubtedly reached the level of a Jonin, an exceptionally standard Jonin, even bordering on the prowess of an elite Jonin. In fact, the ninjutsu Yu demonstrated surpassed that of many Kuga-level shinobi. Yet, the strength of a ninja was not solely determined by the destructive capability of their ninjutsu. At just 12 years of age, Zabuza did not believe Yu's combat experience matched that of a Kuga-level ninja. To suggest he had the level of an elite Jonin was already a gross exaggeration. Kakashi cast a worried glance at Naruto, who had fallen into the sea. Observing the intense malevolence emanating from Naruto's chakra, he feared that he might breach the seal and completely lose control here. It was crucial to remember that Naruto was Konoha's Jinchuriki. Should the Nine Tails break free, Konoha's reputation would be severely tarnished, and they would lose a strategic asset. Furthermore, if the Nine Tails were to break the seal, Naruto would become a mere puppet to the beast. In such a scenario, the Nine Tails could commandeer Naruto to assault other ninja villages, inevitably inciting war. This was the worst possible outcome. Kakashi gazed at Yu, who stood resolutely upon the surface of the sea, his garments fluttering in the sea breeze. Above him, the water dragon spiraled as if alive, hovering around him, its massive, golden eyes fixated intently on Naruto in the distance. Behind Naruto, a second tail was slowly taking form, indicating that the nine tails within him was also aware of the extraordinary presence of the colossal water dragon. Chapter 74, a single strike to resolve the tailed beast transformation. Moreover, the earlier whip kick from Yu had incited its fury, particularly the vibrant aura emanating from Yu, reminiscent of the first Hokage. It vividly recalled the time it had been minding its own business in the wild, only to be inexplicably captured by the first Hokage and sealed within the body of his wife. Thus, for the subsequent decades, it endured unimaginable torment within the bodies of various Jinchuriki. While its experience within Naruto's body was relatively benign, its previous confinement within the bodies of Uzumaki Maito and Uzumaki Kushina was rife with suffering, as it was not merely sealed but also painfully pinned to a boulder, subjected to a myriad of tortures. Even though it was a tailed beast, the agony of having its skin flayed away repeatedly left an indelible mark on its memory regarding the architect of its plight, the first Hokage, whom it loathed with every fiber of its being. Yu's gaze fell upon Naruto, sensing the intensifying chakra of the nine tails swelling within him. The chakra of the nine tails is growing increasingly potent. It seems the beast is attempting to break free from its seal. If I do not awaken Naruto swiftly, Konoha may soon face dire consequences. As a ninja of Konoha, Yu understood that he must now rectify the situation. With that port, he swiftly formed hand seals once more. Lightning release. Thunder roar. With a crackle, a magnificent golden lightning dragon coalesced before him, its electric arc sizzling audibly. As Yu channeled his chakra, the golden dragon surged forward, colliding with the nearby water dragon. The once crystalline form of the water dragon was instantly enveloped in a dazzling golden light, radiating like the sun amidst the night. This spectacle sent shockwaves of terror through onlookers, as the colossal water dragon, now transformed into a luminous behemoth, roared through the air. Was this not the very essence of a dragon? In truth, this was merely Yu's technique of fusing water release with lightning release. However, due to his utilization of chakra transformed from natural energy, coupled with the uniqueness of his chakra, the resulting dragon appeared to possess a consciousness of its own. Yet, Yu remained unaware of this phenomenon. Similar to how Senju Hashirama's would release construct seemed to exhibit awareness. Nonetheless, the sheer size of the water dragon Yu conjured was indeed extraordinary. After all, the wooden constructs of Hashirama measured only a few dozen meters in height, while even the monumental Budo of the Sage of the Six Paths stood at around 300 meters. Yu's water dragon, however, reached a staggering height of 300 meters, akin to summoning a colossal spirit beast on his own, much like Hashirama's reliance solely on wood release without the need for a summoned beast. Yu stood atop the surface of the ocean, eyeing Naruto, whose nine tails chakra continued to escalate. With no time to spare, he propelled the electrified water dragon towards Naruto. The colossal lightning water dragon surged forth, its immense form slicing through the air and generating a terrifying tempest, causing waves to rise several meters high across the ocean's surface. Despite its size, the water dragon's speed was remarkable, augmented by the infusion of lightning release chakra. In the blink of an eye, the dragon traversed hundreds of meters, crushing into Naruto with tremendous force. As Naruto sought to flee, the water dragon's rapid approach and vast reach rendered escape impossible. Consequently, he was engulfed and plunged into the depths of the sea. The enormous dragon's length even allowed it to remain airborne for several seconds before the mighty beast dove beneath the waves, sending plumes of water skyward. The surrounding ocean erupted into towering waves, threatening to obliterate the bridge painstakingly constructed by the workers of the Land of Waves. Yu felt a twinge of frustration. I must be cautious. I need to consider the bridge behind me. This is quite bothersome. Nevertheless, he clasped his hands together and invoked another technique. Water release, water surge. A towering wall of water materialized before him, surging toward the two forces collided in the distance, resulting in a rapid diminishment of the waves. The returning sea water kicked up several meters of spray, yet the bridge remained intact. Having quelled the massive waves, Yu focused his senses and rushed toward Naruto's location. Several kilometers away on the ocean surface, Naruto lay unconscious. Upon reaching him, Yu checked his pulse, relieved to find him alive. Fortunately, he is not dead. The combination of the water dragon bullet technique and lightning release proved quite potent, even capable of overcoming Naruto in his two-tail state. Observing Naruto's body trembling, Yu deduced that he had been rendered unconscious by the electric shock upon being thrust into the sea. The water dragon bullet provided the force, while the lightning release served to incapacitate him. It seems the impact of the lightning release was indeed more significant, as it directly reverted Naruto from his two-tails form. The sheer force of the water dragon. However, the additional lightning release had effectively disrupted the chakra of the nine tails. With the nine tails chakra scattered and the external chakra diminished, the sealing technique of the fourth Hokage became effective, rendering the nine tails incapable of supplying chakra to Naruto. Unless Naruto were to awaken and actively undo the seal, he would remain vulnerable, yet, given that he was currently unconscious, he could not possibly initiate the unsealing. Yu had not anticipated that a single technique would resolve this crisis. Regardless, they had emerged from the ordeal relatively unscathed. Lifting Naruto, he made his way toward the bridge. Meanwhile, on Kakashi's front, Zabuza had inexplicably fled. It was hardly surprising, witnessing Yu's earlier display of power, who would remain to face certain doom. Having subdued Naruto, Yu now turned his attention to Zabuza. He did not believe that Zabuza would pose a threat to him at this moment. Once he dealt with Zabuza, he would join forces with Kakashi, sealing Zabuza's fate without a doubt. The strength Yu had just demonstrated had undoubtedly earned him Zabuza's respect. He was certain that, at this juncture, Yu's power had ascended to that of an elite Genin, perhaps even reaching the level of a Kage. Not even Kakashi would find it easy to contend with him alone. Zabuza understood that without escape, he would have no chance once Yu arrived. After carrying Naruto back, Yu glanced towards Sakura in the distance. "Sakura, I must trouble you." Upon hearing his words, Sakura snapped out of her shock and hurried over, her gaze fixated on Yu. Despite the exhilarating nature of Yu's battle against the Black Scythe Rager and the extensive destruction it wrought, it paled in comparison to the awe-inspiring spectacle of the water and lightning techniques he had just unleashed. Yu's might was monstrous, and thankfully, he was on their side. Sakura could hardly fathom what would have transpired had Yu been among their adversaries. She gazed at him with admiration, his handsome visage devoid of any sinister traits, entirely disconnected from the celestial figure he had just portrayed. Unperturbed by Sakura's thoughts, Yu gently placed Naruto down and instructed, "Sakura, please check Naruto for any injuries and tend to them." "I will fetch Sasuke," she declared before vanishing. Nodding in response, Sakura began to examine Naruto's body, feeling grateful that Yu had accompanied them on this mission. Otherwise, they might have faced annihilation here. Of course, Sakura remained unaware that, even in Yu's absence, they would have still accomplished their mission. Chapter 75, a tenfold surge in chakra approaching Sasuke. Nightfeather observed his blooded body, pierced by shuriken and kunai. The corners of his mouth twitched slightly. Truly prideful, he mused, he's so concerned, yet he feigns disdain. Nightfeather understood that Sasuke's actions were entirely to shield Naruto from Haku's assault, otherwise, Naruto would not have succumbed to his rage. This was the fate of the two. Even with Nightfeather's presence, their relationship remained unchanged. After extracting the kunai and shuriken from Sasuke, he meticulously bandaged him up, transforming him into a veritable mummy. "It's fortunate you've lost consciousness. If you had awakened to see yourself in such a state, you would surely have been infuriated." The proud Sasuke would certainly not wish to be seen in such an embarrassing light, perhaps even feeling the urge to take vengeance on Nightfeather. "I'm not a professional medical ninja. This will suffice," Nightfeather declared, before hoisting Sasuke onto his shoulder. Once Zabuza had departed, Kakashi approached Nightfeather, casting a worried glance at the bandaged Sasuke. "How is Sasuke faring?" "He is not in any mortal danger, merely suffering from significant blood loss," Nightfeather replied. Kakashi nodded in acknowledgement. After inquiring about Sasuke's condition, he turned to Nightfeather and remarked, "Zabuza mentioned that one of the 7 ninja swordsmen, the Black Hoe, is coming to intercept you." "What exactly?" Kakashi appeared somewhat surprised but not particularly bewildered. Your current strength surpasses mine, he remarked with a hint of awe. Surely not. Nightfeather responded, taken aback. Kakashi shook his head. The jutsu you just unleashed, I witnessed it. Even I would find it challenging to withstand. Nightfeather contemplated this, remaining silent. He was uncertain whether Kakashi's assessment was accurate, but after defeating the Black Hoe and incapacitating Naruto in his two-tailed state, Nightfeather felt confident that his abilities had indeed reached the level of a Jonin. Yet, he did not have any extraordinary sensation to accompany this realization. Kakashi continued, upon your return to Konoha, you should allow your instructor to assess your performance, to alleviate his concerns for you. Nightfeather chuckled. It's entirely reasonable for Iruka-sensei to worry, considering he is tasked with training someone who accompanies an elite Jonin like you on missions, where situations akin to today's could easily arise. If not for the ninjutsu I learned from you over the past few days, I might have perished while attempting to save Sakura. With your innate talent, it matters little whom you learn from. The outcome remains consistent. Moreover, many of the jutsu are ones you've essentially developed on your own. The jutsu you just employed has transcended the boundaries of its original form. It was a combination of lightning release and water release, a technique that has ascended to the level of an S. In the days past, Nightfeather had indeed absorbed a plethora of jutsu from Kakashi. However, nearly every technique had undergone modification at Nightfeather's hands, often during the learning process itself. For instance, the Water Dragon Bullet technique, originally classified as a B-rank jutsu, had been elevated to an S-rank level through Nightfeather's enhancements, not due to ease of learning but because its potency had surpassed that of the original. Both the power and scale of the modified techniques were vastly superior to their predecessors, nearly akin to Nightfeather having recreated them entirely. Of course, the jutsu Nightfeather had refined could only be wielded effectively by him. For each modification, even possessing a large chakra pool would not replicate the effects he achieved, as Nightfeather utilized chakra transformed from natural energy, akin to Sage Chakra. Furthermore, his chakra was unique, imbuing his techniques with consciousness. For example, the water dragon he conjured was a sentient entity, capable of maintaining form for extended periods and executing attacks at Nightfeather's command, much like the wood release techniques of Hashirama Senju, which only he could wield to their full potential. Kakashi regarded Nightfeather with a smile. Your techniques have ascended to the realm of forbidden jutsu. While they may appear as ordinary ninjutsu, under your modifications, they have taken on the characteristics of forbidden techniques. I suspect this is due to the Sage Chakra within you. Nightfeather nodded in agreement. He did not refute this notion. Kakashi had always been aware of the type of chakra Nightfeather possessed, though he was unaware of its current magnitude. In the span of mere days, Nightfeather's chakra reserves had grown to 10 times that of Kakashi's. Even without accounting for the Ninetails chakra, Nightfeather's reserves exceeded Naruto's at this moment. His chakra levels were among the highest within the ranks of the shadows. Nevertheless, Nightfeather sensed a deceleration in his chakra growth over the past few days. As he had surmised, the initial surge had nearly outstripped his physical capacity to keep pace. Until his physical prowess caught up, his chakra levels would not increase significantly. Having anticipated this, Nightfeather felt no particular surprise. Of course, he was also aware of a potential method to dramatically enhance his chakra. Mastering Sage techniques, should he succeed, his chakra could surge tenfold. However, at present, he was content with his chakra levels and did not feel an urgent need to pursue Sage techniques. Observing Nightfeather's placid demeanor, Kakashi chuckled. You seem unfazed. Is it not astonishing that in just over 10 days, your strength has grown so dramatically? Nightfeather glanced at Kakashi, smiling. Kakashi-sensei, I was already well aware of my circumstances prior. I had only one lingering question. My lack of real combat experience against genuine Jonin left me uncertain of how my current abilities would measure up in such encounters. Now that I've resolved this inquiry, there is little left to astonish me. Kakashi shook his head, a wry smile on his lips. Your perspective is remarkably mismatched with your age. Yet, perhaps this is a good thing. After all, she had witnessed firsthand how Nightfeather vanquished the Black Hoe and subdued the rampaging Naruto with a single jutsu. Chapter 76, Karkashi's Thoughts at the Same Age. If Sasuke were to learn of the remarkable achievements Nightfeather attained this evening, he would like. It is evident that, at this moment, Sakura perceives Nightfeather's prowess as having surpassed that of Kakashi, although she has not witnessed it firsthand. Nightfeather's current strength indeed leaves Kakashi feeling inadequate. Nevertheless, Nightfeather does not believe he would be a match for Kakashi. After all, Kakashi is renowned for his even odds against any opponent. Numerous ninja, possessing formidable jutsu with destructive capabilities far exceeding Nightfeather understands well that sheer destructive power does not equate to overall strength. A ninja must also consider practical combat experience and tactical intelligence during battles. In terms of combat intellect, Kakashi ranks among the elite in the ninja world. Nightfeather not only lacks substantial battlefield experience but also doubts his intellectual prowess in comparison to Karkashi's. Of course, this may stem from Nightfeather's excessive caution. In reality, given his current capabilities, it is highly unlikely. This sentiment is even more pronounced in Sakura's eyes. Nightfeather's jutsu is profoundly impressive. Being young, Sakura is bound to form her judgments based on what she has observed. She has certainly never witnessed Kakashi employ jutsu of such magnitude and lethality. Although Kakashi did use the Kaidori during his confrontation with Zabuza, its destructive force, while significant, primarily targets a single entity and pales in comparison to the breadth of Nightfeather's jutsu. Thus, Sakura would naturally conclude that Nightfeather has surpassed Kakashi in strength. Upon hearing Sakura's words, Sasuke would undoubtedly set his sights on Nightfeather as a model for his own improvement. In his quest for strength, Sasuke has sought counsel even from Orochimaru, so it is only logical that he would consider Nightfeather, who is essentially a teammate. Kakashi, upon hearing Nightfeather's sentiments, smiled. He was pleased to see that Nightfeather bore no trace of arrogance. His concern had been that, at such a young age, Nightfeather might become overly powerful and develop a haughty demeanor. The evidence, however, suggests that Nightfeather has not succumbed to such vanity. This quality is indeed rare. Even Kakashi, in his youth, experienced bouts of hubris after achieving certain milestones, during a time when Obito Uchiha and Rin Nohara were still alive. Kakashi's personality may have been slightly proud, but he was never arrogant. As they brought Sasuke to Naruto, Sakura noticed that Sasuke was heavily bandaged and expressed her concern. Nightfeather, how could Sasuke? He was merely injured by ninja tools and lost a considerable amount of blood. Fortunately, none of his vital areas were harmed, so he is not in any life-threatening danger. He simply requires some time to recuperate. In fact, Sasuke's injuries remind me of something. Sakura, you should consider learning medical ninjutsu. Naruto and Sasuke in your team are more suited for development as combat ninjas. Your chakra control is far superior to theirs, yet it is clear that you are not cut out for the path of a combat ninja. Learning medical ninjutsu and becoming a medic would be of greater importance for your team. Kakashi-sensei, what do you think? Kakashi began to ponder. Initially, he had intended to guide Sakura toward becoming a genjutsu specialist, given that his own proficiency in genjutsu was commendable, allowing him to teach her. Nightfeather's suggestion, however, was quite astute. Their team indeed had a pressing need for a medical ninja. In Kakashi's original team, Rin Nohara served as the medic, even capable of transplanting Sharingan on the battlefield, which speaks to her proficiency in medical ninjutsu. Sakura is indeed well suited to learn medical ninjutsu, and their team genuinely requires one. Sakura contemplated this as she gazed at Sasuke and Naruto, remarking, "Yes, it is indeed a fine suggestion." Upon seeing Sakura's agreement, Kakashi continued, "After all, Ibisu was a teacher to Konohamaru, personally appointed by the Third Hokage. If Kakashi could secure Ibisu's services, enlisting medical ninjas to instruct Sakura would be a trivial matter." Although Sakura aspired to develop her combat skills, she was also acutely aware of her limitations. While her chakra control far exceeded that of Naruto and Sasuke, her overall chakra reserves were significantly lesser. Moreover, she had observed the growth of Naruto and Sasuke during this period, realizing that a considerable gap had formed between them. To say nothing of Nightfeather, in comparison to him, Sakura felt woefully inadequate. Since combat was not her forte, she resolved to focus on mastering medical ninjutsu, providing vital support to her teammates. Unbeknownst to Sakura, she was not devoid of combat talent, rather, she had yet to encounter a mentor capable of unlocking her potential. Nightfeather was aware of this, but since Tsunade had not yet returned to the village, it was indeed more beneficial for Sakura to learn medical ninjutsu at this time. In the intervals of her studies, she could even learn genjutsu from Karker's High.to become a ninja proficient in both genjutsu and medical ninjutsu would render her exceptionally formidable among ordinary ninjas. For instance, Kurenai Yuhi, though her performance against Itachi Uchiha may have been lackluster, it is well known that very few could achieve favorable results against him. Kurenai was no exception, however. Her skills in genjutsu undoubtedly marked her as a standout among regular ninjas, as evidenced by her status as a full-fledged J-nin rather than a special J-nin. To attain J-nin level in one aspect and merely be a special J-nin requires excellence across all areas. Thus, in the realm of genjutsu, possessing high aptitude allows an ordinary ninja to reach J-nin level. As for those with unique bloodlines, such as the Sharingan, it is an entirely different matter. From Nightfeather's perspective, Sakura's potential is indeed quite remarkable. She is well suited for training in taijutsu, genjutsu, and medical ninjutsu. Regrettably, in the original narrative, Kakashi did not place significant emphasis on her development, resulting in her combat skills remaining largely unchanged since her time in the Ninja Academy until she encountered Tsunade. However, had Sakura mastered genjutsu and medical ninjutsu prior to this, attaining the rank of Chunin would have been exceedingly manageable. Sakura smiled at Nightfeather, saying, "Well then, you better not anger me in the future. Once I have mastered medical ninjutsu, you will rely on me for healing during battles." Nightfeather was momentarily taken aback. "But I am not on your team, perhaps it would be best to wait until Sasuke and Naruto awaken before sharing this unfortunate news." Nightfeather jested. "What are you talking about? You will undoubtedly continue to accompany us on missions. Kakashi-sensei is quite biased, it is unlikely he will allow you to return." As she spoke, Sakura turned her gaze toward Kakashi. He appeared somewhat embarrassed, having had his thoughts laid bare by Sakura's perceptiveness. Nightfeather glanced at Kakashi and, noticing his slight discomfort, thought to himself, could Sakura's words hold truth? It seems Kakashi truly harbors such intentions. He genuinely contemplated taking Nightfeather along on future missions outside the village, aiming to broaden his horizons and accumulate practical experience. Additionally, he worried that leaving Nightfeather in the village would expose him to potential threats from the Third Hokage and Danzo, although Kakashi believed the Third Hokage would refrain from such actions, given prior assurances, who could guarantee against unforeseen circumstances. What if Kakashi did not dare to take that gamble, particularly since the Third Hokage's character was prone to compromise? Who knows what methods Danzo might employ to coerce the Third Hokage into submission? Having spent many years in the Anbu, Kakashi had witnessed such occurrences. Without Nightfeather by his side, he could never feel at ease. Moreover, within the village, the protection offered by Mito would pale in comparison to Kakashi's standing within Konoha. Kakashi also feared that Mito might clash with the village over Nightfeather's situation, which could lead to dire consequences if he were to become a rogue ninja. While Kakashi believed that Mito would not betray Konoha, there was always the possibility that the Third Hokage and Danzo could force him into. If Nightfeather were to remain unharmed, Mito's character would never permit anyone to harm him, especially considering that Nightfeather is his prized disciple, despite not having imparted much knowledge to him. Nonetheless, the bond they shared would compel Mito to take action, should Nightfeather be left in Mito's care. Kakashi feared that Mito might lead Nightfeather down the path of rogue ninja, a situation he found utterly unacceptable. Of course, all of this remained within Kakashi's mind. His concerns had yet to materialize, however. Years in the Anbu had ingrained in him a sense of caution, bordering on dark apprehension. While Kakashi contemplated these matters, Nightfeather, on the other hand, was less inclined to constantly accompany Kakashi on missions. After all, Mito was his true mentor, and he had only embarked on a single mission alongside Mito, Haiden, and Yamada. He worried that their feelings might be hurt. Although Nightfeather lacked an ambitious spirit, he still considered the sentiments of his teammates and mentor. Chapter 77. The sealing techniques of the Uzumaki clan. Yu did not linger on this matter. After Kakashi brought Naruto and Sasuke back to Tsuna's home, he sought out Yu to discuss Naruto's condition. During Naruto's previous rampage, Kakashi had been engaged in combat with Zabuza and was unaware of Naruto's plight. On the balcony of their shared room, beneath the moonlight, the two sat together. Yu remarked, "The seal within Naruto has begun to loosen. During this recent episode, he manifested two tails. And even with just two tails, he has already exerted tremendous pressure on me. I fear that should he gain a third tail, I might find myself unable to contain him." This was merely Yu's conjecture. The mere presence of Naruto as a two-tailed beast had instilled in him a profound. He sensed that if Naruto's tails were to increase to 3, he would be at a loss to cope. Yu's thoughts mirrored those of Senju Hashirama. He perceived only the formidable strength of his opponent, unaware of the magnitude of threat he posed in return. On this occasion, Yu had subdued Naruto with a combination of ninjutsu, expending less than a tenth of his chakra. Furthermore, the water dragon jutsu, coupled with lightning release, could not only restrain the two-tailed Naruto but would also be effective against a three-tailed one. While the water dragon technique was of secondary importance, the true threat to the rampaging Naruto lay in Yu's lightning release. Yu's lightning release was markedly different from that of ordinary ninjas, possessing far greater power and lethality. Kakashi, however, was unaware of the specifics, yet he could sense the malevolence radiating from Naruto's chakra at that moment. Clearly, Kakashi found himself convinced by Yu's assertions. "This is also why the third Hokage entrusted Naruto to me," he continued. "Since becoming a ninja, the likelihood of Naruto losing control has increased. Although I possess the Sharingan, I am not a member of the Uchiha clan, and thus my ability to suppress tailed beasts is limited. Were it not for your intervention today, I would have had little recourse to restore Naruto. Since the third Hokage entrusted Naruto to you, he would undoubtedly be willing to impart some sealing methods to manage his rampages." Kakashi chuckled wryly. "It's not as simple as you think. Do you truly believe that mastering sealing techniques is an easy task? Ordinary sealing techniques may be manageable, but those capable of sealing tailed beasts are exceedingly difficult to learn. I have attempted to study them, but most of those techniques are classified as forbidden jutsu, far beyond my grasp. Moreover, the sealing techniques employed by Konoha are predominantly derived from the Uzumaki clan. Many of them require the bloodline of the Uzumaki to be wielded effectively. The fourth Hokage was able to master them precisely because his wife belonged to the Uzumaki clan. I have attempted to learn them before, yet I was unable to succeed." Kakashi felt a sense of helplessness. He had not failed to study the sealing techniques of the Uzumaki clan, but rather had struggled to master them. After all, as a disciple of the fourth Hokage, it was expected that he would be taught sealing techniques. Yet, Kakashi had indeed not succeeded, just as there were others besides Minato who had attempted to learn the Flying Thunder God technique. His guards had also tried, yet none had succeeded. Kakashi was undoubtedly a genius, particularly in combat, but his talent in sealing techniques was not particularly high. The sealing techniques for tailed beasts were exceptionally challenging, and Kakashi had not managed to learn them. Yu, somewhat astonished, responded, "Not even you were able to master them. Just how difficult are they?" Kakashi sighed. "They are truly formidable, and many ninjutsu require the bloodline of the Uzumaki clan to be executed." Yu pondered for a moment, recognizing that indeed many sealing techniques of the Uzumaki clan relied on their bloodline for proper execution. For instance, the adamantine sealing chains. This sealing technique is exceedingly potent. Thanks to it, the Nine Tails never rampaged within Kushina Uzumaki. Moreover, this technique is not only capable of sealing but can also be employed in combat. During the Fourth Great Ninja War, Uzumaki Karen unleashed the adamantine sealing chains to shatter the arm of a wooden golem in order to save Sasuke. Before Minato sealed the Nine Tails within Naruto, Kushina had utilized the adamantine sealing chains to immobilize the Nine Tails, a feat accomplished just before her impending demise. The strength of this sealing technique is thus evident. Of course, this technique is intrinsically bound to the bloodline of the Uzumaki clan. After all, only Uzumaki Karen and Uzumaki Kushina have employed this ninjutsu. There are several other formidable sealing techniques, such as the Dead Demon Consuming Seal. However, this ninjutsu is a one-time sealing technique, and even if Kakashi could perform it, Yu would not wish to learn it. Turning to Yu, Kakashi suddenly had a thought. Wait, my perception of difficulty does not necessarily reflect your own. Kakashi considered Yuyu's talent for ninjutsu. Could it be that he possessed an aptitude for learning sealing techniques? Yuyu paused momentarily. What do you mean? Kakashi elaborated, what I mean is, if you have a talent for learning sealing techniques, I could teach you. Although I did not manage to learn them, I remember shouldn't they be reserved for shinobi of higher rank? Yuyu furrowed his brow. He was not concerned about his ability to learn, but rather worried that Kakashi might face difficulties. After all, sealing techniques capable of containing tailed beasts are undoubtedly a village secret. Furthermore, the sealing techniques of Konoha are primarily derived from the Uzumaki clan, whose sealing arts are among the most prestigious in the ninja world. During the Fourth Great Ninja War, Killer Bee had even remarked to Naruto that the sealing techniques on him far surpassed those on Bee himself. This illustrates the value of the Uzumaki clan's sealing arts. It was precisely for this reason that the Uzumaki clan had been targeted and ultimately annihilated. Kakashi waved his hand dismissively. I have complete faith in you. I even taught you Kaidori. As long as you can master the sealing techniques, Naruto's issues will be easily resolved. Kakashi harbored absolute confidence in Yuyu. In truth, he was well aware that Yuyu's strength had surpassed his own. Yet Yuyu remained unchanged, displaying no hint of arrogance. Even during Kakashi's prime, he had never exhibited the composure that Yuyu did now. It's settled then, starting tomorrow, I shall teach you the sealing techniques I know. Several of them were imparted to me directly by the fourth Hokage, although regrettably, I was unable to master them at the time. Kakashi felt a twinge of shame. Despite being regarded as a genius, he had not demonstrated the same aptitude for sealing techniques. Simple sealing techniques, such as the evil sealing method, were within his capabilities. However, such techniques are evidently incomparable to those of the Uzumaki clan. Indeed, he could not even manage to control the cursed seal on Sasuke. Chapter 78, The Choice of Yuyu. Gazing at the moon in the sky, Yuyu chuckled, what if I am unable to learn it? Kakashi waved his hand dismissively, it is quite normal not to master it. After all, the complexity of sealing techniques is quite formidable. I was not the only one who studied sealing techniques under the fourth Hokage, yet none succeeded. It is unsurprising that you may not learn it. Kakashi smiled, why the hesitation? If you have a question, feel free to ask. Yuyu looked at Naruto, who lay in the room, and asked, Kakashi-sensei, why did the fourth Hokage seal the tailed beast within Naruto? Moreover, Naruto belongs to the Uzumaki clan, and there are very few members of that clan in Konohagakure. This was confidential information within Konohagakure, known only to the upper echelons and Kakashi himself. The depth of Kakashi's trust in Yuyu was indeed surprising to him. Seeing Yuyu's astonished expression, Kakashi assumed it was due to the revelation of Naruto being the fourth's wife was gravely weakened, and once the Nine Tails was extracted, she had little time left. The fourth Hokage also employed the dead demon-consuming seal, which guarantees certain death. Thus, Naruto was the only viable option, and considering his Uzumaki bloodline, he was indeed the ideal candidate for a Jinchuriki. Perhaps the fourth Hokage hoped that Naruto would master the Nine Tails' power and become the pillar of the village. The fourth Hokage had indeed harbored such aspirations. This was evident from the sealing technique he imposed upon Naruto. It was the 8 trigrams seal rather than the 4 symbols seal. The 4 symbols seal merely contained the 9 tails, while the 8 trigrams seal, albeit a combination of 2 4 symbols seals, allowed a portion of the 9 tails chakra to be converted into Naruto's own chakra. This effectively provided Naruto with an additional source of chakra. Thus, the chakra within Naruto was not solely his own, it also included the chakra derived from the 9 tails. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for him to possess chakra surpassing that of Kakashi at such a young age. Even Uzumaki clan ninjas do not typically possess such an extraordinary amount of chakra, let alone Naruto, who only carries half of that bloodline. The fourth Hokage held great expectations for Naruto. Kakashi nodded, let us hope he can fulfill the fourth's aspirations and master the power of the 9 tails. When his mother was the 9 tails Jinchuriki, she never once lost control. Yuyu laughed, isn't that quite natural? She was a pure-blood member of the Uzumaki clan and possessed formidable sealing techniques. It is entirely reasonable that she did not lose control. If Naruto were to study sealing techniques, he might be able to stabilize the 9 tails. Kakashi shook his head. I am somewhat pessimistic about that. Sealing techniques require not only the strength of one's bloodline, but also a profound understanding of the techniques themselves, making it exceedingly difficult. Furthermore, those who excelled in sealing techniques were exceedingly rare in the ninja world. This scarcity was the very reason every major ninja village maintained a specialized sealing class. The need for such a class arose from the limited number of proficient sealing ninjas. They had to be gathered to maximize their effectiveness. Simply knowing a few basic sealing techniques, such as the evil sealing method, does not equate to mastery. Despite the seemingly singular purpose of sealing techniques, their learning curve is significantly steeper than that of combat-oriented ninjutsu. Kakashi, possessing an intimate understanding of Naruto, recognized that he was simply not suited for it. He had initially intended to teach Naruto sealing techniques, but after assessing his aptitude, he abandoned the idea, realizing that Naruto's talent in this regard was even inferior to his own. The theoretical foundation required for sealing techniques is vast and complex. Even Kakashi struggled to grasp it fully, let alone Naruto, who frequently scored 0 on exams at the Ninja Academy. Not wishing to dwell on this topic further, Kakashi said, "I have high hopes for you. I believe you can certainly master those sealing techniques. Once you have mastered them, I would no longer have to be so anxious when taking Naruto on missions." Yu's lips twitched. Kakashi patted Yu on the shoulder. "You should know that your little team should not even exist. It is solely due to your presence that your team continues to exist. You must understand that you and your teammates were never meant to be from the same world. From the day you passed the exam, you have been different from them. Moreover, in the eyes of the village's higher-ups, you are no longer just an ordinary ninja. The more you associate with your teammates, the more you risk endangering them. Whether it is your need to grow stronger or the possibility of you defecting from the village for some reason, they will inevitably be affected by your actions. This is also the reason your teacher entrusted you to me. If you do not maintain distance from your two teammates, they will face repercussions because of you in the future." Yu fell silent. He did not entirely agree with Karkash's words, however, recalling the commotion he had caused that day. It seemed Karkash's words held some truth. It would be better, yet now that the third was aware, regardless of Yu's willingness, he was no longer merely an ordinary ninja in the third Hokage's eyes. If anything were to happen to Yu in the future, it would certainly implicate Ben Yichienzi and Yamada Shumu. They could even lose their lives due to his actions. Though it was currently a time of peace, the struggles among ninjas remained brutally fierce. Kakashi was correct. In Yu's memory, only Karkashi's team, Yuhi Kurinai's team, and Asuma's team had initially passed the exam. These were decisions made by the third Hokage, who could have predicted that Yu's little team would also pass. It was Yu's presence that altered the course of events. From Yu's perspective, both Yamada Shumu and Ben Yichienzi possessed rather ordinary talents. Had they not been teammates with him, combined with the personality of Mukamoto, it was highly probable they would not have passed the exam. Now, involving them in Yu's affairs was hardly a favorable situation for either of them. Especially with Danzo, that scheming individual, intent on targeting Yu, he would undoubtedly start with those closest to him. The closer Yu was to Ben Yichienzi and Yamada Shumu, the more danger they would face from Danzo's machinations. This was a scenario Yu was extremely reluctant to witness. Chapter 79, The Death of the Nine Tails. Upon witnessing the appearance of Yu, Kakashi realized that the latter had absorbed the weight of the situation. Fortunately, the third Hokage had not observed Yu's battle today, otherwise, it would not merely have been a matter of vigilance. It was likely that he would have dispatched Anbu operatives to keep watch. At merely 12 years of age, Yu had already demonstrated the capability to eliminate elite Jonin, and not just any elite, but one of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist, known as the Black Ho, Lei. The jutsu Yu employed to suppress the rampaging Naruto this evening had already crossed into the realm of forbidden techniques. Even more alarming was the fact that the jutsu he utilized was not his most formidable. In a few months, you will be participating in the Chunin exams, and by then, the third Hokage will undoubtedly recognize your strength, Kakashi remarked. Yu nodded in agreement. You surely wish for me to take part in this upcoming Chunin exam, do you not? Kakashi chuckled softly. I fear that is not a decision within my purview. This time, Tsunagakure will also send representatives to compete. You understand what that implies, do you not? Yu Yu nodded once more. It signifies that Konoha must present its strongest genin of this generation. I estimate that several of my contemporaries will participate as well. Kakashi smiled. Indeed, although we are allied with Tsunagakure, we must not show, otherwise we cannot predict their actions. Though nominally a Chunin exam, each village will dispatch its most exceptional genin to showcase their military prowess. During such times, the third Hokage would never allow you to remain idle. Yu Yu shrugged. I am indifferent. I had intended to advance to Chunin sooner rather than later, as it would enable me to undertake higher-level missions. The rewards would also be considerably greater. Despite the high commissions available to ninjas undertaking missions, half of the earnings are claimed by the village first. The remaining portion is then allocated to the executing ninja. Moreover, when ninjas embark on missions, there are no reimbursement expenses. All costs must be borne by the ninja themselves, and the village does not supply tools, requiring ninjas to procure them independently. This is also why many jonin, despite having completed numerous high-level missions, remain impoverished. Aside from exceptional ninjas like Jiraiya, who possess alternative sources of income, many jonin are not nearly as affluent as one might imagine. Consider that a single explosive tag costs several thousand ryo, while an ordinary genin might only earn a few thousand ryo for completing a C-rank mission. This implies that even if an ordinary genin undertakes the highest level missions available to them, they may occasionally earn insufficient funds to purchase a single explosive tag. Of course, explosive tags are classified as high-level ninja tools within the ninja world. For genin, an explosive tag serves as their most potent weapon, unless one possesses an ability akin to Sasuke's, allowing them to unleash the Great Fireball technique. The majority of genin lack the chakra necessary to perform such a powerful fire technique. Thus, in the absence of lethal jutsu, an explosive tag remains the most formidable tool at their disposal. Yu, on this occasion, had not brought explosive tags with him. He possessed a few, but had left them at home, initially intending to use them as a trump card. Explosive tags are utilized by ninjas of all ranks, from genin to even Kage-level shinobi, and many employ them as their ultimate techniques. For even Kage-level warriors, being caught in an explosive tag's blast could result in death. Numerous jonin, and even Kage-level shinobi, have met their demise due to explosive tags. Regardless of a ninja's rank, these tags pose a significant threat, provided they can hit their target. Yu's decision not to carry explosive tags stemmed not from a lack of need, but rather from their exorbitant cost. He could only afford a few and was reluctant to part with them. Confident in his own abilities, he believed that if a confrontation arose, he could simply retreat. With no intention of becoming a rogue ninja, Yu hoped to secure a promotion and a raise sooner rather than later. Observing Yu's earnest demeanor, Kakashi found himself both amused and exasperated. I never imagined you to be such a money-minded individual. Yu shot Kakashi an incredulous glance. I am not money-minded. It is merely that a ninja requires funds. Without them, one cannot even afford ninja tools. Indeed, since the third Hokage has promised to nurture you, he should not go back on his word. I sincerely hope so. Kakashi lacked confidence, but he had no choice but to trust in the third Hokage. After all, he was not the Hokage himself. Once you have mastered the sealing techniques, pay closer attention to Naruto, Kakashi instructed earnestly. How can you be so certain that I will succeed in learning them? Moreover, it seems there is no jutsu you cannot master. And with the ability to control the tailed beasts through sealing techniques, the duty of watching over Naruto naturally extends to you. No, rather it should be said that those capable should bear more burdens. If you learn the sealing techniques, you ought to keep a closer eye on Naruto. Noting the expression of satisfaction on Kakashi's face, Yu felt a sense of disbelief. It seemed as though Kakashi was somewhat reluctant to oversee Naruto himself. After all, Naruto was the son of his teacher. However, considering Naruto's typical behavior, Yu understood Kakashi's predicament. Kakashi's disposition was entirely different from Naruto's. He likely found Naruto's frequent mischief to be quite vexing. At this juncture, Naruto was indeed prone to antics, some of which could be overlooked with a smile, while others were thoroughly infuriating. Fortunately, Sakura from Kakashi's team was preoccupied with Sasuke, who was singularly focused on growing stronger to exact revenge on Itachi Uchiha, showing little interest in Naruto's mischief. Kakashi was likely the one most burdened by the situation. He held no particular grievances against Naruto, but guiding a troublemaker could indeed be exasperating at times. If you could master the sealing techniques and take on the responsibility of watching over Naruto, it would ensure both Naruto's safety and that of the village, while also granting Kakashi a measure of peace, a tempting proposition indeed. Yu discerned Kakashi's underlying thoughts, which left him bemused. Kakashi-sensei, I believe you are shirking responsibility regarding Naruto. I would like to take responsibility, but you know it is a stroke of luck that I have not been driven to despair yet. All three members of my team are problematic youths. As my disciple, should you not alleviate some of my burdens? Kakashi gazed intently at Yu. Har. You merely seek free labor. Yu retorted with a cold smile. Kakashi felt a twinge of embarrassment, however, his thoughts stemmed from a place of great confidence and high expectations for Yu. He placed immense trust in Yu, as Naruto, being a Jinchuriki, could not be entrusted to just anyone. Kakashi had unwavering faith in Yu, never believing he would pose a threat to the village. From the very beginning, he had nurtured Yu akin to the fourth Hokage. It was merely Yu's later talent that had taken him by surprise. Chapter 80, Transforming Sasuke. Kakashi gently patted Yu's shoulder, saying, "All right, it's settled then. Devote yourself to mastering the sealing techniques. Once you've grasped them, I shall no longer need to worry about Naruto succumbing to his rage." But didn't you mention that the sealing techniques within Naruto are becoming unstable? You wouldn't wish for him to unleash his fury and wreak havoc upon Konoha, nor would you want the Nine Tails to break free from its seals and inflict harm upon him, would you? Yu chuckled bitterly, "You're flattering me excessively. Nonetheless, I find myself lacking a valid reason to decline. I shall endeavor to learn the sealing techniques myself. After all, if even you struggle to master them, my confidence in acquiring them is rather tenuous. Naruto is already formidable with just 2 tails. Who can fathom how powerful he would become with even more?" If the Nine Tails were to overhear Yu's words, it would undoubtedly be infuriated. Yu had merely employed a single ninjutsu to subdue the rampaging Naruto. Who truly was the stronger party? Should the Nine Tails catch wind of Yu's statement, it would surely recall the words spoken to it by the first Hokage long ago. The combination ninjutsu that Yu unleashed, with a water dragon measuring 300 meters, was even greater in scale than the wood dragon of Hashirama Senju. It is worth noting that the wooden constructs only reached a height of several dozen meters, while the Great Buddha towered at a mere few hundred meters, and only after the Senju clan was their height exceeding 1,000 meters. Yet, Yu's water dragon alone reached 300 meters, enhanced with the lethal addition of lightning release. One could assert that the power of Yu's water dragon bullet technique, combined with lightning release, would not pale in comparison to the wood dragon technique. Yet, Yu claimed that Naruto would be exceedingly powerful in his rampaging state, suggesting a level of strength beyond his capacity to contain. In truth, after subduing the 2-tailed Naruto, Yu had expended less than 1/10 of his chakra. Moreover, it must be recognized that prior to this, Yu and Karachiroyer had already expended a significant amount of chakra. The most vexing part was Yu's assertion that his ninjutsu could only suppress the 2-tailed Naruto, and that he would be unable to manage the 3-tailed version. If the Nine Tails were to learn of Yu's claims, it would surely berate him, for the power of the ninjutsu he unleashed was excessive. Even the 3-tailed Naruto could not withstand the might of Yu's jutsu. Kakashi was unaware of the extent of the 3-tailed Naruto's power, but based on the strength displayed by the 2-tailed Naruto, he felt that a rampaging Naruto in the future would be exceedingly difficult to control. After all, during the 2-tailed state, Kakashi had already sensed the terrifying chakra emanating from the Nine Tails. Feeling utterly incapable of resistance. It was even more frightening than the murderous intent that Orochimaru had once directed. Back then, a mere glance from Orochimaru had left Kakashi immobilized, and even wounded, he had lacked the courage to strike back. That experience had never faded from Kakashi's memory, the malevolent chakra of the Nine Tails radiating from the 2-tailed Naruto. Kakashi's instincts were not mistaken. At that moment, it was indeed the rampaging Naruto who had subdued Haku, though Haku could have teleported away. Under the overwhelming murderous aura of the Nine Tails, his body had been rendered immobile, despite Naruto possessing only one tail at that time. The more Kakashi contemplated this, the more he hoped that Yu would master sealing techniques, for the Nine Tails' power surpassed his imagination. The memories of the Nine Tails' tumult still lingered vividly in his mind. Even someone as powerful as Minato Namikaze had to pay a grave price to seal the Nine Tails. Had Kushina Uzumaki remained unharmed, even the Nine Tails, regardless of its strength, could not have broken the seal. The sealing techniques of the Uzumaki clan were notoriously formidable. The diamond lock alone was beyond the Nine Tails' capacity to escape. After conversing for quite some time, the two finally turned in for the night. Upon returning to his room, Yu found Sakura tending to the wounds of both Naruto and Sasuke, who were both grievously injured. Observing Sasuke, Yu remarked, "Kakashi-sensei." Despite Sasuke's usual demeanor of looking down on Naruto, when faced with life-threatening situations, he would genuinely sacrifice his life to protect Naruto. Beyond the connection to Uchiha Obito and the Sharingan, he understood well the type of person Sasuke truly was. Kakashi had always hoped Sasuke could relinquish their hatred for his family and avoid such extremes. Yet, he was acutely aware that such deep-seated vendettas were not easily cast aside. The three of them shared a room. Lying on his mat and gazing at the ceiling, Yu mused, were he able to let go of his hatred, he would undoubtedly lead a far happier life. "I believe your efforts are unlikely to succeed." Kakashi did not deny this. He simply stated, "I can only do my utmost." Even knowing the hope of Sasuke relinquishing his hatred was nearly non-existent, Kakashi remained willing to attempt to transform him. As for aiding Sasuke in avenging his family by eliminating Itachi Uchiha, Kakashi believed that was beyond his capacity. After all, Itachi was a formidable opponent. Even before he activated his Manjiki Sharingan, Kakashi had struggled against him. Moreover, Kakashi had always found Itachi's massacre of his entire clan and subsequent defection from Konoha to be rather perplexing. He was certain that the third Hokage and Danzo were involved in this affair. However, delving into such matters was a delicate endeavor. In truth, Kakashi had once held a degree of admiration for Itachi Uchiha. After all, Itachi was one of the few members of the Uchiha clan who did not exhibit excessive arrogance. Before the Nine Tails turmoil, the Uchiha clan held a significant position within Konoha, bolstered by their control of the police force, leading many Uchiha ninjas to carry an air of superiority. Even though the second Hokage had orchestrated the Uchiha's placement to constrain their power and facilitate their integration into Konoha, the immense authority of the police force eventually bred a sense of entitlement among them, especially given their numerous feats in warfare. Thus, the majority of Uchiha clan members were rather haughty. Individuals like Uchiha Obito, Uchiha Itachi, and Uchiha Shisui were the exceptions. In his earlier years, Uchiha Obito, despite sharing a personality akin to Naruto's, was indeed quite benevolent. Kushina Uzumaki had once hoped that her child would grow to be like Uchiha Obito. Before Obito's tragic fall from grace, he shared a remarkably close bond with Kushina, even surpassing the connection Kakashi had with her. Of course, this was before the calamity struck. After the incident, Kushina could never have anticipated that when she encountered someone whom she had once regarded as a brother, his first words would be, "The vitality of the Uzumaki clan is truly remarkable. They endure even this." Kakashi had always sought to change Sasuke, yet the more he attempted, the more he realized that true transformation was a futile endeavor.